Chapter 1. Many years later, when Colonel Aureliano Buendía stood in front of the soldiers who were ready to shoot him, he remembered a day from his childhood. He remembered the afternoon when his father took him to see ice for the first time. At that time, Macondo was a small village. There were only 20 houses made of dried mud. The village stood near a river with clear water. The water moved over large white stones that were smooth and round like huge eggs. The world felt new then. Many things did not have names. People often pointed at things because they did not know what to call them. Every year in March, a group of poor gypsies came to the village. They put up tents near the houses. They made loud music with pipes and drums. Then they showed new and strange inventions. One year they brought a magnet. A large gypsy with a wild beard came with them. His hands were thin and quick like a bird's.
He said his name was Melquitz. He said the magnet was a great wonder. He walked from house to house. He pulled 2 heavy pieces of metal behind him. People watched in surprise. Metal pots and pans fell from the walls. Tools moved from their places. Nails and screws shook inside the wood. Old lost objects came out from where they had been hidden. They followed the metal pieces across the ground. Things have their own life, the gypsy said in a rough voice. You only need to wake up their souls.
José Arcadio Buendía had a strong and wild imagination. He believed in new ideas more than in simple facts. He thought he could use the magnet to find gold under the ground.
Melquitz looked at him and spoke clearly. It will not work for that, he said.
But José Arcadio Buendía did not trust gypsies. He thought Melquiades was hiding a secret. He gave the gypsy his mule and 2 goats in exchange for the magnets.
Úrsula Iguarán, his wife, was upset. She needed those animals for the family. She tried to stop him, but she could not.
Very soon we will have so much gold, he told her. We will cover the floors of our house with it.
For many months he worked hard. He wanted to prove his idea was right. He searched everywhere around the village. He even walked in the river. He pulled the 2 metal pieces behind him. At the same time, he repeated the words Melquitz had taught him. In the end, he did not find gold. Instead, he found an old suit of armor from long ago. The metal parts were stuck together with rust. Inside, something hard moved and made a hollow sound. José Arcadio Buendía and 4 other men opened the armor with great effort. Inside they found a skeleton. The bones were dry and hard. Around its neck was a small copper locket. Inside the locket was a lock of a woman's hair. In March the gypsies came back again. This time they brought a telescope and a large magnifying glass. The glass was as big as a drum. They said these objects were new discoveries from wise men in Amsterdam. They placed a gypsy woman at one end of the village. At the entrance of their tent, they set up the telescope. For 5 reales, anyone could look through it. Through the telescope, the gypsy woman looked very close, as if she were only an arm's length away. Science has destroyed distance.
Very soon, people will see what happens in any part of the world without leaving their houses.
At noon, the strong sun helped him show how the huge magnifying glass worked. He put dry hay in the street, and the glass made the sun's light so hot that the hay started to burn. José Arcadio Buendía watched carefully. He was still sad that his magnet experiment had failed, and he began to think the glass could be used for war. Melquitz tried to stop him from that idea, but José Arcadio Buendía gave him 2 pieces of magnetized metal and 3 old gold coins to buy the glass. Úrsula cried when she saw this. The coins came from a box full of gold that her father had saved all his life. She had buried it under her bed, waiting for a right moment to use it. José Arcadio Buendía did not try to comfort her. He was too focused on his new experiments. He worked like a true scientist and even risked his health. To test the glass, he let the sun shine on his skin and burned himself badly. The wound stayed for a long time. Úrsula was frightened and told him to stop. But once, he almost burned down their house with the dangerous rays. He spent many hours alone in his room, planning how the weapon could be used. He wrote a clear and serious guide that explained everything in detail. He sent that guide to the government with drawings and notes. A messenger carried them, walking through long mountains, swamps, and rivers. The man nearly died before he reached the road used by mail carriers. José Arcadio Buendía hoped the government would call him to show his machine. He wanted to travel to the capital to show the army how sunlight could be used in war. But no answer came. He waited for years. Finally, tired and disappointed, he complained to Melquides that nobody cared.
Melquides gave him back the gold coins and also some maps and navigation tools from Portugal. He left him a short text he had written himself about monk Hermann's studies. It explained how to use the astrolabe, the compass, and the sextant.
Then José Arcadio Buendía shut himself inside a small room at the back of the house during the rainy season. He worked day and night and stopped helping with housework. At night, he went to the yard to study the stars. He tried to know the exact time of noon and almost got sick from the heat. Later, he learned to use the tools well. He imagined traveling across seas and lands he had never seen. He dreamed he could meet wonderful people without leaving his study. That was the time when he started talking to himself. He walked through the house without looking at anyone. Úrsula and the children worked hard in the garden planting many things. They planted bananas, cassava, yams, and eggplants. Then one day, without warning, he stopped his busy work. He seemed lost in his thoughts and moved slowly. For several days he looked strange, like he was under a spell. He kept repeating quiet words, trying to understand something. One Tuesday in December, at lunchtime, everything changed. He spoke loudly to the family and shared his discovery. The children never forgot how serious their father looked. He was tired from many nights without sleep, but excited.
"The earth is round, like an orange," he said.
Úrsula lost her patience. "If you want to go crazy, do it alone," she shouted. "But don't teach these foolish ideas to the children."
José Arcadio Buendía stayed calm and did not fear her anger. Úrsula was furious and broke his astrolabe on the floor. He did not give up. He made a new one and called the men of the village. He tried to explain his theory about how someone could sail east and return to the same place. But no one understood him. They all thought he had lost his mind.
Then Melquides came back to make things clear. He spoke to the people and said that José Arcadio Buendía was very intelligent. He explained that this idea was true and had already been tested in other places. As a sign of respect, he gave José Arcadio Buendía a special gift. It was an alchemist's laboratory. That gift would later change the life of the village. Melquides looked much older now. Before, he seemed the same age as José Arcadio Buendía. But while José Arcadio Buendía was still strong enough to pull down a horse by its ears, Melquides looked weak and tired. He had suffered from many strange illnesses during his travels around the world. He told José Arcadio Buendía while helping him build the laboratory that death followed him everywhere. It was always close, but never caught him. He said he had escaped many disasters and diseases. He survived sickness in Persia, scurvy in the islands of Malaysia, leprosy in Egypt, and beriberi in Japan. He lived through the plague in Madagascar, an earthquake in Sicily, and a shipwreck near the Strait of Magellan. Melquides was a strange but amazing man. People said he knew secret things, even the keys of Nostradamus. He looked sad, as if he carried heavy memories. His face had an Eastern look, and his dark eyes seemed to see what others could not. He wore a big black hat that looked like a bird with open wings. His vest was old and shiny from age. Even with all his great knowledge, Melquides was still human. He cared about small everyday problems like other people.
He often talked about the problems of being old. He felt weak and poor, and he had stopped laughing because his teeth had fallen out. That hot afternoon, when the gypsy showed his secrets, José Arcadio Buendía felt sure it was the beginning of a strong friendship. The children listened with surprise to his strange stories. Aureliano was only about 5 years old then, but he remembered that day for all his life. He saw the gypsy sitting near the window, where the light shone like metal. His deep voice filled their minds with amazing ideas. Sweat ran down his temples because of the heat. José Arcadio, the older brother, kept that picture in his heart and passed it on to his children. Úrsula did not like that visit. She came into the room just as Melquids broke a bottle by accident.
"It smells like the devil," she said.
No, answered Melquids. People say the devil smells like sulfur. This is only a strong chemical.
He started to explain what he knew about dangerous elements. But Úrsula did not listen. She took the children away to pray. That sharp smell stayed in her memory together with the image of Melquids. The small laboratory had many simple tools: pots, funnels, filters, and sieves. It also had a water pipe, a glass bottle with a thin neck, another small round bottle, and a distilling machine that the gypsies had built. Melquids left samples of 7 different metals, 1 for each planet. He also left some papers with old formulas and drawings. The note said how a person could try to make the philosopher's stone, which could turn metal into gold. José Arcadio Buendía became very interested. He begged Úrsula to let him use her old coins to test the formulas. After many days, she agreed because he would not stop asking. He took 3 gold coins and mixed them with copper, yellow powder, sulfur, and lead. Then he boiled everything in oil until it became thick and smelled bad. It looked more like burnt candy than gold. He continued to experiment with other metals and chemicals. When he finished, Úrsula's inheritance had turned into a large piece of burnt fat that stuck to the pot. When the gypsies returned, Úrsula was angry. She told everyone in the village not to trust them. But curiosity was stronger than fear. That time, the gypsies made loud music in the streets while a man shouted about a great discovery. People paid 1 cent to enter the tent. Inside, they saw a young Melquids with smooth skin and shining new teeth. Those who remembered his sick gums, soft cheeks, and dry lips were afraid when they saw the clear proof of the gypsy's strange power. Their fear turned into panic when Melquids took out his teeth. They were complete and still in their gums. He showed them for a moment, and for that short time he looked old again. Then he put them back and smiled with the healthy face of a young man. Even José Arcadio Buendía thought the gypsy's knowledge was too much, but he also felt excited when Melquids quietly explained how his false teeth worked. It was so simple and so amazing that José Arcadio Buendía forgot about his science experiments that night. Later, he felt angry and restless again. He stopped eating well and walked through the house all day.
Incredible things are happening in the world, he said to Úrsula. Across the river there are strange and wonderful machines, but we still live like animals.
The people who had known him since the start of Macondo were surprised at how much he had changed because of Melquids. Before that, José Arcadio Buendía had been a young leader. He gave advice about farming and raising animals. He helped everyone and worked beside them for the good of the town. His house was the first and the best, so others copied it when they built their own. It had a bright living room, a terrace for eating covered with colorful flowers, 2 bedrooms, a yard with a large chestnut tree, a nice garden, and a small pen where goats, pigs, and hens lived together peacefully. The only animals not allowed in any house were fighting cocks.
Úrsula worked as much as her husband. She was small, serious, and strong. She never sang, but she was always busy from early morning until late night. Her dress made a soft sound when she walked. Because of her, the house was always clean. The floors of packed earth, the plain mud walls, and the wooden furniture all looked cared for. The old chests where they kept their clothes smelled of fresh basil.
José Arcadio Buendía was the most active man in the village. He planned the placement of all the houses so that everyone could reach the river easily. He also made sure that every street had the same amount of sun and shade during the day. In a few years, Macondo became a clean and lively place with about 300 people. It was a happy village where no one was older than 30 and where no one had yet died. From the time he founded the village, José Arcadio Buendía made traps and cages. Soon, birds filled not only his own house but also every house in Macondo. There were troupials, canaries, bee-eaters, and redbreasts everywhere. The noise of many kinds of birds became so strong that Ursula had to cover her ears with beeswax. She was afraid she would lose her sense of what was real. When Milkwood's tribe came for the first time, they sold glass balls to stop headaches. Everyone was surprised that they had found their small village in the quiet swamp. The gypsies said they had followed the bird songs to reach it. That friendly spirit did not last long. Soon people forgot about it because they were more interested in magnets, the stars, and strange dreams about changing metals. They wanted to find the great wonders of the world. José Arcadio Buendía changed a lot. He had been clean and active, but now he looked lazy and careless. His beard grew wild, and Ursula had to cut it carefully with a kitchen knife. Many people thought he was under a strange spell, but even those who believed he was crazy stopped their own work when he called them. They followed him when he took out his tools and asked them to help open a road. He wanted Macondo to connect with the new inventions of the world. José Arcadio Buendía did not know much about the country around them. He knew there were high mountains to the east. He had heard that behind the mountains was a hot city called Rio Hacha. People said that long ago, Sir Francis Drake had hunted crocodiles there with big guns. Then he had their skins filled with straw and sent them to Queen Elizabeth. When he was young, José Arcadio Buendía had crossed those same mountains with his family, friends, and animals. They looked for a way to the sea. After 26 months they were tired and gave up. They founded Macondo so they would not need to go back. That path, he thought, only led to the past, so he did not want to follow it again. To the south, there were endless swamps full of green water plants. The gypsies said that swamp had no end. To the west, the swamp joined a wide sea. There lived animals with soft skin, heads, and bodies like women who, people said, made sailors lose their way because of their beauty. The gypsies had traveled that way for 6 months before finding the strip of land where the male mules walked. José Arcadio Buendía believed that the only way to reach the world outside was to go north. He gave tools and weapons to the same men who had helped him build Macondo. He put his maps and instruments into a bag and began the dangerous trip. At first, everything went well. They walked along the rocky riverbank to the place where, years before, they had found a soldier's armor. Then they entered the forest between wild orange trees. At the end of the first week, they killed a deer and cooked it. They decided to eat only half of it and save the rest with salt for later days. They wanted to avoid eating macaws, since the blue meat of those birds tasted bad and strong. For more than 10 days, they did not see the sun. The ground became wet and soft, almost like grey ash. The plants grew very thick. The cries of the birds and the noise of the monkeys sounded far away. Everything felt sad and silent. The men in the group felt lost and full of strange old memories. Their boots sank into hot pools, and their knives cut red flowers and golden lizards. For a week, they walked quietly, almost like people who were dreaming. Only the faint glow of shining insects showed them the way. The air smelled heavy and strange. They could not go back because new plants grew too fast behind them. It was like the jungle closed again as soon as they passed.
José Arcadio Buendía said, "It's all right. We must not lose our direction."
He always watched his compass and told his men to follow him toward the north. He wanted to take them out of that strange and silent place. One night was very dark with no stars, but the air slowly became cool and fresh. The men were tired and hung their hammocks to rest. After many days, they slept deeply. When they woke up, the sun was high. They were surprised and did not speak. In front of them, among the ferns and tall palm trees, there was a big old ship. Its white body looked dry and dusty in the quiet morning. It leaned a little to one side. Its sails hung in pieces, and orchids grew around the ropes. The wood was hard and covered with old shells and green moss. It looked as if it had been there a very long time. Even birds stayed away from it. The men went inside carefully. They found only many beautiful flowers growing everywhere.
José Arcadio Buendía was deeply moved. He felt strange that he had looked for the sea for so long and never found it. Now he saw this ship suddenly, without searching for it. It felt like a cruel trick.
Many years later, Colonel Aureliano Buendía passed through the same place again. Now it was only a normal road for mail carriers. He saw only the burned frame of the old ship in a field of red poppies. Then he understood that his father's story had been true. He wondered how such a big ship could have come so far inside the land.
But José Arcadio Buendía did not think about any of that when he reached the sea after traveling for more days from the old ship. His dream ended when he saw the grey and dirty waves. The sea looked tired and weak, not worth all his work and danger.
God damn it, he shouted. Macondo is surrounded by water everywhere.
For a long time, people believed that Macondo was on a small piece of land nearly surrounded by water. That idea came from the strange map José Arcadio Buendía made when he returned from his trip. He drew the map angrily, showing the land as difficult to reach. It was as if he wanted to punish himself for choosing such a bad place for their home.
We will never go anywhere, he said sadly to Úrsula. We will spend our lives here and never learn new things.
He thought about this for many months in the small room where he worked. Then he decided to move Macondo to a better place. But this time Úrsula knew what he was planning. She secretly spoke with the village women and made them say no to their husbands' ideas of moving. José Arcadio Buendía did not understand when his plan started to fail. Everything turned into confusion and excuses until the idea disappeared. One morning Úrsula found him in the back room. He was quietly talking to himself as he packed his laboratory tools into boxes. She watched him with care and felt sorry for him. She did not stop him as he nailed the boxes shut and wrote his initials on them. She already knew the truth. She had heard him say softly that the men in the village would not help him move. When he started to take down the door of the room, Úrsula finally asked softly what he was doing. He answered with sadness.
Since no one wants to leave, we will go by ourselves.
We will not go, she said. We will stay here. Our son was born here.
We have not had a death here yet, he said. A person does not belong to a place until someone is buried there.
Úrsula looked at him firmly. If someone must die for this family to stay here, I will be that one, she said.
José Arcadio Buendía was surprised by her strong will. He tried to change her mind by describing wonderful dreams. He talked about a magical land where a little liquid could make plants grow fast and fruit appear anytime. He said that in that place people could buy things to stop any kind of pain. But Úrsula did not believe him. She stayed quiet and showed no interest in his dreams.
Instead of thinking about your strange inventions, you should take care of your sons, she said. Look at them. They are running wild like animals.
José Arcadio Buendía took his wife's words seriously. He looked out the window and saw his barefoot children playing in the garden under the sun. It felt to him as if they had just come to life at that moment. He thought they were born from Úrsula's words. Something deep and strange happened inside him. It made him feel far away from his own world and sent his mind to a quiet place in his memory. While Úrsula swept the floor, happy that her home would not be left empty forever, he stood by the window and watched his children. His eyes became wet, and he wiped them with his hand. He let out a long sigh. All right, he said. Tell them to come help me take the things out of the boxes. José Arcadio, the older boy, was 14. He had a square head, thick hair, and a strong character like his father. He was big and powerful, but it was clear that he was not very imaginative. He had been born during their hard journey through the mountains, before the town of Macondo was built. His parents were thankful that he looked normal. Aureliano, the younger son, would be 6 years old in March. He was quiet and stayed to himself. He had cried before he was born and came into the world with his eyes open. When they cut the cord, he turned his head, looking around the room with brave curiosity. He looked at the faces of people near him, then kept his eyes on the roof made of palm leaves. The roof seemed ready to fall under the heavy rain. Ursula did not see that same deep look again until one day when Aureliano was 3 years old.
That day, she was in the kitchen taking a pot of hot soup from the stove. Little Aureliano stood at the door and looked at her.
"It's going to spill," he said.
The pot was in the center of the table and seemed safe. But right after the boy spoke, the pot began to move. It reached the edge and fell to the floor, breaking into pieces. Ursula was frightened and told her husband what had happened.
He said it was just a normal thing and did not believe it was special. He often paid little attention to his children. He thought children were not ready to think clearly, and he spent his time on his strange ideas. But from the day he asked them to help him with the boxes in his study, he gave them his best time. In the small room, the walls slowly filled with old maps and pictures. There he taught his sons to read, write, and do sums. He told them stories about the wonders of the world. He spoke of what he knew and also imagined things even beyond his knowledge.
It was in that way the boys learned strange things about the world. They heard that in the far south of Africa there were men who were so wise and calm that they spent their days sitting and thinking. They also learned that a person could cross the Aegean Sea by jumping from one island to another until reaching the port of Salonika. Those strange lessons stayed in the boys' memories forever. Many years later, when Colonel Aureliano Buendía was about to face the firing squad, he remembered that warm March afternoon. He saw again the moment when his father stopped a physics lesson because he heard the sounds of pipes, drums, and bells. The gypsies were coming back to the village, bringing new wonders from the sages of Memphis. These gypsies were different and younger. They spoke their own language and had shiny skin and clever hands. Their music and dancing filled the streets with noise and excitement. There were parrots painted in many colors that spoke and sang, a hen that laid golden eggs while someone played a tambourine, and a monkey that could guess people's thoughts. They also brought a special machine that could sew buttons and cure fevers at the same time. There was another device that helped people forget sad memories, and a pace to lose time. They showed hundreds of amazing inventions. José Arcadio Buendía felt that he needed a memory machine just to remember everything. The village changed in an instant. Macondo was full of shouts and laughter. The people walked in circles as if lost in their own streets. José Arcadio Buendía held his 2 sons by the hand so they would not get lost. He pushed his way through the crowd of acrobats with gold teeth and jugglers with 6 arms. The air was heavy with many smells. He searched everywhere for milkweeds to hear from him the secret meanings of those wonderful things. He asked several gypsies about milkweeds, but none understood his words. At last he found the place where milkweeds used to put up his tent. There was now a quiet Armenian man selling a drink that, he said, could make a person invisible.
José Arcadio Buendía hurried closer and asked about Melquiades.
The man looked at him with strange eyes and then swallowed the golden drink in one gulp. Soon he turned into a dark puddle of thick, smoking liquid. Above the puddle, his last word still floated, "Melquiades is dead."
José Arcadio Buendía stayed still for a long time. He tried to overcome the sadness he felt. Then the crowd moved away, and the puddle slowly disappeared. Later, other gypsies told him that Melquiades had died from a fever on a beach in Singapore, and his body was thrown into the deep sea near Java.
The children did not care about that news. They only wanted to see the new thing that everyone talked about, the discovery from the sages of Memphis. So their father paid 30 reales and entered the big tent with them. Inside stood a giant man with a hairy chest and a shaved head. He had a copper ring in his nose and a heavy chain around his ankle. He was guarding a large wooden chest. When he opened it, cold air came out. Inside there was a huge clear block full of sharp points that caught the sunset light and broke it into small colored stars.
José Arcadio Buendía did not understand what it was, but the children waited for him to speak. "It's the biggest diamond in the world," he said softly.
No, answered the gypsy. It's ice.
Jose Arcadio Buendía looked surprised and reached out his hand. The giant stopped him and said, 5 reals more to touch it. He paid again and put his hand on the ice. He kept it there for several minutes. His heart was full of fear and happiness as he felt the mystery under his fingers.
Without knowing how to refuse, he paid 10 more reales so his sons could see that amazing thing. Little Jose Arcadio did not want to touch it. Aureliano moved closer and put his hand on it, then quickly pulled it back.
It's very hot, he said with surprise.
But his father did not listen. He was amazed by what he thought was a miracle and forgot everything else, even Melquid's body that the squids had eaten. He gave another 5 reales and put his hand on the cake. Then, as if he were making a promise, he said,
This is the greatest invention of our time.
Chapter 2. When the pirate Sir Francis Drake attacked Riohacha in the 16th century, Ursula Iguaran's great-great-grandmother became very frightened. The loud bells and the sound of the cannons made her panic. She lost control and sat on a hot stove. She was badly burned and became a different person. After that, she was a poor wife who could only sit on one side, with pillows under her. Her body changed, and she never walked outside again. She stopped speaking with other people because she thought her body smelled burned. Every morning she sat outside early in the courtyard because she was afraid to sleep. She feared dreaming of English pirates and their dogs coming into her room to hurt her with hot irons. Her husband was a merchant from Aragon, and they had 2 children. He tried to help her fear with medicines and games but wasted half of his store's money doing so. At last, he sold the store and took his family far away from the sea. They went to live among peaceful Indians near the mountains. There he built a room for his wife without windows so she would feel safe from the pirates in her dreams. In that quiet village lived a tobacco grower named Don Jose Arcadio Buendía. Ursula's great-great-grandfather became his partner, and their business went very well. In a few years, they became rich. Many years later, the great-great-grandson of the tobacco grower married the great-great-granddaughter of the Aragonese merchant. Because of this, every time Ursula felt angry at her husband's strange ideas, she blamed the attack of Sir Francis Drake. It helped her feel calm again. But still, their lives were tied together until death by something stronger than love. It was their shared guilt. They were cousins and had grown up together in the same old village. Their ancestors had worked hard and made that place one of the nicest towns in the province. Although everyone expected them to marry since they were born, their families tried to stop it when they said they wanted to. Their relatives were afraid. They thought that 2 people from families mixed with different blood might have strange children. There was already one sad story. Ursula's aunt had married Jose Arcadio Buendía's uncle. They had a son with a small tail, like a pig's tail, with hair on the end. He wore wide trousers all his life so no one could see it. He never married and died after 42 years when a friend cut the tail for him and he bled to death. Jose Arcadio Buendía was 19.
He laughed and said, I do not care if my children have tails, as long as they can talk.
So they married. The town celebrated with music, fireworks, and dancing for 3 days. They could have been happy, but Ursula's mother scared her. She said terrible things might happen to their children and told her not to sleep with her husband. Ursula was so afraid that she made special pants of strong cloth with leather straps and a heavy buckle. She wore them every night before bed. They lived like that for months. In the day Jose Arcadio Buendía cared for his fighting cocks. Ursula stayed with her mother and did embroidery. At night they fought on the bed in anger and fear instead of love. Soon people began to whisper. They said Ursula was still a virgin after a year of marriage because her husband could not be a man. Jose Arcadio Buendía heard the rumor last.
People are saying something strange, Ursula, he said calmly.
Let them talk, she answered. We know it is not true.
They stayed the same for 6 more months. Then came a sad Sunday. José Arcadio Buendía won a cockfight against Prudencio Aguilar. Prudencio was angry. He looked at the blood from his bird and shouted so everyone could hear.
Good job! Maybe your rooster can help your wife.
José Arcadio Buendía picked up his rooster quietly. I will be right back, he told the people. Then he looked at Prudencio Aguilar. Go home and find a weapon, he said. I am going to kill you. 10 minutes later he came back with an old spear that had belonged to his grandfather.
At the door of the cockpit, where many people from the town had gathered, Prudencio Aguilar waited for him. There was no time to protect himself. José Arcadio Buendía threw a spear with great strength and good aim. It went straight into Prudencio Aguilar's throat. That night, after they held a wake for the dead man, José Arcadio Buendía went to the bedroom. His wife was putting on her special pants to stay pure.
He pointed the spear at her and said, Take them off.
Úrsula understood what he wanted. You will be responsible for what happens, she said quietly.
José Arcadio Buendía put the spear into the dirt floor. If you give birth to lizards, we will raise lizards, he said. But there will be no more killing in this town because of you.
It was a cool June night with a bright moon. They stayed awake and playful in bed until morning. They did not care about the soft wind that came through the window, carrying the sad cries of Prudencio Aguilar's family. People said it was a fight of honor, but both José Arcadio Buendía and Úrsula felt guilty in their hearts. One night Úrsula could not sleep. She went to the courtyard to get some water. There she saw Prudencio Aguilar near the water jar. His face was pale and very sad. He tried to cover the hole in his throat with a small piece of dry grass. She did not feel afraid, only sorry for him. She went back inside and told her husband what she had seen. He did not believe it.
This only means that our guilty thoughts are too heavy for us, he said.
2 nights later, Úrsula saw Prudencio Aguilar again, this time in the bathroom. He was washing the dark blood from his throat with water. Another night she saw him walking slowly in the rain. José Arcadio Buendía became angry because of her stories. He took the spear and went into the courtyard. There stood the dead man with the same sad look.
Go to hell! José Arcadio Buendía shouted. Each time you come back, I will kill you again.
But Prudencio Aguilar did not leave. And José Arcadio Buendía did not dare to throw the spear. He could not sleep well after that night. He kept thinking about the dead man who had looked at him sadly through the rain. The man seemed very lonely and wanted to be near living people again. José Arcadio Buendía thought about how the ghost walked through the house looking for water.
He must be suffering a lot, he said to Úrsula.
You can see that he feels very lonely.
Úrsula felt touched by his words. The next time she saw the dead man lifting the lids of the pots, she understood he was searching for water. After that, she put jugs of water in different places around the house. One night José Arcadio Buendía saw the ghost washing his wound in his room. He could not bear it anymore.
It's all right, Prudencio, he said softly. We will leave this town and go very far away. We will never come back. Go in peace now.
That was how they decided to cross the mountains. Several young friends of José Arcadio Buendía wanted to go too. They were excited about the adventure. They took apart their houses and packed their things. With their wives and children, they followed José Arcadio Buendía toward a new land that no one had promised them. Before leaving, José Arcadio Buendía buried his spear in the courtyard. Then, one by one, he killed his beautiful fighting roosters. He hoped that this would bring some peace to Prudencio Aguilar's spirit. Úrsula took only a trunk with her wedding clothes, some kitchen things, and a small box with the gold coin she had inherited from her father. They did not plan a clear path. They only tried to go in the opposite direction to the road to Rioja so no one would follow them. The journey was very hard and strange. After 14 months, when her body was weak from eating monkey meat and snake stew, Úrsula gave birth to a baby boy. He looked normal, without any strange marks. During half of the trip, 2 men carried her in a hammock because her legs were swollen and full of painful veins. It was sad to see the travelers so thin and tired, but the children managed better than the adults. Sometimes the long journey even felt like a game to them. One morning, after almost 2 years of walking, they reached the western side of the mountains. From the cloudy top, they saw a huge swamp stretching far away toward the horizon. It looked endless like the world itself. But they never found the sea. Some months later, after wandering through the swamps and meeting no one, they stopped to rest beside a stony river. The water was bright and cold like pieces of glass. There they made camp and stayed for the night. Years later, during the Second Civil War, Colonel Aureliano Buendía tried to use the same road to reach Rioja without warning. After 6 days of travel, he saw that the idea was impossible. That night they stopped beside the river. The people looked tired and lost, as if they had no way home. But now there were many more of them than before, and they were ready to stay there for the rest of their lives. That night, José Arcadio Buendía had a dream. In his dream, a busy town appeared near the river. The houses in that town had shiny walls like mirrors. He asked what the town was called. Someone said a name that he had never heard before. It had no clear meaning, but it sounded strange and magical in his dream. The name was Macondo. The next morning, José Arcadio Buendía told his men that they would never reach the sea. He told them to cut down trees and make a large open space beside the river, where the air was cool. There they built their new village. José Arcadio Buendía remembered his dream of mirror houses for many years. He only started to understand it when he discovered ice. Then he thought he knew what the dream meant. He imagined that people would soon be able to make big blocks of ice from water and build houses from them. Macondo would not be so hot anymore. It would become a cold place like winter. Still, he did not keep working on his plan for an ice factory. He became very interested in teaching his sons. He was especially proud of Aureliano, who showed a natural skill for alchemy. José Arcadio Buendía cleaned the old laboratory and started learning again. He studied Melquid's notes calmly and patiently. For many days he and Aureliano worked together, trying to separate Úrsula's gold from the waste at the bottom of the pot. His older son, young José Arcadio, did not help much. While his father spent all his time with the pipe and the books, José Arcadio grew fast into a big young man. His body was strong and tall. His voice became deep. Soft hair began to grow on his upper lip. One night Úrsula went into his room when he was going to bed. She saw him and felt both shy and sad. It was the first time she had seen another man without clothes since her husband. He looked powerful and strange to her. Úrsula was pregnant again, and she remembered her fear from the early days of her marriage. Around that time, a cheerful woman came to the house to help with the work. She spoke in a rough and funny way and liked to tell fortunes with cards. Úrsula talked to the woman about her son. She said his very large size seemed strange, like her cousin's small pigtail. The woman laughed loudly, and her laugh was sharp and strong through the house. She said, "It is the opposite.
He will be very lucky."
A few days later, she came back with her cards to prove what she said. She went with José Arcadio to a small storage room near the kitchen. She placed her cards on an old work table. She spoke softly, saying simple things that came to her mind. The boy sat beside her, feeling bored and not really interested. Then she reached out and touched him.
She said, "Oh my," with surprise, and said nothing more.
José Arcadio felt weak and strange inside, like his body was full of air. He felt scared and wanted to cry. The woman did not say or do anything more, but he could not stop thinking about her. That night, he looked for her in his thoughts again and again. He remembered her smell, warm and smoky, that seemed to stay on his skin. He wished she were always close to him. He wanted her to be his mother. He wished they could stay in the small room forever, and that she would say, "Oh my," to him again. One day he could not wait any longer. He went to visit her house. He sat in the living room, quiet and confused, saying nothing. He did not feel the same desire as before. Now she looked different, not like the woman he remembered from her smell. It felt like she was a stranger. He drank his coffee and left, feeling sad. That night, when he could not sleep, he thought of her again with a deep and painful wish. This time, he did not want her to be like she was in the storage room, but like she was that afternoon when he visited her. A few days later, the woman sent a message asking him to come to her house. Only her mother was there with her. She told him to come into the bedroom, saying she wanted to show him a new deck of cards. Then she touched him freely, and he suddenly felt fear instead of pleasure. She asked him to visit her that night. He said yes to escape, though he knew he could not really go. That night, as he lay in his hot bed, he felt he had to go with her. Even if he was weak, he could not stay away. He got dressed in the dark and listened to the quiet sounds around him. His brother breathed calmly. His father coughed in the next room. He heard the hens breathing in the yard, the mosquitoes buzzing, and his own heart beating fast. He felt the world moving around him and went out into the silent street. He hoped her door would be locked as she had told him. But it was open. He pushed it gently with his fingers, and the hinges made a sad sound. The noise seemed to stay inside him. He walked in sideways, trying not to wake anyone, and smelled the air of the house. He stood in the dark hallway where her 3 brothers slept in hammocks. He tried to move quietly and find the bedroom without mistakes. He touched the ropes of the hammocks and bumped into one.
It was Wednesday.
The floor was uneven, and the door made a scraping sound as he pushed it. He stopped, lost and sad, unable to see anything. In that small room slept the mother, another daughter with her husband and 2 children, and maybe the woman he wanted to see. He could not follow the smell to her because it was everywhere. He stayed still for a long time, frightened and confused by how he had come to this strange place. Then a hand touched his face softly. He was not surprised, because somehow he had expected it. He let the hand guide him. He was very tired and did not resist. He felt his clothes being removed. He was moved around roughly in the dark, too weak to fight. He could not tell where he was or what he was doing. The smell changed, and he tried to remember her face. Instead, he saw the face of Úrsula in his mind. He felt fear and wanted to run, but also wanted to stay there forever in that strange silence and lonely darkness. Her name was Pilar Ternera. She was part of the group that had left their old town and started Macondo. Her family took her with them to keep her away from the man who had hurt her when she was 14. That man still loved her until she was 22, but he never said anything to others. He was strange and liked to stay apart. He had promised to follow her anywhere, but he said he would come only after he finished his business. She waited for him for a long time and became tired. Her cards told her that tall or short, blonde or dark men would come to her in 3 days, 3 months, or 3 years. She lost her strength and softness, and she stopped being tender, but her heart stayed full of wild love.
José Arcadio was crazy about her. Every night he went by her path and stopped near her room. One night the door was locked, and he knocked again and again. He waited a long time before she opened it. During the day he lay down and thought about what had happened that night. But when she came to the house laughing and friendly, he hid his feelings easily. Her big laugh scared the birds, and she seemed different from the quiet power that helped him breathe deeply and control his heart. That strange feeling helped him understand why people are afraid of death.
He was so lost in his own thoughts that he did not notice the joy of the family. His father and brother had finally broken the hard metal and found Ursula's gold. It had taken many long and busy days. Ursula was very happy and thanked God for the discovery. The people of the village ran into the house to see what had happened. They ate crackers with guava jelly to celebrate. José Arcadio Buendía proudly showed everyone the pot with the gold, as if he had just invented it himself. He moved around showing it to people and stopped in front of his oldest son, who had not come to the laboratory lately. He put the dry yellow piece close to his son's eyes and asked,
"What does it look like to you?"
José Arcadio answered clearly, "It looks like dog dirt."
His father was angry and hit him with the back of his hand. Blood ran from his face, and tears came from his eyes.
That night Pilar Ternera helped him. She put a soft cloth with medicine on his swollen cheek. In the dark she looked for the bottle and cotton. She cared for him gently and tried to love him without giving him pain. They became very close. After a while they spoke quietly to each other.
"I want to be alone with you," he said. "Soon I will tell everyone, and we will stop hiding."
She did not stop him. "That will be good," she said. "When we are alone, we can keep the lamp on. I will shout if I want, and you can whisper anything you like in my ear."
Her calm voice and his anger at his father made him feel brave. Without planning it, he told everything to his brother. At first Aureliano only saw that it was dangerous for his brother to do those things. He did not understand why José Arcadio felt so excited. But with time, he started to feel the same worry and strange interest. He often thought about the dangers his brother faced. He felt his brother's pain and joy as if they were his own. He was sometimes afraid but also happy. He stayed awake alone in bed until morning, waiting for his brother. The bed always felt hot, as if burning. When his brother arrived, they talked until it was time to get up. Soon, both were sleepy and tired. They lost interest in their father's studies and began spending time alone.
"Those boys are not acting normally," Ursula said. "They must have worms."
She made a bitter drink from ground worm seed and made them both drink it. They did it bravely. That day, they went to the toilet 11 times and passed strange little pink worms. They showed them to everyone with pride because it helped them hide the real reason for their sleepy and strange behavior. By that time, Aureliano understood his brother's feelings very well. He felt them like his own. One day, his brother was trying to explain what love felt like.
Aureliano stopped him and asked, "What does it feel like?"
José Arcadio answered at once, "It feels like an earthquake."
One Thursday in January at 2 in the morning, Amaranta was born. Before anyone entered the room, Ursula looked at the baby carefully. She was small and wet like a little lizard, but her body was human. Aureliano did not notice anything new until the house filled with visitors. Then, while everyone was busy, he went to look for his brother. José Arcadio had not been in bed since 11 that night. Aureliano searched the house for hours, whistling softly to call him. He did not stop until it was almost morning. When he finally returned home, he went to his mother's room. There he saw José Arcadio playing with the baby, pretending to be innocent. Soon after Ursula finished her 40 days of rest, the gypsies came back. They were the same jugglers and acrobats who had once brought the ice. Unlike Melquid's group, these gypsies did not bring new knowledge. They came only to entertain. Even when they brought ice, they showed it as a trick, not a useful thing. This time they came with many new wonders, including a flying carpet. They did not say it was for travel, only for fun. Everyone in the town used their last gold coins to enjoy a short ride over the houses.
In the middle of the happy crowd, José Arcadio and Pilar spent many pleasant hours together. they were very happy and in love. They began to think that love was calmer and deeper than the wild joy of their secret nights. But soon Pilar ended the charm.
Stimulated by José Arcadio's strong interest in her company, she became confused about the moment and her feelings. Suddenly she told him everything.
Now you are really a man, she said.
He did not understand her words. Then she explained more clearly.
You are going to be a father.
José Arcadio stayed inside the house for many days. Each time he heard Pilar laughing in the kitchen, he ran away to hide in the laboratory. There, the old experiments of alchemy were alive again because Úrsula had allowed it. José Arcadio Buendía welcomed his lost son with happiness. He started to teach him how to search for the philosopher's stone. One afternoon the boys became excited when they saw something outside the window. A flying carpet passed by quickly. It carried a gypsy man and several children from the village who waved their hands happily. But José Arcadio Buendía did not even turn his head.
Let them dream, he said. We will fly better than they do, and we will use real science instead of a simple bedspread.
José Arcadio tried to pretend he was interested in the lessons, but his mind was troubled. The philosopher's egg looked to him like a bottle made in the wrong way. He could not stop worrying. He lost his hunger and could not sleep. He became angry and sad, like his father had been after his failures. He felt so bad that José Arcadio Buendía finally told him to stop working in the laboratory. He thought his son was taking alchemy too seriously. Aureliano understood the truth about his brother's sadness. It was not because of alchemy. He knew José Arcadio suffered for another reason, but he could not talk to him about it. José Arcadio no longer spoke freely. He changed from an open and warm person into someone silent and unfriendly. He wanted to be alone. He felt strong hate toward everything around him. One night he got up as usual, but he did not go to Pilar Ternera's house. He went to the fair to lose himself among the people. He walked around for a long time, looking at many strange things but feeling no interest. Then he saw something different. In the middle of the crowd stood a very young gypsy girl, almost still a child. She wore many beads and was the most beautiful girl José Arcadio had ever seen. She was watching a sad show where a man had been changed into a snake because he disobeyed his parents. José Arcadio did not care about the story. While people asked questions to the man-snake, José Arcadio pushed through the crowd. He moved until he was near the front row, where the gypsy girl stood. Then he stopped quietly behind her. He stood very close behind her. The girl tried to move away, but José Arcadio pressed closer. Then she felt him near and froze with surprise and fear. She could not believe what was happening. At last, she turned her head and gave him a small, shaking smile. Just then 2 gypsies put the snake man into his cage and carried him to the tent. The gypsy who led the show spoke to the people.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, he said, we will show the test of the woman who must lose her head every night for 150 years because she saw something she should not have seen.
José Arcadio and the gypsy girl did not stay to see it. They walked to her tent and kissed each other with strong desire. They began to take off their clothes. The girl removed her tight corset and stood there almost without anything. She was thin and soft, with small breasts and very slender legs. Even so, she looked warm and brave. José Arcadio could not continue because the tent was open and people passed by. The gypsies moved around with their tools and games, and some stopped near the bed. A lamp hanging in the middle of the tent lit everything clearly. After a pause, José Arcadio lay on the bed, unsure what to do. The girl tried to make him feel brave again. After some time, a gypsy woman came in with a man. He was not from the caravan, and not from the village either. They began to undress near the bed. The woman looked at José Arcadio for a moment and spoke with feeling.
My boy, she said, May God keep you as you are.
José Arcadio's companion asked them to leave. The couple lay down on the ground close to the bed. Their passion made José Arcadio feel alive again. When he touched the girl, she trembled as if her body was too weak for the moment. Her skin became wet, and tears filled her eyes. She breathed deeply, quiet but brave. She stayed firm and showed great courage. José Arcadio felt his heart lift. He was full of strong emotions and kind words. It was Thursday. On Saturday night, José Arcadio tied a red cloth around his head and left with the gypsies. When Úrsula saw that he was gone, she looked for him all over the village. At the empty gypsy camp, she found only a hole full of garbage and some smoke from the old fires. A person searching for beads among the trash told her that the night before, he had seen her son pushing a cart with a cage. He was with the gypsies.
He has become a gypsy, she shouted to her husband.
José Arcadio Buendía did not look worried at all. He kept grinding the same material in his mortar again and again. I hope it is true, he said. Then he will learn to be a man.
Úrsula asked where the gypsies had gone. She followed the road that people showed her, believing she could still reach them. She walked farther and farther until she was too far from the village to think of going back. José Arcadio Buendía did not notice she was missing until 8 o'clock that night. He stopped his work and went to see little Amaranta, who was crying so much that her voice was weak. Quickly, he gathered a group of men with good equipment. He left Amaranta with a kind woman who said she would feed the baby. Then he went into the woods to look for Úrsula. Aureliano went with him. They met some Indian fishermen who did not speak their language. The men made signs to show they had seen no one pass. After 3 days of searching without success, they returned home. José Arcadio Buendía felt very sad for many weeks. He took care of Amaranta like a mother. He bathed her and dressed her. He carried her to the nurse 4 times every day. At night, he sang songs to her that Úrsula never sang.
Later, Pilar Ternera offered to help with the housework until Úrsula came back.
When Aureliano saw her enter the house, he suddenly understood something. He felt sure that she was somehow the reason his brother had left and that his mother was gone. Because of this, he treated her with cold silence and strong dislike. In the end, Pilar Ternera did not come back to the house again. Chapter 3. Time slowly brought things back to order. José Arcadio Buendía and his son did not notice when they started working again in the laboratory. They cleaned the dust and lit the water pipe. Soon, they were busy again with the materials that had been sleeping for months in the manure.
Amaranta lay in a wicker basket and watched them with curiosity. She looked at her father and brother working hard in the small room where the air was heavy with mercury smoke.
Some months after Úrsula left, strange things began to happen. A small empty bottle in a cupboard became so heavy that no one could move it. A pan full of water boiled for half an hour without fire under it and then dried up completely. José Arcadio Buendía and his son looked at everything with surprise and excitement. They could not explain the strange things, but they thought the materials were sending them a message.
One day, Amaranta's basket started moving by itself. It turned all around the room. Aureliano ran to stop it in fear, but his father stayed calm. He put the basket back in its place and tied it to the table leg. He was sure something important was about to happen. Then Aureliano heard his father say softly,
"If you do not fear God, fear him through the metals."
Almost 5 months after she disappeared, Úrsula came back. She looked fresh and full of energy. Her clothes were new and made in a style that no one in the village had seen before. José Arcadio Buendía could hardly stand when he saw her.
That is it! I knew it would happen!
He really believed it. While he had worked for so long with the strange materials, he had wished deep inside that his miracle would not be finding the philosopher's stone or turning metal into gold. He wanted only one thing, to see Ursula come home again.
But Ursula did not share his joy. She kissed him politely, as if she had only been gone an hour. Then she said quietly, "Look outside the door."
It took José Arcadio Buendía a moment to understand. Then he stepped into the street and saw a large crowd. They were not gypsies. They were men and women like the people of the village, with dark skin and straight hair. They spoke the same language and had the same troubles. They came with mules full of food and large carts with furniture and tools for everyday life. They sold simple, useful things calmly, like normal traders. They came from across the swamp, only 2 days away. There were towns there that received mail every month and people who knew the comforts of modern life. Ursula had not found the gypsies. She had found the road that her husband had tried and failed to discover when he searched for great inventions. Pilar Ternera's son was taken to his grandparents' house 2 weeks after he was born. Ursula accepted him without joy. She did it only because her husband insisted. He could not stand the thought that one of his family's children would be homeless. But he made one condition. The boy must never know who his real parents were. They named him José Arcadio, but later they called him only Arcadio. It was easier and caused less confusion. At that time, the house was full of movement and noise. The town was busy and growing quickly. There were many things to do, so the children did not get much attention. They were cared for by Visitation, a kind Indian woman. She had come to the town with her brother because they had escaped from a strange sickness that stopped people from sleeping. Both of them worked hard and were polite, so Ursula asked them to help her with the house. Arcadio and Amaranta spent much time with Visitation. They learned to speak her language before Spanish. They also learned to eat lizard soup and spider eggs. Ursula did not notice, because she was very busy with her new business making candy shaped like animals. Macondo had changed a lot. People spoke about how rich the soil was and how good the town's location was near the swamp. The small quiet village became a busy town with shops, workshops, and traders. Soon the first Arabs arrived. They wore wide pants and earrings, and they traded colorful beads for parrots. José Arcadio Buendía worked day and night. He was amazed by the world around him. It seemed more magical than all his old dreams. He forgot about the laboratory and stopped his strange experiments. He returned to being the strong, active man from earlier years. He planned the streets and houses so that everyone could live in a fair way. People respected him very much. No one started a new building until they talked to him first. He became the one who decided how to share the land. One day, the gypsies came again. This time their group looked larger and more organized. They brought games and shows. Everyone was excited, thinking José Arcadio might return with them. But he did not come back. Nor did the snake man, who, Ursula believed, was the only person who could tell them something about her son. Because of that, the people did not allow the gypsies to stay in town. They thought those travelers brought bad behavior and corruption. Still, José Arcadio Buendía said clearly that Melquid's tribe was always welcome. Melquid's had helped the town grow with his knowledge and inventions. But the travelers told him that Melquid's people no longer existed. They had gone too far in their search for knowledge, and all of them had died. For a while, José Arcadio Buendía felt free from his dreams and strange ideas. He organized work in the town and made everything clean and orderly. There was only one special change he allowed. He freed all the birds that had lived in the houses since the town was founded. He put musical clocks in their place. These clocks were made of carved wood. The Arabs had traded them for parrots. José Arcadio Buendía set the clocks so well that all of them rang together every half hour. Music filled the streets, ending at noon with a strong, happy sound like a dance. He also decided to plant almond trees in the streets instead of acacia trees. He even found a way to make the almond trees live forever, but he never told anyone how. Many years later, when Macondo had become a town of wooden houses with zinc roofs. Roofs were covered with dust, and the old almond trees still stood on the oldest streets, though no one knew who had planted them. While his father worked to keep the town in order and his mother made money with her sweets shaped like small roosters and fish, Aureliano spent long hours alone in the old laboratory. He tried to learn how to work with silver by testing things himself. He had grown very fast. Soon, his brother's clothes were too small for him, and he started wearing his father's. Visitation had to change the shirts and pants because Aureliano was thinner than his father. He was now in his teenage years. His voice was deeper and he became quiet and lonely, but his eyes looked strong again, just like when he was born. He spent almost all his time with his silver experiments and forgot to eat. His father, José Arcadio Buendía, worried because he was always alone. He gave Aureliano the keys to the house and some money. He thought maybe Aureliano needed to meet someone. But Aureliano used the money to buy acid for his experiments. He made a kind of royal water and covered the house keys with gold. His behavior was different from Arcadio and Amaranta. They were growing their second teeth and still ran around the house all day, holding the Indians' cloaks. They refused to speak Spanish and only spoke the Guajiro language.
You should not complain, Úrsula told her husband. Children get their parents' strange ways.
While she worried about her children and thought their wild behavior was bad luck, Aureliano looked at her, and she felt suddenly unsure.
Someone is coming, he said.
Úrsula tried to think about it calmly, as she always did when Aureliano talked like that. It was normal for visitors to come. Many strangers passed through Macondo every day. She saw no reason to think it was special.
But Aureliano was sure. I do not know who it is, he said, but that person is already on the way.
That Sunday, Rebecca arrived. She was only 11 years old. She came from Manor with some men who sold animal hides. They brought her and a letter for José Arcadio Buendía. They did not know who had asked them to do it. She carried one small trunk, a little rocking chair with painted flowers, and a cloth sack that made a clock-clock sound. Inside the sack were the bones of her parents. The letter was written kindly by someone who still cared about José Arcadio Buendía. It said they wanted to help him by sending this poor orphaned girl, who was Úrsula's second cousin and his distant relative. She was the daughter of his old friend Nicanor Ulloa and his wife, Rebecca Montiel, who were now dead, and their bones should be buried properly. The names in the letter were clear, but José Arcadio Buendía and Úrsula did not remember knowing anyone with those names. They had never heard of the sender or even of the distant village called Manor. They could not learn anything more from the girl. Since she arrived, she sat in her little chair, sucking her finger, and looked at everyone with big, surprised eyes. She did not answer questions and did not seem to understand. She wore a black striped dress, old and faded, and shiny black boots with cracks. Her hair was tied behind her ears with black ribbons. Around her neck was a worn scapula, and on her wrist she wore a small animal fang on copper to keep her safe from bad luck. Her skin looked pale green and her stomach round and tight, showing she was not healthy and had been hungry for a long time. When they gave her food, she held the plate but did not eat. People started to think she could not speak or hear.
Then one of the Indians asked her in their language if she wanted water. She looked at them, understood, and nodded yes.
They kept her because they did not know what else to do. They decided to call her Rebecca. That was the name of her mother, written in the letter that came with her. Aureliano read the names of many saints to her, but she did not react to any name except that one. There was no cemetery in Macondo because nobody had died yet. So they kept the bag of bones, waiting for a place where they could bury it. It stayed around the house for a long time and often got in the way. Sometimes they found it in strange places and always heard a sound like a hen clucking nearby. A long time passed before Rebecca became part of the family's life. She spent her days sitting in a small rocking chair, sucking her finger in a quiet corner. She hardly looked at anyone. Only the sound of the clock seemed to interest her. Every half hour, she searched for the music of the clocks with her scared eyes, trying to find it in the air. She did not eat for several days. No one knew why she had not died of hunger. Then the Indians, who noticed everything as they walked silently around the house, found the reason. Rebecca ate the wet earth from the yard and the white plaster she pulled off the walls with her nails. It seemed that her parents, or the people who had raised her, had punished her for that habit. She hid while she ate, looking guilty, and tried to save pieces so she could eat later when nobody saw her. After that, they watched her all the time. They poured cow bile on the ground and rubbed chili on the walls. They hoped those things would stop her bad habit, but Rebecca was clever. She still found places to get earth. Ursula finally decided to try something stronger. She mixed orange juice and rhubarb in a pan, left it outside all night, and gave it to Rebecca in the morning before breakfast. She thought that something bitter in an empty stomach would help her. Rebecca was small but very strong. They had to tie her like a young calf to make her drink the medicine. They could hardly stop her from kicking, biting, and spitting. She shouted strange words that the shocked Indians said were the worst insults in their language. When Ursula found that out, she added a few whippings to the treatment. No one knew whether the medicine or the punishment helped her, or maybe both, but Rebecca slowly got better. After some weeks, she began to smile and play with Arcadio and Amaranta. They treated her like an older sister. She ate well and used a fork and spoon correctly. She spoke Spanish and the Indian language easily. She was good with her hands and could sing the tune of the clocks with funny words that she made herself. Soon everyone saw her as part of the family. She loved Ursula more than any of her own children did. She called Arcadio and Amaranta brother and sister, Aureliano uncle, and José Arcadio Buendía grandpa. She truly became Rebecca Buendía, and she carried that name proudly until she died. One night, after Rebecca stopped eating earth and started sleeping in the same room as the other children, something strange happened. The Indian woman who slept there woke up because she heard a soft, broken sound in a corner. She thought an animal was in the room. When she looked, she saw Rebecca sitting in her small chair, sucking her finger. Her eyes shone like a cat's in the dark. The woman, Visitation, became terrified. She knew those eyes showed a sickness. She remembered how that sickness had forced her and her brother to run away from their old kingdom, where they had once been a princess and a prince. It was the sickness of not being able to sleep. By morning, her brother Cator had left the house. Visitation stayed because she believed that the sickness would follow her anywhere she went. No one understood why she was so frightened. José Arcadio Buendía only laughed. "If we never sleep again, that's even better," he said happily. "Then we can enjoy life more." But the Indian woman said the worst part of the sickness was not the fact that people could not sleep. She said that the body did not feel tired at all, but the sickness became worse over time. It made people lose their memory. She explained that when someone was awake for many days, he started to forget his childhood. After that, he forgot the names and meaning of things. Later, he could not remember who people were or even who he was himself. In the end, his mind became empty, as if he had no past. José Arcadio Buendía laughed loudly when he heard this. He thought it was just another story made up by people who believed in strange ideas. But Ursula wanted to be careful. She kept Rebecca away from the other children. After a few weeks, when visitation seemed calmer, José Arcadio Buendía turned in bed one night and could not sleep. Ursula woke up too and asked what was happening.
He said, "I am thinking about Prudencio Aguilar again."
They did not sleep at all that night. But in the morning, they felt full of energy and forgot the bad night. At lunch, Aureliano said with surprise that he felt fine even though he had stayed in the workshop all night. He was making a golden brooch for Ursula's birthday. No one worried until the third night. Then they saw that nobody was sleepy and that they had already spent more than 50 hours awake.
"The children are awake too," the Indian woman said quietly. "When this sickness enters a house, no one can escape."
They really had the sickness that stopped sleep. Ursula knew about healing plants from her mother. She made everyone drink a special tea from monkshood. But no one could sleep. They walked around all day, half dreaming while awake. In this strange state, people saw their own dreams and also the dreams of others. It felt like the house was full of visitors that no one could touch. Rebecca sat in the kitchen in her rocking chair. She dreamed that a man who looked like her came to her. He wore white clothes and had a gold button on his shirt. He held a bunch of roses. A woman with gentle hands took one rose and put it in the girl's hair. Ursula thought they were Rebecca's parents. She tried hard to recognize them, but she was sure she had never seen them before. At the same time, José Arcadio Buendía forgot something very important. The small candy animals made in their house were still being sold in town. Children and adults enjoyed eating the sweet green roosters, pink fish, and yellow ponies, all made with the sickness. By Monday morning the whole town was awake and could not sleep. At first no one felt worried. They were happy because there was much work to do in Macondo. They worked day and night. But soon there was nothing left to do. At 3 in the morning people stood still, watching the clock and listening to its music. Some missed sleeping and dreaming. They tried everything to tire themselves. They talked for hours. They repeated the same jokes again and again. They played strange games that never ended. One favorite game was about a bird called the capon.
Do you want me to tell you the story about the capon?
When people said yes, he answered that he had not asked them to say yes, only if they wanted the story. When they said no, he answered that he had not asked them to say no, but if they wanted the story. When they kept quiet, he said that he had not asked them to stay quiet, but if they wanted the story. And when someone tried to leave, he said he had not asked them to leave, but if they wanted the story. The game continued all night without end. When José Arcadio Buendía saw that the illness had spread everywhere, he called the heads of families together. He explained what he knew about the sickness that caused people not to sleep. They decided to find ways to stop it from reaching other towns. They took the bells from the goats and put them at the town's gate. Every visitor had to ring a bell to show they were not sick. They could not eat or drink anything in Macondo because the sickness spread through food and drink. That way the illness stayed only in their town. After some time, people stopped worrying. They got used to not sleeping and life went on normally. Work continued and no one cared about sleep anymore. Aureliano found something new that protected them from losing their memory. He discovered it by chance. He had been sick for a long time and had learned to make silver perfectly. One day he looked for his small metal tool. He could not remember what it was called.
Steak.
Aureliano wrote the name on a piece of paper and put it on the small anvil. It said steak. He did this so he would not forget the word. He did not understand that this was the first sign of losing his memory. He thought the name was just hard to remember. Soon he saw that he could not remember many other things in the laboratory. Then he wrote the name of each object and put the note beside it. When his father said he was also forgetting many things from his childhood, Aureliano told him about the method. José Arcadio Buendía started doing the same all over the house. Later he asked the whole village to do it too. He used a brush with ink to mark everything. He wrote on each object: table, chair, clock, door, wall, bed, pan. He went to the yard and marked the animals and the plants. He wrote cow, goat, pig, hen, cassava, caladium, banana. After some time he began to think more deeply about what might happen if everyone forgot everything. He imagined that someday people would only read the words but not remember what they meant. Then he decided to make the signs even clearer.
On the cow's neck he hung a sign that said, "This is the cow. She must be milked every morning. She gives milk. The milk must be boiled and later mixed with coffee to make coffee with milk."
The people of Macondo lived like that. Their world started to disappear, but they tried to keep it alive with written words. The words helped for a while, but later they also began to forget what the letters meant. At the start of the road to the swamp, they put up a sign saying a Macondo. On the main street they placed a bigger sign saying God exists. Inside every house, people wrote words to help them remember objects and feelings. But the system was hard and needed much attention and strength. Many people gave up and chose to believe in another kind of world, one made from their own imagination. It was not useful, but it made them feel calmer.
Pilar Ternera helped this idea grow. She started to read the past in her cards, just as she had read the future before. The people who could not sleep began to live in that strange world of the cards. In that world, A father was remembered only as a dark man who came one April. A mother was remembered as a woman with a golden ring on her left hand. A birthday was remembered as the last Tuesday when a lark sang in the laurel tree.
José Arcadio Buendía became sad when he saw people doing this. Then he decided to build a memory machine. It was something he had wanted before, to help remember the wonderful things the gypsies had shown him. He imagined a machine that could help a person read and remember everything learned in life. He planned to make it like a spinning book of words. It would have a lever, and when a person turned it, all the important ideas would pass before their eyes. He worked hard and wrote about 14,000 words.
One day, on the road from the swamp, a strange old man appeared. He looked very unusual and had sad eyes. He carried a big suitcase tied with a rope. He was pulling a cart covered with black cloth. The man walked straight to the house of José Arcadio Buendía. Visitation opened the door and did not know who the man was. She thought he came to sell something. She did not know that nothing could be sold in a town slowly falling into forgetfulness. The visitor was very old. His voice was weak, and his hands moved as if he was not sure things were real. Still, it was clear that he came from the world where people could sleep and remember. José Arcadio Buendía found the man in the living room. He was sitting and fanning himself with a black hat full of patches. He was reading the signs on the walls and looked very calm. José Arcadio Buendía greeted him warmly because he was afraid that he had met him before and could not remember. But the visitor knew the greeting was false. He felt forgotten, not like when hearts forget love, but in another way. It was a cruel kind of forgetting, the same kind that belongs to death. Then the old man opened his suitcase full of strange objects. From it, he took a small box with many bottles. He gave José Arcadio Buendía a drink of light color. After drinking, José Arcadio Buendía began to remember. His eyes filled with tears before he even understood why. He looked around at the room with signs on every object and felt shame for the things written there. Suddenly he saw the visitor clearly and felt great joy. It was Melquid's. While the town of Macondo celebrated the return of its memory, José Arcadio Buendía and Melquid's renewed their old friendship. The gypsy wanted to stay in the town. He had truly known death, but he came back because he could not live alone. His tribe had rejected him, and he had lost all his magical powers. Still, he chose this quiet place, far from death, to start a new life. He worked on a small laboratory to make pictures with a daguerreotype. José Arcadio Buendía had never heard of such a thing. When he saw the image of himself and his family fixed forever on a shiny metal plate, he could not speak from surprise. That was the picture where José Arcadio Buendía appeared with rough, grey hair and a cardboard collar held by a copper button. His face looked serious and surprised.
Úrsula laughed when she saw it and said that he looked like a frightened general.
José Arcadio Buendía felt afraid on that calm December morning when the picture was taken. He thought that people would slowly disappear, but his image would stay forever on a metal plate. Úrsula helped him stop thinking like that. She also decided that Melquids could live in their house. But she never let anyone take her picture. She said she did not want her grandchildren to laugh at her after she died. That morning she dressed the children in their best clothes. She put powder on their faces and gave each one some syrup so they could stay still for almost 2 minutes in front of Melquids' strange camera. In the family picture, the only one they ever had, Aureliano stood between Amaranta and Rebecca. He wore black velvet clothes. He already had the same quiet, thoughtful look that he would have years later when he faced the soldiers. But he did not yet know what his future would be. He was a very good silversmith. People across the swampland praised his fine work. In his workshop, next to Melquids' crazy laboratory, Aureliano worked silently. He seemed to live in another time while his father and the old gypsy loudly talked about strange predictions. They shouted among bottles, trays, and spilled chemicals that filled the air with sharp smells. Aureliano worked carefully and used his time well. He soon earned more money than Úrsula made with her sweet candies shaped like animals. but people thought it was strange that he was now a grown man and had never been with a woman. They were right. He had never known one. Months later, Francisco the man came back. He was a very old traveler, almost 200 years old. He often walked through Macondo singing songs that he made himself. In his songs he told stories about things that happened in the towns on his road, from Manor to the edge of the swamp. If someone wanted to send news or tell the world an event, they paid him a small coin to put it in his songs. That was how Úrsula learned her mother had died. She was listening to his music, hoping to hear something about her son José Arcadio. Francisco the man got his name because people said he once beat the devil in a singing contest. No one knew his real name. He had disappeared during the sleepless sickness. Then one night he came back and went to Caterino's store. The whole town went there to hear what was happening in the world. That night he arrived with a very fat woman who sat in a big chair carried by 4 Indians, and with a young mulatto girl who looked sad and held an umbrella to protect the woman from the sun. Aureliano went there to listen. He saw Francisco the man sitting in the center of a circle of people. He sang the news in his rough old voice and played the same accordion that Sir Walter Raleigh had once given him. He kept time with his large feet that were cracked from walking in salt. At the back of the store, near a door where men kept going in and out, the fat woman sat quietly, fanning herself. Caterino had a felt rose behind his ear and sold drinks to the men. He laughed and touched them when they came near. Around midnight, the heat was very strong. Aureliano listened to all the songs but did not hear any news about his family. He was ready to leave when the fat woman waved her hand at him.
"You go in too," she said. "It only costs 20 cents.
Aureliano gave a coin to the matron and went inside the room. He did not really know why he was going in. A young brown-skinned girl was lying naked on the bed. Many men had already visited her that night. The air in the room was hot and heavy from the people and the sweat. The girl took off the wet sheet and asked Aureliano to help her hold it. It was very heavy. They turned and twisted it until the water came out. Then they changed the mat and more sweat came out of it. Aureliano wanted that work to continue forever. He knew what love was in theory, but his legs felt weak. His skin was burning, and he felt strange and sick. When the girl finished preparing the bed, she told him to get undressed.
He looked confused and said, "They told me to come in. They said I should give 20 cents and hurry."
The girl understood him. She said softly, "If you give 20 cents more, you can stay longer."
Aureliano undressed, feeling ashamed. He could not stop thinking that his body was not as good as his brother's. Even though the girl tried to help him, he felt cold inside and very lonely. "I will give 20 cents more," he said sadly.
The girl did not answer. Her back looked hurt, and she breathed with difficulty because she was very tired. 2 years before, her house had burned down. She had fallen asleep without blowing out the candle, and the fire destroyed everything. Since then, her grandmother took her from town to town. She let men sleep with the girl for 20 cents to earn money for the burned house. The girl thought she needed 10 more years of doing this, with many men every night, to pay all the debts. When the matron knocked again, Aureliano left the room. He had done nothing. He felt a strong wish to cry.
That night he could not sleep. He kept thinking about the girl. He wanted to love her and protect her. In the morning, tired and hot with fever, he decided he would marry her and save her from her grandmother. He dreamed of spending peaceful nights with her. But later that morning, when he arrived at Caterino's store, the girl had already left town. Time passed, and his crazy plan became only a memory. But his sadness grew stronger. He started to work more and more. He decided to live without women so he could hide his shame and weakness. Meanwhile, Melquides finished printing every picture possible in Macondo. He gave the daguerreotype laboratory to José Arcadio Buendía, who wanted to use it for science. José Arcadio hoped to prove that God was real. He began a complicated experiment with many different pictures taken all around the house. He believed that one day he would take a photo of God, or he would prove that God did not exist. Melquides continued studying his old books of Nostradamus. He worked late at night, sweating in his old velvet vest. His small hands moved quickly while he wrote. One night he thought he found a message about the future of Macondo. He believed the town would become bright, with large glass buildings, and that the Buendía family would disappear. José Arcadio Buendía said loudly, "You are wrong. They will not be glass houses but ice houses, like in my dream. And there will always be a Buendía, forever and ever." Úrsula tried to keep everything normal in her busy house. She had made her work with candy animals grow into a big business. She used an oven that stayed hot all night to bake many baskets of bread, puddings, meringues, and cookies. People bought them quickly on the roads near the swamp. She was old enough to rest, but she did not stop working. She became even more active and strong. One afternoon, while an Indian woman helped her sweeten the dough, Úrsula looked out to the courtyard. She saw two young and beautiful girls working on embroidery in the sunset light. They were Rebecca and Amaranta. After they stopped wearing black clothes for their grandmother's death, which they had worn strictly for 3 years, their bright new clothes made them look fresh and happy. Rebecca was more beautiful than people expected. She had light skin, big quiet eyes, and gentle hands that seemed to move like magic. Amaranta, the younger girl, was not very graceful, but she looked calm and serious like her grandmother had been. Next to them, Arcadio seemed very young, even though he was beginning to look strong like his father. He started to learn silverwork from Aureliano, who had also taught him to read and write. Then Úrsula realized that the house was full of people. Her children were growing up, ready to marry and have families. She thought there would soon be no space for everyone. So she took the money she had saved for many years and made new plans with her customers. She decided to make the house bigger. She had builders make one formal room for visitors and another cool, comfortable room for daily life. She added a large dining room with a table for 12 people. She built 9 bedrooms with windows to the courtyard and a long porch that stayed cool at noon under the rose garden. The porch had a railing for pots with ferns and begonias. She made the kitchen larger to hold 2 ovens. She tore down the old granary where Pilar Ternera had read José Arcadio's future and built a new one twice as big. She wanted food always to be plenty. She made baths in the courtyard under the chestnut tree, one for men and one for women. At the back she built a stable, a chicken yard, a cow shed, and an open aviary for birds to rest freely. Dozens of masons and carpenters followed her everywhere. It was as if she had caught her husband's strange fever of building. Úrsula arranged the rooms and light without caring about limits. The old house became full of tools and tired workers. They asked others not to bother them while they worked. Among them moved a rattling sack of bones that annoyed everyone as they breathed dust and tar. From that noisy work the largest and coolest house in the region slowly appeared. It became the most welcoming home in the swamp lands. José Arcadio Buendía did not understand what was happening. He was lost in his own dreams and ideas. When the new house was almost finished, Úrsula called him back to reality. She told him that there was an order to paint the front of the house blue, not white as they had wanted. She showed him a paper with the official seal.
"Who is this man?"
"The magistrate," Úrsula answered sadly. "They say he works for the government."
Don Apolinar Moscote, the magistrate, had arrived in Macondo quietly. At first he stayed in the Hotel Jacob, which one of the first Arab traders had built. The trader had come to exchange small items for macaws. The next day, Moscote rented a small room 2 streets away from the Buendía house. He bought a table and chair from Jacob, hung on the wall the national shield, and painted on the door the word magistrate. His first order was that all houses must be painted blue to celebrate Independence Day. José Arcadio Buendía, holding the paper, went to find him. He saw the magistrate resting in a hammock inside his small office.
"Did you write this order?" he asked.
Don Apolinar Moscote, a quiet middle-aged man with red cheeks, said yes.
"By what right?" José Arcadio Buendía asked again.
Then Moscow took another paper from a drawer and showed it to him.
I have been named magistrate of this town. José Arcadio Buendía did not look at the paper.
In this town we do not follow orders written on paper, he said calmly. You should also know that we do not need to judge here, because there is nothing to judge.
He spoke to Don Apolinar Moscow without raising his voice. He explained how they had built the village. He told him how they shared the land, made the roads, and improved things when needed. They did all this without help from the government and without problems.
We live in peace, he said. No one here has even died of natural causes. We do not have a cemetery yet.
No one in the town was upset that the government had never helped them. They were happy that it had left them alone. He hoped it would keep leaving them in peace. He said they did not build the town to let strangers come and give them orders.
Don Apolinar wore his clean denim jacket and white trousers. He remained polite and calm.
José Arcadio Buendía finished speaking.
If you want to stay here as a normal citizen, you can, he said. But if you are here to make trouble or want people to paint houses blue, then take your things and go back where you came from. My house will stay white, white like a dove.
Don Apolinar became pale. He stepped back and said in a stiff voice, I must warn you that I have a weapon.
José Arcadio Buendía suddenly felt his old strength again. He grabbed Don Apolinar by the jacket and lifted him until their eyes were level. I am doing this, he said, so I can carry you away alive, not dead.
He carried him across the main street, holding him by the jacket until they reached the swamp road. Then he put him down on his feet. A week later, Don Apolinar returned. 6 tired soldiers came with him, carrying sharp guns. They were followed by an ox cart with his wife and 7 daughters. 2 more carts brought their furniture and household things. He placed his family in the Hotel Jacob while he looked for a house. Then he opened his office again, guarded by the soldiers. The people who had founded Macondo wanted to drive out the newcomers. They came with their older sons to speak with José Arcadio Buendía. But he did not agree. He said it was not right to make trouble for a man in front of his family. Don Apolinar had returned with his wife and daughters, so José Arcadio Buendía chose to solve things peacefully. Aureliano went with him. At that time, Aureliano had begun to grow a black mustache, pointed at the ends with wax. His voice was deep and strong, which would later become his voice in the war. Unarmed and without fear of the guards, they walked into the magistrate's office. Don Apolinar Moscow stayed calm. He introduced them to 2 of his daughters who were there. Amparo was 16, with dark skin like her mother. Remedios was only 9, a pretty girl with light skin and green eyes. Both girls were polite and kind. Before anyone said a word, they offered chairs to the men. But the men did not sit down.
Very well, my friend, José Arcadio Buendía said. You may stay here, not because of those men with guns outside, but because of respect for your wife and daughters.
Don Apolinar Moscow looked troubled, but José Arcadio Buendía continued speaking.
We have only 2 conditions, he said. First, everyone can paint their house any color they want. Second, your soldiers must leave now. We will keep the town safe.
The magistrate lifted his right hand with all his fingers open. Do you give your word of honor? He asked.
The word of your enemy, José Arcadio Buendía said. Then he spoke more sternly. Remember that you and I are still enemies.
That same afternoon, the soldiers left. A few days later, José Arcadio Buendía found a house for the magistrate's family. Everyone felt peaceful again except Aureliano. He could not stop thinking about Remedios, the magistrate's young daughter. Because she was so young, she could have been his own child. Yet her image caused him a strange pain inside. It felt like something small and hard pressing against him when he walked, like a pebble in his shoe. Chapter 4. The new house was white and bright, like a dove. It was opened with a big dance. Ursula had thought of the idea one afternoon when she saw Rebecca and Amaranta growing up into young women. She wanted the girls to have a nice place to receive visitors. To make everything beautiful, she worked very hard. While the workers repaired the house, she ordered many expensive decorations, dishes, and other fine things. She also bought something special, something that would surprise the whole town and delight the young people, the pianola. It arrived in pieces, packed in many boxes. The boxes were unloaded together with furniture from Vienna, crystal from Bohemia, dishes from the Indies Company, tablecloths from Holland, and many lamps, curtains, and candlesticks. The import house sent an Italian expert named Pietro Crespi to set up and tune the pianola. He would also teach them how to use it and how to dance to the new music printed on its 6 paper rolls. Pietro Crespi was a young man with blonde hair. He was very handsome and polite. He dressed carefully every day. Even when the weather was hot, he worked wearing a fancy vest and a heavy dark coat. He was always sweating and kept a respectful distance from the family that owned the house. For many weeks he stayed inside the living room, working with great care, just like Aureliano worked on his silver pieces. One morning, Pietro did not call anyone. He did not open the door. He just put the first roll into the pianola. Suddenly the loud noise and hammering from the machine stopped. There was quiet and beautiful music instead. Everyone ran to the living room. José Arcadio Buendía was very surprised. It was not because of the lovely song, but because the piano keys moved by themselves. He quickly brought out Melquid's camera, hoping to take a picture of the invisible player. That day the Italian man had lunch with the family. Rebecca and Amaranta served the meal, but they felt shy while he ate. His pale hands moved so carefully when he used the fork and knife. Later, in the next room, Pietro began to teach them how to dance. He showed the dance steps without touching anyone. He used a small ticking machine to keep the rhythm. Ursula watched them all the time and did not leave the room while her daughters learned. Pietro wore tight, stretchy pants and soft shoes for dancing.
You don't need to worry so much, José Arcadio Buendía told her.
The man is like a fairy.
But Ursula stayed alert until the lessons ended and Pietro finally left Macondo. Then the family started preparing for a big party. Ursula made a careful list of guests. Only the families of the first founders were invited. She did not include Pilar Ternera's family because she had 2 more children with unknown fathers. It was supposed to be a fine, high-class list, but Ursula chose the people she liked and trusted. She invited the longtime friends of José Arcadio Buendía, their children and grandchildren. They were the same people who had always been close to Aureliano and Arcadio since childhood. The daughters of those families often visited the house to sew and embroider with Rebecca and Amaranta. Don Apolinar Moscote, the kind local ruler, was only a figurehead. He could pay only 2 policemen, and their clubs were made of wood. To help their family, his daughters opened a small sewing shop. They made flowers from felt and sweet treats from guava fruit. They also wrote love letters for other people who wanted help in romance. The girls worked hard and were friendly. They were very pretty and good dancers too. But even so, they were not invited to the party. While Ursula and her daughters cleaned the house, they unpacked new furniture and polished silver dishes. They hung pictures of young women in boats filled with roses. All this made the new rooms look bright and beautiful. During that time, José Arcadio Buendía stopped thinking about his old search for God. He thought now that God did not exist. He started to take the pianola apart to learn how it worked. 2 days before the party, he was surrounded by many little keys and hammers. He worked hard, mixing up strings that went one way and then the other. In the end, he managed to put it together again. Those days were full of excitement and surprises. Everyone was busy running from room to room. But when the important day finally came, the new pitch lamps were lit at the right time. The house was opened and it smelled of resin and wet paint. The children and grandchildren of the founders saw the porch with green ferns and bright begonias. They looked at the quiet rooms and the garden full of the smell of roses. Then they all went to the parlor, where there was a strange machine covered with a white sheet. Some people knew it was a piano, a popular one in other towns. They felt a little sad.
Ursula felt even more disappointed when she put in the first roll so Amaranta and Rebecca could dance, but the machine did not start.
Melquids, who was almost blind and very old, tried hard to fix it.
At last José Arcadio Buendía touched something by accident, and the music began. The sound first came out loud, then soft, with mixed notes that did not fit. The hammers hit the strings, which had been placed in the wrong order. But the family did not stop. They kept dancing until morning.
Later Pietro Crespi came to repair the pianola. Rebecca and Amaranta helped him fix the strings. They laughed at the strange sounds. The work was simple and happy, and Ursula stopped watching over them. The night before Pietro left, they made a surprise farewell dance. He danced very well with Rebecca.
Arcadio and Amaranta danced too, just as gracefully. But the dancing stopped suddenly.
Pilar Ternera, standing by the door, fought with another woman who said that Arcadio had a woman's body. They pulled each other's hair and bit, and people tried to separate them.
Near midnight, Pietro Crespi said goodbye. He spoke with gentle words and promised to come back soon.
Rebecca walked with him to the door. After closing the house and turning off the lamps, she went to her room and cried. She could not stop crying for many days.
Amaranta did not know why.
Rebecca's quiet nature was not strange. She seemed friendly and open, but deep inside she was alone. She was a beautiful young girl and very strong. Still, she used the small wooden rocking chair she had brought when she first came to the house. The chair had been fixed many times and no longer had arms. Nobody knew that Rebecca still sucked her finger, even though she was grown. Because of that, she liked to lock herself in the bathroom. At night she slept with her face to the wall so nobody could see her. On rainy afternoons she sat with her friends on the porch, sewing. Sometimes she stopped listening to them and looked quietly at the garden. She saw the wet earth and the small piles of mud made by worms. Then she felt sad and a tear came to her mouth with the taste of longing. Those secret wishes that she had tried to forget came back when she started to cry. She began eating earth again. The first time, she tried it only because she was curious. She thought the bad taste would stop her from wanting it. And at first, it was terrible. She could not stand it in her mouth. But she kept doing it. Her worry grew stronger, and little by little she wanted it more. She remembered the old taste of minerals, the strange pleasure of eating what was once the first kind of food. She put small handfuls of earth into her pockets. She ate it secretly when no one was watching. She felt confused, pleased and angry at the same time. She taught her friends difficult sewing work and talked about men who were not worth suffering for. She said they were not worth eating white paint from the walls for. Each handful of earth made her think about the one man who truly mattered to her. It made her feel close to him, as if the ground he walked on far away was giving her the feeling of his blood through the earth's taste. It left a bitter flavor in her mouth but brought calm to her heart. One afternoon, Amparo Moscote came to visit the house for no clear reason. Amaranta and Rebecca were surprised by her sudden visit and acted very politely. They showed her the renovated house. They let her listen to music on the pianola. They gave her orange marmalade and crackers. Amparo spoke and behaved with great grace and good manners. Ursula, who saw her only for a short time, was impressed by her. After 2 hours, the talk started to grow quiet. Amparo waited for a moment when Amaranta was not watching and then gave Rebecca a letter. Rebecca read the name on it, to the esteemed Señorita Rebecca Buendía. The handwriting was neat, written with green ink, gentle and careful, just like the notes that came with the pianola. Rebecca closed the letter carefully and hid it in her dress. She looked at Amparo Moscote with deep gratitude and silent promise. She knew this moment meant a secret understanding between them. The new friendship between Amparo Moscote and Rebecca Buendía gave Aureliano new hope. He still could not stop thinking about little Remedios. She was always in his mind, but he had no chance to see her. When he walked through town with his friends Magnifico Visbal and Geroneldo Marquez, he always looked for her in the sewing shop. He only saw the older sisters. Amporo's presence in the house felt like a sign.
She must come with her, Aureliano said quietly to himself. She must come.
He told himself this again and again until he started to believe it completely. One afternoon, while he was making a small gold fish in the workshop, he suddenly felt that she had heard him. Soon after, he heard a child's voice. He looked up and froze with fear and wonder. There she was at the door, wearing a pink dress and white boots. "You can't go in there, Remedios," Amparo Moscote said from the hall.
"They are working."
But Aureliano did not wait for her answer. He took the little fish that hung on its small chain and looked at Remedios.
"Come in," he said.
Remedios walked closer and asked about the fish.
Aureliano tried to answer, but suddenly he could not breathe well. He had an asthma attack. He wanted to stay beside her soft skin and bright green eyes. He wanted to listen to her voice that called him, "Sir," with every question. She spoke to him with respect, just as she spoke to her father.
Melquid sat in the corner at a desk and wrote strange signs.
Aureliano did not like him. He only said to Remedios that he wanted to give her the little fish.
She looked surprised and quickly ran out of the room.
That afternoon, Aureliano lost his patience. He had waited for many days to see her again. He stopped working. He tried hard to think about her to make her appear, but she did not come. He looked for her in her sister's shop, behind the windows of her house, and in her father's office. He could not find her anywhere. He saw her only in his thoughts that filled his lonely mind. He spent many hours with Rebecca in the living room, listening to music. They played songs on the pianola.
Rebecca liked the music because Pietro Crespi had used it to teach them how to dance.
Aureliano listened only because the music made him remember Remedios. The house became full of feelings of love. Aureliano tried to express his feelings through poetry without beginning or end. He wrote his words on rough parchment that Melquids gave him. He wrote on the bathroom wall and even on his own arms. In every poem, he saw Remedios again, Remedios in the warm air of the afternoon, Remedios in the smell of roses, Remedios in quiet moments, and Remedios everywhere forever.
Rebecca also waited for her love. Every day at 4 p.m. she sat by the window with her embroidery. She knew the mailman's mule came every 2 weeks, but she still waited. She believed that one day he might come early by mistake. But one time, the opposite happened. The mule did not come on the usual day.
Mad with despair, Rebecca woke up in the middle of the night. She went to the garden and started eating the earth with a wild need to stop her pain. She cried while she ate. She chewed small worms and broke her teeth on tiny snail shells. She was sick until morning. Her body became hot and weak. She fainted, and her heart beat without control. Ursula was shocked when she saw her. She opened Rebecca's locked trunk and looked inside. At the bottom she found 16 scented letters tied with pink ribbons. She also found old books with pressed leaves and flower petals, and dried butterflies that turned to dust when she touched them. Only Aureliano could understand how sad Rebecca felt. That afternoon, while Ursula tried to help Rebecca wake from her fever, Aureliano went with Magnifico Visbal and Geroneldo Marquez to Caterino's store. The store had grown larger. There was now a line of small wooden rooms where single women lived. The air smelled of old flowers. Inside, a man played the accordion and another played drums. They played songs that Francisco the man used to sing long ago. He had not visited Macondo for many years. The three friends drank fermented cane juice. Magnifico and Geroneldo, who were the same age as Aureliano but more used to life's pleasures, drank with women sitting on their laps. One woman, old and thin with gold on her teeth, touched Aureliano softly. Her touch made him tremble. He moved away from her. He had learned that the more he drank, the more he thought of Remedios. But with the drink, the pain of remembering her was easier to bear. He did not notice when he started to feel strange. Suddenly he saw his friends and the women shining in the air. They seemed to float like light. Their voices made no sound, and their hands moved in ways that did not match their faces.
Caterino came near and put a hand on Aureliano's shoulder. "It's almost 11, he said.
Aureliano turned his head. He saw Caterino's big face, with a felt flower behind his ear. Then he lost his memory. Everything became empty, as it had in the time of forgetfulness. He woke at dawn in a room he did not know. Pilar Ternera was there, wearing a slip and no shoes. Her hair was loose, and she held a lamp. She looked at him with surprise.
"Aureliano," she said.
Aureliano looked down at his feet and then raised his head. He did not know how he had come to that place. But he knew what he wanted to do. He had carried this wish inside him since he was a boy.
"I came to sleep with you," he said.
His clothes were dirty with mud and vomit. Pilar Ternera lived alone then with her 2 young children. She did not ask Aureliano any questions. She led him to the bed and wiped his face with a wet cloth. She took off his clothes, then took off her own. She let down the mosquito net so her children would not see them if they woke up. She had waited for many years for a man who would stay. She was tired of the men who came and left. Her skin was old now, her body weak, and her heart cold. She touched Aureliano gently in the dark and kissed his neck like a mother.
"My poor child," she whispered.
Aureliano trembled. Slowly and softly, he let go of his heavy sadness. He thought of Remedios, but his thoughts turned into something strange and confused. He began to cry. At first his sobs were short and broken. Then he cried harder until he felt something painful open inside him. Pilar held his head with her fingers. She waited until all his sadness was gone.
Then she asked quietly, "Who is it?"
Aureliano told her the name.
She laughed, a soft laugh that used to scare the birds but now did not wake the children. "You must wait until she grows up," she said with a small smile.
Her voice had kindness that he understood. When Aureliano left the room, he felt lighter and free of doubt. The sadness in his heart was gone. Pilar made him a promise.
"I will talk to the girl," she said. "You will see what I prepare for her."
She kept her promise. But the time was bad. The house was not peaceful anymore. When she learned about Rebecca's strong feelings, which everyone could hear from her loud cries, Amaranta became sick with fever. She often felt very lonely because of her love. When she was alone in the bathroom, she wrote emotional letters to try to ease her sad feelings. She hid those letters at the bottom of her trunk. Ursula was very tired while caring for her 2 sick daughters. She tried many times to find out why Amaranta was so quiet and weak, but Amaranta never gave a clear answer. One day, Ursula opened the trunk after forcing the lock. Inside, she found letters tied with a pink ribbon. They smelled of fresh flowers and were still wet with tears. All of them were written to Pietro Crespi, but none were sent. Ursula cried with anger. She regretted buying the pianola. She stopped the embroidery lessons and ordered everyone to live as if someone had died, until her daughters forgot their painful hopes. José Arcadio Buendía tried to change her decision, but she did not listen. He had come to like Pietro Crespi and admired the way he worked with musical machines. So when Pilar Ternera told Aureliano that Remedios wanted to get married, Aureliano understood that this news would only bring his parents more trouble. Later, José Arcadio Buendía and Ursula sat stiffly in the parlor to hear their son's words. When José Arcadio Buendía learned the name of the girl, his face turned red with anger.
"Love is like a sickness," he shouted. "There are so many nice girls, and you want to marry the daughter of our enemy."
But Ursula did not agree with him. She liked the 7 Moscote sisters. She said they were beautiful, hardworking, modest, and polite. She thought her son had made a careful choice.
José Arcadio Buendía finally gave in, but set one condition. Rebecca would marry Pietro Crespi. Later, when there was time, Ursula would take Amaranta on a trip to the capital so she could meet new people and feel better. Rebecca became healthy again when she heard this news. She wrote a happy letter to her fiancé. Her parents read it and approved, and she sent it herself. Amaranta pretended that she accepted the decision. She slowly got well again, but inside she promised that Rebecca would marry only after her own death. On the next Saturday, José Arcadio Buendía put on his dark suit, his stiff collar, and his fine boots. He had first worn them on the night of the party. Then he went to ask for the hand of Remedio's Moscote. The magistrate and his wife welcomed him. They were happy and nervous at the same time. They did not know why he had come. At first, they thought he had confused the name of the girl he wanted for his son. The mother woke Remedios and carried her to the living room. She was still sleepy. They asked if it was true that she wanted to get married. She whispered that she only wanted to go back to bed. José Arcadio Buendía saw that the Moscote family was worried. He went to speak with Aureliano to explain everything. When he came back, the Moscotes were dressed in their best clothes. They had moved the furniture and put fresh flowers in the vases. They were waiting together with their older daughters. José Arcadio Buendía felt uncomfortable in his stiff collar. He said that yes, Remedios was the one Aureliano wanted to marry. Don Apolinar Moscote looked surprised.
It does not make sense, he said. We have 6 other daughters who are not married. They are old enough and would be happy to marry a serious man like your son. But Aurelito chooses the one who still wets her bed.
His wife looked at him sadly and told him he should not have said that.
After they drank some fruit punch, the Moscotes agreed to Aureliano's decision. But Senora Moscote asked to speak with Ursula alone. Ursula was curious but also nervous. She said that this was a matter for men, but she still went to visit Senora Moscote the next day. Half an hour later, she came back with news. Remedios had not reached the time when girls become women. Aureliano did not think this was a big problem. He said he could wait until Remedios was old enough to have children. The peace in the family did not last long. Melquides died soon after. Everyone knew he would die someday, but not so soon. A few months after he came back, he began to grow old very quickly. He became weak and confused, like a very old man who walks slowly through the house, remembering the past, until one morning people find him dead in his bed. At first, José Arcadio Buendía helped him with his work. He liked the camera pictures and the strange old predictions. But soon he stopped helping, because Melquides was hard to talk to. Melquides lost his sight and hearing. He mixed up people and spoke strange words from different times and languages. He answered questions in a confused way. He walked carefully, touching the air in front of him. Still, he moved through the house without hitting anything, as if he had some secret way to know where things were. One day Melquides forgot to put in his false teeth. He always left them at night in a glass of water beside his bed. After that day, he never used them again. When Ursula made the house bigger, she built a special room for him near Aureliano's workshop. It was far from the noise of the rest of the house. The room had a large window with bright light and a bookcase. Ursula cleaned and arranged his books there. She also placed old papers that were almost destroyed and a glass with his false teeth. Small water plants with yellow flowers grew inside the glass. Melquides seemed to like his new room. No one saw him much anymore, not even at the dining table. He only visited Aureliano's workshop. There he spent many hours writing strange words on some old parchments he had brought. The parchments were made of a dry material that crumbled easily. Visitation brought him food twice a day, but later he stopped eating well. He only ate vegetables, and soon he looked thin and sad. His skin looked green and soft, almost like moss on his old vest. His breath smelled like an animal sleeping for a long time. Aureliano soon forgot about him and focused on his poems. One day, Aureliano thought he could understand a little of what Melquides was saying. He listened carefully. The strange words that Melquist repeated again and again were Equinox and Alexander von Humboldt. Arcadio began to help Aureliano with his silver work and got closer to Melquist. Sometimes Melquist talked to him in Spanish, but his sentences made little sense. One afternoon he suddenly became very excited. Years later, when Arcadio stood in front of the soldiers who would shoot him, he remembered that afternoon. He remembered how Melquist trembled as he read several pages from his mysterious papers. Arcadio did not understand the words, but when Melquist read them aloud, his voice sounded like someone singing prayers.
Then Melquist smiled for the first time after many years and said quietly, "When I die, burn mercury in my room for 3 days."
Arcadio told this to José Arcadio Buendía.
José Arcadio Buendía tried to ask for more details, but Melquiades only answered, "I have found immortality."
When Melquist's body began to smell bad, Arcadio took him to bathe in the river every Thursday morning. After the bath, Melquist always looked a little better. He took off his clothes and went into the water with the boys. He could always find the safe parts of the river. Once he said softly, "We come from the water." Much time passed in that way. No one saw him inside the house except a night when he tried to fix the pianola. He also went often to the river with Arcadio, carrying a towel with soap and a good.
One Thursday, before going to the river, Aureliano heard Melquist say, "I have died of fever on the dunes of Singapore."
That day he went into the water at a dangerous part of the river. They did not find him until the next day. His body was far downstream on a bright bend of the river. A lonely vulture sat on his stomach. Ursula cried more for him than she had cried for her own father. She wanted to bury him, but José Arcadio Buendía refused.
"He is immortal," he said. "He told us the secret of his resurrection."
José Arcadio Buendía took an old water pipe and put a kettle of mercury to boil next to the body. Slowly, blue bubbles began to appear on Melquist's skin. Don Apolinar Moscote told José Arcadio Buendía that a drowned man left without burial could harm people's health.
That is not true, because he is alive.
He kept incense burning for 3 days. By then, the body had started to shine with a strange light and give off a bad smell. Only then did he allow people to bury the man. He wanted the burial to be special, like one for a great friend of Macondo. It was the town's first burial and the most crowded one ever seen, until Big Mama's funeral many years later. They placed the body in the center of the cemetery area. On the gravestone they wrote one word, Melquiades. They held 9 nights of wake in his memory. Many people came to the house yard to drink coffee, play cards, and tell stories. During the noise and laughter, Amaranta found a chance to tell Pietro Crespi that she loved him.
"I have a younger brother. He will come soon to help me in the shop."
But Pietro Crespi had already promised to marry Rebecca. He had opened a shop to sell musical instruments and toys in the street where the Arabs used to trade birds and small items. People called that place the Street of the Turks. He was an Italian man with shiny curled hair that made women sigh. He treated Amaranta kindly but like a spoiled little girl.
She told Pietro Crespi angrily that she would stop her sister's wedding, even if she had to die at the door to stop it. "Do not feel safe, even if they send me far away. I will find a way to stop your wedding, even if I must kill you."
Pietro Crespi was shocked by her words and soon told Rebecca about them. After that, Ursula quickly arranged for Amaranta to make a short trip. Amaranta did not fight the plan. But when she kissed Rebecca goodbye, she whispered in her ear.
With Ursula gone and with Melquiades still quietly moving through the rooms, the house felt big and empty. Rebecca took care of the house. The Indian woman worked in the bakery. When evening came, Pietro Crespi would arrive. His smell of lavender filled the air, and he always brought a toy as a present. Rebecca received him in the main room with the doors and windows open. It was not really necessary, because the Italian was very respectful. He never even touched the hand of his future wife. Soon the house was full of wonderful toys. There were dancing dolls, music boxes, monkeys that did tricks, small horses, and clowns that played instruments. These toys helped José Arcadio Buendía forget his sadness after the death of Melquiades. He started to feel interested again in his old experiments with machines in motion. He spent his days with broken toys and animal parts, trying to make them move again using his ideas about pendulums and endless movement.
Aureliano stopped working in the shop because he wanted to teach little Remedios how to read and write. At first, the girl liked her dolls more than him. Every afternoon he came to visit, but she did not want to sit with him. She had to leave her toys, take a bath, put on clean clothes, and wait for him in the parlor. She did not like that at all. But Aureliano was very patient and kind. Little by little, she began to enjoy the lessons. Later she spent many hours with him. They learned the letters together. In her notebook, she drew small houses, cows in the yard, and round yellow suns behind the hills. Only Rebecca was sad because Amaranta had threatened her. She knew her sister could be proud and angry. Rebecca was afraid of that anger. She spent long hours in the bathroom, sucking her finger. She tried very hard not to eat earth again. To find peace, she called Pilar Ternera to tell her future. Pilar read the cards and said,
"You will not be happy until your parents are buried."
Rebecca felt cold and frightened. She remembered something like a dream. She saw herself arriving at the house when she was very little, carrying a trunk, a small rocking chair, and a bag she never opened. She remembered a bald man wearing linen clothes and a gold button on his collar. He did not look like the King of Hearts from the cards. She also remembered a young beautiful woman with warm hands who smelled good, not like the Jack of Diamonds with his old hands. That woman used to put flowers in her hair and walk with her through a town full of green streets.
"I do not understand," Rebecca said.
"I do not either," Pilar Ternera answered, "but the cards say that."
Rebecca could not stop thinking about it. She went to talk with José Arcadio Buendía. He scolded her for believing in cards, but then he started to search the house. Silently, he opened closets and trunks. He moved furniture, lifted beds, and looked under the floor. He wanted to find the bag of bones. He remembered he had not seen them since the rebuilding of the house. He called the builders in secret. One of them said he had closed the bag inside a wall because it was in his way. For several days, José Arcadio Buendía and the others listened with their ears against the walls. Then they heard a deep clock sound. They broke the wall and found the bones still inside the bag. They buried the bag that same day in a grave without a stone, next to Melquiades. When José Arcadio Buendía came back home, he felt free, as if a heavy weight had gone from his heart. He went through the kitchen and kissed Rebecca on the forehead.
"Stop thinking those bad things," he said.
"You're going to be happy." The friendship with Rebecca made Pilar Ternera welcome again in the house that Úrsula had closed since Arcadio was born. She came at any time of the day, full of energy, and worked hard. Sometimes she helped Arcadio in the workshop with the daguerreotype plates. She did her work with care and kindness, and this confused him. Arcadio did not like that woman. Her dark skin, her smell of smoke, and her quick laughter in the darkroom made him lose focus. He often bumped into things when she was there. One day, Aureliano was working with silver. Pilar Ternera leaned over his table and watched him work. Then something happened. Aureliano waited until Arcadio was inside the darkroom. Then he looked up and met Pilar Ternera's eyes. Her thoughts were clear, as if they were in bright light.
"Well," Aureliano said, "tell me what it is."
Pilar Ternera smiled sadly and bit her lips. "You would be good in a war," she said. "You never miss what you aim at."
Aureliano felt calm after hearing her words. He went back to his work as if nothing had happened. His voice sounded steady and sure. "I will know him when he comes," he said. "He will have my name."
José Arcadio Buendía finally finished what he had been trying to do. He joined the clock's mechanism to a small dancer. The dancer moved without stopping, following her own music for 3 days. This made him more excited than any of his other strange experiments. He stopped eating and sleeping. Only Rebecca's care kept him safe and stopped him from losing his mind. At night he walked around the room, speaking to himself. He tried to find a way to use the pendulum's movements for carts, farm tools, and all things that work by motion. The fever kept him awake for many nights. One morning he was so tired that he did not know the old man with white hair who entered his room. It was Prudencio Aguilar. When he finally understood who it was, José Arcadio Buendía felt very surprised that a dead man could also look old. He became very sad.
"Prudencio," he said, "you came from far away."
Prudencio Aguilar missed the world of the living very much. He felt lonely among the dead and wanted friendship. He even started to care about his old enemy. He had searched for José Arcadio Buendía for a long time. He asked the dead people from Rio Hacha about him. He asked those from the Upar Valley and the swamp. No one knew where Macondo was. The dead had not heard of the town until Melquid showed it on a map with a small black mark. José Arcadio Buendía talked with Prudencio Aguilar until morning. After only a few hours of rest, he went to Aureliano's workshop.
"What day is today?" he asked.
"It's Tuesday," Aureliano answered.
"I thought so," José Arcadio Buendía said. "But I see now it is still Monday, like yesterday. Look at the sky, look at the walls, look at the flowers. Today is Monday again."
Aureliano was used to his father's strange ideas and said nothing. The next day, Wednesday, José Arcadio Buendía came back.
"This is terrible," he said. "The air feels the same, and the sound of the sun is the same. Today is Monday again."
That night Pietro Crespi found him sitting on the porch and crying. He cried for Prudencio Aguilar, for Melquid's, for Rebecca's parents, and for his own mother and father. He cried for everyone he remembered who was now dead. Pietro Crespi gave him a small machine shaped like a bear that walked on 2 legs across a rope. But it did not help. José Arcadio Buendía kept thinking about time and death. Pietro asked about the flying machine idea that José Arcadio Buendía had told him before. He said it was not possible. A pendulum could lift other things, but it could not lift itself. On Thursday he went to the workshop again. His face looked very tired and sad.
"The time machine is broken," he said almost in tears, "and Úrsula and Amaranta are so far away."
Aureliano spoke to him like he was a child.
José Arcadio Buendía felt sorry and stayed quiet. He spent 6 hours looking at every object, trying to see even a small change that could show that time was passing. That night he lay in bed with his eyes open. He called to Prudencio Aguilar, to Melquid's, and to all the dead. He asked them to come and share his pain. But no one came. On Friday, before anyone woke up, he looked at the world outside for a long time. He became sure it was Monday. Then he took a metal bar from a door. With his great strength, he broke everything in the alchemy room, the photo room, and the silver shop. He shouted loudly in a strange language that no one could understand. He was almost ready to destroy the rest of the house. Aureliano ran to call the neighbors. 10 men were needed to hold him down. 14 tied him up. 20 dragged him to the chestnut tree in the yard. They left him there, tied, still shouting in that strange tongue and with green foam at his mouth. When Úrsula and Amaranta came back, he was still tied to the tree by his hands and feet. He was all wet from the rain and looked innocent and calm. They spoke to him, but he did not know who they were. He said words they could not understand. Úrsula untied his arms and legs because the ropes had hurt his skin. She left one rope around his waist to keep him safe. Later, they made a small shelter from palm leaves to protect him from the sun and rain. Chapter 5. Aureliano Buendía and Remedios Moscote were married one Sunday in March. The ceremony took place in the parlor, in front of an altar that Father Nicanor Reina had prepared. The family had spent for troubled weeks before the wedding. Remedios was very young, and she had only just become a woman. Her mother tried to teach her about growing up, but one afternoon she ran into the room where her sisters were talking with Aureliano and showed her underwear, thinking something strange had happened to her. After that day, they agreed the wedding would happen in 1 month. There was little time to prepare her. Her mother taught her how to clean herself, dress alone, and understand what a wife should know. They used warm bricks to help her stop wetting the bed. It was hard to make her understand that some things between husband and wife must stay private. She was curious and surprised by what she learned, and she wanted to tell everyone about it. With great effort, her family helped her behave properly. On the wedding day, she was calm and looked ready for her new life. Don Apolinar Moscote walked beside her down the street decorated with flowers and wreaths. Rockets exploded in the sky, and bands played music. Remedios smiled and waved at people who wished her luck from their windows. Aureliano was dressed in black, with shiny boots that he would wear again years later when facing death. He was very pale and felt a heavy lump in his throat as he met his bride at the door. He led her to the altar. She stayed calm and natural even when Aureliano dropped the ring while placing it on her finger. In the middle of the noise and confusion of the guests, she kept her arm raised. Her lace glove had no fingers. She stayed like that, ready to wear the ring, until the groom stopped the ring with his foot before it reached the door. He came back to the altar, his face red with shame. Her mother and sisters were very worried that the child would make a mistake during the ceremony. In the end, they were the ones who did something improper because they picked her up and kissed her. That day showed that Remedios had a strong sense of duty. She stayed calm in every situation and acted with natural grace.
After the wedding, she herself chose the biggest piece of cake. She put it on a plate, added a fork, and took it to José Arcadio Buendía.
He was tied to the chestnut tree, sitting on a wooden stool under the palm roof. The big old man looked pale from the sun and rain. He gave a weak smile and touched the piece of cake with his fingers while softly saying words that no one could understand.
Only one person was unhappy at that long celebration. It lasted until early Monday morning. Rebecca Buendía felt sad because it was supposed to be her own wedding day too. Úrsula had planned both weddings for the same day. But on Friday, Pietro Crespi received a letter saying that his mother was very sick. So Rebecca's wedding was delayed. An hour after reading the letter, Pietro Crespi left for the capital. On the way, his mother died. She arrived on Saturday night at Aureliano's wedding and sang the sad song she had written for her son's wedding. Pietro Crespi came back late Sunday night. He found only the remains of the party. He had used 5 horses on his trip, trying to arrive in time. No one ever knew who sent that letter.
Úrsula was angry and questioned Amaranta about it.
Amaranta cried with anger and said she was innocent in front of the still-standing altar.
Father Nicanor Reina had come from the swamp to lead the wedding. Don Apolinar Moscote had invited him. He was an old priest, tired after many years of ungrateful work. His skin looked sad and thin, his bones were easy to see, and his belly was round. His face had the look of an old angel, more because he was simple than because he was kind. He had planned to go back to his village after the wedding. But he was shocked by the people of Macondo. They lived happily in disorder and followed only natural laws. They did not baptize their children or bless their festivals. He thought that this town needed God's word more than any other place. He decided to stay 1 more week. He wanted to help everyone, bless their lives, and give last rites to the sick. But nobody listened. They told him that they had lived many years without a priest and dealt with their souls directly with God. They believed they no longer had original sin. Tired of preaching outside, Father Nicanor decided to build a church. He wanted it to be the biggest church in the world. It would have real-size saints and colorful glass windows. He hoped people would come from Rome to praise God in the center of this town. He went everywhere asking for money with a small copper bowl. People gave him many coins, but he still wanted more. He said the church needed a special bell that could make drowned people rise from the water. He asked for help so often that he lost his voice. Strange sounds seemed to fill his bones. One Saturday, after many days of begging, he still did not have enough money for the church doors. He felt very confused and sad. So he made a small altar in the town square. On Sunday he walked through the streets ringing a little bell, calling everyone to a mass outside. Many people came. Some felt curious. Some missed the older times. Others came because they did not want God to feel offended if they ignored his priest. By 8 in the morning, half the town stood in the square. Father Nicanor read the Gospels in a rough and tired voice. When the people began to leave, he lifted his arms and asked for attention.
Just a moment, he said. Now you will see clear proof of God's great power.
A young helper brought him a cup of thick hot chocolate. Father Nicanor drank it quickly without stopping. Then he took a handkerchief from his sleeve, cleaned his mouth, opened his arms, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he rose about 15 centimeters above the ground. Everyone saw it clearly. For several days, he went from house to house showing the same miracle. He drank chocolate, then floated in the air. His helper walked beside him and collected money in a bag. Soon they had enough to start building the church. Nobody doubted that the miracle came from God. Only José Arcadio Buendía stayed calm. One morning he watched the crowd around the chestnut tree as they waited for the next proof. His face did not change. When Father Nicanor began to rise from the ground with his chair, José Arcadio Buendía only moved a little on his stool and lifted his shoulders. Hoc est simplicissimus, José Arcadio Buendía said.
Homo est statum quorum materiae invenit.
Father Nicanor lifted his hands, and the chair he sat on landed on the ground with all 4 legs at the same time.
Nego, he said. This act shows that God really exists.
Then people learned that José Arcadio Buendía's strange language was Latin. Father Nicanor used this chance, because he was the only person who could talk with him. He wanted to bring faith into José Arcadio Buendía's confused mind. Every afternoon, the priest sat near the chestnut tree and spoke in Latin about religion. But José Arcadio Buendía refused to believe in the miracles and strange ideas. He said he needed a picture of God that could be proven, not symbols or words. Father Nicanor brought him medals, holy pictures, and even a copy of the Veronica. José Arcadio Buendía rejected all of them. He said they were just art, not real proof. He became so stubborn that Father Nicanor stopped trying to change his mind. He kept visiting him only because he felt sympathy for him. Later, José Arcadio Buendía began to argue with the priest. He tried to make him lose his faith with clever logical words. One day, Father Nicanor brought a checkerboard to the chestnut tree and asked him to play. José Arcadio Buendía refused. He said he could not play a game where both players already agreed on the rules. Father Nicanor had never heard this kind of idea before, so he did not play again. He was amazed by José Arcadio Buendía's clear thinking. He asked him why he was tied to a tree.
Hoc est simplicissimus, José Arcadio Buendía replied. Because I'm crazy.
After that, the priest stopped visiting him. He felt worried about his own faith and turned his attention to finishing the church. Rebecca began to feel hope again. She believed her future depended on the church's completion. One Sunday, while Father Nicanor was eating lunch at the house, The family talked about how beautiful the religious ceremonies would be when the church was built.
Amaranta said, "The luckiest person will be Rebecca." Rebecca did not understand what she meant, so Amaranta smiled and explained, "You will be the first to celebrate your wedding in the new church."
Rebecca tried to stop the conversation. She said that the church would not be finished for another 10 years at the speed they were building.
Father Nicanor did not agree. He said that the people were giving more and more money, so it could be finished sooner.
Rebecca felt upset and could not finish her meal.
Ursula liked Amaranta's idea. She gave a large amount of money to help the building go faster.
Father Nicanor said that with one more gift like that, the church could be ready in 3 years.
From then on, Rebecca stopped talking to Amaranta. She was sure that Amaranta's plan was not as innocent as it seemed.
"That was the smallest thing I could have done," Amaranta said during their fight that night. "In this way, I will not have to kill you for 3 years."
Rebecca accepted her words like a challenge. When Pietro Crespi heard that the wedding was delayed again, he felt very disappointed. But Rebecca tried to show him that she was faithful to him. "We can run away whenever you want," she told him.
Pietro Crespi was not brave for adventures. He was calm and serious. He thought that a promise was something very important and should never be broken.
Then Rebecca began to act bolder. One day a strange wind blew out the lamps in the sitting room. Ursula came in and saw Rebecca and Pietro Crespi kissing in the dark. Pietro Crespi tried to explain, saying the lamps were bad. He helped Ursula put in stronger lights for the room. But soon the fuel did not work again or the wicks were blocked. When Ursula came back, she found Rebecca sitting on Pietro Crespi's lap. This time Ursula did not believe any excuse. She gave the job at the bakery to the Indian woman and began to sit in her rocking chair every time Rebecca and Pietro Crespi met. She watched them carefully and would not let them try old tricks from her own youth.
"Poor Mama," Rebecca said with a fake sad face when Ursula yawned during those long and boring visits. "When she dies, she will go to heaven still sitting in that rocking chair."
After 3 months of love under Ursula's eyes, Pietro Crespi became tired. The work on the new building was very slow, and he went to see it every day. At last he decided to give Father Nicanor the money he needed to finish the church. Amaranta did not lose her patience. Every afternoon she talked with her friends while they were embroidering on the porch. She tried to think of new ways to stop Rebecca's wedding. She made one serious mistake in her plan. She took away the mothballs that Rebecca had put in her wedding dress before putting it in the drawer. Amaranta did this when only 2 months were left before the church was ready. But Rebecca was so excited about her wedding that she wanted to prepare her dress earlier than Amaranta expected. When she opened the dresser, she found the papers and the cloth around the wedding things. Inside, the dress, the veil, and the crown with orange flowers were all full of holes from moths. She remembered she had put mothballs there, but the damage seemed normal, so she did not blame Amaranta. The wedding was less than a month away. Amparo Moscote said she could make a new dress in 1 week. At noon, on a rainy day, Amparo came to the house with the new dress for Rebecca to try. Amaranta felt dizzy when she saw her. She could not speak, and cold sweat ran down her back. For many months she had been afraid of this moment. She could not find a way to stop Rebecca's wedding, but she thought that if nothing else worked, she would be brave enough to poison her. That afternoon, Rebecca was very hot because Amparo was putting the dress on her with many pins and great care. Amaranta worked on her crocheting but made mistakes. She pricked her finger and started bleeding. Then she decided coldly that she would do it the last Friday before the wedding. She would put laudanum in Rebecca's coffee. But something terrible happened first. 1 week before the wedding, little Remedios woke up at night feeling very sick. She had pain inside her body and could not stop trembling. 3 days later, she died. She had been poisoned by her own blood because she was carrying twins in her womb. Amaranta felt deep guilt. She had prayed hard for something to stop Rebecca's wedding so she would not need to give her poison. Now she thought her prayer had caused Remedio's death. She cried because this was not what she had asked God for. Remedios had brought joy to the house. She lived with her husband in a small room near the workshop. She decorated the room with her dolls and toys and filled it with laughter and energy. Every morning she sang cheerfully. She was the only one who tried to stop Rebecca and Amaranta when they argued. She took care of José Arcadio Buendía. She brought him food and helped him with his daily needs. She washed him with soap and kept his beard and hair clean. She made sure his shelter was safe and dry when it rained. In her last months, she learned to talk with him a little in simple Latin. When the son of Aureliano and Pilar Ternera was born, they brought him to the house. They baptized him quietly and named him Aureliano José. Remedios said he would be like their oldest child. Her care and kindness surprised Úrsula. Aureliano found meaning in his life because of Remedios. He worked every day in his workshop. In the morning, Remedios brought him a cup of black coffee. Every night they went to visit the Moscote family. Aureliano played long games of dominoes with his father-in-law. Remedios talked with her sisters or spoke with her mother about important things. This family connection helped Don Apolinar Moscote become a respected man in town. He often traveled to the capital. There he convinced the government to build a school. Arcadio, who loved education like his grandfather, became the teacher. Don Apolinar also persuaded the people to paint most houses blue for Independence Day. At Father Nicanor's request, he moved Caterino's store to a back street. He closed several places that caused trouble in the center of town. One time, he returned with 6 policemen who had rifles. He asked them to keep peace in the town. After that, nobody remembered the old rule not to have armed men there. Aureliano admired his father-in-law's way of managing things. His friends sometimes joked, "You will soon be as fat as he is." But Aureliano's quiet life did not make him gain weight. His face became thinner, and his eyes looked brighter. He stayed calm and serious. The firm line on his lips showed his thoughtful and strong nature. The love between Aureliano and Remedios was so deep that both families felt united. When Remedios said she was going to have a baby, everyone rejoiced. Even Rebecca and Amaranta stopped fighting for a while. They began to knit clothes, blue if it was a boy, pink if it was a girl. Years later, she was the last person Arcadio remembered when he stood before the soldiers. After her death, Úrsula ordered the house to stay closed. The doors and windows were shut. No one could enter or leave unless it was very important. She said nobody should speak loudly for 1 year. She placed a picture of Remedios in the place where her body had rested. A black ribbon was tied around it, and an oil lamp always burned beside it. The family kept the lamp burning for many generations. Later they looked at the picture of the young girl in a pleated skirt, white boots, and a nice ribbon around her head. They wondered who she was and could not believe she had been their great-grandmother. Amaranta took care of Aureliano José. She loved him like her own son. He became her companion in her lonely life. He helped her forget the sadness she felt after she had accidentally mixed medicine into Remedios' coffee. Pietro Crespi came quietly at sunset with a black ribbon on his hat. He went to visit Rebecca without saying a word. She looked pale and weak in her long black dress. No one even thought about setting a new wedding date. That idea felt wrong. So their engagement became endless. Their love was tired, but no one talked about it anymore. It was as if the two lovers, who once turned off the lamps to kiss, had been left alone with time and sadness. Rebecca lost hope. She started eating earth again like before. One hot afternoon at 2 o'clock, when everything was silent and people were sewing on the porch, someone pushed the front door open. The whole house shook, and the women thought an earthquake was starting. Amaranta and her friends dropped their needles. Rebecca stopped sucking her finger. Úrsula looked up from the kitchen. Aureliano stopped working in the workshop. Even José Arcadio Buendía, under the chestnut tree, felt the tremor. A very big man entered. His shoulders were so wide that he almost didn't fit through the door. He wore a medal with the image of Our Lady around his thick neck. His arms and chest were covered with strange tattoos. On his right wrist was a copper bracelet for protection. His skin was dark from the sun, and his hair was short like a mule's mane. His face was strong, and he wore a sad smile. He had a thick belt, heavy boots with metal heels, and he moved like the ground itself was shaking. He walked through the house, carrying old saddlebags in one hand. When he reached the porch with the begonias, Amaranta and her friend stared at him without moving.
"Hello," he said in a tired voice.
He put the saddlebags on a table and kept walking.
"Hello," he said to Rebecca as he passed her door.
She looked surprised.
"Hello," he said to Aureliano, who stopped his work and watched him closely.
He did not stop to talk with anyone. He went straight to the kitchen. There he finally stopped after his long journey from far away.
"Hello," he said.
Ursula looked at him. She froze for a moment, then cried out. She ran to him and hugged his neck, laughing and crying at the same time.
It was José Arcadio. He had come back home. He was as poor as when he had left. Ursula even had to give him 2 pesos to pay for his horse. He spoke in Spanish mixed with words he had learned from sailors. They asked him where he had been.
"Out there."
He hung his hammock in the room they gave him and slept for 3 days. When he woke up, he ate 16 raw eggs. Then he went to Caterino's store. His great size made all the women look at him with surprise. He asked for music and cane liquor for everyone and told them to put it on his bill. He liked to show his strength. He said he could fight 5 men at the same time.
"No one can do that. They won't be able to move your arm."
Caterino did not believe in tricks. He bet 12 pesos that José Arcadio could not move the counter.
José Arcadio pulled it out of its place, lifted it over his head, and carried it into the street.
It took 11 men to bring it back. While everyone was still drinking and laughing, he showed his tattoos on the bar. His whole body was covered with words in many languages, drawn in blue and red ink. The women around him wanted him. He asked them who would pay the most.
One woman offered 20 pesos.
Then he said they could buy a chance to be with him for 10 pesos each.
All the women agreed, because that was more than they earned in one night. They wrote their names on pieces of paper and put them in a hat. Each woman took one out. When only 2 papers were left, it was clear who they were for.
5 pesos more from each, and I'll be with both.
That was how he made his living. He had traveled the world many times as part of a crew of sailors without a home. That night, the women brought him out naked so everyone could see his tattoos. There was not one spot on his body without ink, from his neck to his toes. He never really became part of the family again. He slept during the day and spent his nights drinking and making bets on his strength. When Ursula managed to bring him to the table, he was cheerful and told stories about his travels. He told how he was in a shipwreck and spent 2 weeks lost at sea. He stayed alive by eating the body of a friend who died from heat. The man's flesh tasted oddly sweet after cooking in the sun. Another time, under the bright sun in the Gulf of Bengal, his crew killed a huge sea creature. They found old metal pieces from a Crusader soldier inside its stomach. In the Caribbean, he saw the ghost of an old pirate ship still moving with broken sails and damaged wood, always trying to reach Guadeloupe.
Ursula cried when she listened. She said through tears, "My son, we had so much home for you here, and so much food wasted."
But deep inside, she could not believe that this strong man was the same boy the gypsies had taken away long ago. He now ate half a roasted pig for lunch, and his smell made the flowers die. The rest of the family felt the same. Amaranta could not hide how disgusted she was when he belched at the table. Arcadio, who did not know their secret family tie, answered him only when he had to. Aureliano tried to talk to him as before, to remember their childhood. But José Arcadio had forgotten everything. His life at sea had filled his mind with too many other memories. Only Rebecca could not resist him. When she saw him walking by her room, she thought Pietro Crespi seemed childish next to this strong, wild man. She looked for ways to be near him.
One day José Arcadio looked at her body and said, "You are a woman now, little sister."
Rebecca lost control. She started eating earth again and scraping white paint off the walls. She sucked her finger so much that it became hard with a callus. She became sick and vomited strange green liquid. She spent nights awake, shaking with fever, waiting for José Arcadio to come home at dawn. One afternoon, when everyone was taking a rest, she could not wait anymore. She went to his room. He was lying in his hammock wearing just his shorts. She was shocked by how big and colorful his tattooed body was. She wanted to run away.
"Excuse me. I didn't know you were here."
But she spoke softly so no one would wake up.
"Come here," he said.
Rebecca moved close to him. She stopped beside the hammock, feeling cold and afraid. Her stomach felt tight and painful.
José Arcadio touched her legs softly. First her ankles, then her calves, then her thighs. He whispered, "My little sister, my little sister."
She tried hard not to faint when his strong and sudden power pulled her close. She could only thank God for being alive before she lost herself in strange feelings of pain and pleasure. The hammock seemed to hide the marks of what had happened.
3 days later they got married at the 5 o'clock mass. The day before, José Arcadio went to see Pietro Crespi in his store. Pietro was teaching music. José Arcadio did not wait for the lesson to end.
"I'm going to marry Rebecca," he said.
Pietro Crespi became pale. He stopped the lesson and sent the students away. When they were alone among the musical instruments, Pietro Crespi said, "She is your sister."
"I do not care," José Arcadio answered.
Pietro wiped his face with a handkerchief that smelled of lavender. "It is not right," he said softly. "It is against the law."
José Arcadio grew angry, not because of the words, but because Pietro looked weak. He said roughly, "I do not care about laws or nature. And do not go to speak with Rebecca." But then he saw that Pietro Crespi's eyes were wet, and his voice changed. "If you really care about our family," he said more gently, "Amaranta is free for you."
On Sunday, Father Nicanor told everyone in his sermon that José Arcadio and Rebecca were not brother and sister. Úrsula did not forgive the shame she felt. When the couple came home after the wedding, she told them never to enter the house again. To her, they were as good as dead. So they rented a small house across from the cemetery. Their only furniture was José Arcadio's hammock. On their wedding night, Rebecca was bitten on her foot by a scorpion inside her shoe. Her tongue went numb, but that did not stop their wild love. The neighbors could not sleep because of the loud cries from the house, day and night. They prayed that such passion would not disturb the peace of the dead. Aureliano was the only one who cared about them. He bought furniture for their house and gave some money. José Arcadio slowly became calm again. He started working the land behind their yard. Amaranta, however, could not forgive Rebecca. But life gave her something new. Úrsula, trying to make peace, asked Pietro Crespi to keep visiting them. He still came every Tuesday for lunch. He was polite and kind. He wore a black ribbon on his hat to show respect for the family. He always brought small gifts for Úrsula, sardines, rose marmalade, and once a beautiful shawl from Manila.
Amaranta cared for him with much attention. She tried to please him. She repaired his shirts and made 12 handkerchiefs with his initials for his birthday. On Tuesdays, after lunch, Amaranta embroidered on the porch, and Pietro stayed with her and talked. To him, Amaranta was a surprise. He had always thought she was only a child. But now he saw that she was kind and thoughtful. One Tuesday, when everyone expected it would happen, Pietro Crespi asked her to marry him. Amaranta did not stop her work. She waited until she felt calm again. Then she said softly, "Yes, Crespi. But we must know each other better first. It is not good to hurry such things."
Ursula was troubled. She respected Pietro Crespi, but she did not know if this new plan was right after his long time with Rebecca. She finally accepted it because nobody else seemed worried. Aureliano, who was now the head of the house, spoke very quietly and said something that confused her more.
These are not good times to think about weddings.
That idea, which Ursula understood months later, was the only honest thing Aureliano could say at that time. He could not feel deeply about marriage or anything that was not war. Even when he faced the soldiers who would shoot him, he did not truly understand how many small things had led him there. When Remedios died, he did not feel the terrible pain he had expected. Instead, he felt quiet anger that slowly turned into sadness and tired frustration. It was like the feeling he had when he lived alone before he married. He began to work again, but each night he still played dominoes with his father-in-law. In the house filled with sorrow, their talks at night helped them become good friends.
Get married again, Orlito, his father-in-law often said. I have 6 daughters. You can choose one.
One evening before the elections, Don Apolinar Moscote came back from a trip worried about the country. The liberals were planning to start a war. Aureliano did not really understand the difference between liberals and conservatives, so his father-in-law explained it.
The liberals, he said, are bad people. They want to hurt priests. They want civil marriage and divorce. They want to give the same rights to children born outside marriage. They also want to divide the country so no one will have full control. The conservatives, he continued, receive their power from God. They want order, family values, and to protect the church and the country. They will not allow the nation to be broken apart.
Aureliano liked that the liberals wanted fairness for children, but he still could not understand how people could fight a war over ideas you cannot touch. It seemed too much for him that his father-in-law sent 6 soldiers with rifles to watch over an election in a quiet town. The soldiers went to every house. They took people's hunting guns, machetes, and even kitchen knives. Then they gave men over 21 two kinds of ballots, blue for conservatives and red for liberals. The night before the election, Don Apolinar read a rule that said no one could buy alcohol or meet in groups larger than 3 unless they were from the same family. The election happened calmly. At 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, they put a wooden box in the town square and the soldiers watched it. Anyone could vote freely. Aureliano stayed with his father-in-law all day to be sure no one voted twice. At 4 in the afternoon, drums sounded in the square and the polls closed. Don Apolinar sealed the box and signed the label. That night he played dominoes with Aureliano. He told the sergeant to open the box and count the votes. There were almost the same number of red and blue ballots. The sergeant took out most of the red ones and replaced them with blue, leaving only 10 red ballots. Then they sealed the box again and sent it to the capital in the morning.
The liberals will start a war, Aureliano said.
Don Apolinar looked down at his domino pieces.
If you mean because of the changed ballots, they won't, he said. We left a few red ballots so no one will complain.
Aureliano now saw what it meant to be in the losing side.
If I were a liberal, he said, I would go to war for those missing ballots.
His father-in-law looked at him over his glasses.
Come now, Orlito, he said. If you were a liberal, even if you were my son-in-law, you would never have seen that we changed the ballots.
What made the people in town angry was not the election results. They were upset because the soldiers did not give back their weapons. A group of women talked to Aureliano. They asked him to help them get their kitchen knives from his father-in-law. Don Apolinar Moscote told him in secret that the soldiers took the weapons as proof that the liberals wanted to start a war. Aureliano was shocked by his words. He said nothing. One night, when Gerineldo Marquez and Magnifico Visbal were talking with some friends about the knives, they asked Aureliano if he was a liberal or a conservative. Aureliano answered without hesitating.
If I have to choose, I will be a liberal, he said. The conservatives are not honest.
The next day, his friends told him to go to Dr. Alirio Noguera. They said he should go to see him about pain in his liver. Aureliano did not understand why he had to lie about being sick. Dr. Alirio Noguera had come to Macondo a few years before. He carried a box of tasteless medicine and followed a strange idea about curing people. He was not a real doctor. He was pretending. Behind his kind face, he was hiding a dark past. He had marks on his legs from years in prison. He had escaped once by wearing clothes of a priest, even though he hated them. After some years in exile, he returned to the country on a small boat. He brought bottles filled with sugar instead of medicine and a fake diploma. When he arrived, he cried because he found people no longer wanted to fight for their beliefs. He had hoped to find strong political energy, but it was gone. Disappointed, he looked for a quiet town and decided to stay in Macondo. He rented a small, dark room near the square. He lived by selling sugar pills to sick people who had no hope. He passed the time remembering his past and fighting against asthma. When elections came near, he began to think again about politics. He met young people who knew very little about it. He started to influence them quietly. He told them to vote not to change the government, but to prove that elections were useless.
There is only one thing that brings results, he said. Violence.
Many of Aureliano's friends liked his ideas. They wanted to end the power of the conservatives. But no one invited Aureliano to join the plan. He was close to the town magistrate and often kept to himself. Also, everyone knew he had voted conservative because his father-in-law told him to. So, it was only by chance that he showed his true feelings. Out of curiosity, he went to see the doctor for help with a pain that did not really exist. The doctor's room smelled of old medicine and dust. Aureliano saw an old man who breathed with difficulty. Before saying anything, the doctor took him to the window and looked at his eyelid.
"It's not there," Aureliano said softly. He pressed his fingers on his side and added, "The pain is here. It keeps me awake at night."
Then Dr. Noguera closed the window and said the sun was too strong. He explained to Aureliano that killing conservatives was a patriotic duty. For several days, Aureliano kept a small bottle of pills in his pocket. Every 2 hours, he took it out, counted 3 pills, and put them in his mouth. He let them melt slowly on his tongue. Don Apolinar Moscote laughed at him for believing in homeopathy, but others knew he was part of their secret group. Many sons of the founders were involved, yet most did not really know what plan they were part of. When Dr. Noguera finally told Aureliano the secret, Aureliano understood the whole conspiracy. He believed it was important to fight the conservatives, but the plan shocked him. The doctor believed in killing people personally. He wanted many men to act at the same time, in all parts of the country, to eliminate all officials and their families, even children. He said this was the only way to destroy conservatism completely. Don Apolinar Moscote, his wife, and his 6 daughters were also on the list.
"You are not a liberal," Aureliano said calmly. "You are only a killer."
In that case, the doctor replied, just as calm, "Give me back the bottle. You will not need it anymore."
6 months later, Aureliano learned that the doctor no longer trusted him. He thought Aureliano was too sensitive and quiet to take action, and too lonely to work with others. They watched him closely because they feared he might tell the secret. Aureliano promised to stay silent. He said that on the night they went to attack the Moscote family, they would find him at the door guarding it. He seemed so sure that they stopped their plan and decided to wait. During that time, Úrsula asked him what he thought about Pietro Crespi marrying Amaranta. He said it was not the right time to think about marriage. For a week, he carried an old pistol under his shirt. He watched his friends carefully. In the afternoons, he went for coffee with José Arcadio and Rebecca, who were fixing their house. From 7 o'clock, he played dominoes with his father-in-law. At lunch, he talked with Arcadio, who was now a tall young man. Arcadio was full of excitement about war. In his school, the older boys and small children spoke together about shooting Father Nicanor, turning the church into a school, and allowing free love. Aureliano tried to calm him down. He told him to be careful and wise. But Arcadio did not listen. He said in public that Aureliano was weak. Aureliano stayed quiet and waited. In December, Úrsula ran into the workshop, very upset.
War has started, she cried.
War had really begun 3 months before. Martial law ruled the country. Don Apolinar Moscote was the only one who knew at first, but he did not tell anyone. Not even his wife. Before dawn, soldiers came quietly to occupy the town. They brought 2 small cannons pulled by mules. They made their base in the school. A curfew started at 6 in the evening. They searched all the houses again, and this time they even took working tools. They caught Dr. Noguera, tied him to a tree in the square, and shot him. Father Nicanor tried to show them his miracle of floating in the air, but a soldier hit him on the head with his rifle. The liberal excitement ended, and silence and fear spread. Aureliano stayed pale and quiet. He kept playing dominoes with his father-in-law. He understood that Don Apolinar Moscote's new title meant nothing. The real power was in the hands of the army captain. Every morning, the captain collected extra money for public safety. One day, his soldiers took a woman who had been bitten by a mad dog and killed her. 2 weeks after the army took control, Aureliano went to Gabriel Márquez's house. He asked for a cup of coffee without sugar. When they were alone, his voice sounded firm and strong.
"Get the men ready," he said. "We are going to war."
Gabriel Márquez looked at him with doubt. "With what weapons?" he asked.
"Who are we fighting with?" he asked.
"With their army," Aureliano answered.
On Tuesday at midnight, 21 young men under 30, led by Aureliano Buendía, attacked the garrison. They carried table knives and sharp tools. They surprised the guards, took their weapons, and in the courtyard they shot the captain and the 4 soldiers who had killed the woman. That same night, while shots could still be heard, Arcadio became the civil and military leader of the town. The married rebels only had time to say goodbye to their wives. They left at dawn, and the people who were free from fear cheered for them. They went to join the army of General Victorio Medina, who was said to be on his way to Manor. Before leaving, Aureliano took Don Apolinar Moscote out of a closet.
"Do not worry, father-in-law," he told him. "The new government promises your safety and your family's safety."
Don Apolinar looked at him with surprise. He could not believe that this man in high boots with a rifle was the same person who had played dominoes with him earlier that night.
"This is crazy, Aurelito," he said.
"Not crazy," Aureliano answered. "This is war. And do not call me Aurelito anymore. Now I am Colonel Aureliano Buendía."
Chapter 6. Colonel Aureliano Buendía led 32 battles, and he lost every one of them. He had 17 sons with 17 different women, and they were all killed in one night before the oldest turned 35. He survived 14 murder attempts, 73 attacks, and 1 firing squad. He even drank poison that could have killed a horse but lived. He refused an award from the president. He became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, in command from one border to the other, and was the man most feared by the government. But he never let anyone take his photo. After the war, he said no to a lifetime pension. Until he was old, he made goldfish in his small workshop in Macondo to earn money. Even though he always fought beside his men, he was never really hurt except once, when he wounded himself after signing the peace treaty. He shot himself in the chest, but the bullet went through without hitting anything important. When all was over, only one street in Macondo carried his name. A few years before his death, he said he had never imagined any of that when he left at dawn with his 21 men to join General Victorio Medina.
"We leave Macondo in your care," he told Arcadio before leaving. "We leave it in good condition. Try to make it better when we come back."
Arcadio understood the order in his own way. He made a uniform with shiny decorations like a marshal, using drawings he found in one of Melchiada's books. He wore the gold-decorated sword that belonged to the dead captain. He placed 2 cannons at the town gate, gave uniforms to his old students, and let them walk around with guns so visitors would think the town was strong. The trick worked for 10 months because the government was afraid to attack. But when it finally did, The fight ended in half an hour. From the first day, Arcadio loved making rules. He made up to 4 new ones each day. He ordered that all men over 18 must join the army. He said that any animals walking outside after 6 in the evening belonged to the town. He made older men wear red bands on their arms. He locked Father Nicanor in the church and said he would be punished if he said Mass or rang the bells except for a liberal victory. To show everyone how serious he was, he ordered a firing squad to shoot at a scarecrow in the square. At first, nobody thought he was serious. People thought he and his soldiers were just boys pretending to be men. But one night in Caterino's store, the trumpeter played a funny tune when he entered, and the people laughed. Arcadio got angry and had him shot for insulting the authorities. Anyone who complained was locked up with their feet in stocks and fed only bread and water.
"You murderer!" Ursula shouted at him whenever she heard about something cruel he had done. "When Aureliano finds out, he will shoot you, and I will be the first to be happy."
But nothing helped. Arcadio kept making the knot tighter until he became the most cruel ruler in the town. One day Don Apolinar Moscote said, "Now they can see the difference. This is the liberal paradise." Arcadio heard what he said. He went to Don Apollinar's house with soldiers. They broke the furniture, hurt his daughters, and dragged Don Apolinar outside.
Ursula ran through the streets shouting in anger and calling everyone to see the shame. She carried a whip covered with pitch. When she reached the yard of the headquarters, Arcadio was ready to give the order to shoot. "I dare you, you coward," she shouted. Before he could speak, she hit him with the first strike of the whip. "I dare you, murderer," she cried. "And kill me too, you wicked son. Then I will not live to see the shame of raising a monster." She hit him again and again, chasing him to the end of the yard. Arcadio bent down, hiding like a snail in its shell. Don Apolinar lay tied to a post, half conscious. The soldiers ran away, afraid that Ursula would punish them too. But she did not even look at them. She left Arcadio crying with pain and anger. She untied Don Apolinar and took him home. Before leaving, she opened the stocks and freed the prisoners.
From that time, Ursula became the leader of the town. She brought back Sunday Mass and stopped people from wearing red ribbons. She cancelled Arcadio's foolish rules. Still, she cried often about her sad life. She felt so lonely that she spent time near her silent husband, who was forgotten under the chestnut tree.
"Look what has happened," she said when the June rain almost broke the shelter. "Look at our empty house. Our children are far away. We are alone again, just like at the beginning."
José Arcadio Buendía did not hear her. He lived lost in his own world. At first, he spoke strange Latin words when he needed something. Sometimes his mind cleared for a while, and when Amaranta brought his food, he could say what hurt him. He calmly accepted her help with simple remedies. But when Ursula came to tell her sadness, his mind was already gone.
She washed him little by little while he sat quietly on his stool. She talked to him about the family.
"Aureliano went to war 4 months ago. We have no word from him," she said while cleaning his back. "José Arcadio came home strong and covered with tattoos, but he brought shame to our house."
She thought he looked sad when she spoke badly of someone. So she decided to tell him happy stories instead.
"You will not believe this," she said while cleaning. "José Arcadio and Rebecca got married, and they are very happy now." She tried so hard to make her lies sound true that she began to believe them herself. "Arcadio is serious now," she said. "He is brave and looks fine in his uniform with his sword."
It was pointless. Her husband looked peaceful but no longer cared about anything. She continued to care for him. He did not move from his stool. He stayed under the sun and the rain without trying to leave. It seemed he did not need straps anymore because his mind kept him tied to the tree. In August, when the cold season seemed endless, Ursula finally brought news that sounded real.
"Can you believe it?" she said. Good luck still comes to us. Amaranta and the piano man are getting married.
Amaranta and Pietro Crespi were truly close. Ursula protected their love and felt she did not need to watch them. It was a quiet courtship at sunset. The Italian came in the evening with a flower in his coat. He read old poems for Amaranta while she sewed lace. They sat on the porch surrounded by roses and oregano. They did not worry about the war outside. When mosquitoes came, they went inside to continue their time together. Amaranta was always gentle and kind with her fiancé. Her quiet love surrounded him like something soft and unseen. When he left the house at 8 o'clock, he seemed to move his pale fingers through that invisible feeling, as if pushing it away. They liked spending time together making a pretty album. It was full of postcards that Pietro Crespi received from Italy. The cards showed lovers walking in quiet parks. There were pictures of hearts with arrows and doves carrying golden ribbons.
I have been to this park in Florence, Pietro said as he looked at the cards. If you put out your hand, the birds come to eat from it.
Sometimes, when they saw a painting of Venice, he closed his eyes and thought the water smelled sweet like flowers, not dirty like he remembered. Amaranta laughed and dreamed about that far place. She imagined a country with kind men and beautiful women who spoke in a soft, simple way. She thought of old cities where only cats walked among the stones that were left from grand times. After he came across the ocean to find that lovely world, after he had mixed love with the quick passion he felt for Rebecca, Pietro Crespi finally found true love. He was happy, and his business grew strong. His store filled nearly one whole street. Inside, it looked like a place of dreams. There were small copies of the bell tower of Florence that played music when they told the time. There were music boxes from Sorrento and little mirrors from China that played songs when opened. He sold every kind of musical instrument and toy that could make sound or move. His younger brother, Bruno Crespi, took care of the store because Pietro was busy teaching at the music school. Because of them, the Street of the Turks became a place full of happy sounds. People went there to forget about Arcadio's hard rules and the sadness of war. When Ursula decided church service should begin again on Sundays, Pietro Crespi gave the church a German harmonium. He taught children to sing in a chorus and made a program of old church songs. The music made Father Nicanor's quiet prayers feel grand and bright. Everyone thought Amaranta would be lucky to marry Pietro Crespi. They did not hurry their love. They let it grow slowly and naturally until it was time to choose the wedding day. No one tried to stop them. Ursula sometimes blamed herself for hurting Rebecca's fate before, so she did not want to cause more pain. The long sadness for Remedios had become less important because people were tired from the war and troubled by Arcadio's cruelty and the loss of José Arcadio and Rebecca. As the wedding came near, Pietro said that Aureliano José, whom he loved like a son, would be their oldest child. Everything around Amaranta seemed calm and full of good hope. She believed her life was moving toward quiet happiness. But unlike Rebecca, she did not show any worry or emotion. With the same calm that she always used when she dyed cloth, made lace, and embroidered colorful birds, Amaranta waited for the day when Pietro Crespi could no longer hide his feelings. Her day came with the heavy rains in October.
Pietro Crespi took the sewing basket from her lap and said, "We will get married next month."
Amaranta did not shake when she felt his cold hands. She pulled her hands away like a shy animal and started to sew again. "Do not be foolish, Crespi," she said with a small smile. "I would not marry you, even if I were dead."
Pietro Crespi lost control. He cried hard and held his hands in pain, but she did not change her mind. "Do not waste your time," Amaranta said. "If you love me so much, then do not come to this house again."
Ursula felt so ashamed that she thought she would go crazy. Pietro Crespi tried everything to make Amaranta forgive him. He cried for a long afternoon while resting on Ursula's lap, and she wanted badly to help him. On rainy nights, he walked around the house with an umbrella, waiting to see a light in Amaranta's room. At that time, he dressed better than ever. His noble face looked even more serious and sad. He asked Amaranta's friends, the ones who sewed with her on the porch, to talk to her for him. He left his work alone. He stayed at the back of his store writing desperate letters to Amaranta. He sent them with flower petals and dried butterflies, but she always sent them back without reading them. He shut himself in his room for many hours to play the zither. One night, he began to sing. Macondo woke up softly that morning. Music came from a zither and a sweet voice filled the air. Everyone listened and felt love through the sound. Pietro Crespi looked around and saw light shining in every window of the town except Amaranta's. On November 2nd, All Souls' Day, his brother opened their store. Inside, all the lamps were on, the music boxes were playing, and the clocks were striking without stopping. At the desk in the back, he found Pietro Crespi. He was dead, with his wrists cut and his hands resting in a bowl. Ursula decided the funeral would take place in her house. Father Nicanor did not agree. He said there should be no religious service or burial in holy ground.
In a way that we cannot understand, that man was good, she said. So I will bury him beside Melquid's grave.
She did that, and the whole town came to help and honor him. Amaranta stayed in her room. From her bed she heard Ursula crying and the many people walking and whispering around the house. There were sounds of mourning, and later a deep silence filled the place. It smelled of crushed flowers. For a long time Amaranta could still smell Pietro Crespi's lavender scent in the evenings. She fought hard not to lose herself in sadness. Ursula stopped caring for her. One afternoon, Amaranta went to the kitchen. She put her hand into the hot coals of the stove. The pain was strong, then no pain came at all, only the smell of burned skin. She thought it was a way to punish herself. For several days she walked around with her hand in a pot of egg whites. When her burns healed, she felt as if her heart also had closed its wounds. From then on she wore a black cloth around her hand until she died. Arcadio showed an unusual kindness. He declared official mourning for Pietro Crespi. Ursula thought it meant he had become good again. But she was wrong. She had lost Arcadio long ago, not when he became a soldier, but from the very beginning. She believed she had raised him like a son, just as she had raised Rebecca, without giving one more than the other. Still, Arcadio was a quiet and frightened boy during the time when people could not sleep. Everyone around him was too busy or lost in their own world. Ursula was always working, José Arcadio Buendía was dreaming strange ideas, Aureliano stayed silent, and Amaranta and Rebecca were fighting all the time. Aureliano taught Arcadio how to read and write, but he did it without care, as if teaching a stranger. He gave Arcadio his old clothes so visitation could fix them before they were thrown away. Arcadio wore shoes that were too big and pants that had many patches. He felt ashamed of his body and tired of being different. He found it easier to talk to Visitation and Cator in their own language than to anyone else. Only Melquids truly cared for him. He made Arcadio listen to his strange stories and taught him how to take pictures. No one knew that Arcadio cried alone many times and tried hard to bring Melquids back to life by studying his old papers. Later, the respect he received at school and then the power and fine uniform he wore made him forget his sadness for a while. One night at Caterino's store, a man told him, "You don't deserve your family name." Everyone thought Arcadio would punish him, but he did not.
To my great honor, Arcadio said, I am not a Buendía.
Some people who knew the truth thought he already understood who his real parents were, but he did not. His mother, Pilar Ternera, still made him feel restless and excited. He wanted her as much as José Arcadio and Aureliano had wanted her before. Even though she was older now and her laugh was not the same, he looked for her and found her by the smell of smoke that always followed her. One hot day, not long before the war, she came late to pick up her younger son from school. Arcadio was waiting in the room where he usually rested in his hammock. He trembled as he waited, knowing she had to pass through there. When she arrived, Arcadio caught her by the wrist and tried to pull her toward him.
I can't, Pilar Ternera said in fear. You don't know how much I want to make you happy, but I swear to God I can't.
Arcadio held her by the waist, using all his great strength. When he touched her skin, he felt the world fade away. Don't pretend to be a saint, he said.
After all, everybody knows that you're a whore.
Pilar fought the disgust that her sad life made her feel.
The children will find out, she said softly. It will be better if you leave the bar off the door tonight.
Arcadio waited for her that night, shaking with fever in his hammock. He did not sleep. He listened to the loud crickets through the long hours of the morning. He heard the birds that marked the time, growing more sure that someone had lied to him. When worry turned into anger, the door opened. Months later, when Arcadio stood in front of the firing squad, he remembered that night. He could see himself walking in the dark classroom, bumping into benches. He remembered the shape of a body in the shadows, and the breath of another heart. He reached out and touched a hand. It had 2 rings on one finger. He felt the veins and the weak pulse. The hand was damp, and the short lifeline made him think of death. Then he understood that this was not the woman he had waited for. She did not smell of smoke. She smelled of flowers. Her body was young and shy. She was a virgin. Her name was Santa Sofia de la Piedad. Pilar Ternera had given her 50 pesos, half of her savings, to go to him. Arcadio had seen the girl many times in her parents' small store, but he had never really looked at her. She seemed to appear only when the moment was right. After that night, Arcadio stayed close to her. He felt safe beside her. She began visiting him at school during the afternoon rest. Her parents allowed it because Pilar Ternera had given them the other half of her savings. Later, when the government soldiers drove them away from the place where they met, they found another hiding spot. They made love behind the store, near the cans of lard and sacks of corn. When Arcadio became the civil and military leader, they had a daughter. Only José Arcadio and Rebecca knew about her. At that time Arcadio was close to them, not because of family but because they shared secrets. José Arcadio had married Rebecca. Her strong will and big hunger ruled his life. Her ambition and stubborn nature used all his energy. He was no longer lazy or chasing women. He worked hard every day. Their house was always clean and tidy. Rebecca opened the house wide at dawn. The wind came from the graveyard and moved through the windows and doors. It passed to the yard and left the walls and furniture marked by the air of the dead. She no longer thought much about her strange hunger for earth or the sound of her parents' bones. She tried to forget how restless she felt when she saw Pietro Crespi so quiet. Those memories stayed far away in her mind. All day she sat by the window and worked on her embroidery. She did not think about the war outside. When the pot started to shake in the cupboard, she stood up and warmed the food. Soon the hungry dogs arrived. Then came the big man in boots and spurs with his shotgun. Sometimes he carried a deer on his shoulder, and often a line of rabbits or wild ducks. One afternoon, at the start of his rule, Arcadio came to visit them without warning. They had not seen him since leaving the house. He looked friendly, so they asked him to eat stew with them. After coffee, Arcadio said why he had come. He had received a complaint about José Arcadio. People said José Arcadio had started to plow his yard and had kept going into the land of others. He broke fences and small buildings with his oxen and took the best land for himself. The farmers whose land he did not take still had to pay him money every Saturday. He walked around with his hunting dogs and shotgun to collect it. José Arcadio did not deny it. He said his right came from the land his father had given away long ago when he founded the town. He believed his father had been crazy then and had given away land that really belonged to the family. Arcadio said it did not matter. He did not come to punish José Arcadio but to help him make things legal. He wanted to create an office where José Arcadio could register the land. The only condition was that the local government would collect the money after that. They agreed. Years later, Colonel Aureliano Buendía looked at the land papers. He saw that all the land from José Arcadio's yard to the horizon, even the cemetery, was in his brother's name. He also found that Arcadio had taken not only the money from the land but had made people pay for burials too. Úrsula took months to learn what everyone already knew. People did not tell her so she would not suffer more. She began to suspect something.
Arcadio is building a house, she told her husband while she tried to feed him syrup. But she sighed and said quietly, I don't know why, but this feels wrong.
Later she learned that Arcadio had ordered expensive furniture from Vienna. Then she was sure he had used government money.
You bring shame to our family name, she shouted one Sunday after Mass.
He was in his new house playing cards with his men. Arcadio ignored her and kept on playing. Only then did Úrsula learn that he had a baby girl who was 6 months old. She also learned that Santa Sofia de la Piedad, the woman living with him without marriage, was pregnant again. Úrsula decided to write to Colonel Aureliano Buendía wherever he was to tell him about this. But very fast events in those days stopped her plan. They also made her regret wanting to do it. The war, which before had only been a word that meant something far away, became real and frightening. Near the end of February, an old woman came to Macondo. Her face looked grey, and she rode a donkey full of brooms. She looked harmless, so the soldiers let her pass. They thought she was just another vendor coming from the towns near the swamp. She went straight to the barracks. Arcadio met her there in the place that had once been a classroom. Now that room was used like a camp behind the front line. Hammocks hung from hooks, mats were piled up in corners, and guns of many kinds lay on the floor. The old woman stood straight and gave a military salute. Then she said who she was.
I am Colonel Gregorio Stevenson, she said.
She had bad news. She said the last liberal forces were being destroyed. She had left Colonel Aureliano Buendía fighting while retreating near Rio Hacha. She carried a message from him for Arcadio. The message said that Arcadio must give up the town without fighting. In return, the soldiers would respect the lives and property of liberals. Arcadio looked at the strange messenger. She seemed like an old grandmother running away from trouble, and he felt some pity.
You have something written, of course, he said.
Of course not, the messenger answered. It's easy to see that in times like these a person cannot carry anything that might get him caught. Then she reached into her bodice and took out a small gold fish. I think this will be enough, she said.
Arcadio saw it was one of the little gold fish made by Colonel Aureliano Buendía. But he knew that anyone could have gotten one before the war or even stolen it. So it was not safe proof of her words. To make him believe her, the messenger told a secret. She said she was going to Curaçao. There she wanted to find people in exile from different islands and get weapons and supplies. With these, she hoped to make a new landing by the end of the year. With faith in that plan, Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not want any useless sacrifices at that time. But Arcadio refused to listen. He put the prisoner in the stocks until the man could show who he really was. Arcadio told everyone he would defend the town even if he died. He did not wait long. The news of the liberal defeat became clearer each day. Near the end of March, before sunrise on a rainy morning, the quiet days suddenly ended. A cornet cried out in alarm, and a cannon fired. The blast broke the church steeple. Arcadio's idea to resist was foolish. He only had about 50 men, all badly armed. Each man carried 20 cartridges. Most of them were his old students. They were excited by loud speeches and ready to die for a lost cause. There was heavy noise everywhere, boots hitting the ground, mixed orders, cannons shaking the earth, wild gunfire, and loud cornets. In the confusion, the man calling himself Colonel Stevenson spoke to Arcadio.
Please don't let me die in the stocks wearing these women's clothes, he said. If I must die, let me die fighting.
Arcadio agreed. He gave him a gun and 20 cartridges and told 5 men to stay with him to guard headquarters. Then Arcadio went with his officers to lead the defense.
He never reached the road to the swamp. The enemy had broken the barricades. Fighting spread through the streets. The defenders first used their rifles until the bullets were gone. Then they used pistols against rifles. At last, they fought hand to hand. When defeat seemed close, some women came out with sticks and kitchen knives to help. In the middle of all this, Arcadio saw Amaranta. She was searching for him like someone out of her mind. She wore her nightgown and carried 2 old pistols that had belonged to José Arcadio Buendía. Arcadio handed his rifle to an officer who had lost his weapon in the fight. Then he took Amaranta through a side street to get her home. Úrsula was waiting in the doorway. She did not care about the cannon shots or the hole they had made in the house next door. The rain had almost stopped, but the streets were slippery like soap. It was so dark that they had to guess where everything was. Arcadio left Amaranta with Úrsula and tried to fight 2 soldiers who were shooting from the corner. The old pistols from the bureau did not work. Úrsula put herself in front of Arcadio and tried to pull him back to the house.
"Come inside, in the name of God," she shouted. "There has been enough madness."
The soldiers pointed their guns at them.
"Let go of that man, ma'am," one of them shouted. "If you don't, we will not be responsible."
Arcadio pushed Úrsula toward the house and gave himself up. Soon the shooting stopped, and the bells began to ring. The fight was over in less than 30 minutes. None of Arcadio's men lived, but before they died, they killed 300 soldiers. The last place to fall was the barracks. Before the attack, a man who called himself Colonel Gregorio Stevenson had freed the prisoners. He told his men to go out and fight in the street. He moved fast and fired carefully with his 20 bullets, so it looked like the barracks was strongly protected. The attackers used cannons and destroyed it completely. When the captain who led the attack looked at the broken building, he was surprised. He found only one dead man wearing undershorts, still holding an empty rifle. One arm was gone. He had long hair like a woman's, tied at the neck with a comb, and around his neck hung a chain with a small goldfish. The captain turned the body with his boot and looked at his face with a light.
"Jesus Christ," he said in shock.
Other officers came near.
"Look where this man turned up," the captain said. "It's Gregorio Stevenson."
At dawn, after a quick trial, Arcadio was shot beside the cemetery wall. During his last 2 hours, he could not understand why the fear he had felt since he was a child had suddenly gone away. Impassive, he listened to all the accusations without showing any fear. He did not try to look brave or important. He only sat there quietly. He thought about Úrsula, who was probably under the chestnut tree drinking coffee with José Arcadio Buendía. He thought about his baby daughter, who was 8 months old and still had no name. He also thought about the other baby who would be born in August. He remembered Santa Sofía de la Piedad, who he had left the night before salting a deer for lunch. He missed her soft hair and her eyelashes that looked almost unreal. He thought about all the people he knew. He did not feel sad, but he felt more clear about his life. He began to understand that he loved even those people he once hated. The president of the court started the final speech. Arcadio realized 2 hours had passed. The president said, even if the other accusations are not very strong, the reckless way the accused sent his soldiers to die for nothing is enough to deserve death. Arcadio looked around the broken schoolhouse. In that place, he had once felt strong, and near there, he had first felt the doubt of love. Now he thought the idea of death was strange and useless. He was not afraid to die. He only felt a deep sadness for life itself.
When they asked him for his last wish, he finally spoke. "Tell my wife," he said calmly, "to name our daughter Úrsula." He paused for a moment. "Úrsula, like her grandmother," he said again. "And if the next baby is a boy, call him José Arcadio. Not after his uncle, but after his grandfather."
Before the soldiers took him to the execution place, Father Nicanor came to help him.
I have nothing to confess, Arcadio said. Then he drank a cup of black coffee and went to stand where the squad told him.
The leader of the squad was Captain Roque Carnicero. His name meant butcher, which fit the situation too well. It was raining lightly as they walked to the cemetery. Far away, Arcadio saw a bright Wednesday morning starting to shine. The sadness he felt disappeared with the mist. Instead, he felt a strong curiosity about everything around him. When they told him to stand with his back against the wall, he saw Rebecca. Her hair was wet, and she wore a dress with pink flowers. She opened the door wide and looked toward the wall. He tried to make her see him.
Rebecca froze in shock and could only wave goodbye. Arcadio waved back.
At that moment, the rifles were lifted toward him. He heard slowly, one by one, the strange words that Melquiades had once spoken. He thought of the soft steps of Santa Sofia de la Piedad in the classroom. Then he smelled the cold air and felt the same chill he had noticed once in the nose of Remedio's body. Oh, God damn it, he thought.
I forgot to say that if it was a girl, they should call her Remedios.
Then he felt fear again. It was the same fear that had followed him all his life. The captain gave the order to shoot. Arcadio only had time to raise his head and push out his chest. He did not understand where the hot liquid on his legs came from.
Bastards, he shouted. Long live the Liberal Party!
Chapter 7. The war ended in May. 2 weeks before the government said it was over, they made an official announcement. It was a big speech that promised hard punishment for those who started the fight. At that time, Colonel Aureliano Buendía was taken prisoner. He was caught when he was trying to reach the western border. He was disguised as an Indian healer. He had 21 men with him when the war began. 14 of them died. 6 were hurt. Only 1 man was still with him when they lost. That man was Colonel Geroneldo Marquez. People in Macondo heard the news through a special announcement.
He's alive, Úrsula told her husband. Let us pray that his enemies will be kind to him.
She cried for 3 days. One afternoon, while she stirred sweet milk candy in the kitchen, she heard her son's voice close to her ear.
It was Aureliano, she shouted, and ran to the chestnut tree to tell her husband. I don't know how it happened, but he is alive, and we will see him soon.
She believed it completely. She cleaned the house and moved the furniture. A week later, a rumor began to spread. It did not come from any official paper, but everyone talked about it. It said that Colonel Aureliano Buendía was sentenced to death. The punishment would happen in Macondo to teach the town a lesson. On Monday morning at 10:30, Amaranta was helping Aureliano José get dressed. She heard the sound of soldiers far away. A trumpet played loud.
Then Úrsula ran into the room and shouted, "They are bringing him now."
The soldiers tried to control the crowd with their rifles. Úrsula and Amaranta pushed through the people to the corner. There they saw him. He looked poor and tired. His clothes were torn. His hair and beard were messy. He had no shoes. He walked through the dusty road, not feeling the heat under his feet. His hands were tied behind his back with a rope that was fastened to an officer's horse. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez was beside him, also tired and dirty. They both looked defeated. The people in the crowd shouted angrily at the soldiers and said bad words.
My son, Úrsula cried loudly. She hit the soldier who tried to stop her. The officer's horse jumped and moved back.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía stopped and looked at his mother with shaking hands. He did not let her touch him. He stared at her with a serious face. Go home, Mama, he said. Ask the officers for permission to visit me in jail. He turned his eyes to Amaranta, who stood behind Úrsula and did not know what to do. He gave her a weak smile and asked, What happened to your hand?
Amaranta lifted her hand, covered in a black bandage. It is a burn, she said softly. Then she pulled Úrsula away so the horses would not push her.
The soldiers began to move. The prisoners were surrounded by guards and taken quickly to the jail. When evening came, Úrsula went to the jail to see Colonel Aureliano Buendía. She had tried to get permission from Don Apolinar Moscote, but he could not help her because the soldiers now ruled everything. Father Nicanor was sick in bed with a high fever. The parents of Colonel Geroneldo Márquez tried to visit their son, who was not going to be executed, but the soldiers pushed them away with their guns. Úrsula saw that nobody could help her. She believed her son would be killed at sunrise. So she gathered the things she wanted to take to him and went to the jail alone.
I am the mother of Colonel Aureliano Buendía, she said loudly. The guards stopped her at the door. I will go in anyway, Úrsula told them firmly.
So if you have orders to shoot, start right now. She moved past one of the soldiers and went into the old classroom. Inside, some soldiers were half-dressed and cleaning their guns. An officer with a round red face and thick glasses made a sign for the guards to leave.
I am the mother of Colonel Aureliano Buendía, Úrsula said.
You must mean, the officer answered with a polite smile, that you are the mother of Mr. Aureliano Buendía.
Úrsula noticed his slow, fancy way of talking. He spoke like the proud people from the highlands.
As you say, mister, she said. I only want to see him.
The rules said no visits for prisoners who were waiting to die. But the officer decided to take the risk and gave her 15 minutes. Úrsula showed him what she had brought in her bundle. There were clean clothes, the short boots her son wore at his wedding, and sweet milk candy she had saved for him since she felt he would come back. She found Colonel Aureliano Buendía in a small room used as a cell. He was lying on a cot with his arms stretched out. His armpits were covered with sores. They had let him shave, and his thick mustache made his thin face look even sharper. To Úrsula, he looked paler and taller than before, and he seemed more alone. He already knew everything that had happened at home. He knew about Pietro Crespi's death, Arcadio's cruel behavior and execution, and the strength of José Arcadio Buendía under the chestnut tree. He also knew that Amaranta had chosen to stay single and take care of Aureliano José. The boy was showing good sense and had learned to read and write while he was learning to speak. When Úrsula entered the room, she felt shy in front of her son. He seemed very mature now. She could feel his power and calm strength. She was surprised that he knew so much.
You always knew I was a magician, he said with a small smile. Then, speaking seriously, he added, this morning, when they brought me here, I felt like I had already lived all this before.
When he walked through the shouting crowd, he kept thinking and saw how the town had grown old. The almond trees looked broken, and the houses, once blue and later red, had strange, faded colors now.
What did you expect? Úrsula said with a sigh.
Time passes, Aureliano said quietly.
Yes, he added, but not too much.
So their long-awaited visit became only a simple, everyday talk again. Both had made questions and even thought of answers before meeting, but everything turned into small, ordinary words. When the guard said the visit was over, Aureliano took a roll of damp papers from under the bed. They were his poems, written for Remedios and later during the war when he had some free time.
Promise me no one will read them, he said. Burn them tonight in the oven.
Úrsula promised and stood up to kiss him goodbye. I brought you a gun, she whispered.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía looked toward the guard to see if he could be seen.
It will not help me, he said softly. But give it to me, so they will not find it on you when they search.
Úrsula took the small gun from her clothes and hid it under the mattress.
Do not say goodbye, he said calmly. Do not ask anyone for mercy. Pretend that I was already shot long ago.
Úrsula bit her lip so she would not cry. Put hot stones on your sores, she said. Then she turned and left the room.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía stood still and thoughtful until the door closed. Then he lay down again with his arms open. Since he was a young boy, he believed that death would come with a clear and certain sign. Now only a few hours remained before his death, but no sign had appeared. Once, in Tucurinca, a very beautiful woman came to his camp and asked the guards to let her see him. They allowed her in because they knew how mothers often sent their daughters to famous soldiers, hoping to have strong children. That night, Colonel Aureliano Buendía was finishing a poem about a man lost in the rain when the girl entered his room. He turned his back to her and placed the paper inside the locked drawer where he kept his poems. Then he felt something strange. He took the gun from the drawer without turning his head.
"Please don't shoot," he said.
When he turned around with his own gun, the girl had lowered hers and seemed unsure what to do. In that way he had escaped fear of the 11 traps. But someone who was never caught went into the rebel headquarters one night in Manor. He killed Colonel Magnifico Visbal, his close friend. The colonel had been using his bed because he had a fever. Only a few steps away, he was sleeping in a hammock in the same room, unaware of what happened. He tried many times to understand his special feelings about the future, but it was useless. They came suddenly, like bright clear moments that felt true, yet he could not understand them. Sometimes they seemed so normal that he noticed they were real only after they happened. Often they were just small superstitions. But when he was condemned to die and asked for his last wish, he clearly felt the truth of one of those feelings.
"I asked to die in Macondo," he said.
The president of the military court looked angry. "Don't be clever, Buendía," he said. "You only want more time."
"If you don't do it, that's your problem," the colonel said. "But that is my last wish."
After that, his strange feelings about the future stopped. When Úrsula came to see him in jail, he thought for a long time. He believed death might not come that time because it was not a matter of luck, but of his killer's choice. He spent the night awake, hurting from his sores. Before dawn he heard footsteps in the corridor.
"They're coming," he said to himself.
For some reason, he thought of José Arcadio Buendía, who was thinking about him under the sad morning light near the chestnut tree. He did not feel afraid or sad. He only felt strong anger because his death would stop him from finishing many things. The door opened and a guard came in with a cup of coffee. The next day at the same time he was still angry and in pain under his arms. Nothing changed. On Thursday he ate sweet milk candy with the guards. He put on clean clothes that were too tight and shiny boots. By Friday they still had not shot him. The officers were afraid to kill him. The people in the town were angry, and the soldiers thought the execution might cause trouble not only in Macondo but in all the nearby villages. So they sent a message to the capital to ask what to do. On Saturday night the officers waited for an answer. Captain Roque Carnicero went with some of them to Caterino's place. Only one woman dared to go with him to her room.
"They don't want to be with a man who will soon die," she told him. "No one knows how it will happen, but everyone says that the man who shoots Colonel Aureliano Buendía and all the soldiers with him will be killed later, wherever they hide."
Captain Roque Carnicero told the other officers what she said. They talked to their superiors.
On Sunday the town knew everything. No one said it openly, but everyone understood that the officers were looking for excuses not to shoot the colonel. The town was quiet but full of fear. On Monday the official order arrived. The execution had to happen within 24 hours. That night the officers put 7 small papers into a cap. The name of Captain Roque Carnicero appeared on the chosen one. He looked sad and said,
"Bad luck never changes. I was born unlucky and I will die unlucky."
At 5 in the morning he chose the soldiers by drawing lots. He put them in line in the yard. Then he went to wake the prisoner.
"Come on, Buendía," he said. "It is time."
"So that's why," said the colonel. "I dreamed my wounds were open."
Rebecca Buendía woke up at 3 in the morning when she heard Aureliano would be shot. She stayed in the dark room, looking at the wall of the cemetery through the half-open window. The bed moved from José Arcadio's loud snoring. She had waited all week. Her waiting was quiet and strong, like when she used to wait for letters from Pietro Crespi.
They will not shoot him here, José Arcadio said. They will do it at midnight in the barracks so no one knows who fired the guns. They will bury him there.
Rebecca kept waiting. They are foolish enough to shoot him here, she said. She was sure. She had already imagined how she would open the door and wave goodbye.
They will not bring him through the streets, José Arcadio said again. There are 6 frightened soldiers, and the people are ready for anything.
Rebecca did not listen. She stayed by the window and kept looking out. You will see, she said. They are foolish enough to do it.
On Tuesday morning, at 5 o'clock, José Arcadio drank his coffee and let the dogs out. Rebecca closed the window. She held the bed frame because her legs felt weak.
There, she whispered. They are bringing him. He looks so handsome.
José Arcadio looked outside. He saw the man standing in the light of dawn. The man leaned against the wall. His hands were on his hips because he could not move them down.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía said, "A man hurts himself so much. He suffers so much. And then 6 weak soldiers kill him, and he can't stop it."
He said the words again with anger so deep that Captain Roque Carnicero thought he was praying. The squad raised their guns. The colonel's anger felt like something heavy and bitter in his mouth. His tongue became numb and he closed his eyes. The silver morning light disappeared. He saw himself again as a boy in short pants with a tie around his neck. He saw his father taking him to the tent on a bright afternoon. He saw the ice. He heard someone shout and thought it was the order to fire. He opened his eyes quickly, curious and afraid. He expected to see the bullets coming. But instead, he saw Captain Roque Carnicero with his arms up. He saw José Arcadio crossing the street with his big shotgun ready.
Don't shoot, the captain said. You came here by the will of God.
Another war started there. Captain Roque Carnicero and his 6 men left with Colonel Aureliano Buendía. They wanted to save General Victorio Medina, who was going to be killed in Rio Hacha. They tried to cross the mountains by the old path of José Arcadio Buendía, but after a week they saw it was too hard. So they took a dangerous road over the rocks. They had only the weapons from the firing squad. They camped near towns. One man, holding a small goldfish, went in disguise during the day to speak with sleeping liberal fighters. Those men went out to hunt the next morning and never came back. When they reached the mountain ridge and saw Rio Hacha, General Victorio Medina was already dead. Then Colonel Aureliano Buendía's men called him the leader of the Revolutionary Army on the Caribbean coast. They wanted to make him a general. He took the position but refused the title. He said he would never accept it while the conservative government ruled. After 3 months they had more than 1,000 armed men. But they were defeated. The survivors escaped to the eastern border. Soon people heard they had landed on Cabo de la Vila after coming from small islands of the Antilles. The government sent messages everywhere by telegraph saying Colonel Aureliano Buendía was dead. 2 days later, another telegraph came saying there was a new uprising in the southern plains. That was how people began to talk about the famous Colonel Aureliano Buendía, who seemed to be everywhere. Different reports said strange things. Some said he won in Villanueva. Others said he lost in Guacamole. Some said Indians killed him, and others said he was dead in a village. Then news came again that he was fighting in Urumita. The liberal leaders who were talking with the Congress said he was only an adventurer. The government called him a bandit and offered 5,000 pesos for his capture. After 16 defeats, Colonel Aureliano Buendía left Guajira with 2,000 strong Indian soldiers. They surprised the sleeping garrison and took Rio Hacha. There he made his headquarters and declared total war against the government. The first telegram he received was a warning. It said that Colonel Geroneldo Marquez would be shot in 48 hours unless he moved back to the eastern border. Colonel Roque Carnicero gave him the telegram, looking very worried.
"How wonderful," he said. "We have a telegraph office in Macondo now."
He sent his reply quickly. In 3 months he planned to make Macondo his headquarters. If Colonel Geroneldo Marquez was not alive when he arrived, he would shoot all captured officers, starting with the generals. He ordered his men to do the same during the war. 3 months later he entered Macondo as a hero. On the swamp road, Colonel Geroneldo Marquez met him and gave him a strong hug. The house was full of children. Úrsula had taken in Santa Sofia de la Piedad with her older daughter and twin boys. The twins were born 5 months after Arcadio was killed. Even though Arcadio had not wanted it, Úrsula baptized the girl and named her Remedios.
I'm sure that was what Arcadio wanted, she said. We will not call her Úrsula, because life is hard for people with that name.
The twins were named José Arcadio II and Aureliano II. Amaranta took care of all the children. She put small wooden chairs in the living room and made a nursery for them. She also looked after children from other families nearby. When Colonel Aureliano Buendía came home, fireworks exploded and bells rang. The children's chorus sang to welcome him. Aureliano José, tall like his grandfather, wore an officer's uniform and greeted him with honors. Not all the news was good. A year after Colonel Aureliano Buendía left, José Arcadio and Rebecca moved to the house that Arcadio had built. No one knew that José Arcadio had helped stop the execution. The new house was on the best corner of the square, under an almond tree with 3 redbird nests. It had a large door for visitors and 4 bright windows. Inside, they made a warm home. Rebecca's old friends, including 4 single Moscow sisters, came again to embroider on the porch with begonias like before. José Arcadio kept earning money from the lands he had taken, and the conservative government accepted his ownership. Every afternoon José Arcadio rode home on his horse. He came back with his hunting dogs, his shotgun, and rabbits hanging from his saddle. One afternoon in September, a storm was coming, so he returned earlier than usual. He said hello to Rebecca in the dining room. Then he tied the dogs in the yard, hung the rabbits in the kitchen to salt them later, and went to the bedroom to change his clothes. Rebecca said later that she had been in the bathroom with the door locked. She claimed she did not hear anything. It was hard to believe her, but there was no better answer. No one could find any reason for her to harm her husband, who had made her happy. It was a mystery that was never solved in Macondo. When José Arcadio closed the bedroom door, a gunshot sounded through the house. A small line of blood came from under the door. It went across the living room and out into the street. It kept moving in a straight line through the uneven ground, down steps, and over curbs. It passed along the Street of the Turks, turned right, then left, and went toward the Buendía house. It slid under the closed door, crossed the parlor carefully so the rug stayed clean, and went into the other room. It made a wide curve to go around the dining table, then passed along the porch with the begonias. It moved quietly under Amaranta's chair while she taught Aureliano José arithmetic. It continued through the pantry and reached the kitchen, where Úrsula was preparing to crack 36 eggs for bread.
Holy Mother of God, Úrsula cried.
She followed the line of blood to see where it began. She went through the pantry and along the porch with begonias, while Aureliano José repeated, 3 + 3 is 6, and 6 + 3 is 9. She crossed the dining room and the living room, then followed the trail down the street. She turned right, then left onto the Street of the Turks. She forgot she still wore her baking apron and house slippers. She came into the town square and entered a house she had never visited before. She pushed open the bedroom door and smelled burned gunpowder. José Arcadio was lying face down on the floor on top of the leggings he had just removed. The blood had stopped flowing from his right ear. There was no wound they could find, and no weapon anywhere. They could not remove the smell of gunpowder from his body. They washed him 3 times with soap and a brush. Then they rubbed him with salt and vinegar, with ashes and lemon, and even soaked him in a barrel of lye for 6 hours. They cleaned him so much that the colors of his tattoos started to fade. When they thought about trying herbs and boiling him to take away the smell, his body had already begun to decay, so they buried him quickly. They placed him in a large coffin reinforced with iron plates and sealed with steel bolts. Even then, the smell spread through the streets where the funeral passed. Father Nicanor, sick in bed, gave him his blessing. Later, they built thick walls around the grave and filled them with ash, sawdust, and lime. Still, the cemetery smelled of gunpowder for many years. When the banana company engineers arrived, they covered the grave with concrete. After the burial, Rebecca locked her house and lived alone. She stayed inside and never opened her doors again. She became cold to everything in the world. Many years later, when she was old, she went outside once. She wore shoes that looked like old silver and a hat decorated with small flowers. It was during the time when the wandering Jew came through town, and the heat was so strong that birds broke through window screens to die inside the houses. The last time anyone saw her alive was when she shot a thief who tried to break into her house. After that, no one saw her again except Argenida, her servant and close friend. People later found out that she was sending letters to the bishop, who she said was her cousin. No one ever knew if he answered. The town soon forgot her. Even after he came back with honor, Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not feel happy. The government soldiers left their posts without fighting, and the liberals thought they had won. He knew that was not true. He had over 5,000 men and controlled 2 coastal states, but he felt trapped near the sea. Everything was so confused that when he told his men to rebuild the church tower, Father Nicanor said from his sickbed, "This is strange. The soldiers of Christ destroy the church, and the masons rebuild it." The colonel spent many hours in the telegraph office speaking with other commanders. Each time he left, he felt sure the war was stuck. When news came about new liberal victories, everyone celebrated happily. But when he looked at the map, he saw that his men were lost in the jungle, fighting malaria and mosquitoes, moving in the wrong direction. "We are wasting time," he told his officers. "We are wasting time while those fools in the party only want seats in Congress." At night he could not sleep. He lay in his hammock in the same room where he had once waited for death. He thought about the lawyers in black coats leaving the president's palace early in the morning. They whispered and tried to guess what the president meant when he said yes or no. He imagined them sitting in cold cafes while he lay awake in the heat, watching mosquitoes, afraid of the dawn when he might have to order his men to jump into the sea.
"Be careful with your mouth," she said. "I don't know what it means, but it is very clear. Be careful with your mouth."
2 days later, someone passed a cup of black coffee from hand to hand until it reached the colonel's office. He had not asked for coffee, but he drank it. It had poison strong enough to kill a horse. When they carried him home, his body was stiff, and his tongue was between his teeth. Ursula did everything she could to save him. She cleaned his stomach, wrapped him in warm blankets, and gave him egg whites. After 2 days, his body became warm again. On the 4th day, he was safe. Against his will, and because Ursula and his officers insisted, he stayed in bed for another week. Only then did he learn that his poems had not been burned.
"I did not want to act too fast," Ursula told him. "That night, when I went to light the oven, I thought it was better to wait until they brought the body."
While he was recovering, surrounded by Remedio's dusty dolls, Colonel Aureliano Buendía read his poetry. It helped him remember the most important times of his life. He began to write again. For many hours, he wrote poems that tried to explain his life and the endless war. As he wrote, his thoughts became clear. He could now think about everything in the past and in the future.
One night, he asked Colonel Geroneldo Marquez, "Tell me, my friend, why are you fighting? What other reason could there be?" Marquez said, "For the great Liberal Party." "You are lucky," said Aureliano. "You know why you fight. I have just understood that I fight because of my pride." "That is bad," Marquez said. Aureliano smiled. "Of course it is," he said. "But at least I know why. It is better than fighting without knowing the reason. Or fighting, like you, for something that means nothing to anyone."
His pride had stopped him from talking with other armed groups in the country. He waited until the leaders of the party said in public that he was not a bandit. He knew that once he stopped caring about that, the war could finally change. While resting, he had time to think about it. Then he asked Ursula to give him all her buried money and her savings. He made Colonel Geroneldo Márquez the civil and military leader of Macondo. After that, he went to meet the rebel groups in the interior. Colonel Geroneldo Márquez was the man closest to Colonel Aureliano Buendía. Úrsula treated him like family. He was gentle, shy, and polite. He was better for war than for politics. His advisors often confused him with difficult ideas. Still, he managed to give Macondo a quiet and peaceful life. It was the kind of peace Colonel Aureliano Buendía had once dreamed of, a life where he could grow old and make small goldfishes. Although he lived in his parents' house, he often ate lunch at Úrsula's place 2 or 3 times a week. He taught Aureliano José how to use guns and gave him some early military lessons. For several months, with Úrsula's permission, he took the boy to live in the soldiers' quarters so he could learn to be a man. Many years before, when he was still almost a child, Geroneldo Márquez had told Amaranta that he loved her. At that time, she was still in love with Pietro Crespi and laughed at Geroneldo's words. But Geroneldo waited. One day, he sent Amaranta a note from jail. He asked her to embroider 12 fine handkerchiefs with his father's initials. He also sent her the money. A week later, Amaranta brought the handkerchiefs to the jail and gave back the money. They sat together and spoke about old times for several hours.
"When I get out of here, I will marry you," Geroneldo Márquez said when she was leaving.
Amaranta laughed, but she thought about him again while she taught the children to read. She tried to feel the same love she had once felt for Pietro Crespi.
On Saturdays, when families could visit the prisoners, Amaranta went to the house of Geroneldo's parents and joined them for the trip to the jail. One Saturday, Úrsula saw her in the kitchen waiting for the biscuits to finish baking. She wanted to choose the best ones and wrap them in a napkin she had embroidered for the visit.
"Marry him," Úrsula said. "You will not find another man like him."
Amaranta pretended to be annoyed. "I don't need to look for a man," she answered. "I'm taking these biscuits to Geroneldo because I feel sorry for him. Sooner or later, they are going to shoot him."
She spoke without thinking. At that time, the government had said they would shoot Colonel Geroneldo Márquez if the rebels did not surrender in Riohacha. After that, the visit stopped. Amaranta stayed in her room and cried. She felt guilty, like when Remedios had died, because she believed her careless words might bring another death.
Her mother tried to comfort her. She said that Colonel Aureliano Buendía would find a way to stop the execution and promised that when the war was over, she would help Amaranta bring Geroneldo back into her life.
She kept her promise earlier than anyone expected. When Geroneldo Márquez came back to the house, now proud in his new job as civil and military leader, she welcomed him like a son. She spoke kindly to him to make him stay longer, and she prayed that he would remember his plan to marry Amaranta. Her prayers seemed to work. Whenever he came for lunch, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez stayed after the meal, sitting on the porch with the begonias. He played Chinese checkers with Amaranta. Úrsula brought them coffee, milk, and biscuits. She also took care of the children so they would not disturb the couple. Amaranta really tried to feel love again. She waited with great worry for those lunches, for the afternoons of Chinese checkers, and for the quiet moments with the man whose strong hand shook a little when he moved the game pieces. But when Colonel Geroneldo Márquez asked her again to marry him, she refused.
"I will not marry anyone," she said. "Especially not you. You love Aureliano so much that you want to marry me, because you cannot marry him."
Colonel Geroneldo Márquez was very patient. "I will keep asking," he said. "One day you will agree." He continued to visit the house.
Amaranta stayed in her room, hiding her tears. She covered her ears so she would not hear his voice while he told Úrsula the new war stories. Even though she wanted very much to see him, she did not go out. At that time, Colonel Aureliano Buendía sent letters to Macondo every 2 weeks. But only once, after almost 8 months away, he sent a letter for Úrsula herself. A special messenger came with a sealed envelope. Inside was a sheet of paper with his small and neat writing. "Take good care of Papa because he is going to die."
Ursula became frightened. If Aureliano says that, it must be true, she said. She asked for help to take José Arcadio Buendía back to his bedroom.
He was still very heavy. While he lived under the chestnut tree, he had learned to make his body even heavier. 7 men tried to lift him, but they could not. They had to pull him across the floor to the bed. A strange smell filled the room. It smelled of soft mushrooms and old wood, a smell of long years spent outside. The old man lay there, his skin and hair marked by many days of sun and rain. The next morning he was not in his bed. Even though José Arcadio Buendía was still strong, he could not fight anymore. He did not care about anything now. He went back to the chestnut tree only because his body was used to doing it. Ursula took care of him. She gave him food and told him news about Aureliano. But the only person he really talked to was Prudencio Aguilar. Prudencio Aguilar was almost gone, weak and pale like a ghost. He came twice each day to speak with José Arcadio Buendía. They talked about fighting roosters. They said they would make a small farm for beautiful birds. They did not want the birds only for winning fights but to have something to do on the long quiet Sundays after death. Prudencio Aguilar cleaned him, fed him, and told him good news about someone new. A man called Aureliano who was a colonel in the war. When José Arcadio Buendía was alone, he felt better by dreaming about endless rooms. He dreamed that he got out of bed and opened a door. Inside was another room exactly like the first one. It had the same bed with an iron head, the same wicker chair, and the same small picture of the Virgin on the wall. Then he opened another door and saw another room that looked the same. He walked through many rooms like that, one after another, forever. He liked walking through those rooms as if he were inside many mirrors side by side. Then Prudencio Aguilar touched his shoulder. José Arcadio Buendía walked back through the rooms one by one until he reached the last one, which was real. But one night, 2 weeks after they had put him back in bed, Prudencio Aguilar touched his shoulder in one of the dream rooms. José Arcadio Buendía stayed there forever, thinking that the dream room was real. The next morning Ursula was bringing his breakfast. She saw a man walking down the hall. He was short and strong, wearing a black suit and a big black hat that nearly covered his quiet eyes.
Good Lord, Ursula thought. I could swear it was Melquides.
But it was Cator, the brother of Visitation, who had run away long ago because of the insomnia sickness. Nobody had heard about him since then. Visitation asked him why he had come back. He answered her in their serious language.
I came for the burial of the king, he said.
Then they went into José Arcadio Buendía's room. They shook him as hard as they could and shouted in his ear. They put a mirror near his nose to see if he was breathing, but he did not wake up. Later, when the carpenter was measuring him for the coffin, they saw tiny yellow flowers falling outside the window. It was a quiet rain of flowers over the town. They covered the roofs and blocked the doors. The animals sleeping outside were covered too. So many flowers fell that in the morning the streets looked soft and full, like a thick yellow carpet. People had to use shovels and rakes to clear the street so the funeral could pass. Chapter 8. Sitting in the wicker rocking chair, Amaranta had her sewing in her lap. She watched Aureliano José shaving for the first time. His chin was full of white foam, and he was using his razor carefully. He cut his upper lip and his face bled a little. When he finished, he looked the same as before, but Amaranta felt suddenly older.
You look just like Aureliano when he was your age, she said. You are a man now.
He had already been a man for some time. Long ago Amaranta still thought he was a child. She continued to undress in front of him when they were in the bathroom, as she had done since Pilar Ternera gave him to her to raise. The first time he saw Amaranta, he noticed the hollow between her breasts. He was very young and asked her what had happened to her.
Amaranta touched her chest and said, I was hurt badly there.
Later, after she had gotten over Pietro Crespi's death, she bathed again with Aureliano José. He no longer looked at the hollow. Now he felt nervous when he looked at her beautiful body. He kept watching her as she bathed and felt his skin tremble. He liked to see how the water touched her skin. Since he was little, he used to leave his hammock at night and sleep in Amaranta's bed because he was afraid of the dark. But after the day he understood his own body, he did it for another reason. He wanted to feel her warm breath in the morning. One early morning, when Amaranta was refusing Colonel Geroneldo Márquez, Aureliano José woke up feeling he could not breathe. He felt Amaranta's hand moving softly over his stomach. He pretended to sleep and moved a little to make it easier. Then he felt her hand searching slowly under the blanket. They both knew what was happening, but they did not speak about it. From that night they shared a secret understanding. Aureliano José could not sleep until he heard the midnight music from the parlor dock. And Amaranta could not rest until she felt him come under her mosquito net. She never thought the boy she had raised would become her comfort in loneliness. Later, they slept together, naked. They touched each other for a long time. Sometimes they ran through the house, laughing and hiding in rooms during the day, unable to stop their passion. One afternoon Úrsula almost found them when she came into the granary just as they began to kiss. "Do you love your aunt a lot?" she asked Aureliano José kindly.
He said yes.
"That is good," Úrsula said, and she finished measuring the flour for the bread.
Then she went back to the kitchen. That moment made Amaranta wake up from her confusion. She understood that she had gone too far. She saw that she was not playing a game with a child anymore. She was caught in a strong and sad passion, something dangerous that could not last. So she ended it at once.
Aureliano José, who was finishing his army training, finally saw the truth. He began to sleep in the soldiers' quarters. On Saturdays, he went with the soldiers to Caterino's shop. He felt lonely and looked for comfort there. He tried to forget his early love and imagined the women he met were Amaranta. They were quiet women who smelled of old flowers. He used his imagination to make their faces look like hers.
Soon strange reports about the war began to arrive. The government said the rebels were getting stronger. At the same time, the officers in Macondo heard secret news that peace might come soon. Around the first days of April, a special messenger came to Colonel Geroneldo Márquez. The man told him that the leaders of both sides had begun to talk. They were about to make a peace deal. The agreement would give the liberals 3 government posts, some seats in Congress, and forgiveness for rebels who stopped fighting. The messenger brought a secret order from Colonel Aureliano Buendía.
Aureliano did not agree with that peace deal. He told Colonel Geroneldo Márquez to choose 5 of his best men. They must prepare to leave the country. Everything had to be done in silence.
A week before the peace was announced, many confusing rumors were spreading. That night, after midnight, Colonel Aureliano Buendía came quietly to Macondo with 10 trusted officers, including Colonel Roque Carnicero. They sent the soldiers away, hid their guns, and destroyed all the papers. By early morning, they left the town together with Colonel Geroneldo Márquez and his 5 men. The operation was so secret and fast that Úrsula did not hear about it until the last moment.
Someone knocked softly on her window and whispered,
"If you want to see Colonel Aureliano Buendía, come to the door now."
Úrsula jumped from her bed and ran to the door wearing her nightgown. She saw the riders leaving town, disappearing in a silent cloud of dust.
The next day she found out that Aureliano José had gone with his father. 10 days later, the government and the opposition announced that the war was over. But soon there was new news. Colonel Aureliano Buendía had started another fight on the western border. His small army was weak and had few weapons. In less than a week, it was destroyed. During that year, while the liberals and conservatives spoke about peace, he started 7 more revolts. One night he attacked Riohacha from a small ship. The soldiers woke up and killed 14 well-known liberals in town as revenge. For more than 2 weeks, he stayed at a customs post near the border. From there, he sent messages asking people to start a general war. Later he tried to cross the jungle. He spent 3 months there, hoping to reach the capital and declare war. He lost many men and almost lost his life. Once, he was very near Macondo, only 15 miles away. Government soldiers searched for him, and he had to hide in the mountains. He hid close to the strange place where his father had once found the fossil of a Spanish ship. Around that time, Visitation died. She was happy because she died naturally. She had once refused to be a queen because she feared the curse of insomnia. Before dying, she asked that the money she had saved under her bed for 20 years be sent to Colonel Aureliano Buendía. She wanted him to continue fighting in the war. But Úrsula did not take the money. People said that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had been killed near the provincial capital. It was the 4th time they had said that. Everyone believed he was dead for almost 6 months because nothing was heard about him. Then news came suddenly. Úrsula and Amaranta had already started mourning again. But it turned out that Colonel Aureliano Buendía was alive. People said he no longer fought against his country's government. He had joined a new movement with other republics in the Caribbean. He appeared under different names and in places far from home. Later it was learned that he wanted to unite the free republics of Central America. He hoped to end the conservative governments from Alaska to Patagonia. Úrsula received a letter from him several years after he left. It was old and wrinkled, and it had come from Santiago, Cuba.
After reading it, she said, "We have lost him forever. If he continues like this, he will spend Christmas at the end of the world."
The person she spoke to was General José Raquel Moncada. He was a conservative and the mayor of Macondo since the war ended. He read the letter and said, "This Aureliano, such a pity he isn't a conservative." He truly admired Aureliano.
José Raquel Moncada, like many conservatives, had fought for his party. He became a general during the war even though he was not a real soldier. He did not like military life, but he still went to war for his beliefs. He thought that military men were lazy and only wanted power. He believed they liked to scare civilians and get rich when times were bad. He was smart and kind. His face was red, and he liked eating good food and watching cockfights. Once, he was the most feared enemy of Colonel Aureliano Buendía. He became leader of a large area near the coast and controlled many officers. During one battle, he had to leave a strong camp because of war plans. Before he left, he wrote 2 letters. One was long and asked Colonel Aureliano Buendía to make war more kind and less cruel. The other letter was for his wife, who lived in liberal territory. He asked that it be delivered to her safely. After that, even when the war was very hard, the 2 men would stop fighting for a short time to exchange prisoners. These pauses felt almost happy. General Moncada used these times to teach Colonel Aureliano Buendía how to play chess. They became close friends. Later, they talked about joining the best people from each side of the war. They wanted to remove the control of greedy soldiers and politicians. They dreamed about a peaceful government that would take good ideas from both parties. When the war ended, Colonel Aureliano Buendía was still hiding and planning small attacks. But General Moncada became magistrate of Macondo. He wore normal clothes and replaced soldiers with police who had no weapons. He followed the amnesty laws and helped the liberal families who had lost loved ones. He made Macondo a municipality and became its first mayor. He brought peace and trust back to the town. People started to think the war had been only a bad dream. Father Nicanor became sick with liver fever and was replaced by Father Coronel. People called him the Pup. He was an old man who had fought in the First Federalist War. Bruno Crespi was married to Amparo Moscote. His shop sold toys and musical instruments, and it grew well. He built a theater that Spanish groups visited when they traveled. It was a big open hall with wooden seats, a velvet curtain decorated with Greek masks, and 3 ticket boxes shaped like lions' heads. People bought tickets through the lions' mouths. Around the same time, the school was rebuilt. The new head teacher was Don Melchor Escalona, an old man brought from the swamp. He was very strict. He made lazy students walk on their knees in the yard covered with lime. He also made students who talked in class eat hot chili, and their parents agreed with this punishment. Aureliano Segundo and José Arcadio Segundo were the first to sit in the schoolroom. They had their slates, their chalk, and small metal jugs with their names written on them. Remedios, who looked very much like her mother, started to be called Remedios the Beauty. Úrsula did not grow old even after many years and much sadness. With help from Santa Sofia de la Piedad, she worked hard again in her pastry business. After some years, she made back the money that her son had lost in the war. She hid gold coins in the bedroom, just as before.
As long as God gives me life, she said, there will always be money in this house.
That was how things were when Aureliano José left the army in Nicaragua. He joined a German ship as a sailor and then came home. He was strong and dark-skinned, with long hair. He came back with the secret wish to marry Amaranta. When Amaranta saw him, she understood without words why he had returned. At meals they did not look at each other. 2 weeks later, when Úrsula was there, Aureliano José looked at Amaranta and said,
I always thought a lot about you.
Amaranta started to avoid him. She stayed close to Remedios the Beauty. She felt embarrassed when her face turned red after her nephew asked how long she would keep wearing the black cloth on her hand. She thought he was talking about her being unmarried. When he came near, she locked her bedroom door. But she heard him sleep peacefully many nights in the next room. After a while, she stopped locking the door. Early one morning, almost 2 months after his return, she heard him come into her room. She thought she would scream or run, but she stayed still. She felt calm and strange. He came under the mosquito net like he used to do when he was a child. But now she felt afraid and surprised, because he was naked.
Go away, she whispered. Go away, or I will scream.
But Aureliano José knew what he wanted. He was not a child anymore.
From that night, he began to come back again and again. Their quiet battles lasted until morning.
I am your aunt, Amaranta said softly. It is almost like I am your mother. I raised you when you were small.
Aureliano José left the house early each morning. Then he returned again the next day, feeling even more excited when he found her door open. He had never stopped wanting her. He saw her in dark rooms of captured towns. He imagined her in the smell of old blood and in the fear of death. He thought of her everywhere. He tried to forget her by running away. His anger looked like courage to others, but he was only fighting her memory. The war reminded him of Amaranta. He suffered in exile and wanted to die so he could stop loving her. One day he listened to an old man telling a strange story. The man said someone had married his aunt, who was also his cousin, and their son became his own grandfather.
Can a person marry his aunt? He asked in surprise.
Yes, a soldier answered. We are fighting this war against priests so people can even marry their own mothers.
2 weeks later, he left the army. When he saw Amaranta again, she looked older and quieter than before. She was shy but still strong and warm. Her room was dark, and she seemed even more alive there.
You are cruel, Amaranta said as he tried to get close to her. You cannot treat your aunt like this. You need permission from the Pope.
Aureliano José promised that he would go to Rome and kneel across Europe to ask the Pope for permission if she would let him come near.
It's not only that, Amaranta said. If we have children, they will be born with something strange.
I don't care, Aureliano José said. I only want you.
Early one morning, feeling deep pain and desire, he went to Caterino's place. He met a gentle woman who helped him feel calm for a while. After that, he tried not to care about Amaranta. He saw her working on the porch with her sewing machine and said nothing. Amaranta felt free again. She began to think about Colonel Geroneldo Marquez. She remembered their afternoons playing Chinese checkers and started to wish he were with her. Aureliano José did not see he was losing her. One night he could not stand pretending anymore. He went back to her room. She refused him clearly and locked her door forever. Months later, a lively woman with jasmine perfume came to the house with a little boy. She said he was Colonel Aureliano Buendia's son and wanted Úrsula to baptize him. Everyone believed her because the boy looked just like the colonel when he was a child. She said the boy was born with his eyes open and stared at people like an adult.
Úrsula looked at him and said, "He looks exactly like him. The only thing missing is for him to make chairs move with his eyes."
They named him Aureliano and gave him his mother's last name. The law said he could not have his father's name until his father accepted him. General Moncada became his godfather. Amaranta wanted to raise him, but his mother refused. Úrsula did not yet know that sending young women to soldiers' beds was common in the war. Soon she learned this because 9 more boys came to be baptized. They were all sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendia. The oldest was dark, had green eyes, and did not look like the family. The others were of different ages and colors, but all were boys. They all had the same lonely look that showed who their father was. 2 were different from the rest. One was big and broke everything he touched because his hands were too strong. The other was a blond boy with light eyes and long curly hair. He walked into the house as if he had always lived there. He went straight to Ursula's room, opened a chest, and said,
"I want the mechanical ballerina."
Úrsula was surprised. She opened the old chest and looked through the dusty things that had belonged to Melquids. Wrapped in a pair of stockings, she found the little mechanical dancer that Pietro Crespi had once brought to the house. Everyone had forgotten about it. In less than 12 years, 17 sons had been born with the name Aureliano. Each one had the family name of his mother. Úrsula and Amaranta baptized them all. At first, Úrsula gave them money, and Amaranta tried to make them stay longer. Later, they only gave small gifts and served as godmothers.
"We have done our duty by baptizing them," Úrsula said.
She wrote in her book the name and address of each mother, and the place and date of each birth.
"Aureliano needs good records so he can decide things when he comes back," she added.
During lunch, she spoke to General Moncada about all those sons. She said she wanted Colonel Aureliano Buendia to return someday and bring all his sons together in the house.
"Do not worry, my friend," General Moncada said quietly. "He will come sooner than you think."
What he knew, but did not say, was that Colonel Aureliano Buendia was already traveling to lead another rebellion. It would be the longest and hardest of all the wars he had started before. The town again grew tense, like before the First War. The cockfights were stopped. Captain Aquil's Ricardo became the local authority. The liberals thought he wanted to start trouble.
"Something terrible will happen," Úrsula said to Aureliano José. "Do not go outside after 6 o'clock."
But he did not listen. Aureliano José, like Arcadio long ago, no longer belonged to her. Now that he was home again and did not need to work, he began to act lazy and careless, like his uncle José Arcadio. His love for Amaranta had gone without leaving pain. He spent his days playing pool and seeing women. Sometimes he took money from places where Úrsula had forgotten it. He came home only to change his clothes.
"They are all the same," Úrsula said sadly. "At first they behave well and look gentle, but when they grow beards, they go bad."
Unlike Arcadio, Aureliano José learned that his mother was Pilar Ternera. She gave him a hammock so he could sleep in her house. They were more like friends in solitude than mother and son. Pilar Ternera had lost all her hopes. Her laugh sounded deep and tired. Her body showed the wear of many years of love shared with others. But her heart stayed calm. She was heavy and talkative, but not bitter. She stopped reading her cards and found peace in other people's happiness. In her house, girls from the neighborhood came with their lovers.
"Let me use your room, Pilar," they said when they arrived. "Of course," she answered.
If someone was there, she explained, I'm glad when people feel happy together. She never asked for money. She never said no, just as she never refused the many men who came to see her. Even when she was older, men still searched for her, not for love, and only sometimes for pleasure. Her 5 daughters, who had strong desires, lost their way early in life. One of her 2 sons died fighting in Colonel Aureliano Buendia's army. The other was hurt and taken by soldiers at 14 when he tried to steal chickens. In some way, Aureliano José was the dark man promised to Pilar Ternera by her cards 50 years before. As the cards had said, he came marked by death. She saw it there among the signs.
Do not go out tonight, she told him. Stay here and sleep, because Carmelita Montiel is already tired of asking me to let her use your room.
Aureliano José did not understand how much the person really wanted his help.
Tell her to wait for me at midnight, he said.
He went to the theater. A Spanish group was performing a play called The Dagger of the Fox Star. It was actually a famous play by Zorzilla, but Captain Aquil's Ricardo changed the name. He did not want the liberals to call the conservatives by a bad name. When Aureliano José gave his ticket at the door, he saw Captain Aquil's Ricardo and 2 soldiers looking through the crowd. They carried rifles.
Be careful, Captain, Aureliano José warned. The man who can catch me has not been born yet.
The captain tried to search him by force.
Aureliano José had no weapon, and he started to run. The soldiers did not follow the order to shoot.
He is a Buendía, one of them said.
Captain Aquil's Ricardo became very angry. He took a rifle, went into the middle of the street, and pointed it. Cowards! He shouted. I wish it were Colonel Aureliano Buendía.
At that moment, Carmelita Montiel, a young woman of 20, was washing herself with orange blossom water. She was putting rosemary leaves on Pilar Ternera's bed. Then a gunshot sounded. Aureliano José was meant to find happiness with Carmelita Montiel, which Amaranta had refused him. He was supposed to have 7 children and die in her arms when he was old. But the bullet went into his back and broke through his chest. The captain shot by mistake because he misunderstood what the cards had shown. Captain Aquil's Ricardo was the man who should have died that night. He did die, for hours before Aureliano José. When the shot was heard, 2 bullets hit him at the same time. No one ever knew who fired them. Voices shouted through the night, "Long live the Liberal Party! Long live Colonel Aureliano Buendía!" At midnight, Aureliano José had lost all his blood. Carmelita Montiel looked at her cards and saw they were empty. More than 400 men passed by the theater. They fired their guns into the dead body of Captain Aquil's Ricardo. The soldiers used a wheelbarrow to move the body. It was full of bullets and fell apart like soft bread in water. General José Riquel Moncada became angry with the regular army. He used his power, put on his uniform, and took control of Macondo again. He tried to keep peace, but even he knew he could not stop what was coming. In September the news was unclear. The government said it controlled the whole country, but the liberals heard secret messages about new uprisings far away. The leaders would not call it a war until there was an official order. That order came after a court decision that condemned Colonel Aureliano Buendía to death, even though he was not there. When the first group of soldiers caught him, they were told to carry out the punishment.
This means he has come back, Úrsula said happily to General Moncada.
But the general did not know anything about it. In fact, Colonel Aureliano Buendía had already been in the country for more than a month. Different stories went around about him. Some said he was in distant places at the same time. Even General Moncada did not believe he was really back until news came that he had taken control of 2 areas by the coast.
Congratulations, my friend, he told Úrsula, showing her a telegram. You will see him soon.
Then, for the first time, Úrsula felt afraid.
And what will you do? She asked.
General Moncada had asked himself that same question many times. The same as him, my friend, he answered. I will do my duty.
At dawn on the 1st of October, Colonel Aureliano Buendía attacked Macondo with 1,000 well-armed men. The town soldiers were ordered to fight until the end. At noon, while General Moncada was eating lunch with Úrsula, a cannon from the rebels hit the municipal building. The front wall turned to dust, and the sound filled the whole town.
They are as strong as we are, General Moncada said with a sigh. But they also fight because they want to.
At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the ground was shaking from the guns on both sides. General Moncada said goodbye to Úrsula. He knew he was fighting a battle that he could not win.
I pray that Aureliano will not come to your house tonight, he said. If he does, give him a hug for me. I do not think I will ever see him again.
That night, the general was caught when he tried to leave Macondo. Before he escaped, he wrote a long letter to Colonel Aureliano Buendía. In the letter, he reminded him that they both wanted a kinder war. He wished Aureliano victory over the greedy soldiers and selfish politicians who hurt both sides. The next day, Colonel Aureliano Buendía had lunch with him at Úrsula's house. The general was being kept there until a court decided his fate. The lunch was friendly. The two men forgot the war for a while and talked about old memories. But Úrsula felt sad. Her son seemed like a stranger. She had felt that way since he arrived with noisy soldiers who ran through the rooms checking for danger. Aureliano gave strict orders. No one could come closer than 10 feet, not even Úrsula, while his men placed guards around the house. He wore a plain denim uniform with no signs of rank. His boots had hard mud and dried blood on them. A pistol hung at his waist, the flap open. His hand rested on the gun, always ready. His face looked strong and hard. His skin was dark from the sea wind, and his hairline had moved back. He seemed unchanged by the years, kept young by his cold, steady heart. He was taller, thinner, and his eyes showed no longing for the past.
Good Lord, Úrsula whispered to herself.
Now he looks like a man who can do anything. He truly was. The Aztec shawl he gave to Amaranta, the memories he talked about at lunch, and the funny stories he told were small remains of his old humor. When the order to bury all the dead together was finished, he told Colonel Roque Carnicero to organize courts for judgment. Then he worked hard to make big changes that would destroy the old conservative system. We must move faster than the party politicians, he said to his helpers. When they finally see the truth, everything will already be done. After that, he checked land titles from 100 years before. He found the unfair acts made by his brother José Arcadio. He cancelled them quickly. Later, he left his work for a short time and went to visit Rebecca. He wanted to tell her about what he planned to do. Her house was dark and quiet. Rebecca, now a lonely widow, looked like someone from another time. She wore black clothes that covered her hands, and her face looked pale and tired. She knew almost nothing about the war. Aureliano thought she looked like light was shining through her skin and that she lived among old smells of gunpowder. He told her to stop mourning so strongly, to open the windows, and to forgive the world for José Arcadio's death.
But Rebecca no longer cared about such things. She had searched for love and peace in many ways, through the taste of earth, in scented letters from Pietro Crespi, and in the stormy bed of her husband. At last, she found peace in that silent house. Her memories felt real, like they could walk through the rooms. She sat in her wicker chair and looked at Aureliano as if he were the ghost from her past. She did not even react when he told her the stolen lands would go back to their owners. "Do whatever you wish, Aureliano," she sighed. "I always believed you were a man who had turned against his own kind, and now I know it."
While he revised the land deeds, the short military trials began under Colonel Geroneldo Márquez. They ended with the death of all regular army officers taken prisoner by the revolutionaries. The last trial was for José Riquel Moncada. Úrsula tried to stop it.
His rule was the best Macondo ever had, she told Colonel Aureliano Buendía. You know how kind he was, how much he cared for us.
Aureliano looked at her with disapproval. I cannot change the law for personal feelings, he answered.
If you have something to say, tell it to the court-martial. Ursula did more than that. She called all the mothers of the revolutionary officers in Macondo to speak before the court. One by one, the old women came. Many of them had helped build the town and had crossed the mountains long ago. They all spoke well of General Moncada. Ursula was the last to speak. She looked serious and proud. Her words were strong and clear. For a moment, the officers seemed unsure.
You are doing your duty, she said to them. You have done your work well. But remember, as long as God keeps us alive, we are still mothers. No matter how revolutionary you are, we have the right to punish you if you disrespect us.
The court left to make its decision. Her words still echoed inside the old school that was now a barracks. At midnight, General José Riquel Moncada was sentenced to death. Colonel Aureliano Buendía refused to change the order, even though Ursula begged him angrily. Before dawn, Aureliano went to visit Moncada in the small room used as his cell.
Remember, old friend, he said, it is not me who will shoot you. It is the revolution.
Moncada stayed lying on his small bed. Go to hell, friend, he said.
Aureliano looked at him and felt a sudden shock. He saw that his friend had grown old. His hands were shaking. He was calm, waiting for death. Then Aureliano felt shame and a bit of pity.
You know, he said, all courts-martial are false. You are dying for things done by other people. We will win this war whatever it takes. Would you have done the same if you were in my place?
Moncada stood up and cleaned his thick glasses with his shirt. Maybe, he said, but I am not afraid of dying. For men like us, death like this is normal. He laid his glasses on the bed and took off his watch. What makes me sad, he said, is that you have fought soldiers for so long that now you act like them. No dream or ideal should make a person so hard. He took off his wedding ring and a small medal and placed them beside his watch. At this rate, he said, you will become the worst dictator in our history. And one day you will even hurt your dear Ursula to quiet your guilt.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía stood still. He showed no feeling.
General Moncada gave him the glasses, the medal, the watch, and the ring. Then he spoke in a softer voice.
But I did not call you to scold you, he said. I wanted to ask you to please send these things to my wife.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía put the items in his pockets. Is she still in Menor? He asked.
She is still there, General Moncada said. She lives in the same house behind the church, where you sent the letter.
I will be glad to send them, José Riquel, Colonel Aureliano Buendía said.
When he went outside, the air was cool and full of mist. His face felt wet, like on another morning long ago. Only then did he remember that he had given the order for the sentence to be carried out in the courtyard, not beside the cemetery wall. The soldiers stood ready opposite the door and saluted him as if he were a head of state.
They can bring him out now, he said.
Chapter 9. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez was the first to feel that the war had become empty. As the civil and military leader of Macondo, he spoke by telegraph twice a week with Colonel Aureliano Buendía. At the beginning, these talks helped them lead the real war. They always knew where the battles were and what would happen next. Even though Colonel Aureliano Buendía never shared personal things, not even with close friends, his voice at that time still sounded familiar. It was easy to recognize him on the wire. Sometimes he continued the conversation longer than needed. He even talked about simple daily matters. But as the war grew harder and spread farther, his voice began to sound strange. His words became unclear and seemed to come from another world. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez would just listen, feeling that he was speaking to someone far away who was no longer real.
I understand, Aureliano, he would answer. Long live the Liberal Party.
After that, he lost contact with the war completely. What had been his strong passion and real work when he was young now felt empty and far away. The only peaceful place for him was Amaranta's sewing room. He went there every afternoon. He liked to watch her hands while she worked with the white cloth in the sewing machine that Remedios the beauty kept moving. They spent many quiet hours together. They did not talk much but felt peaceful near each other. Amaranta felt happy to keep his love alive. He did not know what she really wanted or what was in her heart. When she heard that he was coming back, Amaranta felt very nervous. But when she saw him arrive with Colonel Aureliano Buendía and his noisy soldiers, she was very disappointed. He looked tired and dirty after many hard years away. He seemed old and weak. He smelled of sweat and dust. His left arm was in a sling. Amaranta felt her hope disappear.
My God, she thought. This is not the man I was waiting for.
The next day he came again. He was clean and shaved. His mustache smelled of lavender. His arm was free and looked better. He brought her a prayer book covered with shiny shells.
How strange men are, she said softly. They fight against priests their whole lives and then give prayer books as gifts.
After that, he visited Amaranta every afternoon, even during the hardest war days. Sometimes, when Remedios the beauty was not there, he worked the sewing machine himself. Amaranta felt troubled by his patience and loyalty. He was a man with great power, but he always took off his weapon before entering the sewing room. He showed respect to her. For 4 years he repeated his love again and again. She always found a kind way to refuse him. She could not love him, but she could also not live without him. Remedios the beauty, who seemed not to care about anything, noticed his devotion. She spoke to Amaranta for the colonel. Then Amaranta understood that the girl she had cared for was no longer a child. She was now the most beautiful young woman ever seen in Macondo. Amaranta felt the same old anger that she had once felt toward Rebecca. She prayed to God not to make her wish harm. Then she told Remedios to stay away from the sewing room. Around that time, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez began to feel tired of the war. He wanted to leave everything for love. He used all his patience and all the kindness he had kept hidden. He was ready to give up his glory for Amaranta. But she still did not accept him. One hot afternoon in August, Amaranta felt heavy with sadness. She locked herself in her room and cried alone. Before closing the door, she gave him her last answer.
Let's forget each other forever, she said. We are too old for this now.
That same afternoon, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez received a telegraph call from Colonel Aureliano Buendía. They spoke formally, but it changed nothing in the long, quiet war. At the end, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez looked at the empty streets. He saw the clear water shining on the almond trees. He felt very alone.
Aureliano, he said sadly into the telegraph. It is raining in Macondo.
There was a long silence. Then the machine moved and showed a message from Colonel Aureliano Buendía.
Do not be foolish, Geroneldo, the message said. It always rains in August.
They had not talked for a long time, and the harsh answer surprised Colonel Geroneldo Márquez. 2 months later, when Colonel Aureliano Buendía came back to Macondo, Geroneldo felt shocked. Even Úrsula was amazed by how much he had changed. He came quietly, without soldiers or sound. He wore a cloak even though the weather was hot. He brought 3 women with him and let them live in the same house. He spent most of his days lying in a hammock. He hardly read the messages that told him about the usual military news. One day Colonel Geroneldo Márquez asked him for orders to leave a place near the border. There was a risk that the fight could turn into a war between countries.
Do not bother me with small things, Aureliano said. Ask God for advice.
It was the hardest time in the war. The liberal landowners who had first helped the revolution now worked secretly with the conservative landowners. They wanted to stop the plans to change the land titles. The politicians who had sent money from other countries also stopped supporting Aureliano's strict ideas. But he did not seem to care. He still did not read his books of poems. There were more than 5 volumes of them stored forgotten at the bottom of his old trunk. At night or during his afternoon rest, he called one of his women to his hammock. He took simple pleasure with her and then slept deeply, without worry or thought. Only he knew that his heart was lost in confusion and would never find peace again. At first, proud of his fame and victories, he had looked into the world of greatness. He liked to keep beside him the figure of the Duke of Marlborough, whom he called his teacher in the art of war. The Duke's strange clothes made of animal skins and tiger claws impressed both adults and children. Then Aureliano decided that no one, not even Ursula, should come closer to him than 10 feet. In the center of a chalk circle that his helpers always drew when he stopped, only he could enter. Inside that circle, he gave short orders that decided the fate of many people. The first time he went to Manor after General Moncada was shot, he hurried to do what the dead man had asked. He brought the widow the glasses, the medal, the watch, and the ring. She took them but did not let him enter her house.
"You cannot come in, Colonel," she said. "You may control your war, but I control my house."
Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not show anger. But he did not feel calm until his guards had destroyed the widow's house and burned it down.
"Take care of your heart, Aureliano," said Colonel Gabriel Márquez. "You are dying on the inside."
Around that time, Aureliano called another meeting of the main rebel leaders. There were all kinds of people there. Some were idealists, some wanted power, some were adventurers, and some felt angry about society. There were even criminals among them. One man had once worked for the enemy but joined the rebels to escape punishment for stealing money. Many did not even know why they were fighting. Among this mixed crowd, one man had strong control. He was General Teofilo Vargas. He was an Indian, strong and wild, who could not read or write. He was clever and believed he had a special mission, and his soldiers admired him with crazy devotion. Colonel Aureliano Buendía called the meeting to unite the rebel leaders against the politicians' tricks. General Vargas showed what he wanted. In only a few hours, he broke the group of better commanders and took power as the main leader. "That man is dangerous," Aureliano told his officers. "He is worse for us than the Minister of War."
Then a very young captain, always shy, slowly raised his finger. "It is simple, Colonel," he said. "He must be killed."
Aureliano was not shocked by the cold suggestion. He was worried because the man had almost read his own thoughts. "Do not expect me to give that order," he said. He did not give it. 2 weeks later, General Vargas was killed with machetes in an ambush. After that, Colonel Aureliano Buendía became the main commander. That night, when all the rebel groups accepted his authority, he woke suddenly in fear and asked for a blanket. An inner cold stayed inside him. It hurt his bones and made him suffer even when the sun was hot. He could not sleep for months. Later, not sleeping became normal for him. His strong feeling of power started to break. He began to feel uncomfortable. He looked for a way to stop the cold feeling in his body. To do that, he ordered the young officer, who had suggested killing General Teofilo Vargas, to be shot. His men followed his orders quickly, even before he finished thinking about them. They always did more than he wanted. Alone in his great power, he lost his sense of direction. He started to dislike the people who shouted his name in nearby towns. He thought they would shout the same for his enemies. Everywhere, he met young men who looked like him. They spoke like him. They looked at him with mistrust, just as he looked at them. They said they were his sons. He felt his own image scattered everywhere. He felt multiplied and very lonely. He began to believe that his officers lied to him. He argued with the Duke of Marlborough. At that time, he often said, "The best friend a person has is one who has just died." He grew tired of not knowing what was true. He was tired of the endless war that never changed. It always found him in the same place, but older and weaker each time. He no longer understood why the war continued or when it would end. There were always people outside his circle. Some needed money. Some had sick children. Some wanted to die because they could not stand the bitter taste of war anymore. Still, they stood straight and said, "Everything is normal, Colonel." But that normality was the most terrible part. Nothing ever happened. The war went on forever. He was alone now. He had no more dreams or warnings. He ran from the cold that would stay with him until he died. He looked for peace in Macondo, in the warm memories of his past. He became so lazy that when they told him a group from his party had come to talk about ending the war, he only turned in his hammock. He was not fully awake.
"Take them to the women," he said.
The group had 6 lawyers wearing long coats and tall hats. They stood under the hot November sun without showing pain. Ursula gave them rooms in her house. Most of the day, they stayed in a bedroom having secret meetings. When night came, they asked for guards and some musicians. Then they went to Caterino's store.
"Leave them alone," Colonel Aureliano Buendía said.
"After all, I know what they want." At the beginning of December, the long-awaited meeting took place. Many people thought it would last forever, but it ended in less than an hour. The room was hot, and the piano was covered with a white sheet. This time, Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not sit in the chalk circle his men had drawn. He sat in a chair between his political advisers. He wore a wool blanket and listened quietly while the visitors spoke. The visitors made 3 requests. First, they asked him to give up checking land titles so he could get support from the liberal landowners. Second, they asked him to stop fighting against the power of the church so he could gain the support of Catholic people. Finally, they asked him to forget the idea of equal rights for children born inside and outside marriage to protect family traditions. When they finished reading, Colonel Aureliano Buendía smiled.
He said, "That means we are fighting only for power."
One delegate answered, "These are only temporary changes. We need to make the war more popular. Later we can talk again."
One of the colonel's advisors spoke quickly. He said, "That is not right. If your changes are good, then the conservative government must be good. If these changes make the war more popular, that means the government already has wide support. So we have been fighting against the people's feelings for 20 years.
He wanted to continue, but Colonel Aureliano Buendía raised his hand.
"Do not waste your time, doctor," he said. "From now on, we fight only for power."
He was still smiling when he took the papers from the delegates. He prepared to sign and said, "If that is the truth, then we will accept."
His men looked at one another with worry. "Excuse me, Colonel," Colonel Geronaldo Marquez said quietly. "But this is a betrayal."
Colonel Aureliano Buendía lifted the pen in the air. He spoke with strong authority. "Give up your weapons," he ordered.
Colonel Geronaldo Marquez stood up and placed his guns on the table.
"Go to the barracks," the colonel said. "Report to the Court of Revolution." Then he signed the papers and gave them to the visitors. He said, "Here are your documents, gentlemen. I hope you get something from them."
2 days later, Colonel Geronaldo Marquez was accused of high treason and sentenced to death. Colonel Aureliano Buendía lay in his hammock and did not listen to the pleas for mercy.
The day before the execution, Ursula came to his room even though she was told not to disturb him.
Encased in black clothes, she stood quietly during the short meeting.
"I know you are going to shoot Geronaldo," she said calmly. "I know I cannot stop it. But listen to my warning. When I see his body, I swear to you by my parents' bones and by José Arcadio Buendía's memory, I swear before God that I will find you wherever you hide and kill you with my own hands."
She left the room without waiting for a reply.
Before she went, she said, "It is as if you were born with a pig's tail."
That long night, Colonel Geronaldo Marquez remembered his quiet afternoons in Amaranta's sewing room. At the same time, Colonel Aureliano Buendía spent hours alone, trying to break the hard shell around his heart. The only moments when he ever felt peace were in his workshop. There he made little gold fishes. He remembered the afternoon when his father showed him ice for the first time. After all his wars, after breaking every promise and suffering in the name of glory, he finally understood how good a simple life could be. Before dawn, tired and haunted, he went to the cell an hour before the execution.
"The show is over, old friend," he said to Colonel Gabriel Márquez. "Let's leave before the mosquitoes kill you."
Colonel Gabriel Márquez looked at him with anger. "No, Aureliano," he said. "I would rather die than see you turned into a cruel tyrant."
"You will not see me," Colonel Buendía said. "Put on your shoes and help me finish this terrible war."
When he said it, he did not know that ending a war was harder than starting one. He spent a year fighting hard battles until the government offered peace under fair conditions for the rebels. Then he spent another year convincing his own men to accept them. He used harsh methods to stop the rebellion among his officers who wanted to keep fighting. At last, he even asked for help from the enemy to make his soldiers surrender. At that time, he was the best soldier he had ever been. He no longer fought for ideas or words that politicians could change. He fought to free himself, and that gave him strong energy. Colonel Gabriel Márquez fought loyally but tried to make them lose, and he blamed Aureliano for risking too much.
"Do not worry," Aureliano said with a smile. "Dying is harder than people think."
For him, that was true. He felt that his life was protected by fate. He seemed safe in battle and finally reached peace, a peace that was harder and sadder than victory. During almost 20 years of war, Colonel Aureliano Buendía came home many times. But he always arrived with soldiers and orders, and even Úrsula felt he had become a stranger. The last time he came to Macondo, he took a house for his 3 mistresses. He came to his own home only 2 or 3 times when he could accept an invitation to dinner. Remedios the Beauty and the twins were born during the war, so they hardly knew him. Amaranta could not bring together the memory of her brother who used to make little goldfishes with the image of the proud soldier who kept himself apart from everyone. When people began to talk about peace and the family thought he would return as a kinder man again, their love for him came back stronger.
Úrsula said, "We will finally have a man in the house again."
But Amaranta was the first to feel that they had lost him forever. 1 week before peace was declared, he came home without any guards. 2 barefoot soldiers walked in front of him. They left the mule's saddle and a box of poems on the porch. That was all that was left of his rich belongings. He passed by the sewing room, and Amaranta called out to him.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía looked at her and did not know who she was.
"It's Amaranta," she said with a smile, happy to see him. She showed him the hand with the black cloth tied around it. "Look."
He smiled the same way he had long ago, when he first came back to Macondo to face death. "How strange," he said. "Time goes so fast."
Now the regular army had to guard the house. He arrived while people shouted at him and called him names. They said he ended the war only to get a better deal. He was shaking from fever and cold, and sores had come again under his arms. 6 months before, when Úrsula heard talk about peace, she had cleaned and opened the room for him. She burned sweet-smelling herbs there, hoping he would stay and grow old among Remedios as old dolls. But during those last 2 years, he had already paid his final debt to life. He had already grown old. When he walked past the silver shop that Úrsula had prepared with care, he did not even see that the keys were in the door. He did not notice how time had harmed the house. Anyone else who remembered it would have seen it as ruined. But he did not care about the broken walls or the spider webs or the dust on the flowers. He did not see the old wood marked by insects or the green moss on the door hinges. He ignored all the small things that tried to remind him of the past. He sat on the porch with his blanket on his shoulders and his boots still on. He waited quietly for the rain to stop. He spent the whole afternoon watching the waterfall on the begonias. Úrsula understood then that he would not stay long at home.
If it is not the war, she thought, it must be death.
Her thought was clear and strong, and she knew it was a warning from her heart. That night at dinner, the man people called Aureliano II used his right hand to break the bread and his left to drink the soup. His twin brother, called José Arcadio II, did the opposite. He broke the bread with his left hand and drank the soup with his right. They moved so exactly that it looked like a mirror trick. They had learned this game when they first understood they were the same. They repeated it that night to welcome the new visitor. But Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not notice it. He seemed far away from everyone. He did not even see Remedios the beauty walking naked to her room. Úrsula was the only one brave enough to speak to him.
"If you must go away again," she said during dinner, "please try to remember this evening."
Then the colonel understood that Úrsula was the only person who could truly see his sadness. For the first time in many years, he looked straight at her face. Her skin looked rough, her teeth were bad, her hair had lost its color, and her eyes looked scared. He remembered the oldest image he had of her. It was the day he knew that a pot of soup would fall, and he saw her broken and crying. Now he saw the marks and scars from a long life, but he felt no pity. He tried to find the part of his heart where his love had died, but he could not. Before, he sometimes felt strange when he smelled Úrsula's scent on his skin, or when her thoughts seemed to mix with his. But the war had erased all those feelings. Even Remedios, his wife, felt far away, like she could have been his daughter. The many women he had known during the war meant nothing to him now. They came to his room at night and left before morning. Later, he only remembered a small tired feeling in his body. The only connection he still felt was with his brother José Arcadio, from their childhood. It was not real love, only the bond of shared things.
"I'm sorry," he said to Úrsula. "The war has destroyed everything."
In the following days, he spent all his time trying to erase every trace that he had ever lived. He took everything out of the silver shop until only plain objects remained. He gave his clothes to the helpers. He buried his weapons in the yard, feeling sorry as his father had when he buried the spear that had killed Prudencio Aguilar. He kept only one pistol with one bullet inside. Úrsula did not stop him. She only spoke when he wanted to destroy the picture of Remedios that stood in the parlor under a lamp that never went out.
"That picture stopped being yours a long time ago," she said. "It belongs to the family."
The night before the peace treaty, when nothing in the house could remind anyone of him, he took the chest of poems to the bakery. Santa Sofia de la Piedad was getting ready to light the oven.
"Use this to start the fire," he said, giving her the first bundle of yellow papers. "They will burn well because they are very old."
Santa Sofia de la Piedad was quiet and gentle. She never argued, not even with her children. She felt that burning the papers was wrong. "They look important," she said.
"They are not," the colonel said. "They are only things a person writes for himself."
"In that case," she said, "you should be the one to burn them, Colonel."
He did more than that. He broke the chest with a small axe and threw the wood into the fire. A few hours earlier, Pilar Ternera had come to see him. He had not seen her for many years, and he was surprised by how old and heavy she looked. Her laugh had lost its bright sound, but she had become very skilled at reading the cards.
"Be careful what you say," she told him.
He wondered if, long ago when she said the same thing in his glory days, she had already seen his future. Later, his personal doctor finished treating his sores. The colonel asked, without showing emotion, where exactly his heart was. The doctor listened with his stethoscope and then drew a small circle on his chest with cotton dipped in iodine. Tuesday came, warm and rainy, the day of the peace agreement. Colonel Aureliano Buendía went to the kitchen before 5 in the morning and drank his usual black coffee without sugar.
"You were born on a day like this," Úrsula told him. "Everyone was amazed because your eyes were open."
He did not answer. He was listening to the soldiers gathering outside, to the trumpets, and to the voices giving orders that broke the quiet of dawn. Even after so many years of war, the feeling was still strange to him. This time, his knees felt weak and his skin tingled like long ago when he first saw a woman without clothes. He thought slowly, caught in sadness for the past. Maybe if he had married her, he would have lived a quiet life without war or fame. He could have been a simple man, happy and unknown. This late shiver made his breakfast taste bitter. At 7 in the morning, Colonel Geroneldo Marquez came with several rebel officers to take him. He found Aureliano quieter and more thoughtful than ever. Úrsula tried to place a new wrap over his shoulders.
"What will the government think?" she said. "They will say you gave up because you could not buy a cloak."
But he refused her help. When he was at the door, he let her put on an old felt hat that had belonged to José Arcadio Buendía.
"Aureliano," Úrsula said softly, "promise me that if you find yourself in danger, you will think about your mother."
He smiled from a distance and raised his hand with his fingers open. He said nothing. Then he left the house and faced the shouting and insults that followed him through the town.
Úrsula locked the door and decided never to open it again.
"We will stay inside until we die," she thought. "We will become dust in this house without men, but this mean town will not see us cry."
She spent the morning searching for memories of her son, looking into every hidden corner. But she found none. The ceremony took place 15 miles from Macondo, under a huge sabre tree. Later, the town of Neerlandia would be built around that tree. There were government delegates, party members, and rebel officers who were laying down their weapons. Young helpers in white robes served them food and drink. They moved quickly and looked like scared doves after rain. Colonel Aureliano Buendía arrived riding a muddy mule. He had not shaved. The sores on his body hurt more than his sadness for the lost dream. He was a man without hope, past victory and past the memory of glory. He had ordered that there be no music, no bells, no fireworks, and no cheers. He wanted everything quiet and serious. A man with a camera took one photo of him, but he had to break the photo plates before he could use them. The ceremony lasted only the time needed to sign the papers. Inside a small circus tent, at a rough wooden table, sat the delegates. Around them stood the last officers who were still loyal to Colonel Aureliano Buendía. Before they took the signatures, the president's personal delegate tried to read the surrender letter aloud. Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not want that.
"Let's not waste time with formal words," he said, and he started to sign the papers without reading them.
One of his officers broke the heavy silence in the tent.
"Colonel," he said, "please do not be the first to sign."
Colonel Aureliano Buendía agreed.
The papers passed all around the table. The silence was so complete that everyone could hear the sound of pens moving on the paper. The first line was still empty. Colonel Aureliano Buendía was ready to sign it.
"Colonel," another officer said, "there is still time for everything to end well."
Colonel Aureliano Buendía did not change his face. He signed the first copy. He was almost finished with the last one when a rebel colonel appeared at the tent door.
The young man led a mule that carried 2 wooden chests. He was very young but looked serious and calm. He was the treasurer of the revolution in the Macondo area. He had traveled for 6 long days, pulling the hungry mule, so he could arrive at the peace meeting on time. Slowly and carefully, he took down the chests. He opened them and put 72 gold bricks on the table, one by one. Everyone had forgotten that this treasure existed. During the last year, everything in the revolution had turned into confusion and fighting between leaders. The gold had been melted into blocks and covered with hard clay. Nobody had control of it anymore.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía told them to write the 72 gold bricks in the surrender record. He ended the ceremony without allowing any speeches.
The dirty young man stood before him and looked straight into his eyes. His eyes were calm and golden like syrup.
"Anything else?" Colonel Aureliano Buendía asked.
The young colonel pressed his lips together. "The receipt," he said.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía wrote it by hand.
Then he drank a glass of lemonade and ate a small biscuit that the novices were passing around. He went to a field tent that was ready for him in case he wanted to rest. Inside, he took off his shirt and sat on the edge of the bed. At 3:15 in the afternoon, he took his pistol and shot himself where his doctor had drawn a circle on his chest. At that same time in Macondo, Úrsula lifted the cover from the pot of milk on the stove. She wondered why it was taking so long to boil. Inside, she found worms in the milk.
"They have killed Aureliano," she cried. She looked toward the courtyard, as she always did when she felt alone. There she saw José Arcadio Buendía, soaked by the rain and looking very old and sad. "He was shot in the back," Úrsula said softly. "And nobody was kind enough to close his eyes."
When evening came, she looked through her tears and saw bright discs moving fast across the sky. She thought it was a sign of death. She was still under the chestnut tree, crying near her husband's knees, when people arrived carrying Colonel Aureliano Buendía. He was wrapped in a blanket hard with dry blood, and his eyes were open with anger. He was alive. The bullet had gone through him in a clean line. The doctor had passed a cord with iodine through his chest and pulled it out of his back.
"That was my best work," the doctor said proudly. "It was the only place where a bullet could go through without hurting any important organ."
Colonel Aureliano Buendía saw many kind novices praying for his soul. He felt sorry that he had not shot himself in the mouth, as he had thought of doing to prove Pilar Ternera's prediction wrong.
"If I still had power," he told the doctor, "I would have you shot. Not because you saved my life, but because you made me look foolish."
His failed death quickly brought back his fame. The same people who had once said he sold the war for gold now praised his attempt as brave and honorable. They called him a martyr. When he refused the medal from the president, even his worst enemies came to his house. They begged him to cancel the peace agreement and start another war. Many gifts filled his home. Seeing how many of his old soldiers supported him, Colonel Aureliano Buendía began to think about fighting again. He even seemed excited about the idea. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez felt that he was only waiting for a reason to start. The reason came soon. The president said that no soldier, from either side, would get a pension until a special group studied every case and the Congress agreed.
"That is terrible," Colonel Aureliano Buendía shouted. "They will die before they get their letters."
For the first time, he left the rocking chair that Úrsula had given him to rest. Walking around his room, he spoke out loud and told someone to write a strong message to the president. In that telegram, which was never shown to people, he protested the first breaking of the Treaty of Neerlandia. He said he would start a war if the problem with the pensions was not solved in 2 weeks. He was fair and believed that even old conservative soldiers might support him. But the government only sent more guards to stand at his door and stopped all visits. They said the guards were there to protect him, but it was not true. The same thing happened to other leaders. Soon the plan worked well. 2 months after the peace agreement, when Colonel Aureliano Buendía felt better, most of his close followers were dead, sent away, or started working for the government. Colonel Aureliano Buendía left his room in December. When he looked at the porch, he knew he would never think of war again. Úrsula had made the house lively again. Even though she was old, she seemed full of energy.
She said, "Now people will see who I am. This house will be the happiest and most open house in the world."
She washed and painted everything. She changed the furniture and fixed the garden. She planted new flowers and opened all the windows so the bright summer light could reach every room. She ended the long years of sadness that had covered the house. She stopped wearing her dark old clothes and began to dress in fresh, young ones. The music from the pianola filled the house again. When Amaranta heard the music, she remembered Pietro Crespi. She thought of his gardenia and the smell of lavender. In her tired heart, she felt a new kind of bitterness, clean and quiet after many years. One afternoon, while Úrsula was cleaning the parlor, she asked the soldiers outside to help her. The young officer said yes. Slowly, Ursula began to give them small jobs. She invited them to eat, gave them clothes and shoes, and taught them to read and write. When the government finally sent the guard away, one soldier stayed. He lived in the house and helped her for many years. But on New Year's Day, the young officer who loved Remedios the beauty too much was found dead under her window. Chapter 10. Years later, as he lay dying, Aureliano II remembered a rainy afternoon in June. He had gone into a bedroom to meet his first child. The baby was weak and cried often. He did not look like a Buendía. Still, Aureliano II knew the name at once.
"We'll call him José Arcadio," he said.
Fernanda del Carpio, the beautiful woman he had married 1 year before, agreed with him. Ursula, however, could not hide a small feeling of doubt. During the long history of the family, she had noticed something about the repeated names. She believed the Aurelianos were quiet men, but they had clear and intelligent minds. The José Arcadios were brave and liked to do things quickly, but something sad always followed them. Only José Arcadio II and Aureliano II did not fit in these ideas. When they were children, they looked the same and played many tricks, so even Santa Sofía de la Piedad could not tell them apart. On the day of their baptism, Amaranta put little bracelets on their wrists with their names. She also gave them clothes in different colors with their initials. But when they went to school, the boys decided to change their clothes and their bracelets. They even started calling each other by the wrong names. Their teacher, Melchor Escalona, was used to knowing José Arcadio II because he wore a green shirt. He became very confused when he saw that boy wearing Aureliano II's bracelet, while the other said his name was Aureliano II, even though he was wearing the white shirt and José Arcadio II's bracelet. After that day, the teacher did not know who was who anymore. Even later, when they were older and became different men, Ursula still wondered if they had made a mistake at some point and truly changed identities forever. Until their teenage years, they were almost like one person. They woke up at the same time. They went to the bathroom at the same time. They got sick at the same time. They even had the same dreams. Everyone in the house thought they did these things only to confuse people. No one understood what was really happening until one day Santa Sofía de la Piedad gave one of them a glass of lemonade.
He said that it needed more sugar. At that same moment, the other boys said the same thing, even without tasting it. Santa Sofía de la Piedad had indeed forgotten the sugar. She told Ursula and said calmly, "That's how they all are, a little crazy from birth."
As years passed, things became clearer. The one who kept the name Aureliano II grew very big and strong, like his grandfather's. The one who remained José Arcadio II became thin and serious, like the colonel. They still shared the same quiet way of being, like others in the family. Perhaps it was their mix of size, name, and character that made Ursula feel they had been changed like cards in a game since childhood. The real difference between them appeared during the war, when José Arcadio II asked Colonel Geroneldo Márquez if he could watch an execution. Against Ursula's better judgment, his wish was granted. Aureliano II was frightened by the idea of seeing someone executed. He decided to stay home. When he was 12 years old, he asked Ursula about the locked room.
"What is inside?" he asked.
"Papers," she answered. "Books of Melquid's and the strange things he wrote in his last years."
Her answer made him even more curious. He kept asking again and again. He promised he would not damage anything. At last, Ursula gave him the keys. No one had entered the room since they took out Melquid's body. After that, the door had been locked, and the padlock was now covered with rust. When Aureliano II opened the windows, soft light came into the room. It looked as if that light had been shining there every day. Inside, there was no dust and no spider webs. Everything was very clean, even cleaner than on the day of the burial. The ink in the inkwell was still wet. The metal pieces still shone. Under the water pipe, the fire José Arcadio Buendía had used was still glowing. On the shelves were books covered in thick grey material that looked like skin. The old papers were in perfect condition. Even though the room had been closed for many years, the air was fresh. Everything seemed new. Some weeks later, Ursula came to clean the floor with a pail of water and a brush. There was nothing to clean. Everything was already spotless. Aureliano Segundo was busy reading one of the books. It had no cover or title, but he liked the stories inside. He read about a woman who sat at a table and ate rice kernels one by one with a pin. He read about a fisherman who borrowed a small weight for his net. When he gave the neighbor a fish as payment, a diamond was found in the fish's stomach. He also read about a lamp that could make wishes come true and about flying carpets.
Surprised, he asked Ursula, "Are these stories true?"
Yes, they are, she said. Many years ago the gypsies brought magic lamps and flying mats to Macondo. She sighed. The world is slowly ending, she said, and those things do not come here anymore.
When he finished the book, he saw that many stories had no endings. Several pages were missing. Then he tried to read the old manuscripts. He could not understand them. The letters looked strange, like clothes hanging on a line. They looked more like music notes than writing. One hot afternoon, while he studied the papers, he felt he was not alone. He looked toward the light from the window. There sat Melquides, with his hands resting on his knees. He was not yet 40 years old. He wore an old vest and a dark hat that looked like a bird's wings. His pale forehead was shiny with hair grease that had melted in the heat. He looked exactly as Aureliano and José Arcadio had seen him when they were little. Aureliano Segundo knew him at once. He felt it inside, like a memory that came from his grandfather.
"Hello," Aureliano Segundo said.
"Hello, young man," Melquides said.
After that, they met almost every afternoon for many years. Melquides spoke to him about the world and tried to teach him his old knowledge. But he would not explain the old papers.
"No one can know their meaning before 100 years have passed," he said.
Aureliano kept their meeting secret. One day he was shocked because Ursula came into the room while Melquides was there. But she did not see him.
"Who were you talking to?" she asked.
"Nobody," said Aureliano Segundo.
"Your great-grandfather did the same thing," Ursula said. "He also talked to himself."
At that time, José Arcadio Segundo had seen the shooting he always wanted to see. All his life he remembered the quick flashes of 6 guns at once. He remembered the echo that rolled to the hills. He remembered the sad smile of the man who was shot. The man stood straight while his shirt became red with blood. He was still smiling when they untied him and put him in a box with quicklime.
"He is alive," José Arcadio Segundo thought. "They will bury him alive."
It changed him deeply. After that, he hated war and soldiers. He did not hate them because of the killing, but because they buried people who were still alive. No one knew when he started ringing the church bells. He helped Father Antonio Isabel, who came after Father Pup. He also looked after the fighting cocks near the church. When Colonel Geroneldo Marquez knew about it, he was angry. He told José Arcadio Segundo that liberals should not do such work. "The fact is," he said, "I think I have become a conservative." He really believed it, as if it was decided by fate. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez was shocked and told Ursula about it.
"It is better that way," she said. "Maybe he will become a priest and God will finally come into this house."
Soon, people learned that Father Antonio Isabel was helping the boy prepare for his first communion. He taught him the catechism while shaving the necks of his roosters. He told him simple stories. As he placed hens in their nests, he explained how God decided on the 2nd day of creation that chickens would grow inside eggs. From then on, the old priest began to show signs that he was losing his mind. Many years later he even said that maybe the devil had won his fight against God and now sat on the throne in heaven. hiding his true name to fool people. Because the priest worked with him every day, José Arcadio II soon learned many religious tricks to confuse the devil. He became as clever with holy questions as he was with the rooster fights. Amaranta made him a linen suit with a collar and tie. She bought him white shoes and wrote his name in gold on the ribbon of his church candle. 2 nights before his first communion, Father Antonio Isabel took him into the small church room for confession. He used a dictionary to help him remember all the sins. The list was so long that the old priest, who always went to bed early, fell asleep before it was finished. The confession was full of surprises for José Arcadio II. He was not surprised when the priest asked about women, and he answered honestly that he had done nothing wrong. But he was confused when the priest asked if he had done bad things with animals. On the first Friday in May, he received communion and still felt very curious. Later he talked to Petronio, the week-old church helper who lived in the tower. People said Petronio ate bats. José Arcadio II asked him about the strange question.
Petronio answered, "Some bad Christians do dirty things with female donkeys."
José Arcadio II wanted to know more and kept asking many questions. Finally, Petronio lost his patience.
"I go on Tuesday nights," he said. "If you promise not to tell anyone, I will take you next Tuesday."
On the next Tuesday, Petronio came down from the church tower with a small wooden stool that no one had seen before. He took José Arcadio II to a nearby field. The boy liked those secret night visits very much. He stopped going to the place called Catarino's for a long time. He became a man who raised and fought roosters.
"Take those birds somewhere else," Úrsula said when she first saw him bring his strong fighting roosters into the house.
Roosters have already brought too much sadness to this house. Do not bring more trouble here.
José Arcadio II took the roosters away without saying anything. He kept raising them at the house of Pilar Ternera, his grandmother. She gave him everything he needed because she was happy to have him there.
Soon he showed in the game ring the cleverness that Father Antonio Isabel had taught him. He earned good money. He used it to grow his roosters and to enjoy life like a full-grown man. Úrsula looked at him and thought about his brother. She could not understand how the twins, who looked exactly the same when they were children, had become so different. Her confusion did not last long. Aureliano II started to show that he was lazy and liked to waste time. At first, he stayed alone in Melquid's old room. He closed himself away, just like Colonel Aureliano Buendía had done when he was young. But soon after the Treaty of Neerlandia, something unexpected made him change. He met a young woman who sold tickets for a raffle. The prize was an accordion.
The girl spoke to him as if she already knew him.
Aureliano II was not surprised because people often thought he was his brother. He did not tell her who he really was. She cried and begged him gently, and he went with her to her room. She liked him very much after that first meeting. She made sure he won the accordion in the raffle. After 2 weeks, Aureliano II found out that the woman was sleeping with both him and his brother. She thought they were the same person. He did not tell her the truth. He decided to keep things that way. He stopped going to Melquiades' room. He spent his afternoons in the yard, learning to play the accordion by ear. Úrsula was angry about this. The family was in mourning, and she had forbidden music. She also said the accordion was an instrument only for poor wanderers like the sons of Francisco the man. Still, Aureliano II kept playing. He became very good at it. Even after he married and had children, he was still known as one of the best accordion players in Macondo. For almost 2 months, he shared the same woman with his brother. He watched his brother's moves and changed plans so they would not meet her on the same night. When he was sure José Arcadio II would not go, he went to her himself. One morning, he felt sick. 2 days later, he found his brother holding onto a beam in the bathroom. He was sweating and crying. Then Aureliano Segundo understood what had happened.
José Arcadio Segundo told him that the woman had sent him away. She said he had given her a bad sickness. He also said that Pilar Ternera had tried to help and cure him.
Aureliano Segundo secretly took long baths with strong medicines and drank special water. After 3 months of quiet suffering, both men were cured. José Arcadio Segundo never saw the woman again. Aureliano Segundo asked for her forgiveness and stayed with her until he died. Her name was Petra Coates. She came to Macondo during the war with her husband, who lived by selling raffle tickets. After his death, she continued his business. She was a neat young woman with light brown skin and yellow eyes shaped like almonds. Her face looked strong and a little wild, but she was kind and full of love. When Úrsula found out that José Arcadio Segundo liked cockfights and that Aureliano Segundo played music at his lover's noisy parties, she felt desperate. She thought the family now had only its bad sides and none of its good ones. Then she decided that no one in their family would ever again be named Aureliano or José Arcadio.
All right, Úrsula said, but only if I raise him myself.
She was already 100 years old and almost blind, yet she was still strong and clear-minded. Everyone knew she was the best person to form a good man who could give honor back to the family name. She wanted him to grow up innocent, not knowing anything about war, cockfights, bad women, or crazy adventures. Those things, she believed, had caused the family's decline.
This boy will be a priest, she said seriously. And if God lets me live, he will even become the Pope one day.
People laughed when they heard her words. The laughter spread through the whole house where Aureliano Segundo's noisy friends were drinking. Old stories about the war came back for a moment as champagne bottles opened with loud pops.
To the health of the future Pope, Aureliano Segundo said and raised his glass.
Everyone shouted and drank together. Then he played his accordion. Fireworks filled the sky. Drums sounded through the town. At daybreak, the guests, drunk and covered with champagne, killed 6 cows and gave the meat freely to everyone in the streets. No one was shocked. Since Aureliano Segundo began to manage the house, parties happened all the time. It did not matter if there was no special reason. In only a few years, he became very rich without much effort. His animals grew fast and had many babies, as if by magic. His mares had 3 foals at once, his hens laid 2 times a day, and his pigs grew fat very quickly. People could not understand it and said it must be sorcery.
Save some money, Úrsula told him. This good luck will not stay forever.
But Aureliano Segundo did not listen. He opened more bottles of champagne for his friends. The more he celebrated, the more his animals multiplied. He believed this luck came not from himself but from Petra Coates, his lover, because her love made nature grow wild. He was sure Petra Coates was the reason for his fortune. He never let her stay far from his animals. Even after he married and had children, he still lived with her. Fernanda accepted it quietly. Aureliano Segundo was strong and big like his grandfathers, but he was happier and full of joy. He did not need to take care of the animals much. He only brought Petra Coates to the lands and let her ride around. After that, every animal with his mark began to have many young ones again. His great fortune began by chance. After the war, Petra Coates still lived off the money from her raffles. Aureliano Segundo sometimes took Úrsula's savings when he needed more. He and Petra Coates lived without worries. Every night they went to bed together, even when it was not proper, and stayed there until sunrise.
That woman is your ruin, Úrsula would shout when she saw him walk into the house like a man half asleep. She has bewitched you. One day I will see you sick with pain and something ugly in your belly.
José Arcadio Segundo took a long time to understand what had happened. He could not believe his brother loved Petra Coates so much. He remembered her as an ordinary woman, not special, and not very good at romance.
Aureliano Segundo did not care about what Ursula said or what his brother joked. He only wanted to find work so he could make a home for Petra Coates and stay with her forever. He dreamed of dying with her during a wild night of love.
When Colonel Aureliano Buendía reopened his workshop, happy with his quiet old age, Aureliano Segundo thought he might join him and make small goldfish to sell. He spent many hours in the hot workshop watching the colonel work. He saw how the hard gold sheet slowly turned into shiny small fish. But the work felt too slow. He could only think of Petra Coates. After 3 weeks, he stopped going to the workshop and disappeared. It was at that time that Petra Coates had an idea to sell raffle tickets for rabbits. The rabbits had babies so quickly that she could hardly sell the tickets fast enough. At first, Aureliano Segundo did not see how serious the problem was. But one night, when no one in town wanted to buy more tickets, he heard strange noises near the courtyard door.
"Don't worry," Petra said. "It's only the rabbits."
They could not sleep because the animals made too much noise. When morning came, Aureliano Segundo opened the door. The whole courtyard was full of rabbits. They looked blue in the soft light of dawn.
Petra Coates laughed so much that she began to tease him. "These were born last night," she said.
"Oh my God," he said. "Why don't you sell tickets for cows instead?"
A few days later, Petra Coates tried to clean her courtyard. She traded the rabbits for a cow. 2 months later, the cow gave birth to 3 calves. That was how everything began. Suddenly Aureliano Segundo owned land and many animals. His barns and pens became too small because everything grew so fast. He became very rich and happy, and sometimes he acted foolishly just for fun.
"Come on, cows, life is short," he would shout with laughter.
Ursula did not understand what was happening. She worried that he was stealing or doing something dishonest. Every time she saw him open a bottle of champagne only to pour the foam over his head, she scolded him angrily for wasting money. This made him upset. One morning, when he felt very cheerful, Aureliano Segundo came in with a chest full of money, some glue, and a brush. He sang loudly the old songs of Francisco the Man while he worked. He covered all the walls of the house, inside and outside, from top to bottom, with 1 peso banknotes. The old house, painted white since they had brought the pianola, now looked strange, almost like a temple. Everyone was excited. The family was amazed, Ursula was shocked, and people from the street came to see the show and laugh. Aureliano Segundo covered the walls of the house with paper money. He did it from the front of the house to the kitchen, even the bathrooms and bedrooms. When he finished, he threw the rest of the bills into the courtyard.
"Now," he said firmly, "I do not want anyone here to talk to me about money again."
That was what happened. Ursula told the workers to take down the bills. She mixed the pieces into whitewash, and the house was painted white again.
"Dear Lord," she prayed, "make us poor again like we were when we built this town. Do not punish us for wasting so much in the next life."
But her prayer worked in the opposite way. One of the workers hit a big plaster statue of St. Joseph that had been left in the house during the war. The hollow figure broke on the floor, and golden coins poured out. No one remembered who had brought that large saint.
3 men brought it, Amaranta said. They asked us to keep it until the rainy season was over. I told them to leave it in the corner so no one would touch it. They put it there very carefully, and it stayed there because they never returned.
Later, Ursula put candles around the statue and prayed before it. She never knew that inside it was not holiness but almost for heavy bundles of gold. When she saw what was inside, she felt terrible. She spat on the shiny pile of coins, put them in 3 canvas sacks, and buried them in a hidden place. She hoped those unknown men would one day come back to claim them. Much later, when she was old and weak, Úrsula often asked people who came to visit if they had left a plaster St. Joseph in her house during the war. She wanted to give the gold back if they were the owners. Strange things like that were common in those days. Macondo was full of amazing prosperity. The old houses made of mud and straw had been changed into brick ones with wooden window covers and cement floors. These new floors made the terrible heat in the afternoon a little easier to bear. Only a few things of José Arcadio Buendia's old village were left: the dusty almond trees that could survive anything, and the clear river with ancient stones crushed by the strong hammers of José Arcadio II. He was trying to open a path in the river to make a boat line. It was a crazy idea, like one of his great-grandfather's dreams, because the river was full of rocks and rapids, and no boat could go from Macondo to the sea.
Still, José Arcadio II continued his work bravely. He became stubborn and did not stop the project.
Before that, he was not known for having big ideas. Apart from his short relationship with Petra Coates, he had never been with a woman. Úrsula thought he was the quietest person in the family's history. She believed he could never stand out, not even as someone who trained fighting cocks. But when Colonel Aureliano Buendía told him about the Spanish ship stuck 8 miles from the sea, everything changed. The colonel said he had seen the burned ship himself during the war. Many people had thought this story was just a fantasy, but for José Arcadio II, it was a revelation. He sold his roosters to the highest bidder and gathered a group of men. He bought tools and started working hard. They broke stones, dug canals, cleared rocks from the river, and even tried to control waterfalls.
"I know all this by heart," Úrsula shouted. "It feels like time has turned back and we are at the beginning again."
When José Arcadio II believed the river was ready for boats, he told his brother all the details of his plan. His brother liked the idea and gave him the money for it. Then José Arcadio II disappeared for a long time. People began to say that his plan was fake, that he wanted only to steal his brother's money. But one day the news spread that a strange boat was coming to town. The people of Macondo ran to the riverbank, full of surprise. They had already forgotten the great projects of José Arcadio Buendía. Now they stared in disbelief at the first and last boat ever to reach Macondo. It was only a raft made of large logs. Thick ropes pulled it along the river while 20 men walked on the bank and dragged it forward. At the front of the raft stood José Arcadio II. He looked proud and happy as he guided the difficult movement of the boat. With him came a group of elegant women. They hid from the hot sun under bright parasols. They wore fine silk scarves on their shoulders, had colored creams on their faces, and flowers in their hair. They also wore golden decorations on their arms and shining jewels on their teeth. The log raft was the only boat José Arcadio II ever brought to Macondo, and only once. He never called it a failure. He said it was proof of his strong will. He gave his brother a careful account of every coin he had spent. Soon after, he returned to his usual life with fighting cocks. The only thing that stayed from this big adventure was the new spirit that came with those women from France. Their special manners changed how people loved and lived. They helped make the town more cheerful. Caterino's old place lost its importance, and the street became full of light and music. Japanese lanterns shone, and old hand organs played sweet songs. Those same women started the wild carnival that lasted 3 days. It was full of excitement and noise. That celebration also gave Aureliano II the chance to meet Fernanda del Carpio. Remedios the Beauty was chosen as the queen of the carnival. Úrsula trembled when she saw her great-granddaughter's uneasy beauty. She could not stop the people from choosing her. Before this event, Úrsula had kept Remedios away from the streets except when she went to Mass with Amaranta. Even then, she made her cover her face with a black shawl. Many men went to church just to see her face. Some of them were not good people. They dressed like priests so they could perform full ceremonies in Caterino's store. They wanted only a quick look at Remedios the beauty, whose wonderful beauty was famous across the whole swamp. It took a long time before anyone actually saw her face. And it would have been better if they never had, because most of them lost their calm sleep after that day. The man who made it possible was a stranger from another country. He lost his calm forever. He fell into sadness and misery. Years later he died when he was cut by a train after falling asleep on the tracks. People first saw him in the church. He wore a green velvet suit and a vest with embroidery. Everyone thought he came from a far place, maybe from another city. They believed he had come because he was fascinated by Remedios the beauty. He was very handsome and looked noble. He had such grace and dignity that Pietro Crespi seemed silly beside him. Many women said with jealous smiles that he was the one who truly deserved the famous shawl. He never spoke to anyone in Macondo. He came early on Sundays like a prince from a story. He rode a horse with silver stirrups and a velvet blanket. After the mass he always left the town. His presence was powerful. From the first time people saw him in the church, they could feel something strange. It was as if he and Remedios the beauty shared a silent battle, a secret promise that would end in love or death. On the 6th Sunday he came again. This time he carried a yellow rose in his hand. He stood during the mass as usual. At the end he walked to Remedios the beauty and offered her the rose. She took it calmly, as if she had expected it. Then she showed her face and gave him a gentle smile. That was all. For him, and for all men who looked at her that day, that moment seemed endless. After that, the gentleman had musicians play under her window. They played all night, sometimes until morning. Aureliano II felt sorry for the man. He tried to help him stop his foolish passion.
"Do not waste your time," he told him one night. "The women in this house are more stubborn than mules."
He offered his friendship and invited the man to drink and bathe in champagne. He tried to explain that women in his family had hearts like stone. But the foreigner did not listen. Colonel Aureliano Buendía became angry with the long nights of music. He threatened to stop the man with a gun. No one could make the man give up except his own sadness. Slowly he became untidy and poor. People said he had left behind his money and power in his own country. No one knew his real story. He began to argue with others and fight in bars. He would wake up dirty and drunk in Caterino's store. The saddest thing in his story was that Remedios the beauty did not notice him. She did not even look at him when he came to church dressed like a prince. She took the yellow rose without any bad feeling, smiling because she found his gift amusing. She lifted her shawl to see his face better, not to show her own. Remedios the beauty did not seem to belong to this world. When she was growing up, Santa Sofia de la Piedad had to wash and dress her. Even when she could care for herself, someone had to watch her. Sometimes she painted small animals on the walls with a stick covered in dirt. She turned 20 without learning to read or write. She did not know how to use silver forks or spoons at the table. She often walked naked through the house because she did not care about rules or customs.
"Look how foolish he is," she told Amaranta. "He says he will die because of me, as if I were a stomachache. See, he was a real fool."
When a young officer said he loved her, she refused him. His behavior surprised her. Later, they found the man dead outside her window. Remedios the beauty only said, "See, he was a real fool." She seemed able to see the truth of things clearly. Colonel Aureliano Buendía thought she was not slow or simple as people said. He believed quite the opposite.
"It is like she has already gone through 20 years of war," he said.
Ursula thanked God for sending them such a pure person. Still, her beauty made Ursula uneasy. It felt strange and dangerous, as if beauty could be a trap hiding inside innocence. Because of this, Ursula kept her away from the world. She wanted to protect her from temptation. She did not know that Remedios the beauty was safe from all evil since before she was born. Ursula never imagined people would choose her as the queen of the carnival. But Aureliano II happy to wear a tiger costume, brought Father Antonio Isabel to talk with her. He wanted to show Ursula that the carnival was not a pagan event, but part of the church tradition. At last, she agreed, though she was not sure. The news that Remedio's Buendía would be crowned reached faraway towns within a few hours. It spread quickly beyond the swamp. Even people who did not know her beauty became curious. Some worried because her family name reminded them of rebellion. But the worry was without reason. Colonel Aureliano Buendía had become an old and disappointed man. He no longer cared about what happened in the country. He stayed inside his workshop every day. He only worked on small goldfish. A soldier who had guarded his house during the first days of peace helped him. The soldier took the goldfish to sell in the villages near the swamp. He then came back with money and stories from other towns. He said the government was changing the calendar so that every president could stay in power for 100 years. He said a cardinal came from Rome with a crown full of diamonds and a golden throne. He said some liberal ministers had their pictures taken while kissing his ring. He also said a famous actress from Spain was kidnapped by masked men. Later she danced without clothes in the summer house of the president.
"Do not talk to me about politics," the colonel said. "Our business is only selling goldfish."
When people told Ursula that the colonel refused to talk about politics because he was getting rich, she laughed. She did not understand his strange work. He sold goldfish for coins, then melted the coins to make more goldfish. The more he sold, the more he had to work. It was a circle that never ended. He did not care about the money. He only liked the quiet work. He needed all his attention to join the small scales, put tiny stones in the eyes, make thin gills, and shape the fins. He had no time left to think about the war or his sadness. He worked so much that his back bent and his eyes became weak. But his hard concentration gave him peace inside. The last time he cared about anything from the war was when some old soldiers came to ask for his help. They wanted to get the pensions that had been promised for many years.
"Forget it," he told them. "I refused my own pension because I do not want to waste my life waiting for something that never comes."
At first, Colonel Geroneldo Marquez came to see him in the evenings. They sat together at the door and talked about the past. But Amaranta did not like his visits. She teased him with cruel words until he stopped coming except on special days. Later he became sick with paralysis and never came again. Colonel Aureliano Buendía stayed silent and alone. He did not care about the new life that filled the house. He learned that the secret to a peaceful old age was to accept solitude. He got up every morning at 5 after little sleep. He drank a cup of bitter coffee in the kitchen. Then he worked in his shop all day. At 4 o'clock he went out to the porch with a stool. He did not notice the red roses or the bright afternoon light. He did not even hear Amaranta's sad noise as she worked in the kitchen. He sat at the door until mosquitoes chased him away. One day a man walked by and spoke to him.
"How are you, Colonel?" the man asked.
"Right here," he answered.
"Waiting for my funeral to pass."
The fear about his family name returning to public talk was really nothing important. Most people did not think so, though. Not knowing what danger was coming, the town filled the main square with loud and happy voices. The carnival was at its wildest point. Aureliano II finally made his dream come true. He was dressed like a tiger and walking among the crowd. His voice was tired from so much roaring. Then, on the road from the swamp, a parade appeared. Several people were carrying a woman in a shining litter covered with gold. She looked like the most wonderful person one could imagine. The people of Macondo stopped and took off their masks to look at her. She wore a crown with green stones and a white fur cape. She looked like a real queen, not a fake one made of paper and ribbons. Some people guessed it was meant to provoke trouble. Aureliano II stopped feeling confused. He said the new visitors were guests of honor. He wisely placed Remedio's the beauty and the strange queen together on the same stage. Until midnight the guests, dressed like desert travelers, joined the joyful crowd. They made the party even better with bright fireworks and clever acrobat shows that reminded everyone of the gypsy artists. Then suddenly, someone shouted loudly, breaking the celebration.
Long live the Liberal Party! Long live Colonel Aureliano Buendía!
Rifle shots started and covered the sound of the fireworks. The screams of fear replaced the music, and happiness turned to panic. Later, some said that the Queen's guards were real soldiers hiding guns under their rich outfits. The government denied it and promised to investigate the bloody event. But no real truth was ever found. People kept saying that the guards started shooting without being attacked. They moved quickly into fighting positions and fired on the crowd with no mercy. When silence finally returned, none of the false travelers were still in town. The square was full of dead and hurt people. There were 9 clowns, 4 dancers, 17 men dressed as kings from playing cards, 1 devil, 3 musicians, 2 noblemen from France, and 3 women dressed as Japanese empresses. In all the confusion, José Arcadio II saved Remedios the beauty. Aureliano II carried the strange queen to the house. Her dress was torn, and her cape had blood on it. Her name was Fernanda del Carpio. She had been chosen as the most beautiful woman among many thousands. People had brought her to Macondo to make her the Queen of Madagascar. Úrsula looked after her kindly, as if she were her own daughter. Chapter 11. The marriage almost ended after 2 months. Aureliano II tried to please Petra Coates and had a photo taken of her dressed like a queen. When Fernanda heard about it, she packed her things and left Macondo without saying goodbye. Aureliano II ran after her on the road through the swamp. He begged her to come back and promised to change. At last, she agreed to return, and he left Petra Coates. Petra Coates was not afraid. She knew she was strong. She had helped Aureliano II become a man. When he was young, he spent his time in Melquid's old room, full of strange ideas and far from real life. She helped him forget those dreams and find his place in the world. He was born quiet and shy, but she taught him to enjoy life. He learned to be open and happy. He liked parties and liked spending money. She changed him completely until he became the man she had always hoped to love. Then he decided to marry. He was afraid to tell her about it. He acted like a child. He pretended to be angry so that she would end the relationship first. One day, he blamed her for something she did not do. She understood his game and said calmly,
"What this really means is that you want to marry the queen."
Aureliano II felt ashamed. He pretended to be upset and stopped visiting her. During the wedding, Petra Coates stayed calm. She heard the music and the fireworks as if it were only another joke from Aureliano II. When people felt sorry for her, she smiled.
"Do not worry," she told them. "Queens do work for me."
One woman brought her candles for the picture of her lost lover. Petra said with quiet confidence,
"The only light that brings him back is already burning."
She was right. When the honeymoon ended, Aureliano II returned to her house. He came with his usual old friends and a man who took pictures. He also brought the dress and cape with blood stains that Fernanda had worn at the carnival. That evening they laughed and celebrated. He asked Petra Coates to wear the dress and act like a queen. He put a crown on her head and called her the ruler of Madagascar. He gave copies of the photo to all his friends. Petra joined the game, but she felt sorry for him. She thought he must have been scared to make such a strange plan to be forgiven. At 7 in the evening, still dressed like a queen, she waited for him in bed. He had been married for only 2 months, but she understood at once that things were not good with his wife. She felt happy to see him defeated. However, 2 days later, he did not come back. He sent another person to talk about their separation. Then Petra saw that she needed more patience than she thought. He seemed ready to suffer just to look like a proper man. She did not get angry. She let things happen easily. People believed she was poor and weak. The only thing she kept from Aureliano II was a pair of shiny leather boots. He had said he wanted to wear those boots in his coffin. She wrapped them in cloth and put them at the bottom of a trunk. She waited calmly and lived with her memories.
He will come back soon, she said to herself. Even if he returns only to wear those boots.
She did not have to wait too long. Aureliano II already knew on his wedding night that he would go back to Petra Coates's house. He knew Fernanda was lost in her own world. She came from a sad city far away, around 600 miles from there. In that city, old carriages still rolled through the stone streets at night. At 6 in the evening, 32 church bells rang a slow song. In her family's big house, the floor looked like a tomb. No sunlight came inside. The air was heavy among the tall dark trees, quiet rooms, and wet arches in the old garden. Until she was a young girl, Fernanda knew nothing about the world. She only heard piano lessons from a neighbor. That person never slept in the afternoon and played the same cold notes for many years. When her mother was sick, Fernanda sat beside her in a green and yellow room with dim light from the windows. She listened to the dry, slow music and thought that the piano was part of the world while she stayed there making funeral wreaths. Her mother, sweating from fever at 5 o'clock, spoke of the beautiful past. When Fernanda was very small, one night she saw a bright woman in white walking through the garden to the chapel. What surprised her most was that the woman looked just like her.
Her mother told her in a quiet moment, "That was your great-grandmother, the Queen. She died because of bad air while she was cutting flowers."
Many years later, when Fernanda felt she had become like her great-grandmother, she started to think the vision was not true. But her mother told her not to stop believing. "We are very rich and powerful," her mother told her. "One day you will be a queen." She really believed this, even though they were just sitting at a long table with a clean white cloth and shiny silver dishes, drinking a cup of weak chocolate and eating a sweet bun. Before her wedding day, she always dreamed of a famous and beautiful kingdom. Her father, Don Fernando, had to borrow money and sell parts of the house to buy clothes and gifts for her marriage. It was not because she was foolish or proud. That was how her parents raised her. Since she was a small child, she had learned to behave like someone very important. She even remembered using a golden pot with the family sign on it. She left her home for the first time when she was 12. She rode in a coach pulled by horses. It went only 2 blocks to take her to the convent school. Her classmates were surprised because she sat apart from them in a big chair with a high back. She never played with the other girls at break time.
"She is different," the nuns would say. "She will be a queen."
Her schoolmates believed it because she was already the most beautiful and polite girl they had ever seen. After 8 years she finished her studies. She could write poetry in Latin, play the clavichord, talk about falcon hunting with young men, and discuss religion and politics with church leaders. Then she went back to her parents' house to make funeral wreaths. The home looked poor and empty. Only a few pieces of furniture were left. There were still silver candle holders and the fine tableware. The simple kitchen things had been sold one by one to pay for her education. Her mother had died from fever in the late afternoon. Her father, Don Fernando, always wore black clothes, a stiff white collar, and a gold watch chain. Every Monday he gave her 1 silver coin for the week's household costs. She finished wreaths each week, and someone would come to take them away. Her father stayed most of the time in his study. When he went out, he came back to pray the rosary with her. She had no close friends. She never heard people talk about the wars that hurt the country. Each day at 3 in the afternoon she still played piano. She had almost stopped believing she would become a queen. Then one day, 2 loud knocks sounded at the door. She opened it and saw a handsome military officer standing there. He moved politely and had a scar on his cheek and a gold medal on his chest. He went into the study with her father and closed the door. 2 hours later her father came to the sewing room to find her.
"Pack your things," he said. "You will take a long trip."
That was how she was taken to Macondo. In just one day life showed her a hard truth that her parents had hidden for many years. When she came back home, she locked herself in her room and cried. She did not listen to Don Fernando, who tried to comfort her and explain what had happened. He wanted to help her forget that strange event, but she did not want to hear him. She told herself that she would never leave her room again. She wanted to stay there until she died. But Aureliano II came to find her, and that changed everything. When he came, she remembered her shame and anger. In her confusion, she told him lies so he would never know who she really was. Aureliano II had only 2 clues when he started searching for her. He remembered her clear Highland accent. He also knew she made funeral wreaths. He looked for her everywhere without stopping. He searched with the same strong spirit that José Arcadio Buendía had when he crossed the mountains to build Macondo. He showed the same pride that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had in his lost wars. He kept going with the same stubbornness that Úrsula had as she tried to protect her family. Aureliano II looked for Fernanda without rest. When he asked where people sold funeral wreaths, they took him from house to house. He looked at each one carefully. When he asked for the most beautiful woman anyone had ever seen, mothers brought him their daughters. He lost his way in foggy streets and felt sad and tired. He wandered through empty places and through times that people had forgotten. He walked in strange paths full of disappointment. He passed a yellow plain where the sound of his voice came back to him. There his worry made him see things that were not real. After many useless days he came to a city he did not know. All the bells there were ringing for a funeral. He had never seen that place before, but he knew it at once. The walls were covered with white salt. The old wooden balconies were broken and full of mold. On the door a sign was hanging, almost destroyed by rain. It said, "Funeral wreaths for sale." It was a sad sign. From that moment until the cold morning when Fernanda left her home with the Mother Superior, very little time passed. The nuns sewed her wedding clothes. They packed 6 trunks with silver dishes, candles, and a gold chamber pot. Those things were useless reminders of a family that had slowly fallen apart after many years.
Don Fernando did not go with her. He said he would come later when his work was finished.
After giving Fernanda his blessing, he went back to his study and locked himself inside again. There he wrote the notices with small sad drawings and the family coat of arms. Those letters were the only kind of contact Fernanda and her father ever had in their lives. That was the true date of her birth for her. For Aureliano II it was both the start and the end of his happiness. Fernanda kept a small and pretty calendar with golden keys. Her spiritual advisor had drawn purple marks on it to show the days when she must stay apart from her husband. After counting all the special days and religious fasts, only 42 days were left in the whole year. Those days were marked by purple crosses. Aureliano II thought time would change her strict rules, so he continued the wedding party longer than usual. Úrsula was tired of throwing away empty bottles from the long celebration. She noticed the couple slept in different rooms and at different times while the loud music and fireworks kept going. She remembered her own past and wondered if Fernanda wore something like a chastity belt. She feared people in the town might make jokes and cause trouble. But Fernanda told her that she just wanted 2 weeks to pass before she touched her husband. When those 2 weeks ended, Fernanda opened her bedroom, calm but sad. Aureliano II saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her eyes looked shy and frightened, and her long copper hair covered the pillow. For a moment he could not speak. Then he saw that Fernanda wore a long white nightgown down to her ankles with long sleeves. There was one neat round opening with lace at her lower stomach. Aureliano II could not stop laughing.
"That's the strangest thing I've ever seen," he said loudly. "I married a sister of charity."
A month later he still could not make his wife take off her nightgown. He had a picture taken of Petra Coates dressed like a queen. Later, when Fernanda came back home, she gave in to his will for a short time while they were getting along again. But he did not find the peace he had hoped for when he went to bring her home from the city with 32 church towers. He only felt great sadness in her heart. One night, before their first child was born, Fernanda found out that her husband had returned secretly to Petra Coates.
"That's true," he said. Then he explained quietly, I had to go so the animals would keep having babies.
It took him some time to make her believe his strange reason. When she finally accepted it, she asked only one thing. He must promise not to die in Petra Coates's bed. After that the three lived without hurting each other. Aureliano II stayed kind and careful with both women. Petra Coates felt proud because he had returned to her. Fernanda acted as if she did not know. The pact did not help Fernanda become part of the family. Ursula tried many times to make her take off the wool scarf that she wore even after being with her husband. The neighbors often talked about it. Ursula also wanted her to use the bathroom and sell the gold chamber pot to Colonel Aureliano Buendía so he could make his little goldfish. But Fernanda would not agree to any of it. Amaranta felt uneasy when Fernanda spoke because her way of talking was strange. She always used soft words instead of simple ones, and her language sounded funny. So Amaranta would answer with nonsense sounds to make fun of her.
One day Fernanda felt angry about this and asked Amaranta what she was saying.
Amaranta did not hide her words. I said that you are one of those people who mix up their rear with their ashes, she said.
After that, they stopped talking. When they needed to say something, they sent short notes. Although the family showed they did not like her, Fernanda continued to try to bring her family's old ways into the house. She stopped the custom of eating in the kitchen whenever someone was hungry. Now everyone had to eat at fixed times at the large table in the dining room with a white cloth and silver candlesticks. Eating became a serious ceremony. Ursula used to think eating was a simple act, but Fernanda made it formal. The silent José Arcadio II was the first to feel unhappy about it. Still, Fernanda's rule stayed. She also made them say the rosary before each meal. The neighbors soon began to whisper that the Buendía family did not eat like normal people. They said that eating had become like a church ceremony. Fernanda's old beliefs often clashed with Ursula's superstitions. Ursula's ideas came from her heart and changed with time, but Fernanda kept strict rules learned from her parents. While Ursula was still strong, the house still followed some of the old habits. Her energy gave life to the family. But when she lost her sight and became old, Fernanda took full control. She decided everything herself. Fernanda thought that making and selling pastries and candy animals, something Santa Sofia de la Piedad did because Ursula wished it, was shameful. She quickly stopped that business. The doors of the house, once open from morning until night, were closed during siesta time. She said it was because the sun made the rooms too hot. Later the doors stayed closed all the time. The aloe branch and bread that had hung over the door since the family's beginning were removed. Fernanda put a small image of the Sacred Heart of Jesus there instead.
Colonel Aureliano Buendía noticed these changes and understood what they meant. We are becoming fine people, he said. If this goes on, we will fight the conservative regime again, but this time we will try to put a king on the throne.
Fernanda tried not to argue with him. Inside, she felt uneasy about his free spirit and his dislike of strict social rules.
She felt annoyed by his coffee at 5 in the morning. She disliked the messy workshop and his old torn blanket. She did not like how he sat in the doorway every evening. But she accepted him because she knew the old colonel had changed with age and disappointment. She feared that his sudden anger could destroy the peace of the house. When her husband wanted to name their first son after his great-grandfather, she kept quiet. She had lived there only a year and did not want to fight. But when their first daughter was born, she wanted to name her Renata, like her own mother.
Ursula wanted to call the child Remedios.
They argued for a long time. Aureliano II tried to make peace and joked while they talked. At last, they named her Renata Remedios.
Fernanda used the name Renata. Her husband's family and everyone in town called her Meme, short for Remedios.
At first Fernanda never spoke about her family. Later she began to talk about her father all the time. She said he was very special, a man without pride who was becoming a saint. Aureliano Segundo was surprised and amused by her words. He started to make small jokes about his father-in-law. The rest of the family laughed too.
Even Ursula, who always tried to keep peace in the house, one day said that the little boy already had a great future because he was the grandson of a saint and the son of a queen and a rustler.
Everyone smiled about Fernanda's stories, but the children believed them. They thought their grandfather was a famous and holy man. He sent them letters with good poems and every Christmas a large box of presents. The box was so big it almost did not fit through the door. Those gifts were the last things left from his old rich life. The children put them together and made a small altar with life-size saints in their room. The saints had glass eyes that looked real. Their clothes were finely made and richer than anything people in Macondo wore. Slowly, the old cold house became bright and full of those beautiful things.
One day Aureliano Segundo laughed and said, "Now they have sent us the whole family cemetery. All we need are the trees and the stones." Even though the gifts were not toys, the children waited for December every year. The strange and old presents always surprised them.
On the 10th Christmas, José Arcadio was about to leave for the seminary. That year the box from the grandfather came early. It was very large, sealed with nails and pitch, and sent to the distinguished Lady Dona Fernanda del Carpio de Buendía. While Fernanda read his letter in her room, the children ran to open the box. Aureliano Segundo helped them, as usual. He broke the seals and lifted the cover. They took out the sawdust and saw a long chest made of lead, closed with copper bolts. Aureliano Segundo started to open it while the children watched. He took out the 8 bolts, lifted the lid, and suddenly cried out. He quickly pushed the children aside. Inside was Don Fernando, dressed in black with a cross on his chest, his skin covered with sores, lying in a strange boiling liquid that moved with shining bubbles. A short time after their daughter was born, the government announced a celebration for Colonel Aureliano Buendía. It was to mark another anniversary of the Treaty of Neerlandia. The colonel was shocked by this news. He spoke fiercely against it and refused the honor.
"I have never heard that word jubilee before," he said. "But whatever it means, it must be a trick."
His small workshop was soon full of visitors sent by the government. The lawyers were older, serious men in dark suits. They looked just like the ones who had come years ago to stop the war. When the colonel saw their familiar faces, he could not stand their false praise. He told them to leave him alone. He said he was not a hero of the nation. He was only a simple craftsman who made goldfishes and wanted to die quietly after a long, tired life. When he heard that the president himself planned to visit Macondo to give him a medal, he became furious. He sent a message back to the president.
He said he was waiting for that moment only so that he could shoot him. He said it was not for political reasons, but because the president had no respect for an old man who had harmed no one.
The threat sounded so strong that the president cancelled his trip. He sent the decoration with his own representative instead. Colonel Geroneldo Marquez, who was very ill and could not walk, felt heavy pressure from many people. He left his bed and asked for men to carry his chair to the workshop. When Colonel Aureliano Buendía saw him arrive, he thought his old friend had come to show support. But when he learned that Geroneldo had come to convince him to accept the honor, he asked the men to take him away.
"Now I understand, but too late," he said. "I should have let them shoot you. It would have been a favor to you."
The celebration was held without any family members present. It happened during Carnival week, and this made the colonel even more upset. He believed the government had chosen that time on purpose to make fun of him. From his quiet workshop, he heard the music and the sounds of guns. He heard the church bells and short pieces of speeches given in front of his house. They even named the street after him. His eyes filled with angry tears. He felt weak and powerless, and for the first time since losing the war, he wished he still had the strength of youth to start another fight against the ruling party. Soon after the noise ended, Ursula came and knocked on the door.
"Do not bother me," he said. "I am busy."
"Open the door," Ursula said calmly. "This is not about the celebration."
Then Colonel Aureliano Buendía took away the bar and saw 17 men waiting at the door. They looked very different from each other, with many colors and faces. But all seemed alone. He knew right away that they were his sons. None of them had written or spoken before coming, and they did not know each other. They had come from far places near the coast after hearing about the celebration. They all were proud to carry the name Aureliano and their mother's last names. They stayed in the house for 3 days. Ursula was happy to see them, but Fernanda was shocked. The house during those days felt like a small war. Amaranta looked through old papers to find the book where Ursula wrote their names and dates of birth and baptism. Next to each name, she added where that son was living now. That list showed 20 years of history. From it, someone could remember the colonel's long journey since the morning he left Macondo with 21 men to fight, until the last time he came back, tired and wounded. Aureliano II wanted to celebrate with his cousins. He made a big party with champagne and an accordion. People said it was like a late carnival. During the party, they broke many dishes. They ran through the garden and destroyed the rose bushes while chasing a bull. They shot hens for fun. They made Amaranta dance the sad old music of Pietro Crespi. They even made Remedios the beauty wear men's pants and climb a greased pole. Inside the dining room, they let a pig covered in fat run loose. Fernanda fell down in fear, but nobody cared because the house was full of joy and noise. At first, Colonel Aureliano Buendía was not sure they were really his sons. He watched them carefully, but their wild behavior made him laugh. Before they left, he gave each one a small goldfish. Even José Arcadio II, who liked to stay quiet, invited them to see cockfights. That almost ended badly, because some of the Aurelianos quickly noticed that Father Antonio Isabel was cheating. Aureliano II saw how lively his relatives were and wanted them to stay and work with him. Only Aureliano Triste agreed. He was a strong mulatto man with the brave spirit of his grandfather. He had traveled a lot and did not mind staying. The other brothers said they already had their lives set. They were peaceful men and good workers. On Ash Wednesday, before they went back to their homes on the coast, Amaranta asked them to wear clean clothes and go to church with her. They went, laughing more than praying. At the altar, Father Antonio Isabel made a cross with ashes on each of their foreheads. When they came home, the youngest brother tried to wash his forehead, but the cross did not go away. All of the brothers had the same problem. They tried soap and water, dirt and brushes, and even pumice stone and lye, but nothing helped. Amaranta and the others who had gone to Mass could clean the mark easily, but the brothers could not.
"It is better like this," Ursula said when she said goodbye to them. "Now everyone will know who you are."
They left the town in a large group. Musicians walked before them, and fireworks lit the sky. People said the Buendía family would last for many generations. Aureliano Triste had a cross of ashes on his forehead. He built an ice factory at the edge of the town. It was the same idea José Arcadio Buendía once had when he dreamed about making ice. After some months, Aureliano Triste became liked and respected. He wanted to find a house so his mother and sister could come live with him. He looked at an old house on the corner of the square. It was big, broken, and looked empty. He asked who owned it. Someone told him that no one owned it now. Long ago, a lonely widow had lived there. They said she sometimes ate dust and dry white paste from the walls. In her last years, people only saw her twice outside. She wore a hat with small fake flowers and shoes that looked silver and old. She went to the post office to send a letter to the bishop. They said she lived with a cruel servant woman. The servant killed any animal that entered the house. She threw the dead bodies into the street so the smell would bother people. Many years passed, and the sun dried the last animal's skin. People believed both the widow and her servant had died long ago. They said the house still stood only because there had been no strong storms. The doors and hinges were rusty. Cobwebs held the walls together. The windows were wet and stuck closed. Grass and flowers grew through cracks in the floor, and lizards and insects lived there. Everyone was sure that no human had been inside for 50 years. Aureliano Trieste did not need more proof. He pushed the main door with his shoulder. The old wood broke quietly and fell into a cloud of dust. He waited for the air to clear. Then he saw a thin woman standing in the middle of the room. Her clothes were very old. Her hair had only a few yellow strands. Her face was dry and wrinkled from many years alone. Her eyes were still large and beautiful, but without hope. She looked like someone from another time. Aureliano Trieste felt shocked. He almost did not notice that the woman was pointing an old pistol at him.
"I am sorry," he said softly.
She did not move. She stood in a room full of small old things, watching him. Through the dust, she seemed to see a man from her past, one with a gun and a line of rabbits in his hand. "For God's sake," she said quietly. "It is not right that they come to remind me of that now."
"I want to rent the house," said Aureliano Trieste.
The woman raised the pistol again. Her hand was firm. She aimed at the cross of ashes on his forehead. "Get out," she said.
That night, Aureliano Trieste told his family what happened. Ursula was shocked and began to cry.
"Holy God," she said, holding her head. "She is still alive."
Time and war had made her forget Rebecca. Only Amaranta had never forgotten her. Amaranta thought about Rebecca every morning when she woke in her cold bed. She thought of her while washing her thin body and dressing in the stiff white clothes of old age. She remembered her when she changed the black bandage on her hand. She thought of Rebecca all the time, awake or asleep. Her loneliness kept that memory alive and strong. Remedios the beauty learned about Rebecca from Amaranta. When they passed the old house, Amaranta always told her sad stories about it. She wanted her niece to feel the same anger so that her hate would live on after death. But her plan never worked. Remedios did not feel anger or love. She was calm and untouched by strong feelings. Ursula remembered Rebecca in a kind and clean way. She thought of the sad child who came to the house carrying a bag with her parents' bones. That memory was stronger than the anger that once pushed Rebecca away from the family.
Aureliano II said they should bring Rebecca back to the house and take care of her.
But Rebecca refused. She had spent many years alone and poor. In that time, she learned to love her quiet life. She did not want to lose her peace for kind help that would disturb her old age.
In February, the 16 sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendía came back to town. They still had the cross of ashes on their foreheads. During their visit, Aureliano Trieste talked about Rebecca. The men quickly decided to repair her house. In half a day they fixed doors and windows. They painted the outside in bright colors. They made the walls stronger and poured new cement on the floor. But they could not go inside because Rebecca did not allow it. She never came to the door. She just let them finish the work. Then she counted how much it cost and sent her old servant, Argenida, to give them a few coins. The coins were old and no longer used, but Rebecca thought they still had value. At that moment, everyone understood how far she had gone from the world. They saw that nobody could bring her out of her stubborn loneliness while she was still alive. When the sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendía visited Macondo again, one of them stayed. His name was Aureliano Centeno. He worked with Aureliano Trieste. He was one of the first sons baptized in the house, and Ursula and Amaranta remembered him well. As a child, he broke everything he touched. Now time had changed him. He was of normal height and had marks of smallpox on his face. But he still destroyed things easily. He broke plates even without meaning to. Fernanda decided to buy him metal ones so he would not ruin the china. Even the metal plates soon became bent and damaged. Still, Aureliano Centeno was friendly and pleasant. People trusted him. He worked very hard. Soon he made so much ice that there was too much for the local market. So Aureliano Trieste thought about selling ice in other nearby towns. Then he had a big idea.
We have to bring the train, he said.
It was the first time anyone had said that word in Macondo. He drew a plan on the table while Úrsula watched. It reminded her of the time José Arcadio Buendía had drawn his strange plans for war. She felt that time was moving in a circle. But unlike José Arcadio Buendía, Aureliano Trieste did not lose sleep or feel angry. He made all his plans calmly. He did careful calculations for money and time. Then he made them real.
Aureliano II helped him. He did not care if people laughed at the idea. He gave the money for the train as easily as he had given money for his brother's boat project.
Aureliano Trieste looked at the calendar and left the next Wednesday. He planned to return after the rain ended. No one heard from him again. Aureliano Centeno stayed and worked in the factory. Because there was so much ice, he started trying new things. He made ice using fruit juice instead of water. Without knowing it, he took the first step toward inventing sherbet. Chapter 12. Aureliano Trieste wanted to change what his brother had started. His brother had left and did not come back, even after the rains and summer had passed. He felt the business was his now. One hot afternoon, a woman was washing clothes in the river. She suddenly ran down the main street, screaming and very scared.
"It's coming," she shouted. "Something terrible, like a kitchen pulling a whole village behind it."
Then the town shook. A loud whistle and heavy breath filled the air. For many weeks, people had seen workers putting down tracks. No one cared much, because they thought it was another trick by the gypsies. They believed the gypsies had new whistles and music and strange products to sell. When the whistle stopped, everyone went outside. They saw Aureliano Trieste waving from the train. The train was covered with flowers and moved slowly into the town. It was the first train, 8 months late. The yellow train looked harmless, but it would change Macondo in many ways. It would bring happy and sad times, new ideas, and feelings that the people would never forget. The people of Macondo were amazed by all the new machines. They spent whole nights looking at the bright electric bulbs. Aureliano Trieste had brought the plant to make the lights work during the train's second trip. It took them a while to get used to the constant sound it made. Later, Bruno Crespi, a rich merchant, opened a theater in the town. He showed moving pictures on the screen. At first people liked them, but then they became angry. In one picture, a man died and was buried. In the next picture, the same man was alive again as someone else. People felt they had been lied to. They broke the theater seats in protest.
The mayor told them that the pictures were only a machine that showed illusions. He said people should not cry or get upset about the actors' problems.
After that, many refused to go back to the theater. They thought it was only another trick, like the gypsies used to make. They said they had enough real troubles of their own. French women brought new instruments that played music from cylinders. These machines replaced the old hand organs. At first, many people were excited to see them. Even good ladies went to watch, pretending to be workers. But soon they discovered it was just a mechanical toy. They said it was not as real or as moving as a live music band. People became disappointed. When every house finally had a phonograph, adults stopped caring about it. Children only played with them and took them apart. Later, the railway station got a telephone. When people spoke through it, they were shocked. They thought it was another kind of phonograph, because it had a crank. But when they heard living voices far away, no one could believe it. It seemed that God wanted to test how much surprise the people could take. Everyone in Macondo kept moving between amazement and doubt. They could not tell what was true and what was not. The confusion even disturbed the ghost of José Arcadio Buendía. He became restless under the chestnut tree. He started to walk through the house again, even while the sun was shining. Ever since the new railroad opened and trains started coming every Wednesday at 11 o'clock, Macondo began to change. A small wooden station was built with a desk, a telephone, and a ticket window. People in town started to dress and act like normal city people, but many of them still looked strange, almost like circus performers. The gypsies had once amazed the town with tricks and magic. Now the people no longer trusted travelers who came selling strange things. These sellers tried to convince others to buy things like whistling kettles or to follow plans to save their souls, but only tired or careless people believed them. From those few, the sellers made good money. One Wednesday, among these showy visitors, a short and smiling man named Mr. Herbert arrived in Macondo. He wore riding pants, boots, a hard helmet, and glasses with steel frames. His eyes were bright like yellow stones, and his skin looked weak and thin. He went to eat at Aureliano Segundo's house. No one really noticed him at the table until he finished eating the first bunch of bananas. Aureliano Segundo had met him by chance. Mr. Herbert had been complaining in poor Spanish because there were no free rooms in the Hotel Jacob. Aureliano Segundo, who often helped strangers, invited him to stay and eat at his home. Mr. Herbert told them he worked with captive balloons. This business had taken him to many parts of the world and made him rich. But in Macondo nobody wanted to fly in his balloon because people thought it was old-fashioned after the gypsies' flying carpets. He planned to leave on the next train. When the family brought the usual bunch of yellow and brown bananas to the table, Mr. Herbert took one without much interest. He kept eating while talking quietly, more like he was thinking than enjoying the food. When he finished the bunch, he asked for another one. Then he opened a small case with scientific tools. He cut the banana carefully, looked at it through instruments, weighed the pieces, and measured their size. He also used tools to check the temperature, the air humidity, and the light. Everyone stopped eating to watch him. They waited for him to say something important, but he stayed silent. No one understood what he was planning. During the next few days, people saw him near the edge of town with a net and a basket, catching butterflies. The following Wednesday, a group of engineers and other experts arrived in Macondo. They spent several weeks studying the same places where Mr. Herbert had hunted butterflies. Later, Mr. Jack Brown came to town in a special silver coach connected to the yellow train. It had seats covered in soft purple velvet and a roof made of blue glass. Also arriving in the special car were serious lawyers dressed in black. They had followed Colonel Aureliano Buendía in the past. Because of this, people thought the new visitors like Mr. Herbert and Mr. Brown were connected to the war. Mr. Herbert had balloons and butterflies, and Mr. Brown had dogs and a large moving tomb. The people of Macondo did not have time to think much. Before they understood what was happening, the town changed completely. Wooden houses with metal roofs appeared everywhere. Foreign people came from faraway countries on the train. They sat inside, stood on the platforms, and even rode on the roof. These foreigners, called gringos, soon brought their quiet wives dressed in light clothes with big hats. They built another small town across the railroad tracks. The streets there had palm trees. The houses had screened windows, white tables on the terraces, and fans on the ceilings. There were wide blue lawns with beautiful birds walking on them. Around their area stood a high metal fence with electric wires on top. In the cool mornings, dead birds could be seen stuck to it. Nobody in Macondo knew what the gringos wanted. Some thought they came to help, but they caused great change. They disturbed the town even more than the old gypsies had done. Using their machines, they changed the animals and made crops grow faster. They even moved the river to the other side of the town, behind the cemetery. There they built a strong concrete building over the old grave of José Arcadio. They did this so the smell from the dead bodies would not touch the water. The gringos also turned the old street of the French ladies into a bigger place. One Wednesday, they arrived with a long train full of strange women who had come from far away. These women knew many old ways to please men and to give them courage and joy. The street of the Turks became busy too. New bright shops sold products from other countries. The old colorful markets disappeared. On Saturday nights the street was full of people playing games, shooting targets, listening to fortune tellers, and buying food and drinks. On Sunday mornings, some people lay on the ground after fights and drinking. The invasion of new people was wild and noisy. In the first days it was hard even to walk in the streets. There was furniture everywhere and loud noise from people building houses without asking for permission. Some couples hung hammocks between trees and lay there together in the open without shame. Only one calm place remained. Peaceful West Indian people built a quiet street with wooden houses on tall supports. In the evenings they sat in their doorways and sang sad songs in their soft voices. So many changes happened so quickly that after 8 months the old people could hardly recognize their town.
Look at the trouble we brought to ourselves, Colonel Aureliano Buendía said. All because we invited one gringo to eat bananas.
Aureliano Segundo felt very happy about the foreigners. His house was full of new visitors and cheerful party people. He built more rooms near the courtyard and made the dining room bigger. They bought a new table for 16 people, with new plates and silver. Even then, they ate their meals in turns.
Fernanda was not happy, but she had to treat all the guests like kings. They walked everywhere with dirty boots, messed up the porch, and relieved themselves in the garden. They placed their mats anywhere and slept in the afternoons. They talked loudly without caring about manners or about the feelings of polite ladies and gentlemen.
Amaranta was so shocked by all the new people that she went back to eating in the kitchen like before. Colonel Aureliano Buendía thought most visitors came to see him only because he was famous, not because they liked him. He locked his workshop and stayed inside. People almost never saw him, except for a few times when he sat quietly at the door.
Ursula, even when she was old and needed to hold the walls to walk, felt excited when the time came for the train to arrive. "We must get meat and fish ready," she told the cooks.
They worked quickly under Santa Sofia de la Piedad's calm direction.
"We must prepare everything," she kept saying. "We never know what these visitors like to eat."
The train came at noon, the hottest time of day. During lunch, the house was as noisy as a market. Hot and sweating guests came in and sat at the best places at the table. They did not even know who the owners of the house were. The cooks ran around with big pots of soup, meat, and vegetables. They carried rice in large bowls and served lemonade from barrels.
Everything was so messy that Fernanda became upset. She thought some people were eating twice. Once, she almost shouted like a vegetable seller because a confused guest asked her for a check after lunch.
More than a year had passed since Mr. Herbert's visit. People only knew that the foreigners wanted to plant banana trees in the same area José Arcadio Buendía once explored. 2 sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendía arrived there too, with ashes on their foreheads. They came because everyone else was coming.
"We came," they said, "because everyone is coming."
Remedios the Beauty was the only one not affected by the banana boom. She lived peacefully in a beautiful and simple way. She cared little about manners and gossip. She was happy in her own world. She wondered why women made life hard with corsets and petticoats. She made a simple long shirt for herself, easy to wear, and she liked to feel free at home. People kept asking her to cut her long hair, which reached her thighs. They wanted her to braid it with ribbons. So she shaved her head and used the hair to make wigs for the saints.
Her simple way of living made her beauty even stronger. The more she avoided fashion, the more men found her attractive.
When Colonel Aureliano Buendía's sons first came to Macondo, Úrsula remembered that they shared blood with her great-granddaughter. She felt afraid and said, "Be careful. If you stay close to them, your children might be born strange."
Remedios did not listen. She dressed like a man and played in the sand to try climbing the greasy pole. The young men went wild watching her. Because of that, none of them stayed in the house. The ones who did sleep in town stayed in rented rooms, as Úrsula told them to. Remedios would have laughed hard if she had known why they were kept away.
Until her last day, she did not know that people saw her as strange and that her presence made others nervous. Every time she walked into the dining room, even though Ursula told her not to, the visitors became upset and confused. She wore only a simple nightshirt, and it was clear she had nothing under it. No one understood that her shaved, perfect head was not meant as a challenge. When she lifted her nightshirt to cool her legs, it was not meant to tempt anyone. Even the way she sucked her fingers after eating was innocent, not a tease. The family never learned that strangers could feel something unusual when she passed by. There was a strange, quiet feeling that stayed in the air long after she left. Men who had known love in many places said they had never felt such strong desire because of the natural scent of Remedios the beauty. In the porch with the flowers, in the sitting room, or anywhere in the house, people could point to the exact place where she had been and how long ago she had gone. It was a scent that the family could not notice because it had become part of their home. But strangers always recognized it. They were the only ones who understood why one young guard had died of love for her and why another man from a far country had fallen into deep sadness. Remedios the beauty did not know how much she disturbed others. She did not understand that she brought trouble to their hearts each time she walked by. She spoke to men with kindness, never trying to hurt them. But her innocent behavior made them uneasy. When Ursula finally forced her to eat in the kitchen with Amaranta so visitors would not see her, Remedios the beauty felt fine about it. Rules did not matter to her. She did not care where she ate or what time she did it. She ate whenever she felt hungry. Sometimes, she would eat lunch at 3 in the morning. She would then sleep all day. Her routine often changed and stayed mixed up for months until something simple happened and brought her back to order. When things were calm again, she woke at 11 in the morning. Then she stayed in the bathroom until 2. She was always naked there, killing scorpions that she found as she woke from long sleep. After that, she poured water from the cistern over her body using a gourd. This washing took a long time. She did it slowly and carefully, almost like it was a ceremony. Anyone watching her might think she worshipped her own body. But for her, it was not about pleasure. It was only a way to pass the time until she felt hungry again. One day, while she was washing herself, a stranger lifted a roof tile and saw her. He looked at her naked body with shock and could not breathe. She saw his sad eyes through the broken tiles. She did not feel embarrassed. She only felt worried.
"Be careful," she said.
"You will fall."
"I just wanted to see you," the foreign man said quietly.
"Oh, all right," she said. "But be careful. Those tiles are bad."
The Maniuro's face looked strange and full of pain. He seemed to fight against his own feelings as he tried not to break the illusion before him. Remedios the beauty thought he was afraid the tiles might break. She started to wash herself faster so he would not be in danger. While she poured water from the cistern, she said that the roof looked weak because the bed of leaves under it had rotted from the rain. She said that was why scorpions kept coming into the bathroom. The man thought she talked this way to hide her kindness. When she began to soap herself, he could not stop his desire and moved closer.
"Let me wash you," he said softly.
"Thank you for wanting to help," she said, "but my hands are enough."
"Maybe just your back?" the man asked.
"That would be foolish," she said. "People do not wash their backs."
When she finished and began to dry herself, the man looked at her with tears in his eyes. He asked her to marry him. She answered honestly that she could never marry a man so simple that he spent an hour watching a woman take a bath instead of having lunch. At last, she put on her cassock. The man could not bear the truth that she wore nothing under it, as everyone had guessed. He felt as if that secret burned into him forever. Then he took away 2 more roof tiles so he could jump down into the bathroom.
It is too high, she cried in fear. You will die.
The broken tiles made a loud crashing sound. The man had just enough time to give a short cry before he fell and hit his head on the hard floor. He died right away. The other foreigners in the dining room heard the noise and came quickly. They carried his body away and smelled the sweet scent of Remedios the Beauty on his skin. The smell was so strong that even the cracks in his head did not bleed. Instead, a light golden oil came out, full of that perfume. Then they understood that the scent of Remedios the Beauty stayed with men even after death, deep in their bones. Still, they did not connect this terrible accident with the 2 other men who had died because of her. People said one more victim would make them believe the story, that Remedios Buendía did not give the breath of love but something deadly. The proof came a few months later, one afternoon, when Remedios the Beauty went with her friends to look at the new plants. For the girls of Macondo, that strange game made them laugh and feel surprised. It also made them afraid and playful. At night, they talked about their walk as if it had happened inside a dream. Úrsula could not stop the fun for Remedios the Beauty. She let her go one afternoon, but she asked her to wear a hat and a proper dress. When the group of girls entered the fields, the air was filled with a strong sweet smell. The men who worked there suddenly felt something strange and dangerous. Many of them began to feel sad and wanted to cry. Remedios the Beauty and her frightened friends ran to a nearby house. They reached it just before a group of wild men tried to attack them. Soon after, they were saved by the 4 Aurelianos. The men who saw the Aurelianos' crosses of ash showed great respect and did not dare come near them. Remedios the Beauty did not tell anyone that one man had touched her stomach roughly during the chaos. His hand was hard and painful, like the grip of a sharp claw. She turned toward him for a second and saw his sad eyes. Those eyes stayed in her memory and made her feel pity. That night, the man bragged about what he had done. He walked proudly down the street of the Turks, showing off before others. Moments later, a horse kicked him in the chest. He fell to the ground and died in the middle of the street. People saw him lying there, choking and unable to breathe. After that day, many believed that Remedios the Beauty had the power to bring death. Some men said she was so beautiful that it was worth dying for one night with her. But in truth, no one tried to come close to her. Maybe love could have protected her or changed her fate, but no man truly loved her.
Úrsula stopped worrying about her. Earlier, she had tried to teach her to care about everyday things. Men ask for more than you think, she told her. There is much cooking, much cleaning, and many small troubles you do not see.
Úrsula hoped that learning housework would bring her happiness. She thought that after a man's desire was satisfied, no man would stay with a woman who did not care for her home. Later, when the new José Arcadio was born, Úrsula decided to focus on him. She wanted to raise him to become pope. Then she completely stopped worrying about Remedios the Beauty. She left her to her own life, hoping that one day a miracle would happen. Perhaps, she thought, there would be a lazy man who could live with her. Amaranta had also stopped trying to teach her. Long ago, she had tried to make her sew or work. But Remedios the Beauty showed no interest. Even turning the sewing machine handle was too much for her. Amaranta soon believed she was simple-minded and could never change. Amaranta often said to Remedios the Beauty, "We may have to give you away in a raffle," because she could not understand why men's words never touched her heart. Later, when Úrsula told Remedios to go to church with her face covered by a shawl, Amaranta thought that this would make men very curious. She believed that one day a man would appear who wanted to find the soft place in her heart. But when she saw how foolishly Remedios turned down a man who was kinder and more noble than any prince, Amaranta lost hope. Fernanda did not try to understand her either. At first, Fernanda thought Remedios was amazing when she saw her dressed like a queen at the wild carnival. But when she watched her eat with her hands and answer questions in a simple way, Fernanda only felt sad that the foolish members of the family lived such long lives. Colonel Aureliano Buendía kept saying that Remedios was not stupid but the smartest person he had known. He said she tricked people very easily. Even so, no one tried to stop her from doing what she wanted. Remedios the beauty lived alone and calm. She dreamed peaceful dreams and spent much time bathing. She ate when she liked and stayed quiet for hours. She lived this way until one afternoon in March. Fernanda wanted to fold her fine white sheets in the garden and asked the women in the house to help her. She had just started when Amaranta saw that Remedios looked very pale.
"Do you feel sick?" she asked.
Remedios smiled kindly. Not at all, she said. I feel better than ever.
At that moment, Fernanda felt a soft, bright wind pull the sheets from her hands. Amaranta felt a shake in the lace of her skirt and tried to catch the sheet. Then Remedios the beauty began to rise slowly into the air. Úrsula, who could hardly see, stayed calm. She understood what was happening. She let the sheets go to the wind and watched as Remedios waved goodbye. Remedios rose up with the shining sheets, leaving the garden, the flowers, and the insects behind. She went higher and higher until the sky took her away. Soon they could not see her anymore, not even the birds that flew the highest could reach her. People who lived outside the family did not believe the story. They said Remedios had died like a proud queen and that her family made up the story to protect her honor. Fernanda, full of jealousy, accepted the miracle in the end. For a long time, she prayed to God to return her sheets. Many others believed the miracle too. They lit candles and held prayers for her. People might have talked about her for many months if another tragedy had not come to the family. The terrible deaths of the Aurelianos soon took the place of wonder and brought sadness. Colonel Aureliano Buendía somehow knew his sons would meet a bad end. When Aureliano Serrador and Aureliano Arcadio came home during the confusion and said they wanted to stay in Macondo, their father tried to stop them. He did not understand why they wanted to go to a town that had suddenly become a dangerous place. But Aureliano Centeno and Aureliano Triste, helped by Aureliano Segundo, gave them jobs in their businesses. Colonel Aureliano Buendía had confused but strong reasons against this choice. When he saw Mr. Brown arrive in the first car ever in Macondo, an orange car with a loud horn that scared dogs, the old soldier became angry. He felt disgusted seeing how excited and obedient the people were. He realized that men were not the same as before. In the old days, they would leave their families and pick up a gun to fight in the war. After the peace of Neerlandia, the local leaders were weak. The mayors did little. The judges were quiet and tired men from the Conservative Party.
This is a government of fools, the colonel said when he saw poor police officers walking barefoot, carrying only wooden sticks. We fought all those wars just so we would not have to paint our houses blue.
When the banana company arrived, it changed everything. The old local men lost their jobs. New foreign bosses came with Mr. Brown. He gave them houses inside an electric fence, saying they needed comfort and should not suffer like the people of the town. The old policemen were replaced by dangerous men who carried machetes. When the colonel worked alone in his shop, he thought about these changes. For the first time in many quiet years, he felt sure that he had made a mistake when he stopped fighting the war. At that time, a man who was the brother of the forgotten Colonel Magnifico Visbal took his 7-year-old grandson for a drink at one of the carts in the square. The child touched a police officer by accident and spilled the drink on his uniform. The cruel man became furious and killed the child and his grandfather. The town saw people carrying the poor grandfather's body home. A woman walked behind them, pulling the head by its hair, and another person carried a bloody sack with the child's remains. For Colonel Aureliano Buendía, that was too much to bear. He felt the same anger he had felt long ago when a woman was killed after being bitten by a sick dog. He looked at the people standing near the house and shouted in a loud, angry voice.
One day, he yelled, I will give my boys weapons so we can get rid of these foreign thieves.
That week, terrible things happened along the coast. His 17 sons were hunted by secret killers. Those killers aimed at the marks of ashes on the sons' foreheads. Aureliano Triste was leaving home with his mother at 7 in the evening when a gunshot came from the dark and killed him instantly. Aureliano Centeno was found in his hammock at the factory, with an ice pick stuck into his head. Aureliano Serrador took his girlfriend to the movies and walked her home. While he was returning through the bright street, someone hidden in the crowd shot him. He fell into a pot of hot oil.
A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door where Aureliano Arcadio was with a woman and shouted, "Hurry! They are killing your brothers."
The woman who was with him said later that Aureliano Arcadio jumped from his bed. He opened the door and was shot with a Mauser. He fell dead at once. That night was full of death. The house was getting ready for the wake of the 4 bodies. Fernanda ran through the town in despair. She was looking for Aureliano Segundo. Petra Coates had locked him inside a closet because she thought the killers wanted every man with the colonel's name. She kept him there for 4 days. Then many telegrams came from the coast. They explained that the killers wanted only the brothers marked with ash crosses. Amaranta took the book where she had written her nephews' names. She crossed out the dead ones. Only the oldest was still alive. They remembered him because he had dark skin and green eyes. His name was Aureliano Amador. He was a carpenter and lived in a small mountain village. For 2 weeks, Aureliano Segundo waited for news of his death. No telegram came. Then he sent a messenger to warn him. He thought Aureliano Amador might not know about the danger. The messenger returned and said Aureliano Amador was safe. That night 2 men had gone to kill him. They shot at him but missed the mark on his forehead. He jumped over the wall and ran into the hills. He knew those mountains very well because he often bought wood from the Indians there. After that, nobody heard from him again. Those days were very hard for Colonel Aureliano Buendía. The President of the Republic sent him a message of sympathy. He promised to investigate and gave honor to the dead. He told the mayor to bring Faris to the funerals. When the mayor tried to place them on the coffins, the colonel sent him away. After the burial, the colonel wrote a furious message to the president. The telegraph operator refused to send it, so the colonel made it even stronger and mailed it instead. He did not feel sorrow, only anger and helplessness. He even blamed Father Antonio Isabel. He said the priest was guilty because he had marked the sons with ashes that made them easy to find. The old priest was weak and confused. He began to give strange sermons. One afternoon he came to the house with the cup of ashes. He wanted to show the family that the marks could be washed away, but no one would let him try. The family was too afraid of another tragedy. After that day, no one from the Buendía family went to church on Ash Wednesday again. Colonel Aureliano Buendía stayed angry and sad for a long time. He stopped making little gold fishes. He hardly ate. He walked slowly through the house, like a man dreaming while awake. He always carried his blanket and whispered to himself. After 3 months his hair was grey. His mustache hung down beside his pale lips. But his eyes burned again, bright and fierce. They looked like fire, just as they had when he was young. He tried to find meaning in old signs and memories. He wanted the same strength he once had, but it did not return. He felt lost in the house. No one or nothing could awaken love in him. One day he opened Melquid's room searching for his old past. He found only dust and broken things. The books were damp and ruined. A pale flower had grown between their pages. The air smelled old and heavy, filled with forgotten days. One morning he saw Úrsula crying under the chestnut tree. She was beside the body of her dead husband. Colonel Aureliano Buendía was the only one who could not see the old man who still sat there every day.
Úrsula said to him, "Say hello to your father."
He stopped for a moment. He looked at the empty place under the tree. He felt nothing. What does he say? Chapter 13.
"How is he?" the colonel asked. "Tell him," the colonel said with a small smile, "that people do not die when they want to. They die only when they can."
"He's very sad," Úrsula said softly. "He thinks that you will die soon." "You will never know," she said firmly. "One day," she added, "the true owner of that money will come, and only he can take it out."
The memory of his dead father woke a little pride in his heart. He thought it was new strength instead. Because of that, he kept asking Úrsula to tell him where she had buried the gold coins that were found inside the plaster St. Joseph. No one understood why the colonel, who had always been kind, began to want money so badly. He did not look for a small amount to solve a problem. He wanted a fortune so big that when Aureliano Segundo heard about it, he could not believe it. Old friends from his party did not want to see him anymore when he came asking for help. Around that time people heard him say, "Now the only difference between the liberals and the conservatives is that the liberals go to church at 5 and the conservatives go at 8. Still, he did not stop. He kept asking, begging, and lost his pride. With help from different places, after 8 months, he had more money than Úrsula had hidden. Then he went to see Colonel Geroneldo Márquez, who was very sick, and asked him to help start another war. At that time, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez was the only man who could still call for rebellion, even from his chair. After the Peace of Nelandia, while Colonel Aureliano Buendía spent his time making his small gold fishes, Geroneldo Márquez stayed in contact with the soldiers who had always been loyal to him. Together they fought another kind of war, not with guns but with waiting and disappointment. It was the war of asking again and again for help and hearing cold answers like "come back tomorrow," or "we are looking into your case." They wanted to receive the pensions they had been promised. But no one truly listened. This war of waiting was worse than the long 20-year war before. Colonel Geroneldo Márquez had survived many battles and many wounds. He had escaped death several times. But he could not win against time and sadness. Old and tired, he lived in a borrowed house, thinking about Amaranta and watching the light form shapes on the walls. He heard that some veterans had appeared in a newspaper. They stood beside a president who gave them buttons with his face on them and returned an old flag stained with blood and smoke. It was so they could put it on their coffins. Other veterans lived with no help, waiting for letters that never came, hungry, angry, and forgotten. So when Colonel Aureliano Buendía came to ask him to start a new war to destroy the corrupt government and the foreign power behind it, Colonel Geroneldo Márquez felt sorry for him.
"Oh, Aureliano," he said sadly, "I knew you were old, but now I see that you are even older than you look."
In her last years, Úrsula was confused and very busy. She did not have much time to teach José Arcadio about religion. Soon he had to leave and go to the seminary. His sister Mime also reached the age to go to the school for nuns. There she would learn to play the clavichord very well. Mime spent her days between her mother Fernanda, who was very strict, and Amaranta, who was always bitter. Úrsula began to worry about her way of teaching José Arcadio. She was not sure if her methods were good. She did not blame her old age or her bad eyes. She felt that time itself was changing.
"The years do not move like before," she often said.
Everyday life seemed to slip away from her hands. Long ago, she thought, children grew slowly. She remembered how much time it took for José Arcadio, the older one, to go away with the gypsies and how many things happened before he came back covered in paint and speaking about stars. She thought about the time before Amaranta and Arcadio stopped speaking the old language and learned Spanish. She also remembered all the years when José Arcadio Buendía sat under the chestnut tree. There were many days to cry for his death before Colonel Aureliano Buendía came back from the war, not even 50 years old but tired and sad. In earlier times, Úrsula made candy animals all day. She still had time to care for the children and to notice when they needed medicine. Now she had nothing to do, but time went too quickly. She carried little José Arcadio on her hip from morning till night, yet many tasks stayed unfinished. Úrsula did not want to grow old. She no longer remembered her real age. She bothered everyone because she always tried to help or asked strange questions, like where they had put a plaster St. Joseph during the war. No one was sure when she began to lose her sight. Even when she could not leave her bed, they only thought she was weak with age. They did not know she was blind. Úrsula noticed her blindness before José Arcadio was born. She first thought it would pass, so she took sweet syrup and used honey on her eyes. But soon she understood it was not going to get better. She could only see light and shapes. When the house got electric bulbs, she could see only their glow. She did not tell anyone because she felt ashamed. She learned, quietly, to understand the world through sound and space. Her memory helped her see what her eyes could not. Later she realized that smells helped her even more. They were strong and clear, and she could recognize things by their scent. In the dark room she could still thread a needle and sew a buttonhole. She knew when milk was about to boil. She remembered where everything was, so sometimes she forgot she was blind. One day Fernanda lost her wedding ring and made a big fuss. Ursula found it easily on a shelf in the children's room. While others moved around without care, Ursula used her other senses to watch them. She noticed that each person in the family repeated the same paths and actions every day. They even said the same words at the same times. She understood that when they changed their routine, they usually lost things. When Fernanda could not find her ring, Ursula remembered that Fernanda had done one new thing that day. She put the mattresses in the sun because Meme had found a bedbug. Ursula knew the children were there when Fernanda cleaned, so Fernanda must have hidden the ring in a place the children could not reach, the shelf. Fernanda searched again and again but could not find it because she looked only along her usual path. Ursula understood that lost things are hard to find when people do not notice how their daily habits control their steps. That was the reason Fernanda kept searching in vain. The growth of José Arcadio helped Ursula stay busy and keep track of small changes in the house. When she noticed that Amaranta was dressing the saints in her bedroom, she pretended she wanted to teach the boy about colors.
"Let's see," she said. "Tell me what color the angel Raphael is wearing."
In that way, the child gave her the information her eyes could no longer see. Before he went away to the seminary, Ursula could already tell the colors of the saints' clothes by touching the textures. Sometimes small accidents happened. One afternoon, Amaranta was sewing on the porch near the begonias. Ursula touched her by mistake.
"For heaven's sake, watch where you're going," Amaranta said.
"It's your fault," Ursula answered. "You are not sitting where you should be."
She was sure she was right. But that day she started to notice something new. Through the years, the sun had slowly changed its position, so people on the porch had to move their chairs little by little without knowing it. From then on, Ursula only had to remember the date to know exactly where Amaranta was sitting. Even though her hands shook and her feet felt heavy, Ursula's small figure was still seen in many parts of the house. She was almost as active as before when she did all the work herself. In her quiet old age, she suddenly saw things more clearly. As she watched small family events, she started to understand truths that she had never seen when she was busy. When they were preparing José Arcadio for the seminary, she had already reviewed the life of the house since Macondo was founded. She completely changed her opinion of her family. She understood that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had not stopped loving his family because of war. He had never loved anyone at all, not his wife Remedios, not the many women who had been with him for only one night, and not even his sons. She felt that he had fought so many wars not because he believed in something, and he had not given up victory because he was tired. He had won and lost for just one reason, his pride. She realized that the son she loved most was simply a man who could not love. One night, when she was pregnant with him, she heard him crying inside her. The sound was so clear that José Arcadio Buendía woke up and laughed.
He said their son would be a ventriloquist.
Other people said the baby would become a prophet.
But Ursula was afraid. She believed the sad cry was a sign of the pig's tail, and she prayed to God to let the child die inside her. Later, with the wisdom of old age, she understood something deeper. She said many times that babies crying inside the mother's belly are not signs of prophecy or special talent but signs of an inability to love. When she realized this, she felt deep compassion for her son.
Amaranta, on the other hand, had always seemed hard and bitter, and this made Ursula very sad. But now she saw that Amaranta was, in truth, the most gentle woman she had ever known. She understood that Amaranta's cruelty toward Pietro Crespi was not because she wanted revenge, and the pain she gave Colonel Geroneldo Marquez was not because she was bitter. Both came from a fight between her great love and her strong fear. Amaranta's fear of her own heart had won. At that time, Ursula began to say Rebecca's name again. She remembered her with affection, regret, and admiration. She finally understood that Rebecca, who had never drunk her milk but had eaten the earth of the patio and looked at the white walls, who did not carry her blood but the blood of strangers, was the only one with the strong courage that Ursula had wanted for her family.
Rebecca, she would say softly, touching the walls. How unfair we have been to you.
In the house, everyone thought that Ursula's mind was getting weak. They believed she was getting confused when she started walking with her right arm raised high, like an angel. But Fernanda understood something deeper. She noticed that Ursula could see things clearly in her mind. Ursula could tell exactly how much money the family had spent that year. One day Amaranta saw her mother stirring soup in the kitchen. Suddenly Ursula spoke without knowing anyone was there.
She said that the corn grinder they bought long ago from the first gypsies was still in Pilar Ternera's house.
The grinder had disappeared after José Arcadio's many travels. Pilar Ternera was almost 100 years old. She was very fat, but she could move fast. Children were afraid of her size, just as long ago doves had been afraid of her loud laughter. She was not surprised that Ursula was right. Pilar herself had learned that old people can understand things even better than her fortune cards.
Later Ursula felt troubled. She worried that she had not helped José Arcadio enough with his calling. Her mind became confused. She started making mistakes. One morning she poured ink on the boy's head, thinking it was rose water. She tried too hard to do everything and became angry easily. She felt strange shadows around her and wanted to escape from them. Then she thought that her mistakes were not just because she was old. They were signs that time was punishing her. She remembered the past when life felt slower and clearer. Then, she thought, children grew calmly and love came gently. Now everything changed too fast. She remembered when Remedios the beauty went up to heaven. Right after that, Fernanda was complaining because her clean sheets had gone missing. She remembered how the Aurelianos had just been buried, but Aureliano II was already having loud parties again. He filled the house with music and wine, as if nothing sad had happened. It made Ursula think the house had turned into a foolish place full of lost people. While she packed José Arcadio's trunk, she asked herself if it was better to die and rest. She asked God if he really thought people were strong enough to suffer so much. These thoughts made her angry and wild. She wanted to run and act free for once. She wanted to stop being patient and quiet.
Shit, she cried.
Amaranta jumped back in fear. She was putting clothes in the trunk and thought a scorpion had bitten her mother. Where is it? Amaranta asked.
What? Ursula asked.
The bug, Amaranta said.
Ursula touched her chest. Here, she said softly.
On Thursday, at 2:00, José Arcadio left for the seminary. Ursula would always remember that moment. She said goodbye calmly, without tears. She had taught him not to cry. He stood in the hot afternoon wearing a green corduroy suit with shiny buttons and a stiff bow. Ursula had poured rose water on his head so she could follow his scent through the house after he left. During the farewell meal, the family hid their sadness by talking happily. They laughed too loudly at Father Antonio Isabel's jokes. But when they brought in the velvet trunk with silver edges, everyone fell silent. It felt like they were bringing a coffin instead of luggage. Only Colonel Aureliano Buendía stayed apart.
That's all we need, he said quietly. A pope.
3 months later, Aureliano II and Fernanda took Mime to school. When they came back, they brought a clavichord. It replaced the old pianola in the house. Around that time, Amaranta started to sew her own burial cloth. The banana fever had stopped. Many new people had come to Macondo. The old families tried to keep the little they had left. They felt tired but proud because they had lived through hard times. In the house, guests still came for lunch. But the old way of living never came back until many years later, when the banana company left the town. Even then, things changed. Fernanda was now the one who made the rules. Úrsula stayed mostly quiet and out of sight. Amaranta was busy with her sewing work. Fernanda was free to choose who could visit and what they must do. She was very strict and wanted everything proper. Her house became a place of old manners in a town that was now noisy and full of people showing off their new money. She said that only good people were those who had nothing to do with the banana company. She did not make exceptions. Even José Arcadio II, her brother-in-law, was not welcome. He had sold his strong fighting cocks and started working as a foreman for the company when the excitement first began.
"He will not come into this house again," Fernandez said firmly. "Not while he carries the way of the foreigners with him."
Such was the narrowness in the house that Aureliano II began to feel happier at Petra Coates's home. First, he said his wife needed rest, so he moved his parties there. Then, he said the animals were weak, so he moved his barns and stables there too. Finally, he said Petra's house was cooler, so he took his small office there. When Fernanda understood that she was living like a widow with a husband still alive, it was too late to change things. Aureliano II almost never ate at home. He came back only sometimes, liked to sleep beside his wife, but nobody believed he truly lived there. One night, after forgetting the time, he woke up in Petra Coates's bed.
Fernanda did not cry or shout at him. She said nothing. That same day, she sent 2 trunks with his clothes to Petra's house. She told the servants to take them through the center of town so everyone could see. She thought her husband would be ashamed and return quietly.
But Fernanda did not understand him or the town. The people thought it was normal because they already knew the whole story. Aureliano II felt free and started a party that lasted 3 days. Fernanda became more serious and sad as she grew older. She wore dark dresses and carried old medals. Her proud face looked out of place. Petra Coates looked full of life. She wore bright silk dresses and her eyes shone like gold. Aureliano II loved her again with the strength of a young man. Before, Petra had loved him because she confused him with his twin brother. She had thought she was lucky to love one man who could love like 2. Their passion returned so strong that sometimes they stopped eating. They looked into each other's eyes, covered their plates, and went to the bedroom full of hunger and love. Aureliano II, remembering things he had seen from fancy French women, bought Petra a grand bed with a high canopy. He hung velvet curtains on the windows. He covered the walls and ceiling with large crystal mirrors. He partied more than ever. Every day a train came at 11 with boxes of champagne and brandy. On the way home from the station, he danced in front of everyone, visitors and locals alike. Even Mr. Brown, a foreign man who spoke a strange language, liked his joy. Many times Mr. Brown got drunk at Petra's house. He even made his big German dogs dance while he sang old songs from Texas and played the accordion.
"Stop, cows!" Aureliano II shouted during one party. "Stop, because life is short."
He looked better than ever. He was loved more than ever. His animals were stronger and wild again. But many cows, pigs, and chickens were killed for his endless celebrations. The yard became dark and muddy from all the blood. Bones and waste were everywhere. They used small bombs to scare away the buzzards so they would not hurt the guests. Aureliano II became fat and round, his face turning purple. He ate like José Arcadio when he came back from his long travels. People all along the coast heard about his great appetite and his endless parties. Big eaters came from everywhere to join the strange competitions at Petra's house. Aureliano II was always the winner, until one unlucky Saturday when Camila Sogastume arrived. She was known across the land as the Elephant. The duel went on until sunrise on Tuesday. During the first day, Aureliano II ate many things and felt sure he would win. He finished a meal with veal, cassava, yams, fried bananas, and also a lot of champagne. He looked strong and full of energy. His opponent was calmer and more professional, but she showed less emotion to the big crowd watching them. Aureliano Segundo ate quickly, full of excitement. The elephant cut her meat slowly, like a doctor working carefully, and she ate with calm pleasure. She was very big and strong, but she also looked gentle and feminine. Her face was beautiful, and her hands were soft and clean. There was something charming about her.
When she entered the house, Aureliano Segundo whispered that he would rather have this contest in bed than at the table. Later, when he saw her eat a huge piece of veal and still keep perfect table manners, he said seriously that she was the perfect woman, delicate, attractive, and full of desire.
He was right. People had said she was rough and strange, but that was not true. She was not part of a circus. She worked as the director of a singing school. She had learned how to eat well after she became a mother, trying to teach her children to eat calmly and happily. She believed that if a person had a peaceful heart and clear mind, that person could eat until tired without any harm. For this reason, and also for fun, she decided to take part in this contest against Aureliano Segundo, who was famous for eating too much without control. When she first saw him, she understood he would lose not because of his stomach but because of his personality. At the end of the first night she was still strong, but Aureliano Segundo was tired from talking and laughing too much. They slept for 4 hours. When they woke up, they drank the juice of 40 oranges, a lot of coffee, and ate 30 raw eggs. On the second morning, after eating 2 pigs, many bananas, and 4 more cases of champagne, the elephant started to think that Aureliano Segundo had found the same eating secret as hers. But by being careless, she realized he was very dangerous as an opponent. Even so, when Petra Coates brought 2 roasted turkeys to the table, Aureliano Segundo looked ready to give up.
"If you cannot eat more, stop now," the elephant said. "Let us call it a tie."
She spoke honestly. She could not eat any more food. She felt sorry because her enemy had died. But Aureliano Segundo understood her words in another way. He thought she was challenging him again. He kept eating the turkey until he could not breathe. Then he fainted. He fell with his face in the plateful of bones. His mouth was foaming, and he cried in pain. He felt lost in darkness. It seemed that someone threw him from a high tower into a deep hole. Just before losing all sense, he knew that death waited for him at the end of that fall.
"Take me to Fernanda," he said quietly.
His friends carried him to the house. They believed they were helping him keep his promise to his wife, that he would not die in his lover's bed. Petra Coates had cleaned his black shiny boots for the coffin. She was trying to find someone to take them to Fernanda when people came to tell her he was safe. He got better in less than 1 week. 2 weeks later, he celebrated his recovery with a huge party. He continued living with Petra Coates, but every day he visited Fernanda. Sometimes he stayed to have dinner with the family. It looked as if life had changed everything. Now he seemed to be Petra's husband and Fernanda's lover. Fernanda felt calmer. When she was alone, she spent her time taking clavichord lessons and reading letters from her children. In the letters she sent them every 2 weeks, she never told the truth. She hid her sadness from them. She did not say how lonely the house felt. Even with the bright flowers and the noise from the street parties, the house looked more and more like her parents' old home. Fernanda often walked alone among 3 living ghosts and 1 dead ghost, José Arcadio Buendía. Sometimes his spirit came and watched her play the clavichord in the soft light of the parlor. Colonel Aureliano Buendía was like a shadow. After his last visit to Colonel Geroneldo Márquez to talk about another hopeless war, he never went out again. He only left his workshop to go under the chestnut tree. He saw nobody except the barber who came every 3 weeks. Each day, Úrsula brought him some food. He still made small gold fish with great care, but he stopped selling them when he learned that people bought them as memories of history, not as jewelry. One day, he made a fire in the yard. He burned the dolls of Remedios that had stood in their bedroom since the wedding. Úrsula saw what her son was doing, but she could not stop him.
"You have a heart of stone," she said.
"It is not about the heart," he answered. The room is full of moths.
Amaranta was making her own funeral cloth. Fernanda did not understand why she sometimes sent letters and small presents to Meme but did not even want to know about José Arcadio. When Úrsula asked Amaranta about it, she answered, "They will die without knowing why." This strange answer stayed in Fernanda's heart, and she never understood it. Amaranta was tall and strong. She walked with pride and always wore many long skirts with lace. Even as she grew older, she kept her elegant look. People said she carried a mark of loneliness on her face. In truth, she showed it in the black band she wore on her hand. She never took it off, not even to sleep. She washed and ironed it herself. Her life passed quietly as she worked on her shroud. She worked all day and sometimes undid the work at night. She did it not to fight loneliness, but to live with it. Fernanda worried for many years that Meme would come home for vacation and not find her father there. But when Aureliano II became ill, her fear ended. When Meme returned, her parents had made an agreement. They wanted her to think her father was still a good husband. They also did not want her to feel the sadness of the house. For 2 months every year, Aureliano II acted like a perfect husband. He made parties with ice cream and cookies. Meme played happy music on the clavichord and made the house lively. It was clear that Meme was not very much like her mother. She was cheerful and friendly, more like Amaranta long ago when she was young and full of life. At that time Amaranta danced around the house, before her love for Pietro Crespi made her sad later. But Meme was different. She did not seem lonely like the rest of the family. She looked happy with her world. Every afternoon she went to the parlor to practice her music with strong discipline. It was clear she loved being home. She dreamed about the fun that started when she returned and the young people came to visit. She had the same love for parties and guests as her father. The first sign of this came during her 3rd vacation. Meme returned with 4 nuns and 68 classmates. She had invited them all to stay for a week. She did this by herself without asking anyone first.
How awful, Fernanda said sadly. This girl is as wild as her father.
It was necessary to borrow beds and hammocks from the neighbors. They had to prepare 9 shifts at the table and set different times for bathing. They also borrowed 40 stools so the girls in blue uniforms would not spend the whole day running from one place to another. The visit did not go well. The noisy students finished breakfast and then had to start taking turns for lunch and dinner. During the whole week, they took only one walk through the plantations. When night came, the nuns were very tired and could not move or give more orders. Still, the girls were in the courtyard singing school songs that sounded funny and out of tune. One day they almost stepped on Úrsula. She tried to help, but most of the time she only made things harder. Another day the nuns became upset because Colonel Aureliano Buendía urinated under the chestnut tree while the schoolgirls were in the courtyard. Amaranta almost frightened everyone when one of the nuns walked into the kitchen while she was adding salt to the soup and asked what the white powder was.
Arsenic, Amaranta answered.
The night they arrived, the girls wanted to go to the bathroom before sleeping. They took so long that at 1 o'clock in the morning the last ones were still waiting for their turn. Fernanda then bought 72 chamber pots. But she only changed one problem into another because in the morning the girls waited in a long line with pots in their hands, waiting to wash them. Some girls had fever and others got mosquito bites. Still, most of them stayed strong and happy even with all the trouble. Even in the hot weather, they ran around the garden full of energy. When the girls finally left, the flowers were ruined, the furniture was broken, and the walls were covered with drawings and writing. Fernanda forgave them for the damage because she was very glad they were gone. She returned the beds and stools she had borrowed and kept the 72 chamber pots in Melquid's room. That locked room, where the house's spiritual life had once been centered, was from that day called the chamber pot room. For Colonel Aureliano Buendía, the name was very fitting. While the rest of the family still looked at Melquid's room with wonder because it stayed clean and safe from dust, Aureliano saw it slowly become dirty and messy. It did not seem to matter to him who was right about it. He only learned what happened to the room because Fernanda walked by all afternoon, moving chamber pots and making noise near his work. During that time, José Arcadio II came back to the house. He walked along the porch without greeting anyone and then went straight to the workshop to speak with the colonel. Úrsula could not see him, but she listened to the sound of his boots and felt how far he was from the family, even from his twin brother. When they were children, the twins used to play tricks and confuse everyone, but now they had nothing in common. José Arcadio II looked serious and calm. He always seemed lost in thought. There was sadness on his face, and his skin looked old, like autumn leaves. He looked most like his mother, Santa Sofía de la Piedad. Úrsula felt sorry that she often forgot him when talking about the family. But when she noticed he was back and saw that the colonel let him stay in the workshop during work hours, she started thinking about the past again. She remembered their childhood and began to feel that maybe the twins had changed places when they were children. She thought that José Arcadio II should have been called Aureliano instead. No one really knew much about his life. People discovered that he had no real home. He raised fighting cocks at Pilar Ternera's house. Sometimes he slept there, and sometimes he stayed in rooms of French women. He lived without family, love, or goals. He moved from place to place like a lonely star forgotten in Ursula's world. In truth, José Arcadio II did not seem to belong to his family or any other. Since the morning when Colonel Geroneldo Márquez took him to the barracks, his life had changed forever. He was not taken there to watch a killing, but so he would never forget the sad and strange smile of the man who was about to die. That became his oldest memory and the only clear one from his childhood. He had another memory about an old man wearing a vest and a wide-brimmed hat who told wonderful stories through a bright window. But he could not remember when that happened. That memory was weak and had no special meaning for him. The memory of the man facing death stayed strong instead. It guided his life and became more and more clear as he grew older. It was as if time itself helped him remember it better.
Úrsula tried to ask José Arcadio II to help her. She wanted him to convince Colonel Aureliano Buendía to leave his room more often. Tell him to go to the movies, she said. Even if he does not like the film, at least he can breathe some fresh air.
But soon she understood that he did not care about her begging. He was cold and distant, just like the colonel had been. They both seemed unable to show affection. No one ever knew what they talked about inside the workshop, but she saw that they felt close to each other in some quiet way. Even José Arcadio II could not make the colonel leave his room. The many young girls around had made him lose patience. He said that his old bedroom was full of moths. He put up a hammock in the workshop and stayed there almost all the time. He left only to go to the courtyard. Úrsula tried to speak with him, but she could not even start a simple talk. He did not look at his food. He left the plates at one end of the workbench while he worked on small golden fish. He did not care if the soup became cold or the meat dry. He changed slowly after Colonel Geroneldo Márquez refused to help him in a silly war. He closed himself off from everyone, and the family began to think of him as dead. He showed no emotion until one October morning, when he walked to the front door to watch a circus parade. For Colonel Aureliano Buendía, that day started like all his days. The sound of frogs and crickets woke him at 5 in the morning. It had been raining a little since Saturday. He did not need to hear the insects to know it was damp because he could feel the cold in his bones. He wore his wool blanket and his old cotton long drawers. He called them his goth drawers. He put on his pants but did not button them. He left his shirt collar open because he planned to take a bath. He covered his head with the blanket and touched his wet mustache with his fingers. Then he went to urinate in the courtyard. The sun was not up yet. José Arcadio Buendía was still half asleep under the wet palm leaves. The colonel did not see him or hear the strange words his father's ghost whispered. The ghost woke suddenly when urine splashed on his shoes. The colonel decided not to bathe then. It was not because of the cold, but because the mist in October felt heavy. When he returned to the workshop, he smelled the wick that Santa Sofía de la Piedad was using to light the stove. He stopped in the kitchen and waited for the coffee to boil. He wanted to take a mug of coffee without sugar.
Santa Sofia de la Piedad asked, as she did every morning, what day it was.
He answered, "It's Tuesday, October 11th.
He looked at the firelight shining on the quiet woman who always seemed half invisible. Then he remembered another October 11th, during the war. That morning, he had woken with the sudden thought that the woman next to him was dead. She really was. He remembered that day because an hour before she died, she had asked him the same question. He thought about her while waiting for the coffee. He was curious but not sad. He had never known her name or seen her face in the dark. He had forgotten that she cried during their first night together and had promised to love him until death. He did not think about her again, nor about any other woman. He went into the workshop with his cup and lit the lamp. He looked at the small goldfish he kept in a tin pail. There were 17. He did not sell them anymore. He made 2 small fish each day. When he had 25, he melted them and started again. He worked all morning without stopping. He did not notice that the rain grew stronger at 10. Someone ran outside, calling to close the doors before the house flooded. He did not even think about himself. Only when Úrsula came in with his lunch and turned off the light did he look up.
"What a rain," she said.
"October," Úrsula said.
He did not look up when he answered. He was working on a small golden fish and was putting red stones in its eyes. When he finished the fish and placed it with the others in a bucket, he started to drink his soup. Then he slowly ate the roasted meat with onions, white rice, and fried bananas. He always ate the same way, no matter if life was good or hard. After lunch, he felt sleepy. He believed it was bad to work, read, wash, or make love before 2 hours of digestion. He believed it so strongly that sometimes he delayed military actions because of it. So he lay down in his hammock. He cleaned his ears with a small knife and soon fell asleep. He dreamed he was walking inside an empty house with white walls. He felt strange because he was the first person to enter it. In the dream, he remembered that he had dreamed the same dream many times before. He also knew that he would forget the dream when he woke up because it only existed inside the dream. Soon the barber knocked at the workshop door. Colonel Aureliano Buendía woke up suddenly. He thought he had only slept for a short time and had not dreamed at all. "Not today," he told the barber. "We'll do it on Friday." He had a 3-day beard with white hairs, but he decided not to shave. He planned to cut his hair on Friday and do everything together. He felt sticky from the short nap, and the sweat made the scars under his arms hurt. The sky was clear, but the sun was still hiding. He burped loudly, and the taste of soup came back to his mouth. Then his body told him it was time to cover his shoulders and go to the toilet. He stayed there longer than he needed to. When he felt it was time to work again, he remembered it was Tuesday. José Arcadio Segundo had not come because it was payday at the banana farms. Thinking of him made the colonel remember the war. He thought of Colonel Gabriel Márquez, who had promised to bring him a horse with a white mark on its face, but had never done it. He remembered other things too, but without emotion. He had learned to think without feeling because memories came back again and again. When he returned to the workshop, he saw the air was dry and decided to take a bath. But Amaranta was already using the bathroom, so he started working on the second little fish. He was putting a hook on its tail when the sun came out strong, and the light sounded like wood breaking. The fresh air was full of flying ants. Then he noticed he needed to go to the toilet again, but he waited until he finished fixing the fish. He walked into the courtyard at 10 after 4. From far away, he heard brass music, drums, and children shouting. Suddenly, he felt a deep longing for the past. He remembered the wonderful day when the gypsies came and his father took him to see ice for the first time. Santa Sofia de la Piedad dropped what she was doing in the kitchen and ran to the door.
"It's the circus," she shouted.
Instead of going to the chestnut tree, Colonel Aureliano Buendía also walked to the street door.
He walked among the people watching the parade. He saw a woman wearing gold, sitting on an elephant's head. He saw a sad camel. He saw a bear dressed like a Dutch girl, hitting a pan with a spoon to follow the music. He saw clowns turning over and jumping at the end of the parade. When everything was gone, he looked around and felt alone again. The street was empty and shining, the air full of flying ants, and a few people still looked around as if waiting for something strange. Then he went to the chestnut tree. He thought about the circus, and as he stood there, he tried to keep thinking about it. But the memory was disappearing from his mind. He bent his head, stayed still, and put his forehead against the tree. No one saw him again until the next morning at 11. Santa Sofia de la Piedad went outside to throw away the garbage and saw vultures flying down. Chapter 14. Meme's last vacations. These vacations happened during the time of mourning for Colonel Aureliano Buendía. The house was quiet and closed, not a place for parties. They spoke softly. They ate without talking. They prayed 3 times each day. Even when Meme practiced music in the afternoon, the sound felt sad and heavy. Fernanda, although she did not like the colonel, made everyone follow strict rules of mourning. She was impressed by how serious the government was when it honored the memory of its old enemy. Aureliano II, as he often did, came home to sleep while his daughter was there on vacation. Fernanda seemed to have done something to win back her place as his true wife. The next year, Meme found a new baby sister. Her mother did not want it, but the baby was baptized with the name Amaranta Úrsula. Meme had finished her studies. She now had a diploma that said she was a concert clavichord player. At the party to celebrate her graduation, she played old melodies with great skill. Her music showed that the time of mourning was finally over. The guests admired her talent, but even more they were curious about her personality. She seemed playful and childish, not very serious. But when she sat at the clavichord, she changed completely. She looked calm and grown up. That was how she had always been. She did not have a real passion for music. She studied hard only to please her mother. If her family had sent her to learn something else, she would have done the same. Since she was a child, Fernanda's strict way of living had made Meme suffer. Her mother always wanted everything to be perfect and extreme. Meme would have done any hard thing just to avoid fighting with her. So when she held her graduation parchment in her hands, with its beautiful old letters, she felt free. She thought she no longer needed to care about the clavichord. Even the nuns considered it an old instrument from another time. For the first years, Meme felt she was wrong. Her mother kept showing her to everyone. She asked her to play at parties, school events, and town celebrations. Meme's music made people sleepy, but Fernanda kept asking her to perform. Every new visitor had to hear Meme play. Only after Amaranta died and the family began mourning again was Meme free to stop. She locked the clavichord and left the key in a drawer. Fernanda did not complain when she later found out that the key was lost. Meme accepted all those concerts calmly. It was the price she paid for her freedom. Fernanda was very happy with her daughter's obedience. She liked that everyone admired Meme's music. She allowed the house to be full of friends. She let Meme spend time outside or go to the movies with Aureliano II or other careful ladies. Father Antonio Isabel had to approve the film first, speaking from the pulpit. In those quiet times, Meme showed her true self. She loved cheerful parties, laughter, and talks about love. She liked long afternoons with her friends. Together they learned to smoke and talked about men. One night, they secretly drank cane liquor. They laughed loudly and foolishly, and at the end they even took off their clothes, comparing their bodies. Meme never forgot that night. When she came home, she chewed licorice to hide the smell and sat at the table. Fernanda and Amaranta were eating quietly, saying nothing to each other. Meme had just spent 2 crazy hours laughing and crying in her friend's room. She felt strange but brave, ready to tell her mother that she hated the clavichord. Sitting at the table, she drank her soup and felt alive again. She looked at Fernanda and Amaranta and saw them clearly. She almost told them that she disliked their pride and cold hearts. Soon she understood things even better. She knew her father stayed at home only to appear respectable. After meeting Petra Coates, she realized her father was happier with her. Meme even wished she was the daughter of the other woman. That night, with the drink still warming her, she thought of the scandal her words could cause. She felt proud of her own daring thoughts.
What's the matter?
Nothing, Meme said. I just discovered how much I love you both.
Amaranta was shocked by the deep hate in the words she heard. Fernanda felt so upset that she thought she would lose her mind when Meme woke up at midnight with a strong headache and sickness. Meme vomited and could not stop crying. Fernanda gave her some medicine, put cool cloths on her stomach and ice on her head. She made Meme stay in bed for 5 days and eat only what the new French doctor had told her to eat. The doctor had examined Meme for a long time and said she had an illness that only women usually get. Meme felt weak and hopeless, and she had no choice but to stay in bed quietly. Úrsula, who was blind but still smart and active, understood what was really happening.
She thought it is like what happens to someone who drinks too much. Then she felt bad for having such a thought and tried to forget it.
Aureliano II felt guilty when he saw how weak Meme was. He promised himself to take better care of her. From then on they became close like good friends. This new closeness helped both of them. He was less lonely and she was freer from Fernanda's strict control. Aureliano II stopped meeting other people so he could spend time with Meme. He took her to the cinema and the circus. He spent most of his free time with her. He had been unhappy about being too fat and about his wild life. But after he started spending time with Meme, he became happier again. Slowly he stopped living such a careless life.
Meme was growing up. She was not beautiful, but she was friendly and easy to talk to. People liked her from the first moment they met her. She was modern and open, which made Fernanda angry and uncomfortable. Aureliano II liked Meme's modern mind and wanted her to be free. He moved her from her old small bedroom where pictures of saints had scared her since she was a child. He gave her a new room with a big bed, a mirror table, and soft velvet curtains. He did not notice that her new room looked almost like Petra Coates' room. He gave Meme so much money that he no longer knew how much she took. She would take money from his pockets herself. He bought her many beauty products from the Banana Company store. Meme's room became full of nail polish tools, hair curlers, toothbrushes, eye drops, and many new kinds of makeup. Each time Fernanda entered the room, she was shocked. She thought Meme's dressing table looked like those of rich French women.
At that time Fernanda spent her days looking after little Amaranta Úrsula, who was playful and lively.
Fernanda was worried about Meme and her father getting too close. She made Aureliano II promise that he would never take Meme to Petra Coates' house. It was not an important promise, because Petra was already angry about their friendship. She did not want Meme to visit her anyway. Petra began to feel scared for some reason. She thought that Meme could easily take away the love that Fernanda had never been able to stop.
For the first time, Petra spoke to Aureliano II with harsh words. She shouted and said angry things.
He felt afraid that his suitcases would be sent back to his wife's house. But that did not happen. Petra knew her lover very well. She was sure he would not move his trunks again. Aureliano II did not like changes or new problems, so the trunks stayed where they were. Petra tried to win him back by using charms that Meme could never use. But this was not needed. Meme did not want to interfere in her father's life. If she had, she would have helped Petra. Meme was busy every day. She cleaned her own room and made her bed like the nuns had taught her. In the morning she looked after her clothes. She sat on the porch to sew or worked with Amaranta's old sewing machine. When others slept in the afternoon, she practiced the clavichord for 2 hours. She knew that her daily work made Fernanda calm. For the same reason she gave concerts at church and school parties, even though people asked her less often. In the evening she dressed neatly and put on a simple dress and stiff shoes. If her father was busy, she went to see her friends until it was time for dinner. Most nights Aureliano II came for her and took her to the movies. Among Meme's friends were 3 young American girls. They crossed the fence around the chicken yard and made friends with the girls from Macondo. One of them was Patricia Brown. Her father, Mr. Brown, was thankful to Aureliano Segundo for his kindness. He invited Meme to his Saturday dances. They were the only dances where Americans and local people danced together. When Fernanda heard about this, she became upset and dramatic. She stopped thinking about Amaranta, Ursula, and the invisible doctors.
She said to Meme, "Just think what the Colonel must be thinking in his grave."
She wanted support from Ursula. But the old blind woman surprised everyone. She did not think it was bad for Meme to go to dances or make friends with American girls. Ursula only asked her to keep good habits and to stay Catholic. Meme understood what her great-great-grandmother wanted. After each dance, she woke up early the next morning and went to Mass. Fernanda still did not like the idea. Her anger ended when Meme said the Americans wanted to hear her play the clavichord. They took the instrument to Mr. Brown's house. Meme played very well and everyone clapped and congratulated her with great excitement. After that, she was invited not only to dances but also to swim parties on Sundays and to lunch once a week. She learned to swim like an expert, to play tennis, and to eat Virginia ham with pineapple. Between all the dancing, swimming, and games, she started learning English. Aureliano Segundo was very happy about his daughter's progress. He bought her a 6-book English encyclopedia from a traveling salesman. The books had many colorful pictures, and Meme liked reading them in her free time. She stopped spending time on talk about boyfriends or silly adventures with her friends. She did not care about secrets that everybody already knew. She remembered the time she got drunk as something childish. It made her laugh, and she told her father.
He laughed even more and said, "If your mother only knew." He said that every time he shared a secret with her. He asked her to tell him when she had her first love.
Meme told him she liked a red-haired American boy who had come on vacation with his parents.
Aureliano Segundo laughed again and said, "If your mother only knew."
But Meme also said the boy had gone back to his country and she never saw him again. Her calm and sensible attitude kept peace in the family. Aureliano Segundo spent more time with Petra Coates. He was old now and could not party as before, but he still tried whenever he could. He took out his accordion again, though it had keys tied with shoelaces. At home, Amaranta worked on her endless shroud. Ursula moved slowly through the dark corners, old and weak. The shadow of José Arcadio Buendía still seemed to stand under the chestnut tree. Fernanda became stronger in her control of the family. Her monthly letters to her son José Arcadio no longer had lies. She only hid her letters from the invisible doctors who said she had a small, harmless tumor. They were preparing her for a strange operation done by thought alone. It might have been said that peace filled the Buendía house for a long time. But everything changed after Amaranta's sudden death. Her death surprised everyone. She was already old and lived apart from the others, but she still looked strong and healthy. No one knew what she thought after the day she said no to Colonel Geroneldo Marquez and cried alone in her room. She did not cry when Remedios the beauty went to heaven. She did not cry when the Aurelianos died. She did not even cry when Colonel Aureliano Buendía died, the person she had loved most. But when they found his body under the chestnut tree, she showed her silent love. She helped carry his body. She put on his soldier's uniform. She shaved him, combed his hair, and polished his mustache carefully. People did not think she acted out of love because she was used to dealing with death calmly. Fernanda felt shocked by Amaranta's way with such things. She thought Amaranta understood religion only as rules for funerals, not as a faith for life. Amaranta did not worry about that. She lived inside her own memories. She was old but kept all her feelings from the past. When she heard the waltzes of Pietro Crespi, she felt the same sadness she had known when she was young. It was as if life had taught her nothing. She often remembered the pieces of music she had thrown away, saying they were spoiled by dampness. Those melodies kept playing in her mind. She had tried to forget them in her short love with her nephew Aureliano José. She had tried to hide behind the calm strength of Colonel Geroneldo Marquez. But her heart refused to forget. She even did something desperate in her old age. When she bathed little Jose Arcadio, before he went to the seminary, she touched him not like a grandmother but like a woman. She did it as women in France were said to do, and as she had once wanted to do with Pietro Crespi when she saw him young and graceful in his dancing clothes. Sometimes she felt shame for that memory. Sometimes she felt such anger that she hurt her own fingers with the needle while sewing. But what hurt her most was the strong and poisonous love that pushed her closer to death. Colonel Aureliano Buendía had been unable to stop thinking about his war. In the same way, Amaranta could not stop thinking about Rebecca. Her brother had learned to make his memories quiet. She could not. Her memories only burned more painfully. For many years, the only thing she asked from God was. She believed that God had promised she would live longer than Rebecca. Every time she passed Rebecca's old house and saw it slowly falling apart, she felt calm because she thought God was listening. One afternoon, while sewing on the porch, Amaranta suddenly felt sure that she would still be sitting there when someone came to tell her Rebecca had died. She decided to wait for that moment as if expecting a letter. Sometimes she removed buttons only to sew them back again so that waiting would not make her too anxious. No one in her house knew that she was really sewing a burial cloth for Rebecca. Years later, when Aureliano Trieste said he had seen Rebecca looking like a spirit, with dry skin and some golden hair, Amaranta was not surprised. That image was exactly how she had imagined Rebecca for a long time. She had made a plan to prepare Rebecca's body when death came. She wanted to cover the damage on her face with wax and make a wig using hair from holy figures. She wanted Rebecca to have a fine shroud and a soft coffin with purple cloth inside. Then she would give her a grand funeral. She planned everything carefully, with strong feelings that made her tremble. She worked with such skill that she became an expert in death rituals. However, she never thought that she might die before Rebecca. That was what finally happened. When her own death came, Amaranta did not feel sad or afraid. She felt free because she had known for years that her end was coming. One hot afternoon, she saw death sitting near her while she sewed on the porch. It looked like a woman dressed in blue, with long hair, and an old-fashioned face that reminded her of Pilar Ternera. Fernanda was there sometimes and could not see the woman, even though she looked real. Once, the woman asked Amaranta to thread a needle for her. Death did not say when Amaranta would die or whether it would be before Rebecca. It only told her to start sewing her own shroud on the 6th of April. She was allowed to make it as beautiful and special as she wished, but it must be honest and simple like Rebecca's. Death said she would pass away quietly at dusk on the day she finished sewing. Amaranta tried to work slowly so she could live longer. She ordered rough flax and made the thread herself. That part alone took her for years. Then she began the sewing. As she got closer to the end of her work, she understood that only a miracle could make her finish after Rebecca's death. Still, she felt calm and accepted her fate. She realized that her life had become a small circle, like Colonel Aureliano Buendia's little goldfishes, always repeating. She felt peaceful, as if her heart was completely quiet inside her body. She wished she had understood this long ago, when she could still change her memories and see her past in a new light. She wished she could remember Pietro Crespia's scent of lavender at dusk without pain, and help Rebecca out of her misery, not from love or hate, but from true understanding. One night she heard anger in Mamia's words. It didn't hurt her because she knew it was not only about her. It reminded her of her own youth, clean and hopeful but already touched by bitterness. By then, Amaranta was calm and accepted everything. She knew no change was possible anymore. Her only goal was to finish the shroud. At first she had tried to delay the work with small details. Now she worked faster. 1 week before she thought she would finish, she calculated she would take the last stitch on the night of February 4th. Without saying why, she asked Mime to move her clavichord concert to an earlier date. Amaranta had made plans for the next day, but the girl did not pay attention to her. She tried to delay her death for 2 more days and thought that maybe fate was helping her because a storm broke the power plant on February 4th. But early the next morning, she finished the last stitch on her work. It was the most beautiful thing any woman had ever made. Then she calmly said that she would die at sunset. She told not only her family but also everyone in town. She wanted to make peace with her life by doing one last good thing. She thought she was the right person to take letters to the dead. The news spread quickly through Macondo. Before noon, people said Amaranta Buendía would leave at sunset carrying messages for those who had died. By 3 in the afternoon, her living room was full of letters. People who did not want to write gave her spoken messages. She wrote them down in a notebook with the name of the dead person and the date when they died.
Do not worry, she told them. The first thing I will do when I get there is find him and give him your message.
It was strange to see her so calm. She did not look sad or scared. In fact, she looked younger, as if she had already finished her work. She was still tall and thin. Except for her hard cheekbones and missing teeth, she could have looked much younger. She asked them to put all the letters in a box, sealed with pitch, so it would stay safe from the damp earth in her grave. In the morning, she called a carpenter to make her coffin. She stood in the living room while he measured her, as if she were getting a new dress. She looked full of life. Fernanda thought Amaranta was playing a joke on everyone. Úrsula, who knew that Buendías always died without any illness, believed Amaranta had received a sign of death. But she was worried that, with all the letters and the excitement, people might bury Amaranta alive by mistake. So Úrsula began to clear the house. She argued with everyone and sent them away. By 4 in the afternoon, she managed to calm things down. At that time, Amaranta had given her things to the poor. On the plain wooden coffin she put only a change of clothes and the simple slippers she wanted to wear in death. She remembered that when Colonel Aureliano Buendía died, they had to buy new shoes for him because he only had his old house slippers left. A little before 5, Aureliano II came to pick up Meme for a concert. He was surprised to see that the house looked ready for a funeral. At that moment, the only one who looked truly alive was Amaranta. She was calm and peaceful, and she had even cut her corns. Aureliano II and Meme said goodbye to her with laughter and told her they would have a big party for her return the next Saturday. Many people were talking about Amaranta sending letters to the dead. Father Antonio Isabel came at 5 o'clock to give her the last rites. He had to wait 15 minutes because she was still bathing. When she came out wearing a simple nightshirt with her hair loose over her shoulders, the old priest thought it was some kind of trick. He sent away the altar boy. Still, he wanted her to confess after many years of silence. Amaranta said simply that she did not need any help because her conscience was clean. Fernanda was shocked. She asked aloud what terrible sin Amaranta had done, if she chose to die without confession. Then Amaranta lay down and asked Úrsula to tell everyone that she had never lied about her life.
She called out so Fernanda could hear her. No one should dream otherwise, she said. Amaranta Buendía is leaving this world just as she came into it.
After that, she stayed on the cushions as if sick. She braided her hair and wrapped it around her ears, just as she had been told to do for her death. She asked Úrsula for a mirror. She looked at her face for the first time in 40 years. Her face was old and tired, but it looked exactly as she had imagined. Úrsula felt that the room was getting darker and knew that evening had come.
Say goodbye to Fernanda, Úrsula begged her. 1 minute of peace is worth more than a whole life of friendship.
It's no use now, Amaranta said.
Meme kept thinking about her when the lights came on for the second part of the program. She was playing on the small stage. Then someone came close and whispered something in her ear. The music stopped at once.
When Aureliano II came home, there were many people in the house. He had to move through the crowd to reach the body of Amaranta. She looked old and pale. Her hand was still covered with a black bandage. She lay there in a fine white cloth, next to a box full of letters. After 9 nights of mourning, Úrsula never left her bed again. Santa Sofia de la Piedad took care of her? She brought Úrsula food and water to wash herself. She also told her all the news about what was happening in Macondo. Aureliano II often came to visit. He brought her clothes and many small things for daily life. Soon everything she needed was close to her bed. Her room became like a small world around her. Úrsula loved little Amaranta Úrsula very much. The child was very similar to her. She taught her how to read. Úrsula seemed calm and wise, and people thought her mind was still clear. Her body showed her great age, and her eyes had become weak. No one knew she could no longer see at all. She had a lot of quiet time alone, and she noticed many things in the house. She was the first to see that Mime was sad though silent.
"Come here," she said softly. "Now that we are alone, tell this old woman what is making you unhappy."
Mime gave a short laugh and avoided talking. Úrsula did not push her, but she soon understood that her suspicion was true when Mime stopped visiting her. She noticed Mime woke up earlier than usual and waited all day without resting until it was time to go out. At night she walked back and forth in her room and became nervous even at a small sound. Once Mime said she was going to visit Aureliano II, and Úrsula was surprised that Fernanda could believe that, because her husband had come looking for his daughter at the house. It was clear that Mime was hiding something important. She was worried and anxious long before the night Fernanda found her kissing a man at the movie theater. At that time Mime was so focused on herself that she blamed Úrsula for telling Fernanda. But Fernanda had not learned it from anyone. Mime had shown signs for a long time, enough for anyone to notice. Fernanda did not see them earlier because she was busy with her strange doctors. Later she began to notice Mime's silence, sudden anger, quick mood changes, and confusing words. Fernanda decided to watch her secretly. She let Mime go out with her friends and helped her get ready for parties. She did not ask questions that could make Mime careful. Fernanda already had proof that her daughter was doing things she did not confess, but she waited for the right moment. One night Mime said she was going to the movies with her father. Soon Fernanda heard loud music and laughter coming from Petra Coates's place. She knew Aureliano II was there. Then she got dressed and went to the theater. Inside the dark room she saw her daughter. Fernanda felt shocked and stopped looking when Mime kissed a man, but she heard his quiet voice say, "I'm sorry, love." Without saying anything, Fernanda took Mime out. She made her walk through the noisy street, and then she locked her in her room. The next day, at 6 in the evening, Fernanda heard a man's voice calling at the door. He was young, with pale skin and dark sad eyes. He wore an old linen suit and broken shoes covered with pieces of white metal. He carried a straw hat that looked new. He was very afraid but stood with dignity. His hands and nails showed hard work. Fernanda looked once and knew he was a mechanic. She saw his clean Sunday shirt and the rash on his skin from working with the banana company. She did not let him speak or enter. Then she had to close the door because many yellow butterflies flew into the house.
"Go away," she said firmly. "You have no reason to visit any decent person."
His name was Mauricio Babylonia. He was born and grew up in Macondo. He worked as a mechanic trainee in the banana company garage. Mime met him one afternoon when she went with Patricia Brown to get a car for a drive. The regular driver was sick, so Mauricio had to take them instead. Mime was happy because she could sit next to him and watch how he drove. He showed her simple things about cars and explained how they worked. At that time, Mime often visited Mr. Brown's house, and it was still not polite for women to drive. So she learned only what he taught her and did not see Mauricio again for many months. Later, she remembered that during that first drive she noticed that he was very handsome, though his hands were rough. She told Patricia that his proud and sure way bothered her. One Saturday, Mime went to the movies with her father. There she saw Mauricio again. He wore a white linen suit and sat a few seats away. She saw that he was not watching the film but kept turning to look at her. She thought that was rude. After the movie, Mauricio came to greet her father, Aureliano II. That was when Mime learned they already knew each other from the time Mauricio worked in Aureliano Trieste's old power plant. Mauricio spoke to her father like a worker speaks to his boss. Because of that, Mime stopped feeling dislike toward his proud manners. They were never alone and had only exchanged greetings. One night Mime dreamed that Mauricio saved her from a sinking ship. In the dream she did not feel thankful, she felt angry. It was like she had opened a door for him to come closer, and that made her upset. She wanted the opposite, to keep her distance from him and any other man who showed interest. But instead she became restless. After that dream she felt an unexpected wish to see him again. The feeling grew stronger all week. When Saturday came and she saw Mauricio at the movies again, her heart was beating fast. She tried hard to hide her feelings when he greeted her. Confused by a mix of anger and pleasure, she gave him her hand. Mauricio touched her hand for the first time. At once, Mime regretted it, but then felt strange satisfaction when she saw that his hand was also cold and wet from sweat. That night, she decided she would not feel calm until she showed Mauricio that he had no chance with her. All week she thought about it. She tried many small tricks to make Patricia go with her to see the cars again. Finally, she asked an American red-haired man, who was on vacation in Macondo, to go with her. She used the excuse that she wanted to learn about new car models. When she saw Mauricio in the garage, Mime realized that she was lying to herself. She really wanted to be alone with him. She also saw that he understood why she had come.
I came to see the new models, Mime said.
That's a fine excuse, Mauricio said.
She saw that he spoke proudly and felt angry. She looked for a way to make him feel small, but he did not give her time.
Don't be angry, he said softly. It's not the first time a woman has lost her mind for a man.
Mime felt defeated. She left the garage without looking at the cars. That night she could not sleep and cried with anger in her bed. The American redhead, who had started to interest her, now seemed childish to her. Then she noticed something strange. Yellow butterflies always appeared when Mauricio was near. She had seen them before around the garage but thought they came because of the paint smell. Once she saw them flying near her head before she entered the movie theater. Later, when Mauricio began to follow her like a quiet shadow, she understood that the butterflies were connected to him. He went wherever she went, the concerts, the movies, and church. She did not have to see him to know he was there because the butterflies always came too. One time her father, Aureliano II, became annoyed by the butterflies flying around his daughter. Mime wanted to tell him the truth as she had promised herself, but she decided not to. She felt that her father would just laugh and ask, "What would your mother say if she found out?" One morning, Fernanda was cutting the roses in the garden. Suddenly she screamed and told the servants to take Mime away. It happened in the same place where Remedios the beauty had gone to heaven. Fernanda thought the same miracle was happening again to her daughter. She had heard the quick sound of wings and became frightened. It was only butterflies. Mime looked at them as they moved through the light, and her heart jumped. At that moment, Mauricio Babylonia came in with a package. He said it was a gift from Patricia Brown. Mime tried not to blush. She smiled calmly and asked him to leave it on the railing because her hands were dirty from working in the garden. Fernanda watched him carefully. She saw only that his skin looked sick and yellow.
He is a strange man, Fernanda said. You can see in his face that he will die soon.
Mime thought her mother was still nervous because of the butterflies. When they finished with the roses, Mime washed her hands and took the package to her room. She opened it and found small boxes, each one inside another. In the smallest box there was a card. The writing was slow and heavy, as if written by someone who could hardly spell. It said, "We will meet on Saturday at the movies." Mime knew that the box had been on the railing for a long time and that Fernanda could easily have seen it. She felt pleased because Mauricio Babylonia was brave and clever. But she also felt touched by his innocence, because he really believed she would go. She knew her father, Aureliano II, had plans that Saturday night. Still, she felt so full of worry and excitement during the week that she decided to meet Mauricio. On Saturday, she asked her father to leave her alone in the theater and come back after the show. While the lights were still on, a butterfly moved around her head. Then the lights went out. Mauricio Babylonia sat beside her. Meme felt lost and afraid, as if she could not move. Only this man, smelling of oil and grease, could pull her out of that dark feeling.
If you hadn't come, he said, you would never see me again.
Meme felt his hand on her knee. At that moment she knew they both had crossed a line.
What surprises me about you, she said with a smile, is that you always say what you should not say.
After that, Meme could not stop thinking about him. She could not sleep or eat. She spent her days alone and even her father annoyed her. She made up many false stories so Fernanda would not discover her meetings. She stopped seeing her friends. She broke the rules to meet Mauricio anywhere and at any time. At first she did not like how rough he was. The first time they were alone in the empty fields behind the garage, he pulled her close with great strength. She felt tired afterward. Later she understood that his roughness was also kindness. Then she lost control of herself and lived only for him. She was full of desire and loved even the smell of grease on his skin. Some time before Amaranta died, Meme suddenly felt clear and awake again. She was afraid of the future. She heard about a woman who could see the future with cards and went to her in secret. It was Pilar Ternera. When Pilar saw Meme, she already knew why Meme had come.
Sit down, Pilar said. I do not need cards to see the future of a Buendía.
Meme did not know that the old woman was her great-grandmother. She never would have guessed it after hearing how directly Pilar spoke. Pilar told her that the fear of love only rests in bed. It was the same idea that Mauricio Babylonia had told her, but Meme did not want to believe it. She thought Pilar was speaking like a mechanic without education. Meme believed that men forget love after they have what they want. Pilar explained her mistake. She offered Meme the old bed where she once conceived Arcadio, Meme's grandfather, and later Aureliano José. She taught Meme how to stop a pregnancy by using mustard vapors. She also gave her potions that, she said, could take away even the feeling of guilt. Chapter 15. That interview gave Meme the same courage she had felt that drunken night. But Amaranta's death made her wait before making her choice. During the 9 nights of mourning, she stayed beside Mauricio Babylonia. He stayed close too, in the crowd that came to the house. After that came the long mourning period. Meme had to stay at home, and she and Mauricio were apart for a while. Those days were full of deep feelings and restless thoughts. She wanted freedom so much that, on the first evening she could go out again, she went straight to Pilar Ternera's house. There, she gave herself to Mauricio Babylonia. She was not shy or afraid. She acted with natural ease and simple certainty, as if her heart already knew the way. Mauricio might have thought she had much experience, but it was only that her love felt sure and clear. They met twice a week for over 3 months. Aureliano II helped them without knowing it, believing Meme's excuses because he wanted her to escape Fernanda's strict control. One night Fernanda found them together at the cinema. After that, Aureliano II felt very troubled. He went to see Meme in her room, where Fernanda kept her locked. He hoped Meme would tell him the truth. But she said nothing. She denied everything. She seemed calm and alone, as if she no longer shared any bond with her father. Aureliano II felt that their closeness was gone. He thought about speaking to Mauricio Babylonia, hoping that his old position as Mauricio's boss might stop him from continuing the romance. But Petra Coates told him it was a woman's matter. So he waited in confusion, hoping that isolation would solve Meme's problem. Meme did not seem sad. Ursula could hear her calm breathing from the next room. She noticed Meme worked quietly, ate well, and stayed healthy. The only strange thing was that Meme bathed in the evening instead of in the morning. Once, Ursula wanted to warn her about the scorpions, but she decided to stay silent because Meme was distant and cold toward her. In the evenings, yellow butterflies filled the house. Every night when Meme came back from her bath, she found Fernanda chasing the butterflies with an insect spray.
Fernanda said, "This is terrible. I always heard butterflies at night bring bad luck."
One night, while Meme was bathing, Fernanda entered her room by chance. There were so many butterflies that she could hardly breathe. She reached for a piece of cloth to wave them away. Then she saw the mustard plasters on the floor and understood what was happening. She became frightened and angry. The next day, she invited the new mayor to lunch. He was a man from the highlands like her. She asked him to place a guard in the yard because she thought hens were being stolen. That night, the guard saw Mauricio Babylonia lifting the roof tiles to go into the bathroom where Meme waited for him. She was inside, trembling and full of love, surrounded by butterflies and scorpions, like every night before. The guard shot him, and the bullet touched his spine. Mauricio could never walk again. He lived the rest of his life lying in bed. He grew old in solitude, never complaining, never betraying Meme, always haunted by his memories and by the yellow butterflies that never left him. People called him a chicken thief, and he died alone. The events that would deal Macondo its fatal blow were just showing themselves when they brought Meme Buendia's son home. The town was in confusion, and people were too worried to care about private problems. Because of that, Fernanda could hide the child and pretend he did not exist. She had to keep him because the way he was brought home made it impossible to refuse him. She wanted to send him away, but in the end, she did not have the courage. She locked him in Colonel Aureliano Buendia's old workshop. She told Santa Sofia de la Piedad that she found him floating in a basket. Ursula died without knowing the truth. When little Amaranta Ursula once saw Fernanda feeding the baby, she also believed that story. Aureliano II had already left his wife because he could not accept how she handled Meme's sadness. He did not know he had a grandson until 3 years later. The boy escaped one day because Fernanda did not notice the door was open. He ran to the porch for only a moment. He was naked, with dirty hair, and looked wild. Fernanda was shocked. She felt as if her old shame had returned. She had tried to erase all signs of the problem since the day Mauricio Babylonia was taken away, unable to walk after the accident. After that, Fernanda made a careful plan. She did not ask her husband. She packed a suitcase with a few clothes for Meme. Then she went to her daughter's bedroom just before the train arrived.
"Let's go, Renata," she said.
She did not give any reason. Meme did not ask why. She did not care where they were going. She would not have cared even if they were taking her to her death. She had stopped speaking after hearing the shot in the yard and the cry of pain from Mauricio Babylonia. From that day, she never spoke again in her life. When her mother told her to leave her room, she did not wash or comb her hair. She walked like someone half asleep. She got on the train without a word. She did not even notice the yellow butterflies that still flew around her. Fernanda never understood whether Meme chose to be silent or could not speak anymore. During the trip, Meme did not see anything outside the window. She did not notice the long fields of banana trees. She did not see the white houses of the foreign people or their dry gardens. She did not see the women wearing short clothes and playing cards on the terraces. She did not see the carts full of bananas on the dusty roads. She did not see the girls jumping into clear rivers, nor the workers' small houses where yellow butterflies flew near the doors. In those doorways were poor children and tired pregnant women who shouted at the train as it passed. That view had once made Meme happy when she came home from school. Now it meant nothing to her. She did not look outside, not even when the train passed over the bright field of flowers or when she saw the dark remains of a ship buried in the ground. The train moved on to the sea, dirty, foamy, and heavy with heat, where José Arcadio Buendia's old dreams had once failed long ago. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they reached the last stop in the swamp. Fernanda told Meme to get out of the train. They climbed into a small carriage that looked like a big bat. A weak horse pulled it. The city looked empty, and the streets were long and quiet. They could hear someone playing the piano, just like in Fernanda's dreams when she was young. After that, they went on a riverboat. The boat made loud noises, and the metal was old and rusty. Inside her small cabin, Meme stayed alone. Fernanda left food near her bed twice every day. Meme never touched it. She did not want to die, but she could not eat. Even the smell of food made her sick. She could not drink water either. Meme did not know she was still able to have a baby. Fernanda did not learn the truth until almost a year later, when someone brought the child. In the hot cabin, Meme felt dizzy from the sound and the bad smell of the river mud. She lost count of time and forgot the days. When she saw the last yellow butterfly die in the fan, she understood that Mauricio Babylonia was gone. She knew he was dead. But Meme did not give up. She still thought about him when they crossed the high mountains on mules. The journey was long and hard. They followed small trails through the hills and reached a dark city full of stone streets. There, many church bells rang. That night they slept in an old big house. Fernanda placed wooden boards on the floor for them to lie down. They used old curtain pieces as blankets. The cloth fell apart when they moved. Meme could tell where they were. She saw, in her sleepless thoughts, the man dressed in black who had once been brought to that house in a lead box one Christmas Eve. The next morning, after church, Fernanda took her to a dark building. Meme recognized it at once. It was the convent Fernanda had often talked about, the place where girls were trained to be proper ladies. Then Meme understood that her long journey was over. While Fernanda spoke with someone in the next room, Meme waited in a hall. The hall had big old paintings of priests and bishops. Meme stood there wearing a white dress with small black flowers. Her stiff shoes hurt her feet, which were swollen from the cold mountain air. She thought about Mauricio Babylonia as the yellow light came through the stained glass windows.
A young nun came out from the office carrying Meme's small suitcase. As she passed, she held Meme's hand. "Come, Renata," she said.
Meme followed her. The last time Fernanda saw her, the iron gate of the convent was closing. Meme kept thinking of Mauricio Babylonia, of his smell of oil, of the butterflies that always followed him. She never stopped thinking of him for the rest of her life. She lived quietly in that convent until many years later, when she died in a cold hospital in Krakow. Her name was changed then, her head was shaved, and she never spoke again. Fernanda went back to Macondo by train. Armed soldiers guarded the train. During the trip, she felt the tension in the towns. There were soldiers preparing for trouble. She could tell something serious was about to happen. When she reached Macondo, people told her that José Arcadio II was leading the workers of the banana company to strike.
Fernanda sighed and said to herself, "This is all we need. Another rebel in the family."
The strike started 2 weeks later. It was not as bad as people had feared. The workers asked not to work on Sundays cutting and loading bananas. Everyone thought this was fair. Even Father Antonio Isabel helped them because he said it followed God's laws. That small victory and other actions made José Arcadio II known to the people. Before, they used to say he was only good for bringing French women to town. Now he became active again. He gave up his job with the banana company and joined the workers. Soon people said he was part of an international group against the country. One night, when there were many dark rumors, someone shot at him 4 times as he left a secret meeting. He was lucky and escaped without harm. Life in town became very tense. Even Úrsula, in her little dark room, felt it. She thought the old days had returned, when her son Aureliano carried secret ideas in his pocket. She tried to talk to José Arcadio II, to warn him about the danger, but Aureliano II said no one had seen him since that night.
Just like Aureliano, Úrsula said. It feels as if life is repeating itself.
Fernanda did not care about the worry in town. She lived closed off from the world after a strong fight with her husband. She had made a big decision about their daughter Meme without his permission. Aureliano II wanted to get Meme back, even with help from the police. But Fernanda showed him papers proving Meme had entered the convent by her own choice. Meme had signed her name after she was already behind the iron gate. She did it calmly, without emotion. Deep inside, Aureliano Segundo did not believe the papers were true. He also never believed that Mauricio Babylonia had tried to steal chickens. But both stories helped him feel less guilty. So he returned to Petra Coates. With her, he lived again in loud parties and endless eating. Fernanda stayed quiet while the town grew uneasy. She ignored Ursula's soft warnings. She kept working on her own plans. She wrote a long letter to her son José Arcadio, who was becoming a priest. She told him that his sister Renata had died peacefully from an illness. After that, she left little Amaranta Ursula with Santa Sofia de la Piedad and began writing again to her invisible doctors. Her letters had stopped after Mime's troubles. Now she wanted to set a date for her delayed telepathic treatment. The invisible doctors told her not to do it while the town was restless. Fernanda did not understand. She wrote again saying that no one was upset and that the only trouble came from her brother-in-law who liked to make noise with unions, cockfighting, and riverboats. They still could not agree. Then, one hot Wednesday, an old nun knocked on the door. She carried a small basket covered with lace. Santa Sofia de la Piedad opened the door and thought it was a gift. She tried to take the basket, but the nun stopped her. She said the basket must be given only to Dona Fernanda del Carpio de Buendía, and it was a secret. Inside the basket was Mime's baby boy. Fernanda's old spiritual guide sent a letter saying the child was 2 months old. He wrote that they called him Aureliano, after his grandfather, because Mime refused to speak. Fernanda felt angry at fate, but she hid her feelings from the nun.
"We will say we found him floating in the basket," Fernanda said with a smile.
No one will believe that, the nun said.
"If people believe it in the Bible," Fernanda said, "then they can believe it from me."
The nun ate lunch in the house while waiting for the train to return. Fernanda stayed quiet as they asked her to. She did not talk about the child again, but she thought the girl was a shameful witness. Fernanda wished the old custom of punishing people who brought bad news still existed. She even thought of drowning the child in the cistern after the nun left. Her heart was not strong enough, so she waited and hoped God would take away this trouble. The new Aureliano was 1 year old when the calm in the town suddenly ended. José Arcadio Segundo and other leaders who had been hiding came out one weekend. They organized protests in different towns of the Banana region. At first, the police only kept watch. Then, on Monday night, the leaders were taken from their homes. They were sent to jail in the capital, with heavy irons on their legs. Among them were José Arcadio Segundo and Lorenzo Gavilan, a man from Mexico who had fought in a revolution. He used to say that he had seen his friend Artemio Cruz act with great courage. 3 months later, they were freed because the government and the company argued about who should feed them in jail. This time, the workers protested because their living places were dirty and unsafe. They had no doctors and their jobs were very hard. They also said they were not paid with real money. They got only paper tickets that could buy food like Virginia ham in company stores. José Arcadio Segundo was arrested again because he told people the truth. He said those paper tickets helped the company fill its ships with goods. Without them, the ships would return empty from New Orleans. The rest of the complaints were already known to everyone. Company doctors did not see the sick workers. People had to stand in line, and a nurse gave each one a small pill no matter what illness they had. Children sometimes stood in line more than once and took the pills home to use as game pieces. The workers lived in crowded and dirty houses. Instead of building toilets, engineers brought one portable toilet for 50 people and held lessons showing how to use it well. Old lawyers who had once worked with Colonel Aureliano Buendía now worked for the Banana Company. They rejected all worker demands with strange decisions that seemed like tricks. When the workers prepared a list of requests, they had to wait a long time before sending it to the company. When Mr. Brown, the company leader, learned about this, he quickly left Macondo on his fancy coach train. He took the important company men with him. Still, some workers found one of those men in a brothel the next Saturday. They made him sign the list while he was naked with the women who had helped to trap him. Later, the lawyers said in court that this man did not work for the company. To prove it, they put him in jail for lying. After that, Mr. Brown was found traveling secretly in third class. The workers made him sign a list too. The next day, he went to court with black hair and spoke perfect Spanish. The lawyers said he was not Mr. Jack Brown from Alabama. They said he was just a local man named Dagoberto Fonseca who sold plants for medicine. Later, when the workers tried again, the lawyers showed a death certificate. It said Mr. Brown had died months ago in Chicago, hit by a fire truck. Tired of all these lies and tricks, the workers stopped trusting Macondo's judges. They took their complaint to higher courts. There, the company lawyers said something even worse. They said the workers' demands were false because the banana company had no workers at all. They said everyone was only hired for short jobs. So the stories about the fake money, the strange pills, and the toilets were declared false. In the end, the court wrote in official papers that the workers did not exist. The Great Strike began. Farm work stopped halfway. Fruit spoiled on the trees, and long trains stayed still by the tracks. Many workers had nothing to do and filled the towns. The Street of the Turks was busy with noise day and night. At the Hotel Jacob poolroom, people worked in shifts all day and all night. José Arcadio II was there when he heard that the army would come to restore order. He was not a man who usually believed in signs, but the news felt like a warning of death. He had felt this fear since the morning long ago when Colonel Geroneldo Marquez showed him an execution. He stayed calm and serious. He took his planned shot in the game, and it was good. Soon he heard drums, bugles, and shouting. People began to run. He understood that not only had the pool game ended, but also something inside him had ended, the quiet thoughts that had followed him since that first execution. Then he walked outside and saw the soldiers. 3 regiments marched in time with drumbeats that made the ground shake. The sound of so many men was heavy and loud in the hot air. The soldiers were short and strong. They sweated like horses and smelled of hard leather. They looked tough and silent, like men used to mountain life. It took them more than an hour to pass, but they all looked the same, as if they were marching in a circle. Each man carried heavy gear, a rifle with a fixed bayonet, and the same cold expression. Úrsula heard them from her bed in the dark and made the sign of the cross. Santa Sofía de la Piedad stopped her work for a moment and thought of her son, José Arcadio II. He stood outside the Hotel Jacob and watched the last soldiers pass. Martial law gave the army control of the situation, but they did not try to make peace. When they came to Macondo, they put down their rifles and went to work cutting bananas and loading trains. The workers had waited quietly until then, but now they went into the forest with only their machetes. They began to fight back. They burned banana fields and company stores, and they destroyed train tracks to stop the trains. The soldiers opened fire to clear their way. The workers also cut the telegraph and telephone lines. Blood ran through the water channels. Mr. Brown was still alive in the electric chicken house. The army took him, his family, and other foreign managers out of Macondo to safety. The country seemed close to a civil war, unfair and full of danger. To avoid this, the authorities told the workers to meet in Macondo. They said that the leader of the province, both civil and military, would come on Friday to help find peace. José Arcadio II joined the crowd early that morning at the train station. He had met with union leaders and was chosen, with Colonel Gavilan, to move among the people and guide them depending on what happened. He felt ill, and a salty taste gathered in his mouth. Then he saw that the army had set up machine guns around the square and that the banana company's buildings were surrounded by wire fences. The company was surrounded by army guns. Around noon, more than 3,000 people were waiting for a train that did not come. They were workers, women, and children. They moved from the open area in front of the station into the nearby streets. The army had closed those streets with rows of machine guns. At first, it looked more like a happy fair than a waiting crowd. People had brought food and drink stands from the Street of the Turks. They tried to enjoy themselves while waiting under the hot sun. Before 3 o'clock, a rumor spread that the train would not come until the next day. The crowd sighed with disappointment. An army lieutenant climbed onto the roof of the station. There were 4 machine guns there, pointing at the people. He asked everyone to be quiet. Next to José Arcadio II stood a barefoot woman who was very fat. She had 2 children, one about 4 and the other around 7. She held the younger one and asked José Arcadio II, without knowing him, to lift up the older boy so he could hear better. José Arcadio II put the child on his shoulders. Many years later that boy would still tell the story. He said he saw the lieutenant reading a decree through an old phonograph horn. It was signed by General Carlos Cortés Vargas and Major Enrique García Izaza. In 3 short articles, the decree said that the strikers were a group of troublemakers and allowed the army to shoot to kill. When the decree was read, the crowd shouted loudly in protest. Then a captain replaced the lieutenant on the roof. He used the horn to show that he wanted to speak. The people became quiet again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain said slowly and softly, "You have 5 minutes to leave."
The shouts and angry cries were so loud that no one heard the bugle call that started the count. No one moved. After 5 minutes, the captain spoke again in the same calm voice.
"Another minute," he said. "Then we will open fire."
José Arcadio II was sweating and trembling. He put down the child and gave him back to his mother.
"They might shoot," she whispered.
He did not answer because he heard Colonel Gavilan's rough voice shouting the same words. The crowd was silent, frozen by fear. Then José Arcadio II stood above the people around him and shouted for the first time in his life.
"You bastards," he cried. "Keep your extra minute for yourselves."
Right after his shout, everything changed. The captain gave the order to fire. 14 machine guns started shooting at once. At first, it seemed unreal. The guns made noise and flashes, but the crowd did not move or cry. It was as if no one could be hurt. Then a loud scream came from one side of the station. "Ayag, mother!" someone cried. In that moment, terrible noise and chaos broke the silence. José Arcadio II grabbed the child again. The mother with the other child was lost in the moving crowd. Many years later that boy would still say, even when people did not believe him, that José Arcadio II had lifted him high and carried him through the frightened people toward a nearby street. From there, he saw the huge mass of people running toward the corner, and the soldiers opened fire again. Many voices shouted together, "Get down! Get down!" Those in front fell to the ground, hit by bullets. The others tried to go back toward the small square. Panic spread like a wave as people ran in all directions. Those near the other street faced more machine guns firing without stop. They were trapped. The crowd turned around and around, squeezed tighter and tighter. The gunfire came from every side, cutting the crowd smaller each moment, like layers being peeled away until only the center was left. The child saw a woman kneeling in an open space. Her arms were spread like a cross. That place was strangely quiet while there was a stampede all around. José Arcadio II had lifted the child up there just before he fell, his face covered with blood. Then the huge crowd came and covered everything, the open space, the kneeling woman, the bright dry sky, and the world where Úrsula Iguarán once sold many small candy animals. When José Arcadio II woke up, he was lying on his back in the dark. He understood that he was on a train that seemed to move forever and made no sound. His head was dry with blood, and all his bones hurt. He wanted very much to sleep. He turned to the side that hurt less and tried to rest, but then he found something terrible. He was lying against dead bodies. There was no free spot in the train car except a narrow path in the middle. Many hours must have passed since the killing because the bodies were cold and hard. They had been placed there carefully, one after another, like bunches of bananas. José Arcadio II wanted to escape from this horrible dream. He pulled himself from one car to another, moving in the same direction the train was going. Sometimes light passed through small openings in the wooden walls when they moved through sleeping towns. In that light he saw dead men, women, and children. He knew they would be thrown into the sea like bananas that nobody wanted. He saw only two faces he knew. One was a woman who sold drinks in the square, and the other was Colonel Gavilan. The colonel still held a belt with a silver buckle from Moelia, the same belt he had used when he tried to fight his way through the chaos. When José Arcadio Segundo reached the front car, he jumped down into the darkness. He lay beside the tracks until the whole train passed. It was the longest train he had ever seen, with almost 200 cars. There was a locomotive at each end and another in the middle. It had no lights at all, not even the small red and green ones. It moved fast and silently. Soldiers were sitting on top, their machine guns ready. After midnight, heavy rain began to fall. José Arcadio Segundo did not know where he was. But he was sure that if he walked the opposite way, he would reach Macondo. He walked for more than 3 hours in the rain. His clothes were wet, and his head hurt terribly. At last, in the pale morning light, he saw the first houses of the town. He smelled coffee and followed the smell into a kitchen. A woman was there with a baby in her arms, standing near the stove.
Hello, he said, very tired. I'm José Arcadio Segundo Buendía. He said his full name slowly, letter by letter, to make her believe he was alive.
He was wise to go inside. The woman first thought he was a ghost when she saw the dirty man with blood on his clothes and face come through the door. Then she realized who he was. She gave him a blanket so he could keep warm while his clothes dried by the fire. She heated some water and cleaned his small wound. She wrapped his head with a clean bandage. After that she gave him coffee without sugar, because she knew the Buendias drank it that way. She spread his wet clothes near the fire.
José Arcadio Segundo said nothing until he finished his coffee. There must have been 3,000 of them, he said quietly.
What? The woman asked.
The dead, he answered. It must have been all the people at the station.
The woman looked at him with pity. There are no dead here, she said softly. Since the time of your uncle, the colonel, nothing has happened in Macondo.
In 3 other kitchens he passed before reaching home. People told him the same thing. There weren't any dead. He walked through the square near the station. The fritter stalls were piled one on another, and he saw no sign of the killing. The streets were empty under the steady rain. The houses were closed and silent. The first sound of the church bells calling for mass was the only sign of life. He knocked on Colonel Gavilan's door. A pregnant woman he knew opened it, then quickly closed it in fear.
He left, she said. He went back to his country.
At the chicken yard, 2 local policemen stood guard as always. They stood like statues in the rain, wearing raincoats and rubber boots. On the side street nearby, the West Indian workers were singing slow holy songs.
José Arcadio Segundo climbed over the wall and entered his house through the kitchen.
Santa Sofia de la Piedad spoke softly. Don't let Fernanda see you, she said. She is just getting up. She took him quietly to the small room where the old cot of milkwood stood. She prepared the bed for him. At 2 in the afternoon, while Fernanda slept, she passed a plate of food in through the window.
Aureliano Segundo had stayed home because the rain had surprised him. At 3 o'clock he was still waiting for it to stop. Santa Sofia told him secretly that his brother was in Milkwood's room. He went there at once. He did not believe what his brother said about the massacre or the train full of bodies sent to the sea. The night before he had read a message from the government. It said the workers left the station peacefully and went home. It said the union leaders showed love for their country and changed their demands to only 2 things, better medical care and new toilets in their rooms. Later the message said the soldiers told Mr. Brown about the agreement. He accepted it happily and promised 3 days of public celebration to show peace had returned.
But when the officers asked him when they could announce the agreement, Mr. Brown looked out the window. The sky was full of lightning. He made a slow, doubtful gesture. When the rain stops, he said, As long as the rain continues, we will stop all work.
It had not rained for 3 months. The land was very dry. When Mr. Brown said what he wanted to do, heavy rain started to fall over the banana fields. José Arcadio Segundo was caught by the storm on his way to Macondo. After a week, the rain still did not stop. The government gave its official story. It spread everywhere and people finally believed it. They said nobody had died. They said the workers were happy and back with their families. They said the banana company stopped working until the rain ended. The army stayed in control, saying it was needed because of the long rain. Soldiers stayed inside most of the time. During the day, soldiers walked in the streets full of water with their pants rolled up. They played with paper boats and children. At night, after the signal to sleep, soldiers broke doors with their guns. They took people from their beds and carried them away forever. They continued looking for people described as dangerous or rebels, but they said nothing was happening. Relatives came asking for those who had disappeared, but officers only answered quietly.
You must be dreaming. Nothing has happened in Macondo. Nothing ever will. This is a happy town.
Because of that lie, the union leaders were gone. Only José Arcadio Segundo stayed alive. One night in February, people heard strong knocks from guns on the door. Aureliano Segundo was waiting for the rain to stop. He opened the door and saw 6 soldiers with an officer. They were wet and said nothing. They searched every room, every closet, from the front room to the kitchen. Ursula woke up when the light came on. She held her fingers in the shape of a cross and did not breathe while they moved around. Santa Sofia de la Piedad warned José Arcadio Segundo, who was sleeping in Melquid's room. He knew it was too late to escape. She locked the door again. He put on his shirt and shoes and sat on the bed to wait. The soldiers were in the gold workshop then. The officer made them open the lock. He looked around with his lantern, saw the bottles and tools, and understood no one lived there. He asked Aureliano Segundo if he was a silversmith.
Aureliano Segundo said it used to be Colonel Aureliano Buendia's workshop.
Oh, the officer said.
He turned on the light and told them to search carefully. They found 18 small goldfish hidden behind bottles in a tin can. The officer looked at each one. Then he smiled a little.
I would like to take one, he said. Long ago people said these were symbols of rebellion, but now they are old memories.
He was young, almost still a boy. He looked kind now. Aureliano Segundo gave him one small fish. The officer put it in his shirt pocket with happy eyes. He put the others back in the can and put it in its place again.
It is a beautiful memory, he said. Colonel Aureliano Buendia was one of our greatest men.
Then he continued his work seriously. At Melquid's room, which was locked again with the padlock, Santa Sofia de la Piedad tried one last hope.
No one has lived in that room for a century, she said.
The officer opened the door and used his lantern to look inside. Aureliano Segundo and Santa Sofia de la Piedad saw José Arcadio Segundo's eyes when the light passed over his face. At that moment they understood that one worry had ended and another had started. It was a new worry that could only find peace with acceptance. The officer kept moving the lantern around the room. He did not seem interested until he found many chamber pots in the cupboards. Then he turned on the light. José Arcadio Segundo sat on the edge of the bed, ready to go, looking very serious and thoughtful. Behind him were shelves filled with torn books, rolls of parchment, and a clean work table. There was still fresh ink in the bottles. The air felt pure and calm, free from dust and destruction. It was the same peaceful feeling Aureliano Segundo had known as a child, but Colonel Aureliano Buendia had never felt it.
The officer looked only at the chamber pots. How many people live in this house? He asked.
5, answered Santa Sofia de la Piedad.
The officer stopped and looked around the room again. Aureliano Segundo and Santa Sofia de la Piedad could still see José Arcadio Segundo, but they understood that the officer could not see him. José Arcadio Segundo also knew that the soldier was looking at him without really seeing him. Then the officer turned off the light and closed the door. Aureliano Segundo heard him speak to the soldiers outside and understood that the young officer saw the room in the same way Colonel Aureliano Buendía had seen it.
"It's clear that no one has been in that room for at least 100 years, the officer said to the soldiers. "There might even be snakes in there."
When the door closed, José Arcadio Segundo knew that the war was finished. Many years before, Colonel Aureliano Buendía had told him about the charm of war and had tried to show him its beauty through many stories from his own life. José Arcadio Segundo had believed him then. But that night, when the soldiers looked at him and did not see him, he remembered the fear of the last months, the pain of the prison, the terror at the station, and the train full of dead people. He understood that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had been wrong. He was only pretending or foolish. Now José Arcadio Segundo knew the truth. War needed no long explanation. Only one word could describe it: fear. In Melquid's room, José Arcadio Segundo felt safe and calm. The light seemed magical, and the rain made him feel invisible. He finally found peace that he never had before. The only thing that scared him was the idea of being buried alive. He told Santa Sofia de la Piedad about this fear when she brought him food each day. She promised to stay alive as long as she could to make sure he would be buried only when he was truly dead. After that, he stopped being afraid. He began to read the old manuscripts of Melquid's again and again. He enjoyed reading them even more when he could not understand their meaning. He got used to the sound of the rain. After 2 months, it was like another kind of silence. The only person who came to his room was Santa Sofia de la Piedad bringing food. He asked her to leave the meals on the windowsill and lock the door. The rest of the family forgot him. Even Fernanda did not care, because the soldiers had seen him once but did not recognize him. After 6 months alone, when the soldiers had left Macondo, Aureliano Segundo opened the door. He wanted to find someone to talk to until the rain stopped. When he opened the door, he smelled the bad air from the dirty pots on the floor. José Arcadio Segundo had lost most of his hair and did not care about the strong smell. He was still reading the old papers again and again, sitting in strange bright light. He looked up for only a moment when he heard the door open. That short look was enough for his brother to see the same fate that had followed their great-grandfather.
"There were more than 3,000 of them," José Arcadio Segundo said. "I know now they were all the people who had been at the station."
Chapter 16. It rained for 4 years, 11 months, and 2 days. Sometimes it only drizzled, and people dressed nicely and tried to look happy, thinking the rain was stopping. But soon they understood that each pause meant that even heavier rain was coming. The sky broke into wild storms. Strong winds came from the north, tearing off roofs, knocking down walls, and pulling up the banana plants. Úrsula remembered the old time of the insomnia sickness and thought this disaster was similar. Still, it helped people find new ways not to feel bored. Aureliano Segundo worked harder than anyone to keep busy. One night he came home for a small reason, just when Mr. Brown let the storm loose. Fernanda tried to help him with an old umbrella she found in a closet.
"I don't need it," he said.
"I'll stay until it clears," he said.
He really did stay, just as he said he would.
His clothes were at Petra Coates's house. Every 3 days he took off what he was wearing and waited in his shorts until they were washed. To keep busy, he started fixing everything in the house. He worked on doors and locks, put screws in place, and made the door frame smooth again. For months he walked around with an old toolbox that the gypsies had once left behind. No one knew why he looked different afterward. Maybe it was the small daily work, or the long rainy days, or his quiet life. But his belly grew smaller little by little. His red face became calm and softer. Soon he was thinner and could tie his own shoes again. Fernanda watched him fixing latches and clocks. She wondered if he was becoming like the others in the house who made things only to take them apart later. Colonel Aureliano had his little gold fishes. Amaranta had the shroud and her buttons. José Arcadio studied the old papers. Úrsula lived with her memories. But Aureliano II was not like them. The rain was the worst part. It reached everywhere and changed everything. Machines started to grow flowers if they were not oiled often. Clothes became covered with yellow moss. The air was so wet that fish could have swum through the doors and gone out the windows. One morning Úrsula woke up weak and thought her life was ending. She asked them to take her to Father Antonio Isabel, even if they had to carry her on a stretcher. But Santa Sofia de la Piedad saw that Ursula's back was covered with leeches. She took them off carefully and burned them one by one before they harmed her too much. They had to dig small canals to take the water out of the house. They removed frogs and snails from the rooms. They dried the floors, took the bricks from under the beds, and began to wear shoes again. Aureliano II was busy with small repairs and did not notice that he was growing old. One afternoon he sat in a rocking chair, looked at the early evening light, and thought of Petra Coates without emotion. He could have accepted Fernanda's calm love again, because her beauty had become quiet and serious. But the long rain had washed away his passion, and he lived in simple peace. He thought about what he might have done long ago with the rain that now had lasted a year. He had once brought zinc sheets to Macondo before the banana company did. He used them to cover Petra Coates's bedroom. He used to love the sound of rain on that roof. Now even those wild memories did not move him. He could remember them without regret or sadness. People might think that the endless rain helped him think deeply about his life, or that working with small tools made him wish he had learned some useful trade. But that was not true. His quiet home life was not caused by guilt or a new discovery. It came from something older, something hidden inside him since the time he read the strange stories in Melquiza's room, stories about flying carpets and whales that swallowed whole ships. During those rainy days, while he was thinking quietly, little Aureliano came to the porch. His grandfather looked at him and suddenly understood who the boy really was. He cut the boy's hair and dressed him neatly. He taught him to talk to people without fear. Soon everyone saw that he was truly an Aureliano Buendía. He had high cheekbones, wide eyes, and a quiet way of being alone. Fernanda felt relieved. For a long time she had thought about her pride and wanted to stop feeling that way. But each idea she had to fix it felt foolish. If she had known that Aureliano II would take care of the child with joy, like a grandfather, she would not have worried so much. She would have lived more calmly. By that time, Amaranta Úrsula already had her second teeth. She saw her nephew as a small toy that made the long rainy days less boring. Then Aureliano II remembered the old English encyclopedia in Mim's room. No one had looked at it in years. He began to show the children the pictures and told them about the animals. Later he showed them maps and photographs of faraway places and famous people. He did not speak English, so he could only name some well-known cities and persons. When he did not know something, he invented names and stories. The children loved his tales. Fernanda thought her husband was waiting for the rain to end so he could return to his lover. During the first months of the rain, she feared he would come to her bedroom. She felt ashamed, because since the birth of Amaranta Úrsula she could not be with him again. That was why she wrote nervous letters to the invisible doctors, even though the mail was often delayed or lost. When people said the trains were leaving the tracks because of the water, one letter came saying the doctors had not received hers. Later all contact stopped. Fernanda even thought about wearing the tiger mask her husband had used in the bloody carnival and going to the banana company's doctors under a false name. But someone told her that the company was closing its hospitals and moving to dry places. So she lost hope and waited for the rain to end and the mail to work again. She tried to calm her secret pain by using her imagination. She would rather die than visit the only doctor left in Macondo, the strange Frenchman who ate grass like a donkey. Fernanda went to speak with Úrsula. She believed Úrsula would know a simple cure for her pain. But Fernanda used the wrong words to explain her problem. She called childbirth expeldo and her monthly flow burning, because she wanted to hide her shame. Úrsula did not understand and thought her pain was in her stomach, not in her womb. She told Fernanda to take calomel before eating. If Fernanda had not felt so ashamed, and if the letters had not been lost, the rain would not have bothered her so much. Her whole life had already felt like living under rain. She kept her same routine. Even when the table was standing on bricks and the chairs were placed on boards so people's feet stayed dry, Fernanda still served the meals with clean linen, fine dishes, and candles. She thought that trouble was no excuse to forget good manners. No one went out into the street anymore. If Fernanda could decide, they would never go out at all. She thought doors were made to stay closed. She also believed that looking at the street was something only bad women did. But Fernanda was the first to look when someone said that the funeral of Colonel Gabriel Márquez was passing by. She watched through the half-open window. The sad sight made her feel weak and guilty for a long time. The funeral was very poor and lonely. The coffin was inside an ox cart covered with banana leaves. The heavy rain made the wheels sink into the mud. The wet leaves almost broke apart. Water ran down and soaked the flag on the coffin. That flag had blood and gunpowder stains. It was one that other soldiers had refused to use. There was also a sword with silver and copper tassels on the coffin. It was the same sword the colonel used to take off before going to Amaranta's sewing room. Behind the cart walked the last men from the surrender at Neerlandia. They were barefoot and their pants were rolled up. They splashed through the mud. Each man held a stick in one hand and wet paper flowers in the other. They looked unreal in the street named after Colonel Aureliano Buendía. As they passed, they looked toward the house. When they turned the corner at the square, the cart got stuck. People had to help move it. Santa Sofia de la Piedad carried Úrsula to the door. Úrsula watched everything closely. Everyone thought she could really see the procession. Her hand moved gently with the rhythm of the cart.
"Goodbye, Geroneldo, my son," she shouted. "Say hello to my people and tell them I will see them when the rain stops."
Aureliano II helped her back to bed. He asked her why she said those words.
"It is true," she said. "I am just waiting for the rain to stop before I die."
Aureliano II looked at the streets and became worried. He thought about his animals and put an oilcloth over his head. Then he went to Petra Coates' house.
He found her in the courtyard with water up to her waist. She was trying to move a dead horse. Aureliano II helped her with a wooden lever. The big, swollen body turned once and the muddy water carried it away. Since the rain began, Petra Coates spent all her time clearing dead animals from the yard. At first, she sent messages to Aureliano II asking him to do something quickly. He answered that it was not serious yet. He said there was no hurry and they could wait until the rain stopped to make plans.
She sent him a message to say that the fields for the horses were full of water. The cattle were running up to dry hills. There was no food there. They were weak and could get sick or be attacked by wild animals.
"There's nothing we can do," Aureliano II said. "When the rain stops, new ones will be born."
Petra Coates had watched many animals die in storms before. She could only cut meat from those that were stuck in the mud. She felt quietly hopeless as she saw how the rain was destroying everything they had built. They had once been rich and strong, but now all she saw was sickness and loss. When Aureliano II went to see the place, he found only a dead horse and a sad old mule in the ruined stable. Petra Coates watched him come. She did not look happy or angry. She only gave a small smile.
"It's about time," she said.
She looked older now, thin and weak, with eyes that had grown tired from watching the rain for so long. Aureliano II stayed with her for more than 3 months. He did not stay because he felt better with her than with his family. He stayed because it took him that long to decide what to do next.
"There's no hurry," he said. Let's wait. Maybe the sky will clear soon.
In the first week, he got used to her poor health and the changes that time and rain had made. Slowly he began to remember how she used to be strong, full of joy, and how her love made all the animals so full of life. Because he cared for her and also because he wanted to feel close again, one night in the second week he touched her with affection. Petra Coates did not respond.
"Go to sleep," she whispered. "This is not the right time for that."
Aureliano Segundo looked at himself in the mirrors on the ceiling. He saw Petra's thin back and realized she was right, not because of the rain, but because they were both old and tired. Then he went back home with his bags. He thought that not only Úrsula but everyone in Macondo was waiting for the skies to clear so they could die. He saw people sitting in their houses, silent, with their hands crossed. Time passed slowly and endlessly. They did not count days or months anymore. All they could do was watch the rain fall. When Aureliano Segundo came home, the children were happy. He played his wheezing accordion for them again. They liked it, but they were more interested when he read from the encyclopedia. They all sat together in Mime's room while he told stories. In those stories, he turned a big airship into a flying elephant searching for a place to sleep in the clouds. One day he saw a picture of a man on a horse. The man's clothes looked strange, but his face felt familiar. After looking closely, Aureliano Segundo thought the man looked like Colonel Aureliano Buendía. He showed the picture to Fernanda. She agreed that the horseman looked not only like the colonel but like everyone in their family. But in truth, the picture was of a Tartar warrior. Time passed quietly with the Colossus of Rhodes and the snake charmers until his wife told him there were only 3 pounds of dried meat and 1 sack of rice left in the kitchen.
"What do you want me to do about it?" he asked.
"I don't know," Fernanda said. "That is for men to decide."
"Well," Aureliano Segundo said, "I will do something when the rain stops."
He cared more about reading the encyclopedia than about the food problem. Even when lunch was only a small piece of meat and a little rice, he said, "It is impossible to do anything now. It will not rain forever." But as the food ran out, Fernanda became more and more upset. Her anger grew until one morning she began talking in a slow, low voice that kept rising all day. Her voice became stronger and louder. The next morning, after breakfast, Aureliano Segundo felt a strange noise in his ears. It was like buzzing, louder than the rain. Then he saw Fernanda walking around the house, complaining about everything.
She said she had been raised like a queen, but now she lived like a servant in a crazy house. Her husband was lazy and waited for food to come from heaven while she worked hard every day. She said she tried to keep their home together even when it was falling apart. She worked from morning until night, always tired, with eyes that felt full of sand. And still, no one ever said to her, "Good morning, Fernanda. Did you sleep well?"
Nor had anyone asked her why she looked so pale. No one even asked why she had dark circles under her eyes. She was not surprised, because her family had always disliked her. They called her useless and said unkind things about her behind her back. They often gave her cruel names. They called her church mouse. They called her Pharisee. They called her crafty. Even Amaranta, may she rest in peace, had said terrible things about her. She had said that she was a fool who did not know what she was doing. The woman accepted all this quietly for the sake of her faith. But she could not bear it anymore when José Arcadio Segundo insulted her. He said the family was cursed because it had welcomed a proud Highlander. He meant her. She was a lady of noble birth, goddaughter of the Duke of Alba. She felt he had no right to call her such names. She came from a great family. Her family name was famous in Spain. She thought she was the only real lady in that town of mixed people. She even knew the right way to use silverware. Her husband made fun of her fine manners. He said she used too many forks and spoons, as if she were a centipede. She could tell the white wine from the red wine without looking. She knew the right glass for each one. She remembered how Amaranta had thought white wine was for day and red for night. She found that ridiculous. She was the only woman on the coast who even used golden pots in her room. Colonel Aureliano Buendía, may he rest in peace, mocked her about it. He asked her if she thought she was too good for normal things. Her daughter Renata once saw inside one of those pots. She said it did not matter if the pot was gold. She said what was inside was still filth. Her own daughter had said that. From then on, she knew her family would never respect her. Still, she thought her husband should treat her better. He was her husband and her partner in life. He had taken her away from her fine home. She had been happy there and wanted for nothing. She spent her time making wreaths for fun. Her godfather had sent a letter saying her hands were meant for music, not work. But her husband ignored that. He took her to a hot and unpleasant town where it was hard to breathe. Before her holy fast was finished, he left her. He took his trunks and accordion and went off with another woman. The other woman behaved badly and showed her body shamelessly. She was nothing like his wife. The wife had always been proper and faithful. She obeyed God's laws and lived with dignity. Her husband could not behave with her as he did with the other woman. That other woman was ready for anything without shame. She said that only bad luck could have made her the wife of such a man. Her father, Don Fernando del Carpio, had been a good Christian and knight. He was said to have received from God the grace to rest with his body untouched after death.
That is not true, Aureliano II said. He was already beginning to smell when they brought him here.
He listened to her the whole day until she made a mistake. Fernanda did not seem to care, but she started to speak more quietly. That night, while they ate dinner, her endless talking was louder than the rain. Aureliano II hardly ate anything. He kept his head down and went to bed early. The next morning Fernanda was shaking. She looked tired, as if she had not slept. She seemed angry and worn out. When her husband asked if there were any soft-boiled eggs, she did not simply say that the eggs were finished last week. Instead, she spoke for a long time, complaining about men who did nothing and still wanted rich food at the table. Aureliano II then took the children to look at the encyclopedia, as he always did. Fernanda pretended to clean Mime's room so she could keep grumbling. She said it was shameful that he told the children the book had a picture of Colonel Aureliano Buendía. In the afternoon the children were sleeping. Aureliano II sat outside on the porch. Fernanda followed him there. She kept talking and bothering him. She said that while there was nothing to eat in the house, her husband sat there watching the rain like some lazy lord. She called him useless and weak. She said he lived off women and believed he had married the wife of Jonah, who only cared about stories of whales. Aureliano II listened without saying a word for more than 2 hours. He looked calm, like someone who could not hear. At last, late in the day, his head hurt from her voice. He could not stand it anymore.
Please stop talking, he said.
Fernanda spoke louder. I have no reason to stop, she said. If you don't want to listen, go somewhere else.
Then Aureliano II lost control. He stood up slowly, as if he was only going to stretch. Then, with steady anger, he started breaking things. He took the flower pots one by one and threw them down. Fernanda became afraid. She realized too late that her endless talking had pushed him too far. Aureliano II kept breaking everything in the house. He broke the glass door, took out the plates, and smashed them on the floor. He broke the crystal glasses, the painted vases, the pictures, and the mirrors. He moved from room to room until he broke the big jar in the kitchen. It fell and made a loud sound. After that, he washed his hands. He covered himself with a cloth and left. Before midnight, he came back with food, dried meat, rice, old corn, and thin bananas. From that moment, there was always food again. Amaranta, Ursula, and little Aureliano always remembered that rainy time as happy days. Even though Fernanda was strict, the children played in the puddles. They caught small lizards, opened them, and pretended to make strange potions with butterfly dust when Santa Sofia de la Piedad was not looking. Their favorite plaything was Ursula. To them she looked like a big, broken doll. They carried her from corner to corner, wrapping her in colored cloth and painting her face with soot and red dye. Once they even tried to take out her eyes with the garden scissors as they had done with frogs. They were most excited when her thoughts wandered. Something changed in Ursula's mind during the 3rd year of the reign. She began to forget who she was and mixed the present with old memories. Once, she cried for 3 days over the death of her great-grandmother, Petronila Iguarán, who had been buried many years before. Ursula was losing her mind. She became so confused that she thought little Aureliano was her son, the colonel, when he was a child seeing ice for the first time. She believed that José Arcadio, who was studying in the seminary, was her eldest son who had gone away with the gypsies. She talked constantly about the family. The children started to imagine visits from people who had died long ago or lived in different times. Ursula sat on her bed with her hair covered in ashes and a red scarf around her face. She smiled while listening to the children describe these visitors. They spoke as if they had really known the dead relatives. Ursula spoke happily with her ancestors. She imagined stories from before she was born and cried with them over deaths that happened long after they were gone. The children noticed something strange. During these pretend visits, Ursula always asked about the person who had brought a large plaster statue of St. Joseph to the house to keep until the rain stopped. Through this talk, Aureliano II remembered that a treasure was buried somewhere, and only Ursula knew where. He tried many clever ways to get the secret from her, but she stayed sharp enough to keep it hidden. She said she would only tell the person who could prove he was the true owner of the gold.
She was so careful that when Aureliano II told one of his drinking friends to pretend to be the owner, she quickly caught him in her careful questioning. Aureliano II then believed she would carry the secret to her grave. He hired workers and said they were making drainage canals, but really he was searching for the treasure. He pushed iron bars into the ground and used metal detectors. For 3 months he searched, but he found nothing.
Later he went to Pilar Ternera and asked for help with her cards. She told him that Ursula must be the one to cut them, or else it would not work. Then she said the treasure was real. She described it exactly: 7,214 gold coins and 3 canvas sacks tied with copper wire. It was buried in a circle around Ursula's bed, 388 feet wide. But she warned that it would only appear when the rain ended and 3 summers had turned the mud into dust.
Her strange details sounded to Aureliano II like stories from spirit people, yet he continued hunting. It was August, and he knew he must wait 3 years before the prediction could come true. The first thing that surprised him was that the distance from Ursula's bed to the back wall was exactly 388 feet. Fernanda feared that he was losing his mind like his twin brother when she saw him measuring everything. She became even more worried when he told the workers to dig 3 feet deeper. He worked day and night, forgetting food and rest, his body getting thinner. He began to look more and more like his twin again, with the same faraway eyes and quiet manner. He no longer paid attention to the children. He ate at strange hours and sat dirty and tired in the kitchen corner. He rarely answered when Santa Sofia de la Piedad spoke to him.
Fernanda watched him and was shocked. She had never seen him work like that before. She thought his stubbornness was actually hard work and devotion. She felt guilty for all the cruel things she had said about his laziness.
But Aureliano II did not care about kindness anymore. He was lost in his crazy digging, surrounded by bottles and dead flowers. He threw dirt everywhere after finishing with the courtyard and the backyard. He dug so deep under the east wing of the house that one night they all woke up in fear.
It looked like an earthquake. The ground shook and strange sounds came from under the earth. 3 rooms fell down and a large crack opened from the porch to Fernanda's room. Aureliano Segundo did not stop searching. Even when he had no hope left, he kept working. He fixed the broken foundation, filled the crack with mortar, and went on digging to the west side. He was still working 2 weeks later, in June, when the rain began to stop. The clouds started to move away, and soon it was clear that the sky was opening. On Friday, at 2 in the afternoon, the sun appeared red and bright. It looked hard and dry like brick dust but felt cool like water. Then the rain stopped, and for 10 years there was no rain again. Macondo was in ruins. The streets were wet and dirty. Old furniture lay broken there. Animal bones were covered with red flowers. The people who had come during the banana time had now run away. They fled as wildly as they had first arrived. The houses built quickly during the banana fever stood empty. The banana company destroyed its buildings. Only ruins were left of the old city. Wooden houses and cool terraces where people used to play cards were gone. It looked as if a great wind had already started to erase the town from the world. The only human thing left was a glove from Patricia Brown inside a car covered with wild flowers. The land that José Arcadio Buendía had explored when he founded the town was now a swamp. It was full of rotten plants. Far away, near the horizon, one could see white sea foam. On the first Sunday after the storm, Aureliano Segundo felt sad. He put on dry clothes and walked into town to see what was left. Some people had survived. They were the same people who had lived there before the disaster. They sat in the middle of the street, enjoying the first sunshine. Green marks still showed on their skin from algae, and they smelled damp. But they were happy to see their town again. The street of the Turks looked like it did long ago. Long before, Arab traders had stopped there on their wide journeys. They sold small things and rested there for a while. Now, after the long rain, their shops were broken. The goods were spoiled. The cloth on the doors was covered with mold. The wooden counters had termites. The walls were weak and wet. Still, the Arabs of the third generation sat there quietly in the same places. They looked calm and strong, like their fathers and grandfathers. Time and disaster did not seem to change them. They looked as alive or as dead as they had during the time of the plague and the long wars. Aureliano Segundo admired their courage among the ruins of the old game tables and food stands. He asked them, very simply, how they had stayed alive through the storm.
"How did you survive?" he asked. "What did you do so you did not drown?"
One after another, each man smiled and looked far away. All gave the same answer. "Swimming," they said.
Petra Coates was perhaps the only native who had an Arab heart. She had seen her stables destroyed and her barns taken away by the storm, but her house was still standing. In the second year, she sent many messages to Aureliano Segundo, begging him to come. He replied that he did not know when he would return, but he would bring a box of gold coins to cover her bedroom floor. Then Petra looked deep inside her heart and tried to find strength to live through her bad luck. She felt calm but strong anger and promised that she would bring back the fortune her lover had wasted and the storm had taken away. Her decision was so firm that 8 months later, Aureliano Segundo came back. He found her thin and tired, with swollen eyes and rough skin, but she was writing numbers on small papers for a raffle. Aureliano Segundo was surprised. He looked so serious and dirty that Petra almost thought he was his twin brother, not the man she had loved all her life.
"You are crazy," he said.
"Are you planning to raffle bones?"
Then Petra told him to go and look in the bedroom. When he did, he saw a mule. Its skin was close to its bones, just like Petra's, but it was alive and strong. Petra had kept it alive with her anger. When she had no more hay or corn or roots, she took it into her bedroom. She fed it the sheets, rugs, bedspreads, curtains, and even the fine canopy from her bed.
Chapter 17. Úrsula had to make a great effort to keep her promise to die when the sky cleared. During the long rain, she had few moments when she felt clear in her mind, But after August, when the wind came, those moments happened more often. The dry wind killed the rose bushes and hardened the mud. Dust covered the roofs, the trees, and everything in Macondo. Ursula cried when she understood that for more than 3 years the children had treated her like a toy. She washed the paint from her face and took off the bright cloths, the dried lizards and frogs, and the old necklaces that they had hung on her. For the first time since Amaranta's death, she got out of bed without help and tried to be part of the family again. Her strong spirit guided her through the dark. People saw her move slowly and often bump into things, but they thought she only had trouble walking. They did not know she was blind. She did not need her eyes to know that the garden was destroyed by the rain and by Aureliano Segundo's digging. The walls and floors were cracked, the furniture soft and faded, the doors broken, and the whole family filled with sadness and hopelessness. She walked through the empty rooms, feeling her way with her hands. She could hear the termites eating the wood, the moths cutting the clothes, and the big red ants under the floor destroying the house. One day she opened the trunk where the holy figures were kept. She asked Santa Sofia de la Piedad to help her because cockroaches jumped on her and the clothes inside had turned to dust.
A person cannot live with such neglect, she said. If we stay like this, the animals will eat us alive.
From then on, she did not rest for even a moment. She woke up before sunrise and used anyone she could find to help, even the children. She put the few good clothes out in the sun. She fought the cockroaches with strong insect spray. She cleaned the doors and windows where termites had made holes. She killed the ants in their nests with quicklime. Her strong wish to fix the house made her go into the forgotten rooms. She cleared the dust and webs in the room where José Arcadio Buendía had once lost his mind while looking for the philosopher's stone. She arranged the silver shop that the soldiers had ruined. At last, she asked for the keys to Melquid's room to see how it looked. Santa Sofia de la Piedad tried many ways to stop Ursula from entering, because José Arcadio Segundo had said no one should go inside unless he was dead. But Ursula was too determined. She would not allow even one corner of the house to belong to insects. After 3 days of trying, she finally made them open the door. She held onto the door frame because the bad smell almost made her fall. Then she remembered that the schoolgirl's 72 chamber pots were in that room, and that one rainy night the soldiers had looked for José Arcadio Segundo there but did not find him.
Lord help us, she said. So much work teaching you good manners, and now you live like a pig.
José Arcadio Segundo was sitting inside, still reading the old parchments. In his tangled hair only his teeth and still eyes could be seen. When he heard his great-grandmother's voice, he turned his head toward the door. He tried to smile. He said an old phrase of Ursula's without knowing it. "What did you expect?" he murmured. "Time passes."
That's true, Ursula said, but not so much.
When she said it, she felt cold inside. She remembered that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had said the same words before he died. She understood that time was not really passing. It was moving in a circle. Still, she did not give up. She scolded José Arcadio Segundo like a child. She told him to take a bath, shave, and help clean the house.
But José Arcadio Segundo became afraid. He shouted that he would never leave that room. He said he did not want to see the train that left Macondo each evening, carrying dead people toward the sea. They were all from the station, he shouted. 3408.
Ursula understood then that he lived in a world of shadows, deeper and more lonely than hers. He was like his great-grandfather, far away from everyone. So she left him in the room. She only asked the others not to lock the door, to clean it each day, throw away the chamber pots except one, and keep José Arcadio Segundo clean like his great-grandfather had been when he lived under the chestnut tree. At first, Fernanda thought Ursula was losing her mind. She became irritated by all the noise and movement. But then José Arcadio sent a message that he would come from Rome before becoming a priest. The news made Fernanda very happy. She started watering the flowers 4 times a day so her son would find the house beautiful. That hope made her write more letters to the invisible doctors. She also replaced the plants on the porch before Ursula noticed that Aureliano Segundo had destroyed them. Later she sold the silver dishes and bought ceramic plates, pewter bowls, and simple spoons. She also bought tablecloths made of alpaca. In this way the house became poor, but she did not care. She only wanted everything to look neat for José Arcadio's visit.
Ursula always wanted more. Open the windows and doors, she shouted. Cook meat and fish. Buy the biggest turtles you can find. Let strangers come into the house. Let them sit anywhere, eat all they want, and walk with dirty boots. Let them do anything, because that is the only way to stop the rain.
But her wish did not come true. She was too old and did not have the strength to make new miracles. None of her family had her energy. The house stayed closed because Fernanda wanted it that way. Aureliano Segundo took his trunks back to Petra Coates's house. He had very little money, just enough to make sure his family did not go hungry. He and Petra Coates sold a mule in a raffle and bought more animals. With those animals, they started a simple lottery business. Aureliano Segundo went from house to sell tickets. He painted each ticket with bright colors to make them look nice. Many people bought them, some because they felt thankful, and others because they felt sorry for him. But even those who felt pity still had a chance to win something. They could win a pig for 20 cents or a calf for 32 cents. Every Tuesday night, people came to Petra Coates's yard full of hope. A child would pull a small paper number from a bag to choose the winner. Soon it became like a small fair. At sunset, food and drink stands appeared in the yard. When someone won an animal, they often cooked it right there. Others brought music and liquor so people could celebrate together. Without planning it, Aureliano Segundo began to play his accordion again. He also joined small eating contests. Those simple parties reminded him of the happy times in the past. He now saw how tired and sad he had become. He also noticed that he had lost much of his old energy and skill. He was no longer the lively man he used to be. He had changed a lot. He had lost much weight, and his face looked thin and tired. He often felt bored and weak. But for Petra Coates, he was the best man she had ever known at that time. She loved him more now, maybe because she felt both love and pity. They also shared the same sadness, which brought them close together. Their old bed was no longer a place for wild love. It became a quiet, warm place where they rested together. The mirrors were sold long ago to buy animals for the lottery. The colorful fabrics had been eaten by a mule. Now they stayed up very late, like two kind old people who could not sleep. They counted money carefully and saved little coins that they used to waste before. Sometimes the rooster would crow as they moved coins from one pile to another. They planned what every coin would pay for. Some money was for Fernanda's happiness. Some was for shoes for Amaranta Ursula. Some was for Santa Sofia de la Piedad, who had not had a new dress for years. They saved a little for a coffin, in case Ursula died. They kept some for coffee, which cost more every few months. They saved for sugar, which didn't taste as sweet anymore. They saved for wood that was still wet, and for paper and colored ink for tickets. Whatever was left went to pay the winner of the April calf raffle. They had luckily saved the calf's hide when the poor animal got sick. Although they had very little, they were kind. They always saved the biggest part for Fernanda. It wasn't out of guilt or pity. They simply cared more for her than for themselves. Deep inside, without noticing it, they both thought of Fernanda as the daughter they had wanted but never had. Once they ate only bread crumbs for 3 days so that Fernanda could buy a nice tablecloth. Still, no matter how hard they worked or how carefully they saved, they never seemed to have enough money. Even their guardian angels seemed too tired to help. They kept counting coins, hoping the total would be enough to live on. When things didn't go well, they sat and wondered. Why did the animals stop having young ones? Why did money disappear so quickly? Why did people who used to throw away bills now complain about paying 12 cents for a raffle ticket? Aureliano Segundo thought the problem might not be in the world. He felt that something inside Petra Coates had changed during the flood. Maybe that had made the animals weak and the money vanish. He wanted to understand her heart. When he looked deep into her feelings, he found not trouble but love. When he tried to make her love him again, he fell in love with her himself. Petra Coates also loved him more as she saw his love grow. So, in their later years, she remembered a young belief that being poor could still be full of love. They looked back on the days of parties, money, and wild passion with regret. They wished they had found peace earlier. Now they built a quiet paradise, just for the two of them. After many years, they loved each other deeply. They felt joy when sharing a meal or when lying together in bed. Even when they were old and tired, they were like children again. They laughed and played together happily. The raffles did not bring them much success. At first, Aureliano Segundo locked himself in his old office for 3 days a week. He worked hard painting tickets, red cows, green pigs, or blue hens, depending on the prize. He tried to make the numbers look like real print. He wrote the names that Petra Coates chose for each one. The business Divine Providence raffles. With time, he became very tired because he had to make almost 2,000 tickets every week. So he made rubber stamps for the animals, names, and numbers. Then his work became easier because he only had to press the stamps on colored pads. In his last years, he tried to use riddles instead of numbers. He wanted everyone who guessed right to win the prize together. But the system was too hard and people did not trust it. He stopped it after trying twice. Aureliano Segundo was very busy keeping the raffles famous. He had little time to spend with his children. Fernanda sent Amaranta Ursula to a small private school with only 6 girls. But she did not let Aureliano go to a public school. She thought she had already given in too much by letting him leave his room. Also, public schools accepted only children of real Catholic couples. On Aureliano's birth paper, he was written as a foundling, a child without parents. So he stayed at home, watched by Santa Sofia de la Piedad's kind eyes and Ursula's confused mind. He learned whatever his grandmothers taught him. He was thin and gentle, with a sharp curiosity that made grown-ups nervous. But his eyes looked different from the colonel's eyes when he was young. The boy's eyes blinked often and seemed distracted. While Amaranta Ursula was in kindergarten, he played in the garden catching worms and insects. Once, Fernanda saw him putting scorpions in a box because he wanted to hide it in Ursula's bed. She locked him in Mime's old room. He spent his lonely time looking at pictures in the encyclopedia. One afternoon, Ursula found him there while she walked through the house sprinkling water. She looked at him and asked who he was.
"I'm Aureliano Buendía," he said.
"That's right," she replied. "Now it's time for you to learn how to work with silver."
She had mixed him up with her son again. The warm wind that had once helped her think clearly after the flood had gone. Her mind never became normal again. When Ursula went into her room, she saw her relatives sitting there as if they were visiting. Petronila Iguarán wore her formal clothes. Tranquilina Maria Miniata Alacoque Buendía was fanning herself in her rocking chair. Her great-grandfather Aureliano Arcadio Buendía sat with his old soldier coat. Her father, Aureliano Iguarán, was there too, the one who invented a prayer to cure cows. Her quiet mother sat near them. Her cousin with the pig's tail was there, and José Arcadio Buendía, and her dead sons. They all sat in a line of chairs along the wall as if there was a wake, not a visit. Ursula talked and laughed softly with all of them, speaking about things from other places and times. When Amaranta Ursula came back from school and Aureliano stopped reading, they found her still talking alone, lost among memories. Once she cried out, "Fire!" Everyone became scared for a moment. But she was only remembering a barn that burned when she was 4 years old. Little by little, she mixed her past and present so much that no one knew if she was speaking about memories or about her feelings. Her body began to change. She became smaller every day. Her skin dried, and she looked like a tiny raisin inside her nightgown. Her thin arm stayed in the air, like the hand of a monkey. She lay still for many days. Santa Sofia de la Piedad shook her gently to see if she was alive, then held her and gave her sugar water with a spoon. She looked like a very old baby. Amaranta Ursula and Aureliano carried her in and out of the room. They put her on the altar to compare her size with the Christ figure. One afternoon, they hid her in a pantry closet where rats could have hurt her. One Palm Sunday, while Fernanda was at church, they went into the bedroom. They carried Ursula out by her neck and ankles.
Poor great-great-grandmother, Amaranta Ursula said. She died because she was so old.
Ursula was shocked. I'm alive, she said. You can see me.
Amaranta Ursula tried not to laugh. She is not even breathing, she said.
I'm talking. Ursula shouted.
Aureliano looked and said, She cannot talk. She died like a little cricket.
Then Ursula finally understood what was happening.
A euro, oh me God, a euro, she said softly. A euro, oh so this is what it feels like to be dead. A euro.
She began to pray without stopping. Her prayer lasted for more than 2 days. She asked God for many things, and her words became mixed and confused. She prayed for help with the red ants that might destroy the house. She asked that the lamp near Remedios Euro photo should always keep burning. She also asked that no Buendía should ever marry someone from the same family, or their children would be born with a Piga Euro's tail. Aureliano Segundo tried to use her confused state to ask about the place where she had hidden the gold. But she did not answer him.
A euro, when the real owner appears, a euro, Ursula said. A euro, God will show him the way. A euro.
Santa Sofá de la Piedad thought that Ursula might die at any moment. She saw strange things around the house. The roses smelled wrong. Some chickpeas fell on the floor, and the beans arranged themselves in a perfect star shape. One night she saw bright orange circles moving across the sky. They found Ursula dead on Good Friday morning. The last time someone helped her count her age, she thought she was between 115 and 122 years old. Her coffin was very small, almost the size of the basket that once carried baby Aureliano. Few people came to her funeral, because not many were still alive who remembered her. It was also terribly hot that day. The birds were so confused by the heat that they flew into walls and broke the window screens, dying inside houses. At first, people thought there was a plague. The women grew tired of cleaning so many dead birds, especially in the afternoons. The men threw the birds into the river by the cartload.
On Easter Sunday, the old priest, Father Antonio Isabel, spoke in church. He said that the birds had died because of the evil power of a cursed wanderer he called the Wandering Jew. He said he had seen this creature the night before. He described it as half goat and half woman, a horrible being whose breath burned the air and whose eyes made new brides give birth to monsters.
Most people did not believe him because he was very old and spoke strangely. But one woman saw strange footprints at dawn on Wednesday. They were from a creature walking on 2 legs, with 1 foot split like a hoof. The sign was so clear that those who saw it believed a frightening beast really existed. People began to set traps in their courtyards. 2 weeks after Ursula's death, Petra Coates and Aureliano Segundo woke up scared. They heard a loud sound, like a calf crying nearby. When they ran outside, men were taking a strange creature out of a pit with sharp sticks at the bottom. The animal stopped crying. It was heavy like an ox but not taller than a young bull. Green thick liquid flowed from its wounds. Its body was covered with hard hair and many small insects. Its skin looked rough and had parts like fish scales. But its human parts looked more like those of a weak angel. It had thin, quick hands and sad eyes. On its back there were 2 old scars where strong wings had once been cut off. They hung the creature upside down from a tree in the town square so everyone could see it. When it began to rot, they burned it. No one could decide if it was more animal or human. No one ever proved that the creature had killed the birds. The married women did not give birth to monsters, and the heat did not change. At the end of that year, Rebecca died. Her servant Aga copyright symbol Nida asked for help from the officials to break open the door. Rebecca had locked herself inside her room for 3 days. When they entered, they found her lying alone on the bed. She was curled up, bald from sickness, and had her finger in her mouth. Aureliano Segundo arranged her funeral and tried to fix the house to sell it. But the damage was too great. When they painted the walls, they turned rough again. Weeds broke the floor, and ivy ruined the beams. Nothing could stop the house from falling apart. That was how things happened after the Great Flood. The people became lazy, and their memories slowly disappeared. They forgot many things as time passed. On another anniversary of the Treaty of Neerlandia, some men came from the president to Macondo. They wanted to give an award that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had refused many times. The men spent an entire afternoon trying to find one of his family members.
Aureliano II thought about accepting the medal. He believed it was made of real gold.
But Petra Coates told him it was not right to take it.
The visitors already had speeches and papers prepared for the ceremony. Around that time, the gypsies came back to town. They were the last students of Melquid science. They found Macondo tired and forgotten. The people lived far from the world. The gypsies again walked through the houses carrying heavy pieces of metal that attracted everything. They said it was a new invention. They used their big glass to make the sun's light stronger, and many people stood watching in surprise as pots and kettles jumped and moved. Some people even paid money to see an old gypsy woman put in her false teeth and take them out again. Now only one broken yellow train came to the town. It did not bring people or take them away. It stopped for a short time at the empty station. That was all that remained of the long trains that once carried Mr. Brown's fancy coach and the fruit cars that took hours to pass. Churchmen came to learn about the strange death of the birds and the story of the man called the Wandering Jew. They found Father Antonio Isabel playing a game with children. They thought his report was not real. They took him away to an asylum. Soon, another priest arrived, Father Augusto Angel. He was brave and full of energy. He rang the bells many times each day and went from house to house calling people to Mass. But before a year passed, even he grew tired. The heat and dust made everything old and sleepy. After lunch, people rested and no one wanted to move. When Ursula died, the house became quiet and forgotten again. Even Amaranta Ursula, who was strong and full of life, could not change that. Many years later, she tried to make the house happy again. She was a modern woman who liked freedom. She opened the windows and doors to let wind and sun come in. She cleaned the garden and killed the red ants that walked across the porch. She did everything to bring back the old warm spirit of the house, but she could not. Fernanda stayed closed inside her world. Her sad and strict heart stopped Ursula's strong spirit. She did not open the doors when the dry wind blew. She even covered the windows with wooden crosses because her father told her she must live like a dead woman. Her letters to the invisible doctors were useless. They never helped her. Fernanda waited through many delays before she followed the strange plan. On the night they had agreed, she closed herself in her room. She lay under a white sheet with her head pointing north. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she felt something cold on her face, like a cloth covered with icy water. When she woke up, the sun was shining through the window. She felt a sharp pain that started low on her body and went up to her chest. She wanted to rest as the doctors had told her, but a letter arrived. It was from the invisible doctors. They wrote that they had examined her for 6 hours but found nothing connected to the symptoms she had described. They said she only had a small problem inside her body that could be helped with a medical device called a pessary. Fernanda felt confused because she did not know that word. She tried to write to them again to ask for an explanation, but they never answered. She felt tired and ashamed. At last, she decided to ask what a pessary was. Then she learned that the doctor who had treated her had died. He had taken his own life months before and had been buried by an old friend of Colonel Aureliano Buendía.
Fernanda spoke about it with her son José Arcadio.
He sent her the pessaries from Rome and a small paper that explained how to use them. She read it carefully, remembered everything, and then threw it away so that nobody could know her secret. But her careful action meant little because the people in the house hardly noticed her.
Santa Sofia de la Piedad was old and quiet. She cooked simple meals and cared for José Arcadio II.
Amaranta Ursula had grown into a kind and lively young woman. She studied hard and seemed wise for her age. Her effort made Aureliano II hopeful again, as his other daughter Meme had once done. He promised to send Amaranta Ursula to Brussels to finish her studies. This old dream made him try to bring life back to the farms that had been destroyed by the long rains.
Aureliano II came home only to see Amaranta Ursula. He had grown distant from Fernanda. The boy Aureliano was quiet and spent more time alone as he grew older. Aureliano II believed Fernanda would become kinder with age and would let the boy live freely in town. He thought people would not care about his birth or ask questions. But the boy did not want to go out. He liked to stay in the house, far from others.
When Ursula opened the door to Melquid's old room again, the boy often stood nearby. He looked through the half-open door, curious. Soon he became close to José Arcadio II, and they shared a quiet friendship. Aureliano II learned about this friendship much later when he heard the boy speaking of terrible events at the station.
One day, someone at the table said that the town had become poor after the banana company had gone away.
The boy spoke calmly and disagreed. He said the town had been strong and rich until the company came and ruined everything. He said the engineers had caused a great rain to escape their promises to the workers. He explained things clearly, like an adult.
Fernanda thought his words were shocking. He spoke of soldiers killing thousands of workers and throwing their bodies into the sea. She was horrified and told him not to say such things. She feared he had dangerous ideas like Colonel Aureliano Buendía.
But Aureliano II believed the boy was right. He remembered hearing the same story from his twin brother.
Everyone thought José Arcadio II was crazy, but at that time, he was actually the most clear-minded person in the house. He taught little Aureliano to read and write. He showed him how to study the old papers. He also gave him his own idea about what the banana company had done to Macondo. Later, when Aureliano grew up and told the story to others, they thought he was imagining things. His version was very different from the one written by the historians. In a small closed room where no air, dust, or heat could enter, the two often worked together. They saw the image of an old man sitting with his back to the window. He wore a wide hat that looked like black wings. He spoke about the world before they were born. They both said that in that room it was always March and always Monday. Then they understood that José Arcadio Buendía had not been mad, as the family said. He was the only one who had seen the truth. Time could also fall and break, leaving part of itself forever in one place. José Arcadio II managed to put the strange letters of the parchments in order. He thought they belonged to an alphabet of around 50 signs. When separated, the marks looked like simple scratches. In Melquid's handwriting, however, they looked like clothes hanging on a line. Aureliano remembered seeing a similar chart in the English encyclopedia. He brought the book and compared it with José Arcadio II's work. They matched exactly. Around the time of the lottery, Aureliano II began waking up with pain in his throat. It felt like he wanted to cry but could not. Petra Coates thought it was another problem caused by their hard times. Every morning for more than a year, she touched his mouth with honey and gave him radish syrup. When he could hardly breathe, Aureliano II went to see Pilar Ternera for help. She was very old now, almost 100, still running her small secret place. She did not believe in healing herbs, so she used her cards instead. She saw the Queen of Diamonds with a wounded throat. She understood that Fernanda wanted her husband back home and had tried some kind of magic spell. But because she did not know how to use those dark arts, she had caused harm instead. Aureliano II looked for the picture that Fernanda used. He only had his wedding photos, all kept in the family album. So he searched the whole house when Fernanda was not there. In the bottom of a drawer he found several small red rubber rings still in their boxes. He thought they were used for witchcraft. He took them to Pilar Ternera for advice. She did not know what they were, but she felt they were dangerous. She burned them in a fire in the yard. To break Fernanda's supposed curse, she told Aureliano II to soak a sitting hen and bury it alive under the chestnut tree. He did so with much faith. When he covered the earth with dry leaves, he already felt he could breathe. Fernanda, meanwhile, thought the missing things were taken by invisible doctors. She sewed a small pocket inside her dress and kept new ones that her son had sent. 6 months later, Aureliano Segundo woke up at night coughing hard. He felt like something inside him was holding his throat tightly. Then he understood that all the magic objects and buried hens had not helped him. The sad truth was that he was dying. He told no one. He was afraid he would die before sending his daughter Amaranta Ursula to Brussels. So he worked harder than ever. He made 3 raffles each week instead of 1. Every morning he went through the town, even the poor parts, selling tickets with great effort.
"This is divine providence," he shouted. "Don't miss it. It only comes once in 100 years.
He tried to look happy and friendly. He talked a lot and smiled. But his face was pale, and sweat ran down his skin. It was easy to see that he did not really feel happy. Sometimes he went to empty places where no one could see him. He sat there to rest because he felt terrible inside. It was like something was hurting his heart. Even at midnight, he walked in the part of the city with bars and lights. He spoke to sad women who sat alone beside their music players. He tried to make them feel better.
"This number did not win for 4 months," he said and showed them some tickets. "Do not lose it. Life is shorter than you think."
They stopped respecting him. They joked about him and called him Mr. Divine Providence instead of Don Aureliano. He kept hearing his own voice sound strange. It went out of tune and later became rough and low, like a dog's growl. Still, he wanted people to keep their hope when they came to Petra Cates's yard. When his voice was almost gone and his pain kept growing, he understood something. He saw that his daughter would not go to Brussels because of the small raffles for animals. So he planned a big raffle for the lands ruined by the flood. He thought someone rich could repair them easily. The idea was so great that the mayor helped him. He announced it to everyone. A new group started to sell tickets for 100 pesos. The tickets were gone in less than 7 days. When the winners were announced, people made a big party. It was as happy as the days when the banana company was strong. Aureliano Segundo played his accordion and played old songs of Francisco the Man. He could not sing anymore, but he played for the last time. 2 months later, Amaranta Ursula went to Brussels. Aureliano Segundo gave her the money from the raffle and his savings. He also gave her what he got from selling the pianola, the clavichord, and other broken things. He thought the money would be enough for her studies. She only needed money for her trip home later. Fernanda did not want her to go. She was upset because Brussels was close to Paris, which she thought was full of bad things. But she calmed down when Father Angel gave her a letter for a boarding house run by nuns. Amaranta Ursula promised to stay there until she finished her studies. The priest also found kind Franciscan nuns traveling to Toledo. They would help her find safe people to travel with to Belgium. While all the letters were being sent to make her trip possible, Aureliano Segundo and Petra Cates packed her bags. One night they were filling one of Fernanda's bridal trunks. Everything was set in order. Amaranta Ursula knew which dresses and slippers to wear during the long trip. She knew about a blue coat with copper buttons and brown shoes for her arrival. They taught her how to walk carefully up the gangplank so she would not fall in the water. She must stay close to the nuns all the time. She should not leave her cabin except for meals. She must never answer questions from strangers on the ship. She carried medicine for seasickness and a small notebook written by Father Angel. It had 6 prayers to say during storms. Fernanda made her a belt from canvas to hold her money safely. She was told to wear it even when she slept. Fernanda also tried to give her a small chamber pot cleaned with lye and alcohol. Amaranta Ursula refused because she thought her school friends would laugh at her. Some months later, when Aureliano Segundo was dying, he remembered her. He saw her again in his mind as she tried to open the window of the train before leaving. She wanted to hear Fernanda's last words. She wore a pink silk dress with small flowers pinned to her shoulder. She had brown shoes with buckles and low heels, and smooth stockings held by garters. Her body was slim, her hair long and loose. Her bright eyes looked like Ursula's eyes when she was young. She said goodbye without crying or smiling. That showed her strong spirit. Aureliano walked beside the train as it started to move. He held Fernanda's arms so she would not fall. He waved quickly while his daughter blew him a kiss from her fingers. The two parents stood still in the hot sun. They watched the train until it disappeared in the far horizon. They linked arms for the first time since their wedding day. On August 9th, before a letter arrived from Brussels, José Arcadio II was talking to Aureliano in Melquid's room. Without knowing it, he said quietly,
"Always remember there were more than 3,000, and they were thrown into the sea."
Then he fell back on the papers and died with his eyes open. At the same moment, his twin brother died in Fernanda's bed after a long and painful illness that made his throat very sore. A week earlier he had come home with no voice and could hardly breathe. He was very thin and weak. He brought his bags and his old accordion because he wanted to keep his promise to die beside his wife. Petra Coates helped him put his clothes in a suitcase and said goodbye. She did not cry, but she forgot to give him the shiny black shoes he wanted to wear in his coffin. When she heard that he was dead, she put on a black dress. She wrapped the shoes in a newspaper and went to ask Fernanda if she could see his body. Fernanda did not let her enter.
"Please try to understand me," Petra Coates said. "Think how much I loved him to suffer this shame."
"There is no shame that a lover does not deserve," Fernanda said. "So wait until one of your other men dies and give the shoes to him."
In fulfillment of her promise, Santa Sofia de la Piedad cut José Arcadio II's throat after he died. She wanted to be sure he was not buried alive. The two bodies were placed in coffins that looked the same. When people saw them, they noticed that the twins looked alike once again, just as they had before they grew up. Aureliano II's old friends put a wreath on his coffin. It had a purple ribbon that said, "Stop, cows, life is short."
Fernanda was angry about this message and told them to throw the wreath away.
When the men carried the coffins out of the house, they were drunk and confused. They mixed them up and buried each man in the wrong grave. Chapter 18. Aureliano stayed in Melquid's room for a long time. He read old books that told stories and strange studies. He learned about magic, old science, and secrets of stones and diseases. He grew up knowing almost nothing about the modern world. He thought and read like a man from ancient times. Every time Santa Sofia de la Piedad came into his room, she saw him reading with deep attention. In the morning, she brought him coffee without sugar. At noon, she brought rice and fried plantain. Those were the only foods people ate in the house after Aureliano II died. She took care of Aureliano quietly. She cut his hair and cleaned the insects from it. She found old clothes and made them fit him. When his mustache started to grow, she gave him Colonel Aureliano Buendia's razor and small shaving bowl. Aureliano looked very much like the old colonel. Even his cheekbones and lips were the same strong shape. Sometimes Santa Sofia thought he was talking alone, but he was really talking to Melquids. One hot day, he saw Melquid standing near the window. The old man looked dark and quiet, like someone from a dream. Aureliano had finished putting the letters of the parchments in order. Melquids asked if he had found the language of the parchments. Aureliano answered without doubt.
"Sanskrit," he said.
Melquids told him he could not return many more times. He said he would soon rest forever, but Aureliano still had time to study. When 100 years passed, the parchments could be read. The old man told him about a small bookstore near the river. It belonged to a wise man from Catalonia. There was a book there to help him learn Sanskrit. But the book would be ruined by insects in 6 years if he did not buy it soon.
When Aureliano asked Santa Sofia to get the book, she felt amazed. He told her exactly where it was, beside 2 other books on the shelf. She could not read, so she remembered his words carefully. She sold one of the 17 little gold fishes from the workshop to buy the book. Only she and Aureliano knew where those gold fishes were hidden. Aureliano kept studying Sanskrit. Melquids came to visit less often and looked weaker each time. At last, Aureliano could only feel his presence. He heard him whisper, "I died of fever on the sands of Singapore." After that, the room began to change. Dust came through the window. The air was hot. Ants and moths entered and ate the paper. Little by little, the parchments turned into powder. The family still had food. The day after Aureliano Segundo died, a friend who had brought the rude wreath came again. He paid Fernanda some money that he had owed her husband. After that, every Wednesday, a basket of food arrived at the house. It was enough for a week. No one knew where it came from. In truth, Petra Coates sent it. She did it because she wanted to hurt Fernanda, who had hurt her before. But with time, Petra's anger started to disappear much sooner than she expected. She had first sent food because she felt proud. Later, she kept sending it because she felt kind. Many times she had nothing to give away, and people lost interest in her lottery. Then she stopped eating so that Fernanda could have food. She kept her promise until she saw Fernanda's funeral pass by. For Santa Sofia de la Piedad, fewer people in the house should have meant some rest after more than 50 years of work. She never complained. She was a quiet and serious woman. She had the sweetness of Remedios, the beauty and the calm strength of José Arcadio Segundo. She spent her long life raising children. Sometimes she could not remember if they were her own children or her grandchildren. She cared for Aureliano as if she were his mother, not knowing she was his great-grandmother. She always slept on a mat in the pantry. At night she heard the rats running around. One night she woke up suddenly, feeling that someone was staring at her. She was afraid because she felt a snake crawling over her stomach. She did not tell anyone. She knew that if she told Ursula, Ursula would make her sleep in her bed. But people were too busy to notice what happened to others. The bakery, the war, and the children took all their time and care. Petra Coates was the only one who remembered her. She always made sure Santa Sofia had good shoes and clean clothes, even when money was short. When Fernanda came to the house, she thought Santa Sofia was an old servant. People told her that Santa Sofia was her husband's mother, but she found it hard to believe. It took her a long time to understand, and soon she forgot again. Santa Sofia did not seem unhappy with her low place in the house. She liked to stay in quiet corners and work without rest or complaint. She kept the big house clean and in order. She had lived there since she was very young. During the time of the Banana Company, the house felt more like a camp than a family home. After Ursula died, Santa Sofia's great strength began to fade. She was old and tired. The house also became tired and old. Green moss grew up the walls. Weeds broke through the cement of the porch. Yellow flowers appeared in the cracks, the same kind Ursula had found many years before. Santa Sofia had no time or money to fight against nature. She spent her days chasing lizards out of the rooms, but they came back each night. One morning she saw red ants climbing into the house. They came from the garden and moved along the porch railing. The begonias looked brown and dry. The ants went straight to the center of the house. She tried to kill them with a broom, then with poison, and then with lye. But each morning they were there again, strong and endless. Fernanda was busy writing letters to her children. She did not notice the house falling apart. Santa Sofia kept fighting alone. She pulled weeds away from the kitchen. She cleaned spider webs that came back again in a few hours. She scraped termites from the walls. But everything kept getting worse. When she saw that Melquid's room was full of dust and cobwebs again even after she cleaned it 3 times a day, she understood she could not win. She put on her old Sunday dress, worn shoes that had belonged to Ursula, and cotton stockings that Amaranta Ursula had given her. She made a small bundle with her last few clothes.
"I give up," she said to Aureliano. "This house is too big for my old bones."
Aureliano asked her where she wanted to go. She moved her hand slowly, as if she did not really know. Then she said she would spend her last years with a cousin in Rioja. Her words did not sound true. Since her parents died, she had no friends in town. She never received letters or talked about family. Aureliano gave her 14 small goldfish. She only wanted to leave with her bundle of clothes and 1 peso and 25 cents. He watched her from the window as she crossed the courtyard. She walked slowly, tired and bent with age. He saw her open the main door, go out, and close it again. After that, nobody ever saw her again. When Fernanda heard she had left, she was angry all day. She opened every trunk and dresser to check if anything was missing. She tried to make a fire and burned her fingers. She did not know how to make coffee and asked Aureliano to help her. Each morning her breakfast was ready when she woke up. She stayed in her room most of the time. She only came out to get her meal. Aureliano always left the food covered near the fire. Fernanda would carry it to the dining table. She ate alone at the long table with beautiful cloth and candles. 15 chairs were empty around her. Even then, Fernanda and Aureliano did not share their loneliness. They lived apart, each taking care of their own room. The house grew quiet and full of dust. Webs fell like light snow on the roses, on the beams, and walls. Soon Fernanda thought the house had invisible guests. She believed elves moved things around. She often lost her scissors or spoons. Sometimes she was sure she left the scissors on the bed, but she found them days later in the kitchen. One day she looked for a fork and found 6 on the altar and 3 in the washroom. It became worse when she tried to write letters. Her inkwell often moved from right to left. Her blotter disappeared and later she found it under her pillow. The pages also mixed. Letters for José Arcadio were together with those for Amaranta Úrsula. She often feared she had sent the wrong letters, and sometimes she really did. Once she lost her fountain pen. 2 weeks later the mailman brought it back. He had found it in his bag and asked around to learn whose it was. Fernanda thought the strange events came from the invisible doctors. She began writing to them, asking them to stop bothering her. But she had to leave her desk. When she came back, the letter was gone, and she forgot why she had wanted to write it. For a short time she thought Aureliano was playing tricks. She tried to watch him and put things in his way. Soon she saw he only left his room to eat or go to the toilet. He was not a man who liked jokes. Then she was sure elves were to blame. She decided to keep everything fixed in its place. She tied the scissors to her bed with a long string. She tied her pen and blotter to the table leg. She even glued the inkwell to the top of the table. But that did not solve the problem. Soon the string on the scissors felt too short. It was the same with the pen string and even with her arm, which after some time could not reach the inkwell. Neither Amaranta Úrsula in Brussels nor José Arcadio in Rome ever learned about these small troubles. Fernanda wrote that she was happy, and she really was, because she felt free. She felt close again to the world of her parents, where daily problems did not cause pain because someone always found a way to fix them. She often spent time thinking of her family and waiting for their letters. After Santa Sofia de la Piedad left, the days and months seemed the same to her. She used to count time by the dates when her children said they would return. But they changed their plans again and again, and soon the dates lost meaning. Time passed without her noticing. She did not feel impatient. She liked the idea of waiting. When José Arcadio said he still needed more studies before his vows, she was not upset. She knew the path to what he wanted was long and difficult. She felt happy even with small news, like when he wrote that he had met the Pope. She was also pleased when Amaranta Úrsula said her studies would last longer because she had very good marks and had earned new privileges. It had been more than 3 years since Santa Sofia de la Piedad gave Aureliano the grammar book. Finally, Aureliano was able to translate the first page. It was not useless work, but it was only the beginning. The words made no sense in Spanish because they were written in code. He wanted to find the secret keys, but he did not have the tools. Melquides had told him that the necessary books were in the Wise Catalonian store. So Aureliano decided to ask Fernanda for permission to get them. One day, in the room full of broken things, he thought about what to say. When he saw Fernanda taking her meal from the fire, he tried to speak. But the words stopped in his throat, and he stayed silent. That was the only time he looked at her. He listened to her steps in her room. He heard her go to the door to send letters to her children and receive theirs. At night he listened to the sound of her pen as she wrote. Then he heard the click of the light and her soft prayers in the dark. Only then did he sleep, hoping that the next day he could finally talk to her. He felt full of hope. One morning he cut his long hair, shaved his beard, and put on clean clothes. He waited in the kitchen for Fernanda. But the woman who came in was not the proud, hard woman he knew. She looked like an old queen with calm beauty. She wore a cape, a paper crown, and had sad, tired eyes. She had found that old queen's dress in Aureliano Segundo's trunks. Sometimes she liked to wear it and look at herself in the mirror. If someone saw her then, they might think she was mad. But she was not. The clothes helped her remember her past. The first time she wore them, she began to cry. She smelled the old scent of shoe polish from the officer's boots who had once invited her to be a queen. Her heart filled with memories and lost dreams. She felt very old and weak. She missed everything from the past, even the things that had once made her sad. She remembered the smell of oregano, the roses at sunset, and even the people she had disliked. Her heart, which had been cold for a long time, melted when she remembered those things. As the years passed, feeling sad became normal for her. She grew softer and more human in her loneliness. That morning, when she entered the kitchen, she saw a thin young man waiting for her with a cup of coffee. Hallucinated glow in his eyes, the claws of ridicule tore at her. Fernanda looked at him with cold anger. She did not let Aureliano leave the house. After that day, she kept the keys in her pocket. They were beside the small things she never used. But it was not really needed. If Aureliano had wanted, he could have gone out and come back without anyone seeing him. He had stopped fighting. The long days closed inside, the strange world outside, and the habit of obeying had made him quiet. The wish to escape had died in him. He went back to his small room. He read the old papers again and again. At night he could hear Fernanda crying in her room. One morning, he went to make the fire as usual. On the cold ashes he found the food he had left for Fernanda the day before. He became worried and went to look in her room. She was lying on the bed under her white fur cape. She looked beautiful, but her skin was pale and hard like ivory. For months later, José Arcadio came. He found her body still untouched. He looked almost exactly like his mother. He wore a dark taffeta suit and a stiff round collar shirt. Around his neck was a thin silk ribbon tied like a bow. His face was reddish and calm, yet sad. His lips were soft and weak. His black hair was smooth and shiny, parted straight in the middle. It looked almost too perfect, like painted hair. His pale hands had visible green veins and long thin fingers. On his left index finger was a heavy gold ring with a round yellow stone. When Aureliano opened the door, he knew at once who the visitor was. The air of the house changed. It now smelled of the same sweet scent that Úrsula used when José Arcadio was a child. It felt like old memories returning after many years. José Arcadio still seemed like an autumn child, quiet and lonely. He went straight to his mother's bedroom. For 4 months, Aureliano had kept Fernanda's body safe, following an old formula. José Arcadio did not ask him anything. He kissed Fernanda's forehead. Then he reached under her skirt and took out a small pouch. Inside were 3 unused pessaries and the key to her cabinet. His movements were firm and sure, although his eyes looked tired. He opened the cabinet and took out a small wooden chest with the family symbol on it. Inside, the air smelled of sandalwood. There he found a long letter from Fernanda. She had written down many secrets she had never told him. He read the letter while standing. He read quickly, but calmly. At the 3rd page, he looked up. He studied Aureliano again, as if seeing him for the 2nd time.
So, he said in a sharp voice. You are the bastard. I'm Aureliano Buendía, Aureliano said.
Go to your room, José Arcadio said.
Aureliano went to his room and stayed there. He did not come out, even when he heard the sound of the lonely funeral. Sometimes, from the kitchen, he saw José Arcadio walking slowly through the house. He breathed heavily and looked very worried. After midnight, Aureliano still heard his steps in the ruined bedrooms. He did not hear his voice for many months. José Arcadio never spoke to him, and Aureliano did not want to talk or think about anything except the old papers. When Fernanda died, Aureliano took out the next to last little gold fish. He went to the wise Catalonian's bookstore to look for the books he needed. Nothing he saw in the streets caught his attention. Maybe it was because he had no memories to compare, and the empty houses and streets looked exactly as he had imagined them. Long ago he had dreamed of seeing them. Now he could go outside, something Fernanda never allowed. But he gave himself that freedom just once, for a very short time. He walked quickly through 11 blocks without stopping until he reached the narrow street where, in the past, people had spoken about dreams. He arrived at a dark and confusing place where there was hardly space to move. It looked more like a pile of old books than a real store. The shelves were broken and full of termites, the corners were covered with spider webs, and the passages were almost blocked with papers. On a long table full of books and old papers, the shop owner was writing without rest in purple ink on pages from a school notebook. He had beautiful silver hair that fell over his forehead like a bird's feather. His blue eyes were lively and kind. He looked like a man who had read every book in the world. He wore short pants and was sweating, but he did not stop writing when Aureliano entered. Aureliano soon found the 5 books he wanted. They were exactly where Melquiades had said they would be. He took them and placed them, with a little gold fish, on the table in front of the wise Catalonian.
The old man looked at them closely and his eyes became smaller. "You must be crazy," he said quietly in his own language and lifted his shoulders. Then he gave back the books and the gold fish. "You can keep them," he said in Spanish. "The last man who read these books was Isaac the blind man. Think carefully about what you are doing."
José Arcadio fixed Mime's bedroom. He cleaned and repaired the velvet curtains and the silk cloth on the bed canopy. He also started using the old bathroom again, where the small pool had turned dark and rough. He kept his strange clothes, cheap perfumes, and jewelry only in that part of the house. The rest of the house did not interest him, except for the saints on the family altar. One afternoon, he burned them to ashes in a fire in the courtyard. He slept until late in the morning. Then he went to the bathroom wearing an old robe with golden dragons and slippers with yellow tassels. There, he took long baths with great care, like Remedios the beauty had done. Before bathing, he poured salts into the pool from 3 small beautiful bottles. He did not wash with a good. He liked to lie on his back in the fragrant water for 2 hours. The cool water made him calm, and he thought about Amaranta. A few days after he arrived, he stopped wearing his silk suit, which was too hot for the town. He changed it for tight pants like those Pietro Crespi wore and a silk shirt with his initials over the heart. Twice a week he washed his clothes himself in the tub. While they dried, he wore his robe because he had no others. He never ate at home. He left when the afternoon heat started to go down and came back late at night. He walked around nervously, breathing softly like a cat and thinking of Amaranta. She and the faces of the saints were the only memories he had of that house. Many times, when he was living in Rome, he woke in the night and imagined Amaranta. In his dreams he saw her rise from a pool edged with marble, wearing her lace skirt and with bandages on her hand. He missed her so much that the image seemed real. Aureliano José tried to forget that memory in war, but José Arcadio wanted to keep it alive. He pretended to be very religious and told his mother long stories about becoming a priest. Neither he nor Fernanda understood that their letters were full of dreams, not truth. After leaving the seminary in Rome, he kept telling her stories about studying religion and law. He did this because he hoped for the rich inheritance his mother mentioned, which could save him from the poor life he lived with 2 friends in a small room in Trastevere. When he got Fernanda's last letter, written before her death, he packed his few things into a suitcase. He traveled on a ship, staying in the lower part with many poor passengers who ate cold pasta and bad cheese. When he returned home and read Fernanda's will, he saw that it was only a long list of her sad life. The broken furniture and the weeds on the porch told him he had fallen into a place he could never escape. He would never see the bright light and fresh air of Rome again. During nights of sleeplessness caused by his asthma, he walked through the dark house. He thought about his bad luck. The old fussing of Ursula had made him afraid of the world. She had once given him a small corner in her room so he would not get lost in the shadows. She said the dead wandered through the house after dark.
If you do anything bad, Ursula used to tell him, the saints will tell me.
The nights of his childhood were full of fear. He would sit very still in one corner until bedtime. He sweated with fear on a stool while the saint's cold eyes watched him. That fear was useless because he was already afraid of everything around him. He was ready to be frightened by anything he saw in life. He feared women on the street who could harm him. He feared the women in the house who had strange children. He feared fighting roosters that brought death and sadness. He feared guns that could start years of war. He feared risky adventures that ended in disappointment and madness. He feared everything God had created and that evil had changed. When he woke from his bad dreams, he felt trapped and weak. But the morning light and Amaranta's gentle care helped him. She would bathe him and powder his body. Then his fear would go away. Ursula also seemed different in the bright garden. She did not speak of scary things there. She brushed his teeth with charcoal to make him smile like a pope. She cut and cleaned his nails so that they looked beautiful. She combed his hair like a pope and used perfume on his body and clothes. She wanted him to shine and smell nice. At the Pope's house, he once saw the real Pope speak to many people from a balcony. The Pope talked in many languages. What caught his eye were the Pope's white hands, his clean summer clothes, and his soft smell of cologne. Almost a year after he came back home, José Arcadio had no money. He sold the silver candlesticks and the fancy pot, which had only a little gold on it. After that, he had very little left to live on. His only joy was to bring children from town to play in the house. He came home with them at nap time. They jumped rope in the garden, sang on the porch, and climbed on the furniture. He walked among them and taught them good manners. At this time, he no longer wore the tight pants and silk shirts. He used simple clothes bought from the Arab stores. Still, he moved with calm pride and looked a little like a pope. The children took over the house, just as Meme's friends had done before. They talked and laughed until late at night. The house felt like a school with no rules. Aureliano did not care as long as no one entered Melquid's room. One morning 2 children pushed open the door. Inside they saw a dirty, hairy man working with old papers on a desk. They were afraid and did not go in, but they kept watching him. They looked through cracks and whispered. They threw small animals inside. Once they nailed the door and window closed, and Aureliano needed half a day to open them again.
For children found this game funny. One morning, while Aureliano was in the kitchen, they entered the room to touch the papers. But as soon as they touched the old sheets, a strange power lifted them into the air. They stayed there until Aureliano came and took the papers away. After that moment, they never bothered him again.
The 4 oldest children still wore short pants even though they were almost teenagers. Every morning they came early to take care of José Arcadio. They shaved his face, massaged him with warm towels, cut his nails, and cleaned and perfumed him. Sometimes they went into the pool with him and washed him while he lay on his back thinking about Amaranta. Then they dried him, put powder on his skin, and dressed him carefully. One of the children, who had curly blonde hair and pale eyes, often slept in the house. He was very close to José Arcadio. When José Arcadio could not sleep and walked in the dark because of his asthma, the boy followed him silently. One night they were in the room where Ursula had once slept. They saw a yellow light coming through the broken floor, as if the sun was shining under the house. They did not need to turn on the lamp. They lifted the old floor pieces near the corner where Ursula's bed had stood. Under the floor they found the secret place that Aureliano Segundo had searched for so many times. There were 3 bags tied with copper wire. Inside the bags were many silver coins that shone softly in the dark. Finding the treasure surprised them both. José Arcadio did not go to Rome as he had dreamed. Instead, he used his new fortune to make the house beautiful again. He bought new velvet curtains and covered the bathroom floor with fine stones. He put nice tiles on the walls. He filled the dining room cupboard with fruit, meat, and pickles. He opened the empty pantry and stored wines and liqueurs there. He carried the boxes himself from the train station, each marked with his name. One night José Arcadio and the 4 oldest children gave a big party. It lasted until morning. At 6 o'clock they came out of the bedroom without clothes. They emptied the pool and filled it with champagne. They jumped in together and swam happily. The light bubbles surrounded them like gold, and José Arcadio floated quietly, thinking about Amaranta with open eyes. He stayed still for a long time, feeling sad about his empty pleasures. The children became tired and went to the bedroom. There they pulled down the curtains to dry themselves and broke the crystal mirror by accident. They also tore the bed canopy when they lay down. When José Arcadio returned from the bathroom, he saw them asleep in a pile without clothes. He felt angry and ashamed, not only because of the broken things but also because he pitied himself. He took a whip that he kept in a chest with other objects for punishment and prayer. He shouted and drove the children out of the house, hitting them hard as they ran away. After that he became weak and could hardly breathe because of his asthma. For 3 nights he suffered like a dying man. On the 3rd night he could not stand it anymore. He went to Aureliano's room and asked him to go buy some medicine to help him breathe.
So Aureliano went out again. He walked only 2 blocks to a small drugstore with dusty windows and bottles with Latin names on them. A young woman gave him the medicine, the name written on the paper José Arcadio had given him. The town was quiet and empty, lit by a few yellow lamps. Aureliano felt the same calm as before and no curiosity about the outside world.
José Arcadio began to think the boy had run away. But soon Aureliano came back, breathing fast and walking heavily because he had been shut inside for so long. He did not care about the world outside. So a few days later José Arcadio broke his promise to his mother and told Aureliano he could go out whenever he wanted.
I have nothing to do outside, Aureliano said. He stayed in his room, studying the old parchments and slowly trying to understand them.
Chapter 19. José Arcadio often brought food to Aureliano's room. He gave him slices of ham and sweet flowers that tasted fresh, like spring. Twice he also gave him a glass of good wine. He was not very interested in the old papers that Aureliano studied. He thought they were only a strange hobby, but he was curious about Aureliano's quiet wisdom and how much he seemed to know about the world. José Arcadio then found that he could understand written English. While Aureliano worked on the parchments, he read all 6 volumes of the encyclopedia like they were a storybook. At first, José Arcadio thought Aureliano had learned everything from those books. He could talk about Rome as if he had lived there. But soon José Arcadio saw that he knew things not found in any book, like the prices of things.
When he asked Aureliano how he learned these things, Aureliano simply said, "Everything is known."
Aureliano, on his side, was surprised when he looked at José Arcadio more closely. He was very different from how Aureliano had imagined him before. He could laugh, sometimes remember the old days of the house, and worry about Melquid's sad room. They were both lonely men, but understanding each other made their loneliness easier to bear. They were not friends, but their shared time gave them some quiet comfort. José Arcadio began to ask Aureliano for help with small problems in the house. Aureliano liked to sit on the porch and read while waiting for Amaranta Ursula's letters, which still came as always. He could also use the bathroom again, after José Arcadio had first told him not to. One hot morning, they both woke up because someone knocked hard on the front door. Outside stood an old dark man with big green eyes that shone strangely. There was a cross of ashes drawn on his forehead. His clothes were torn, his shoes were broken, and he carried only an old bag on his shoulder. He looked poor, but he stood with quiet pride. Even in the dim light, they could see that fear had been part of his life for a long time. This man was Aureliano Amador, the only one of Colonel Aureliano Buendia's 17 sons still alive. He had been hiding and running for many years. He said who he was and asked for shelter in the house. He remembered it as the last safe place for him. But José Arcadio and Aureliano did not remember him. They thought he was only a beggar and pushed him back into the street. From the doorway, they saw what happened next. 2 policemen had been searching for Aureliano Amador for many years. They came out from the almond trees across the street and shot him twice. He fell at once, the bullets hitting the mark on his forehead. The silent ending was the close of a story that had begun before José Arcadio was a child. After the children had been sent away from the house, José Arcadio was waiting for news of a ship that would sail to Naples before Christmas. He told Aureliano about his plan and wished to help him start a small business. Since Fernanda's grave had been made, no food baskets came anymore, so this was his last hope. But that dream was never fulfilled. One morning in September, after drinking coffee in the kitchen with Aureliano, José Arcadio went to take his bath. Through the holes between the tiles, the 4 children who had once lived in the house came in quietly. They jumped into the pool with their clothes still on. Before he could defend himself, they held his head under the water. Soon, he stopped moving, and his body sank deep into the clear, sweet-smelling pool. Then the children took 3 sacks of gold from the place only they and José Arcadio knew. Their actions were fast and cold, almost like soldiers following orders. Aureliano stayed in his room, not knowing anything about it. Later that afternoon, he wondered why José Arcadio had not come to the kitchen. He searched through the house and found him in the water, swollen and still, his body resting on the shiny surface of the pool. At that moment, Aureliano understood how deeply he had grown to love him.